The story begins in Gansu Province, Marima Alliance, where life went on as it was, and people looked up to the great palace. In this palace, a well-fed man was walking down the corridor, happily humming a song he had heard a long time ago. He kept his way to the dining hall, where the tables were packed with a wide variety of food, for this was his favorite routine of the day. The head of Harry's alliance sat down in his chair, which immediately shuddered and cracked beneath him. But the man only smiled, asking him to be quieter. Taking his chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, he licked his lips, deciding where he would start his meal. Just as he decided to take a piece of meat, he heard a voice that clicked to him, saying that he was concerned about Helen. Distracted from his food, Harry grudgingly asked what was wrong, to which he received the reply that the girl had an urgent report. However, the head of the alliance said he was busy, asking her to return in 2 hours. Helen immediately understood the order. However, she opened the door to the dining room and entered, greeting the head. She was the strategist of the alliance and therefore wanted to get the news out faster. The man stated that he knew she wouldn't leave, but he was even glad, after which he invited her to sit down and eat with him. But Helen replied that she didn't want to get fat. Harry said she needed to eat more to look more appetizing, asking her to look at him because he was handsome. A little unsure, the girl agreed with him, saying he looked great. However, her look said otherwise. But Harry didn't relent, putting his hands to his face, asking with innocent eyes if what she was saying was true. At first, this made Helen displeased, but in the next second, she laughed out loud at the look on the alliance head's face. The man said she was finally acting normal, to which the girl replied that she came with very important news. Harry replied that she had never left saying such a thing, and Helen stated that there were 2 pieces of news, bad and good. The news was that the king of the Green Forest was reporting that he had succeeded in raising a herd of cows. The quality of the beef was excellent, at which time the man took a bite of the meat, replying that at last he had found his calling. However, the girl said it was too early to rejoice. Coughing, the head of the alliance asked what the second news was. The secret branch of the alliance writes that the holy swordsman has gone on a journey and has been on the road for several days now. Judging by his exit time and itinerary, his arrival time in their town was tomorrow by noon. Harry was surprised that he would be arriving so soon. People assumed that he would not return again, however, unexpectedly. He challenged the head of the alliance to a duel. Having said that, Helen asked what Harry intended to do, since there was no way to get out of the duel one way or another. There was a pause, during which the man devoured his food, thinking seriously about the question, taking his time to answer. As soon as he was done with his meal, he started slapping his stomach with the palm of his hand, hinting that he really enjoyed the food, after which he raised his head and smiled, saying that he would run, for he had no other choice. A dumbfounded Helen asked if he was laughing, but was told that it was better to compromise his position than to be chopped to pieces. He was confident that the holy swordsman had enough nobility and wisdom to become the next head of the alliance. But the girl asked him why not accept his challenge, since she was so eager to see his martial arts, and she had never seen them. She knew that he was the one who had sent villains like the blood priest of the demonic cult, the ghost emperor, and the killer demon king to hell. The man stated that he was just lucky then, but the girl interjected that he had killed them by accident, to which she received an affirmative answer. But he glanced guiltily at Helen, asking her to look at him. Lately, he was panting even from a light walk. He needs to get out of town before midnight. He'll leave the alliance on her to deal with the fallout. He hasn't decided where he's going yet. Maybe he'll become a farmer on King's Bull Mountain or go towards the North Sea. The girl declared that wherever he went, she would follow him in 6 months. But the man wanted the old man left alone. Helen replied that she didn't care, just as suddenly the man sensed something amiss, opening his eyes wide. The alliance strategist asked if the man was really that reluctant to fight, but he only asked her to be quiet. As soon as she turned her head in his direction, her gaze immediately changed, whereupon she turned to her uncle uncertainly. However, the man raised his hand, hinting for her to be quiet, and the man himself no longer looked like a jolly and carefree old man. He saw 2 soldiers addressing the wounded man, asking what happened, to which he received the reply that the squad had fallen at the hands of the enemy. The holy swordsman slaughtered everyone. Not even the townspeople were spared. Everyone is dead. Shaolin and Wudong monks will try to stop him. However, it was unknown if they would succeed. The head of the alliance should find out immediately, but the man had already seen everything. The holy swordsman was known for his nobility and honesty. If he did such a thing, it would only be for one reason: energy corruption. Harry concentrated all his energy to find out where the holy swordsman was now, for things were now fundamentally different. Lightning sprang up over the town, and Helen addressed her uncle. While in the street, a man shouted that the head was making a practice. But he was able to see a man with a sword in his hand, asking that it was a squad of 108 Shaolin Arhats. The swordsman declared with a loud laugh that he would go through their ranks like a knife through butter and stain Shaolin with blood. Just as Harry woke up from his vision, the furniture in the dining room was overturned, and Helen was interrogating her uncle about what he had just done. He replied that the holy swordsman's energy had been corrupted and he was possessed, but the girl didn't understand how that was possible. However, the old man didn't listen to her, mentally turning to the holy swordsman, asking how he could have fallen so low. Continuing to concentrate energy, Harry declared that he had to find him immediately, while Helen tried to stop him. However, the girl was interrupted by a bright light, from which she immediately covered her eyes with her hands, unable to approach her uncle. As soon as the light faded a bit, she took her hands away from her face, watching the pillar of light that flew in an unknown direction. At this time, not in a completely different place, a voice was loudly addressing the holy swordsman, asking him to come to his senses and wake up. Why would he, so revered throughout the continent, commit such atrocities? For his nobility was the greatest in the world. Walking past dozens of corpses, stepping on pools of blood, the swordsman replied that the one had told the pure truth. Smiling, he put the bloody katana to his heart, adding that he was meek and kind, he always had been. But at the same time, that miserable fat Harry had denied himself nothing, and had been living only for his own pleasure all this time. Despite this, he was still considered the strongest warrior, looking down on everyone and triumphing when he sent him into exile. Funny how someone who isn't even worthy of being a servant to him is called a flower swordsman, that's what he said. He was obliged to foster meekness because that is what he was, constantly and eternally, but until recently things have changed. One day he heard people say that he was like that because he wasn't worthy of his title. But is it true for his talents, abilities, musculature, stature, knowledge, wisdom, courtesy? What is there in Harry that is not in him? He, the holy swordsman, will teach that pig Harry meekness, for he is obliged to kneel before him. Now he is the strongest warrior, and they will all bow down to him and idolize him. He will make everyone respect his patience and gentleness. One of the elders said that the holy swordsman was not himself, whereupon he asked how he could be so immersed in his pride and madness. The swordsman loudly, not menacingly, asked the old fool to shut up, for he had no intention of listening to him, a herbivorous rabbit. In desperation, the man grabbed the hand that was clamped deliberately around his throat, squeezing tighter and tighter and preventing him from breathing. However, the swordsman wasn't sure if he was insane, whereupon he threw the old man farther away, breaking the wall with it. A servant ran up to the old man and asked if the abbot was alive, while the swordsman declared that no one would stop him. Looking at his bloody katana and smiling broadly, he declared that no one could escape death by his sword. Everyone inside the room watched in horror as the possessed man said destructive power was pouring out of him. It is what makes him the strongest warrior in the world, whereupon he lifted his head up and laughed very loudly. As suddenly, a beam of light landed on him from the sky that managed to catch him off guard, thus silencing him. Not understanding anything, the angry swordsman asked who dared to do something like that after he showed his strength. Suddenly his gaze traveled to the side and he noticed his arms separate from his body with an unpleasant sound, falling to the floor. A sharp pain immediately stabbed through the man who was screaming loudly, not noticing the man who was heading towards him hovering in the air. Lifting his head, he saw the culprit who had caused him to lose his arms, managing to give only his name. At this time, the old man who held the 3 swords in the air beside him only silently looked into the eyes of his old comrade. It didn't cause a fit of anger and hatred, however. The swordsman only smiled and laughed softly without taking his eyes off Harry. He then lowered his head, saying that he felt like whatever he was doing, he still couldn't keep up. Looking at his severed hands and katana that was covered in blood, he wondered if it had all been for nothing. However, Harry will not be able to keep his power for long, for he had a vision in the darkness that he would lose everything and be very weak. He wanted to say something else, but the old man raised his hand, asking him to stop this ridiculous chatter. After a wave of his hand, the energy bound the swordsman, who realized that right now, the end would come for him. In the next second, the possessed man's body broke into several pieces, signaling that the fight was over. For a while longer, Harry watched the swordsman's body, hesitant to put his swords away, wanting to make sure it was over. The old man was saddened by this outcome, but he only covered his eyes, regretting that he had to kill such a strong warrior. As fatigue suddenly washed over the man and he began to slowly lose awareness, whereupon his eyes opened uncertainly. He figured it must have been a dream, however. As he looked up at the ceiling, he realized he was not in his home. Getting out of bed, the man clearly realized that this was not his bedroom, after which he decided that he had been moved somewhere else while he slept. The skinny body slowly made its way towards the table, wobbling and clinging to any surface to be able to keep its balance. Beginning to gasp for breath, the man did not realize what had been done to him, for he had only taken a couple of steps and was exhausted. Then he looked in the mirror and saw there not a pudgy old man, a scraggly, long-haired guy who was on the verge of death. His hands immediately rushed to the mirror because he did not believe that now he was looking at himself and wanted to dispel this illusion. Looking at his new self, he asked dumbfoundedly when he had become like this. For this was not what he had looked like when he was younger. Harry didn't realize who he had become possessed by after all. There was no other soul in this body but his, which meant only one thing could happen. A soul swap that caused him to swap souls with someone else, but you won't be able to figure out who it was so immediately. He wondered why he had gotten a body on its last breath, its energetic and physical state simply horrifying. As he suddenly remembered the words of the great swordsman who said that he wouldn't be able to maintain his strength for long. It really did turn out the way he said it would, so it wasn't a deathbed delusion, but a real warning. The problem was that he had been dead for 6 months, and if it wasn't him, then who had put his soul in someone else's body and for what purpose was unclear. But if their target was him, his body belonged to another man now, and he didn't know exactly how it would be used. Harry guessed that the owner of this body had possessed him, but absolutely nothing was known about him. I decided to look at my hands, noticing that my entire forearm was wrapped in bandages on both hands. He decided to remove the bandages to see what was underneath, finding only a bunch of cuts, of which there were an incredible number. Pulling the bandages from his neck, the man realized that this body was completely mangled by a wide variety of wounds. Looking in the mirror once more, Harry asked himself who the diminutive man he'd gotten himself into was. He didn't understand how they dared to dispose of his soul and body, but he didn't know who exactly. He didn't even have enemies after all. Having examined the room, the man realized that judging by the furnishings, the family was not poor. Even on the contrary, everything was furnished in the best possible way. But it was unclear why this young man's body was so haggard. He also hoped that nothing would happen to his own body. Suddenly, he heard approaching footsteps outside the door, causing him to freak out a little, not knowing who might be coming in. He didn't know what to do, first deciding to pretend he was asleep, after which he considered staying put. There was no time, however, and he remained standing still when an old man entered the room, saying that it was wonderful that the child was awake. Harry but noticed that he didn't call him by his first name, and whether that meant he didn't know what ended up happening to him. Suddenly, the skinny guy froze, recognizing the old man standing in front of him, for he had seen him before and more than once. It was the head librarian of the great heavenly library, Ben, who stood in front of him with a small red pouch in his hands. The Great Library of Heaven is run by a family of scholars, and it is one of 3 great libraries in the Central Plains. The scholarly men know all about ancient texts and artifacts, and Ben himself is a scholar of such caliber that current experts pale against his background. He met him about 4 years ago. He looks exactly the same as the last time we met, means he is in the same time frame. Suddenly, the old man raised his voice, saying that he had decided to fulfill what he so desired, after which he called the lad closer to him. Harry didn't know what this guy wished for or what was going on here, but the old man clearly takes him for his grandson. Very slowly, the guy walked forward, then sat down on the bed next to Ben, trying to catch his breath and even out his breathing. Opening the pouch, the library master slowly held out a black pill to the boy, telling him to eat it. Harry at first thought it was medicine. After all, he was very weakened. Maybe it was medicine to heal him. However, there was something that stopped him from taking this pill and putting it in his mouth, causing him to look at the old man carefully. He didn't understand why Ben was looking at him so sadly, plus he was talking about some kind of desire. The scratches on the young man are definitely the marks of suicide attempts that have failed time after time. So what he brought him could only be poison. That's what the boy asked the old man, who was startled at the sight of his grandson. There was silence for a few seconds, during which no one dared to say a word to each other. Sighing unconfidently, Harry thought that a grandson shouldn't talk to his grandfather like that, then decided to change tactics. One should speak to him as an elder, after which he asked his grandfather if he offers him the poison that is in this pill. But Ben only asked to eat it, and the guy realized that he wasn't even denying that there was poison in that pill. Raising his arms, the wounded guy asked before he ate if he could be asked one question. He was interested in who the head of the Murima Alliance was now, to which the old man asked why he was interested. But he had to know if he was involved in the shower exchange, and in what time he incarnated. Yet Ben only shouted at his grandson. The grandfather shouted that he was constantly trying to get even and begging him to kill him again. And now he was asking such questions about the head of the alliance. I didn't know why he was so angry. I should have calmed him down. Harry started to say that he didn't know what had made him so angry. However, he added that he did not want to die, after which he asked to be left alone, suggesting that his grandfather discuss everything in the morning. He decided to figure things out as he went along, as he suddenly noticed a shivering old man who had his head down, trying to say something. Suddenly, the old man lunged at him, shouting that he was a bastard, but Harry hadn't expected such jumpiness from Ben, who seemed like a helpless old man. In a panic, Harry decided he wasn't going to let himself be treated like this, deciding to measure a gust of wind from his fingers with these. Putting his hand out in front of him, the guy realized that the hold wasn't working, so he'd have to run, even though he had almost no strength left in him. However, the old man was quickly catching up with him, and the guy realized that he was a slow snail, causing his body to shiver with helplessness. Dropping his grandson to the floor, the old man pinned him to the ground, trying to make sure he couldn't break free. Barely gaining air in his chest, the guy declared that his grandfather was going to crush him, after which asked me to get off him. However, the old man had other plans, whereupon he took the pill in his hands and opened his grandson's mouth, shoving the pill into it. The man angrily stated that he would follow him as soon as he was dead, but the guy didn't listen to him, trying to spit out the pill. The guy panicked, thinking the pill was dissolving. He should spit it out immediately. If this was his former body, he would have been able to eat it. Overpowering himself, the guy turned around, pushing the old man away with his hand, managing to hit him in the neck, thus disorienting him. While Ben was busy with his sore neck, the young man spat out what was left of the pill without stopping to cough. Looking in front of him, he realized that the poison had already begun to take effect, for his head immediately became dizzy, and his consciousness began to fade. Falling to the floor, the boy clearly realized that he was poisoned, but the old man only looked at him without doing anything. Eyes wide open, Harry asked himself if he was going to die just like that, hearing the voice of old man asking him to finally die. It was all he ever dreamed of. He said he didn't care about the pain, as long as he was allowed to die in peace. Staring blankly at his grandfather, the boy mentally shouted that he was not his grandson, but the head of the Murim Alliance. But the man didn't hear him. As he stood up, the old man stated that even though he had helped him fulfill his wish, he was still his grandson, and it was hard for him to watch him suffer. Harry couldn't say anything back to him, though, realizing that he was slowly losing consciousness and was about to die just like that in someone else's body. So many normal people around, and he's moved into a sick in the head kid who's obsessed with suicide. He can't believe he's going to die without even recognizing who moved him into this body, but he shouldn't die under such stupid circumstances. But he can't save himself. He has one last secret remedy left that can help him. He decided to muster all his remaining strength to pull himself up and try to reach his grandfather. In a very weak voice, he turned to his grandfather, who turned his head slowly and questioningly toward his grandson. The guy really didn't want to do that, but there was no other choice now, so he reached out a trembling hand to the old man. This picture also frightened the owner of the library, who was pained to see his grandson suffering. With a pained expression on his face, the young man asked for help, for he did not want to die, appealing to his grandfather relentlessly. The last of his strength left him, whereupon he lowered his head with his face to the floor, leaving the burden of choice on the old man. He looked at his grandson's body in amazement, not knowing what to do or what decision to make, because this was the first time something like this had happened. Then realization and a shiver ran through his body, and the man began to stammer, not taking his eyes off his grandson. Looking at the young man's breathless body, Ben called loudly for the healer, wishing with all his soul that he had gotten there in time. At the same time, the one in Harry's body woke up in his bed, examining the body he had moved into. The man then looked around the richly furnished room in surprise, realizing that he was no longer in the body of the skinny guy. Getting out of bed, he examined the decor and the swords that hung on the wall. It was these that caught his eye. In a hesitant, aged voice, the man asked if Sonia was here, but there was no answer. The man smiled slyly, reaching for the hilt of his sword, telling her she wasn't coming, or rather she couldn't. Slowly pulling out his sword, he summarized aloud that they had exchanged souls after all, which meant his plan had succeeded. The guy in the body of the head of the Alliance rejoiced, stating that it wasn't a dream, then put a small sword to his throat. The only thought that hovered in the man's mind was that he was finally able to accomplish what he had been wishing for so long. A little while later, a strange fellow was running toward Helen. It was evident that he was bearing rather unpleasant news. Without wasting time, he narrated what had happened, after which the girl's face froze in horror and incomprehension of the situation. She was told that her uncle's body was found in his room and his throat was pierced with his own sword, and it could not have been murder. Oops, grebes are very strong. If even a small dose got to his brain, he could become impaired mentally. Memory loss has also been known to occur. There could also have been increased aggression, but all of that was before the poison touched his tongue. The healer looked at the master of the library with sadness and pity, for he realized that he was going through a very difficult time. He thought that Mr. Ben was afraid of losing hope, even though it was so fragile, but it seemed that the elder's heart had opened towards his grandson. He bowed, saying that he hoped that the black streak in his family's life would end and prosperity would begin. As soon as morning came, the library was already quite noisy, while the guy claimed he could make it on his own. The other guy replied that he had asked him not to drink so much wine, to which he was asked if the scumbag was really alive. After examining the wounded man, they concluded that he was asleep, and not knowing that he could sleep at all, it seemed to them that he would outlive them all yet. One of the guys called him Big Brother, to which the other guy asked him to shut his mouth because he's his only big brother, and this guy is a monster. Afterwards, one of the guys reprimanded, saying that coming here only made him upset, while the younger brother followed him. Toward sundown, the wounded lad was still asleep, but now only a worried Ben sat over him. Lying there with his eyes closed, Harry mentally wondered if no one else would come to visit this guy. The eldest heir had barely survived the poisoning. Only 3 people had visited him. But he had already realized something. The owner of this body's name is Bruno. He is the senior heir of the Great Heavenly Library. He was obsessed with committing suicide. He has brothers. One of them is a drunk. No one has come after his drunken brother in a long time, and he assumes he won't. The parents had probably passed away long ago, or else they would have come to visit their son first, but that didn't happen. Maybe the death of his parents was the cause of his grief and insanity, and the whole family suffered because of it, which is not surprising. But what was even worse was his attempts at suicide, the head of the family trying to kill his own grandson. No one in the house came to the screams and noise, judging from those he had seen today. Mental illness had touched everyone in that family. Some kind of decay reigns in the lineage of the guardians of the Great Heavenly Library, but it shouldn't concern him. First of all, he had to find out how his soul got into this body, but to do that he had to stay alive. He wished he could investigate right now, but just like the holy swordsman said, he had lost everything, even his thickness. So the first order of business is to get Bruno's body in order, so he can at least move around freely. That's when he's going to look for clues, find out what happened to his own body. Hopefully he's okay. However, the mere thought that someone so brazen was able to infringe on his body and soul without asking permission made him angry. The most important question was who was behind all this, because by doing so, he was stripped of his title as head of the Alliance. But it would be good to eat first, for he still hadn't eaten anything at all. It felt like living with his spine stuck to his backbone. As soon as the guy opened his eyes, he found the face of a young girl a few centimeters away from him, who was drilling him with her gaze. Startled, she immediately ran away, apologizing to the young gentleman, saying he had something on his chin and she was trying to clean it up. Bruno only clutched his chest, languidly asking why she had gotten so close to him, thinking she had poor eyesight. He was surprised that he could not hear and feel the man enter and approach his nose, for before he could hear even the movement of insects. He decided to ask her name, to which he heard the question that the poison had hurt his head so much that he couldn't remember anything, as the healer had said. She said her name was Sonia. She was well-built and had a boyish look, not like an ordinary maid, as if trained in martial arts. The boy said that the injury he had really got, he felt bad and didn't remember anything, asking to make him porridge. He wanted to eat and talk to her, ask her his life, but the girl interrupted him by asking why he was doing that. Not understanding anything, he looked in surprise at the girl, who seemed to be shaking with anger, not stopping to ask questions. She wondered why he wanted to eat and get his strength back. She also asked what he intended to do when he got his strength back. He will try to kill himself again as soon as he can walk, as he only needs to eat to do so, and because of his weakness he can't hurt himself. Looking at the girl's demeanor, Harry could clearly see that she too had a leaky roof, just like the rest of the people here. But the girl declared that the librarian and the other gentlemen were so tormented on account of him that every one of them was ready to commit suicide with him. She asked me not to end her life, to be able to know the joy of life and never look back again. The guy tried to smile, replying that she was right, but he would like to start by having a good and hearty meal. However, Sonia said that he would not deceive her, to which he said that he would have to starve to death. But the girl protested again. Most likely her physical strength was needed to stop Bruno when he tried to commit suicide again. However, rather than argue with her about food, he had better ask about what he really cared about at the moment. After a brief pause, he decided to turn to Sonia, who turned her head questioningly in his direction, covering one eye. He asked who the current head of the alliance was, to which the girl got angry, asking why he was interested and why he was asking. Bruno stated that he loves to listen to her tell him anything and look at her beautiful lips. The girl was touched by such speeches, noting that since he was interested, she would tell him this pleased the young man. Smiling, Sonia said that the head of the alliance is a fat hog. He's a huge fat pig. This kind of answer dumbfounded the guy. They say his face is so fat his eyes don't open, and he has the nerve to brag that he's the strongest warrior in the world. Somebody started a stupid rumor that he killed the holy swordsman with his pig-like build because all he does is eat. The guy stopped her, saying it didn't matter, and Sonia that her master had gone pale, but he said he was always like that, but the girl didn't believe it. He said she lacked courtesy. How could she say such a thing about a man she didn't know well? But the girl stood her ground. Turning his head slowly, Bruno said that he thought the head of the alliance was a great man, but Sonia disagreed with him, to which the guy abruptly twitched and shouted that the chapter was really great, no matter who said what about him. He is an amazing and great man. Peace and prosperity are only held on his powerful and well-built shoulders. The scale of this person the girl can't even imagine. The guy lowered his head in despair, and Sonia asked if he felt bad. He told her that she did not realize how charming completeness made a man. The girl only interjected with surprise. She decided that the gentleman was joking, whereupon the boy confidently stated that the head of the alliance was an example to him, and he wanted to become like him. The girl froze for a second, mulling over the words she'd just heard, then ran for the exit, saying she'd make him something to eat. Waving goodbye to her, Bruno found out from what she said that he hadn't traveled through time, which made things easier. There was just an exchange of souls, and Bruno is now in his body going crazy and not realizing what happened. But that's at best. Looking at his bandaged hands, he thought it could be quite the opposite. He wanted to hope it wasn't. 10 days later, for the first time in a long time, Bruno could stand unaided. No one expected him to recover so quickly. He took all the extracts prescribed by the physician, ate only gruel, but 2 or more cups a day, after which the pain ceased. 2 men were standing over the bed in which Bruno was sleeping, the old man saying it was unbelievable, for he looked absolutely nothing like himself. The physician stated that there was no cause for concern. He was eating enough and taking his medication on schedule, but Grandpa's afraid to get his hopes up too high, for he can only become like that for a while, and then he will be the same again. But he really hopes that the healer is right, for life is truly unpredictable, for no one could have predicted that the head of the alliance would commit suicide. This did not escape the ears of Bruno, who was actually awake listening to the conversation between the 2 men, coming to a shock at what he heard. The healer agreed, for it was inconceivable that he had killed himself rather than fallen to the death of the brave in battle with a demonic cult or other enemies. While he was saying this, he turned his attention to the sleeping guy, after which he loudly announced that the young master was grinding his teeth. He had assumed Bruno might commit suicide right after the soul exchange, but now everything was falling into place. His soul was exchanged with Bruno, but at the same time the old man took his hand, telling him it was just a dream, and he was in no danger. To everyone's surprise, the guy jumped up, after which he declared loudly and angrily that he would kill the damn psycho who dared to die. Without noticing the men who stood beside him, he asked what kind of guy he was who couldn't ask him first. He then reiterated that he would kill him even if he died, but at the same second his tirade was interrupted by the pain that pierced his body. He leaned back on the pillow again, convulsing, and foam came from his mouth. The men standing nearby froze in horror. The old man said that his grandson had not said he wanted to kill himself, although up to that point, he had only lived because he had been prevented from killing himself. The dumbfounded healer agreed, saying that the guy definitely said he wanted to kill someone else, after which they cried together, thinking that he finally wanted to kill someone, more beautiful than those words they had never heard before. The next day, Sonia watched the gentleman who was lying in bed and laughing softly, uncontrollably. It was hysterical laughter, justified by the fact that the man would never be able to return to his former body again. But he couldn't afford to just give up, whereupon he abruptly rose from the bed, beckoning Sonia over to him. The girl was frightened by such a sudden change, but the guy did not pay attention to it, and with tears invited her to do physical training. The girl was not unreasonably surprised at such a suggestion, questioning the gentleman if she had heard everything correctly. The guards who were discreetly sitting in the trees watched in amazement at what was happening in the heir's room. After a while, Ben shockingly interjected that Bruno was now doing push-ups on his own. One of the guards said it was true. The young master had already been diligently practicing physical training for 2 days. At first his hands shook and he fell again and again, but now he can do 7 push-ups and continues to practice every day. The old man questioned why it hadn't been reported to him sooner, but the man assumed he would soon give up training. However, he hasn't quit, he does squats. Recently, he's even started doing a rider's stance with hardly any falls. But what surprised the man most of all was that the young gentleman began to do the stretching, albeit with great difficulty. Ben replied that he knew his physical condition better than anyone. He was even breathing with difficulty, and it didn't settle in his mind. The man went on to say that the guy asked for a variety of food to be cooked for him. He eats large portions and drinks a bucket of water a day. After a second pause, they both concluded that it was similar to last year when Bruno had shown positive changes. His mood improved, he began to eat normally, and even walked around smiling at those he met, as if he had started a new life. I was all very happy for him, however. As soon as he was convinced that the supervision was weakened, he immediately tried to hang himself. Luckily, he was removed before he suffocated. He was rescued, many with tears in their eyes watching him. Everyone present also remembered with horror his insane, chilling laughter and the absent look of his bloodshot eyes. The guard stated that he was acting much more skillfully now than last time, so it was suspicious. He cannot be allowed to get stronger. They must stop him. However, the old man really wanted to believe his grandson. He remembered his plea for help and didn't know what his motives were, but he had sincerely asked to be spared. And then there was that one time when his whole body was shaking from the exertion of rage as he shouted in his sleep that he was going to kill someone. He must not interfere with his recovery just because he fears for him, whereupon he decided to talk to him, asking him to bring him in. After a while, the old man asked how his grandson's memory was and if he remembered anything, to which he received a negative answer. The old man continued to pester him for his memories, causing the guy to shudder as he continued to stand on the fact that he didn't remember anything. Looking at his grandson, Ben noticed that the boy was trembling, while at the same time asking what was wrong since he had been summoned. The grandfather asked if he was trying to do a stretch right now, to which he received the reply that there was not a second to lose. The old man was surprised. Bruno stated that his body was soft as mush, you can't live like that, and Ben thought about how it wasn't a stretch, just spreading his legs shoulder-width apart. However, the old man looked at the guy who pressed his lips together with surprise. It was obvious that he was trying hard, even though he was having a hard time. He asked what his grandson's plans were, to which he received the answer that he would be practicing, improving his condition little by little. There was still so much he didn't know and so much to do. The old man wondered what he was going to do. After all, his aspirations have always been limited to wanting to kill himself. But the guy knows that people don't have the best opinion of him. As he continued to watch Bruno, the man was surprised to notice that his grandson could already do as many as 7 push-ups. Afterward, the library owner even jumped up when he noticed his grandson doing squat jumps, albeit with great difficulty. He would never have thought Bruno could jump so high, but why show it to him, since he could study in his chambers? It's like it's important for him to show him that he's changed, as if it's suddenly the guy said he had something he wanted to tell his grandfather. The old man looked at the boy in surprise, having no idea what he wanted to say to him, for anything could be expected of him now. The guy stated that Bruno was dead. With this statement, he caused a shock on the face of the old man, who asked what he meant by that. The young man replied that the senior heir of the great heavenly library was dead, so he no longer needed to worry that he would die. Rising from his chair, the old man tried to understand the meaning of his words, not finding what to say to such a serious statement. Examining his grandson, who at this point straightened up, the man asked who he was, dreading the answer. Raising his head and smiling, Harry and Bruno City's body declared that he was the strongest man in the world, whereupon the lad's legs trembled with exertion, while the old man thought with surprise that his grandson had gone mad. That same evening at an establishment, a guy pouring into a shot glass declared that he had to finish the whole bottle. And the third heir to the Celestial Library, Brian, told his brother that it was getting late, asking him to finish his drink and go home. And the second heir, Eugene, asked that's why he followed him, but his brother is preventing him from enjoying the taste of wine. Lowering his head, the older brother asked the younger one to answer one question, while his interlocutor listened attentively. Eugene asked where his brother went every morning. This question caught the guy off guard, causing him to flinch. The senior added that he's wasting his time if he thinks this brother has lost his memory and is exercising to get better. He reminded the younger one of Bruno's devilish rant, stating that he was trying to trick them again and would still stab everyone in the back. Brian really thought Bruno had changed. Grandpa thought so too, he thinks, glad to be different for their father's sake. Eugene lowered his head again. He declared that he had long ago turned into a demon. He would never change, let the heavens open. He also reminded his brother not to forget that they had almost lost their grandfather because of him, and peace would only come when he was dead. Whereupon the elder rose from the table and put his hand on his brother's shoulder, telling him not to be sad, inviting him to drink elsewhere. But suddenly Brian grabbed the older man by the sleeve, asking him not to malign his older brother behind his back, but to come over and talk to him. Junior claimed that he really was different. He felt happy in his presence for the first time in a long time. Brian tried to convince his brother for a while longer, but he couldn't take it anymore and threw the jug at the wall. Grasping the table tightly, trying to contain his anger and rage, he asked what the younger man felt happy about, after which he questioned that he addressed Bruno as a big brother, after which he turned the table completely over. He then grabbed the younger man by the pecs, screaming that he would kill him with his own hands if he ever called him that again. The family squabble was now watched by all the guests that were in the institution, which gathered quite a large number. One of the visitors approached Eugene, placing a hand on his shoulder and addressing him politely, but it didn't please the guy. Turning his head, the second heir grudgingly asked the stranger what he wanted from him, for he wasn't in the mood right now. The huge man looked at the guy unhappily, asking him to get drunk in silence because they were disturbing the other visitors, as he suddenly changed dramatically in his face, pointing his fist towards Eugene, stating that they were making a lot of noise. Removing his hand from the floor, the man didn't find the person his fist was aimed at underneath him, noticing Eugene somewhere above. He asked that the man thought he wasn't coming back because he was drunk, after which he asked him to stay out of their conversation and get lost, and struck. It was enough for the huge man to fall to the wooden floor with a thud, completely unconscious. Rubbing his arm, Eugene asked the lying body if he was a weakling, why he was picking a fight that he wouldn't come out of victorious. Lowering his head, Brian asked how long he intended to hide, while the second heir didn't understand the question. More confidently, the younger one asked that he was afraid of his older brother, and he didn't want to go to him for fear of being tricked. Angry once again, Eugene grabbed the younger man by his pecs, pointing his fist in his direction, hurling insults along the way. He took his time with the punch, interjecting that he was afraid of him, after which he called their older brother a pathetic worm. Not wanting to hit his younger brother, he simply pushed him away, dropping him to the floor, asking him not to make him laugh anymore. As he left the establishment, he said he would only go to his place to demonstrate to him who he really was. Sonia's loud voice could be heard in the middle of the forest in the night, counting out the 25 one-session push-ups Bruno had done. She thought about how he was now and how he used to be. It was heaven and earth. He used to even walk with great difficulty. And now he could do abs 20 times, also 20 squat jumps. He's getting more agile every day. Even the rider's stance, he can now stand for 8 minutes, but he still has a long way to go to perfect it. Suddenly, the girl took the stick that had been presented to the fence, declaring that they would now increase the height of his jump. Her expression was happy at first, but seconds later it changed to a very stern one, after which she asked him to get ready. She started counting down, at the same time swinging the stick rather quickly and sharply, but the guy had time to react and jumped up. With each new countdown, the guy was having a harder time. His breathing hitched and his legs ached more and more. After 5, she declared that he was doing great, deciding to do 2 more approaches of 10 times herself. Without stopping jumping, Bruno declared that 10 was enough for him, otherwise it would be too difficult. He struggled to answer. However, the girl sank into tears, asking if he really cared for her. She was touched, but asked not to worry. However, the guy was worried at all. He was so tired that he could barely stay on his feet, clenching his lips. The guy looked at the girl with anger. After 10 times, he offered Sonia a rest, and he himself fell to the ground, inarticulately saying that he was very tired. Getting on all fours, the guy was shivering, thinking he shouldn't get a chill, and Sonia decided he wanted to stand on his hands. Without asking permission, the girl grabbed the gentleman's legs, putting him in an upright position, as suddenly the guy forgot about the pain, smelling something, after which he turned to the girl who was holding his legs. Smiling, she asked if he wanted to rest, but Bruno replied that someone was coming, asking to be let go. Sonia helped the gentleman to his feet, after which he thanked her, and at that time a man came out from behind the trees. Eugene asked what was going on here, deciding to joke that some couple was causing mischief in the forest at night. He recognized his brother, for who else could afford to insult the first heir of the Celestial Library? Great that he'd come himself. His debauchery had been bothering him for a long time. He'd teach him a lesson, and Sonia whispered that it was his middle brother. The guy shrieked sharply, asking that it wasn't his brother, after which he asked why then he was acting like a drunken pig and insulting him. It worked very well, for Eugene became visibly angry when he asked what the man had called him a drunken pig. With his arms crossed over his chest, Bruno replied that if he hadn't gotten so drunk, he wouldn't have called him that. The brother replied that this was spoken here by someone who had tried to commit suicide so many times that Death must have already become his girlfriend with a scythe, pointing a finger at the older man, and the second heir declared that he could not be fooled, for he knew that he had not lost his memory. This is just another one of his attempts to die, after stating that everyone wants him to kill himself sooner rather than later. Eugene continued to add oil to the fire, seeing his older brother's face sink lower and lower. But he stiffened when he noticed Bruno lifted his head, smiling, looking at his middle brother, saying he knew nothing about him. Sonia irritatedly thought he was insulting the gentleman again, when suddenly the boy asked her to hand him a stick. She looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding why he needed a stick to practice with. But his face expressed a clear order, which the girl could not disobey or begin to disobey. Slightly startled, she immediately turned around and ran to fulfill the order so as not to anger her master. A few seconds later, the guy was swinging the improvised sword, checking how it rested in his hand. It looks like a simple wooden stick, but in the hands of the strongest warrior in the world, it is like a sword or an iron club. Now he realized that he hadn't forgotten his techniques and could use them thanks to his diligent study. A surprised Eugene pointed a finger at him and asked with an unconcealed chuckle that he was going to hit him with it. Bruno replied that he had just gotten into a fight like that, so he didn't mind teaching him a lesson for the future. A dark aura hovered around the second heir, foreshadowing an imminent fight between the brothers. Looking at the two of them, Sonia began to worry about the gentleman who was just starting to come around. She asked why he was getting in the way, since the second heir had also studied martial arts. But the guy asked her to step back and also decided to address the four guards lurking in the shadows in a loud voice. The surprised men in the tree heard the order not to interfere, even though they were guarding it. However, he asked not to anger him. His speech was interrupted by Sonia, clarifying that they were in the other direction. Enraged, Eugene began kneading his fist, declaring that the huffing brother had put on a great circus, adding that if he managed to land a single blow, he would call him Big Brother, but not to complain later. Rushing forward, Eugene wanted to incapacitate his brother with a single fist strike, but he reacted instantly. Not wanting to let his brother get too close, the boy swung the stick, wanting to strike vertically. The improvised sword passed within a few centimeters of Eugene's body, which he returned with ease from it. Suddenly, Bruno's hand changed its trajectory so that the stick hit his middle brother's shoulder. The wooden weapon broke immediately after a rather heavy blow, throwing Eugene back a few meters. With a loud shriek, still in flight, the middle brother asked himself what it was, not expecting such a thing. After hitting the tree and going down to the ground, the drunk guy kept asking himself how he did it. Walking up to him, Bruno asked if he had sobered up even a little, after which he asked to be called Big Brother. Smiling wryly, Eugene replied that of course he would, addressing him in a rather insulting tone. Afterward, he said it wasn't hard to say because that's who he is and therefore he has no shame. Whereupon he shouted that he would rather die than be treated with respect as a true big brother. Smiling, Bruno replied that he still hadn't sobered up, and so we'd have to club him further. The first blow came from my brother's arm, and then dozens of blows began to fly to different parts of his body. A dazed Eugene thought it couldn't be, hoping he was accidentally hitting them, and Sonia tried to stop him. But the first blow, and all the ones that followed, couldn't have been an accident. Brian had also asked his brother not to hit so hard. Eugene wondered how this was even possible. If it wasn't an accident, he was only recently a walking corpse. It was hard to believe that he could become so strong in such a short time just by doing exercises. He remembered Brian's words that he really had changed, and that he felt happy for the first time in a long time. But this only made the middle brother even angrier, realizing that he wouldn't change, and would definitely show his true colors. After all, he wouldn't fool him a second time, after which he began to concentrate energy around him, deciding to use magic. Bruno watched his brother's manipulations in amazement, recognizing the ability he wanted to use. Energy began to concentrate around Eugene's hand, and the boy declared that he would never trust him again. Calling his brother a demon, he lunged forward, determined to use a twisting kick to end this once and for all. He would make sure Bruno would finally rest in peace, after which he pointed his hand directly at his older brother's chest. However, the latter only smiled, putting Eugene into a confused and stupor, making him unknowingly tense up. With a deft but smooth movement, Bruno stepped to the side, easily moving away from his brother's hand, letting him pass him forward. The older brother clucked, saying that it was a pitiful sight, but it couldn't be helped since the middle brother was so persistent. Smiling wryly, Bruno lifted the stick up, happily stating that he would have to use a different method. Trying to dodge the sudden attack, Eugene mentally asked what method he was talking about and what he was going to do. While the guy was asking himself these questions, he didn't notice the stick, which with its edge was quickly heading towards his groin. It was a mistake for which Eugene paid a very expensive and painful price by not paying attention to the attack. There was a silent pause during which Sonia and Brian stared at the brothers in shock without any words. In the next second, the younger brother realized what had happened, after which he loudly started calling out to the middle brother. Brian rushed forward to help the second heir, but was immediately stopped by a wooden stick. As Eugene lay on the floor, curled up in pain, Bruno, smiling slightly, asked the younger man to stay back. After all, he wasn't finished yet, and what he had done was clearly not enough for prevention. Hearing this, Eugene was startled. As the drunken brother endured the blows, he thought he couldn't even tell him to stop because he was screaming in pain. Suddenly, Sonia grabbed the gentleman by the arms, begging him to stop, for he was unaided by the backlash he had inflicted on him. As suddenly the middle brother sat down on his knees, turning to his elder brother, for he does not want to die. He admitted he was wrong, but he can't believe he has to beg for his mercy. Bruno wondered loudly what he was thinking, and who had taught him to talk to his older brother like that. Eugene didn't know what to say to that, thinking that his brother had never acted like that, which was very strange. He remembered a word to his grandfather saying that Bruno thought he was the strongest warrior in the world, decided he had lost his mind. Then the old man asked him to be gentle with him, and right away, the middle brother declared that Bruno was the strongest warrior in the world. There was an awkward pause, during which Eugene hoped that the phrase could save his life. But suddenly both brothers laughed, and the older one declared that the middle one hadn't lost it at all, and should be pounded some more. After which he asked him to get on all fours. The still smiling Eugene sweated, not understanding the request. He's going to show him for being sarcastic because he doesn't take his words seriously. Obeying the order, Eugene struck a pose and Bruno asked how many punches, to which he received the answer 5. Smiling, the elder replied that 7 at the most. Let every stroke be carved on his heart. Eugene didn't understand why he had to ask then, but Bruno had already swung around for a backspin. He decided to use a blow of 25 times strength. It was enough to make his brother scream. When the sobered brother returned home, he immediately collapsed on his bed, saying there was not a living thing left on him. His body was burning, but he didn't understand why his older brother let himself beat people like some dogs. A picture of him calling him Big Brother flashed before his eyes, but it was for his own survival. He thought back to how many years had passed since he swore he would never call him that again. Once he was a little kid, running after him everywhere and calling him Big Brother, he was widely known as a genius and a scientist. But when his fault made the whole family's life a living hell, he felt that betrayal like no one else. Deep down, he believed Bruno would be the same, but time after time, he killed the hope in him. He couldn't believe that his older brother, who had been a vegetable for years, had beaten him up because such a thing was impossible. And he's so agile and strong that even Eugene, who practiced martial arts, couldn't resist him. He wondered how he knew how to fight and how he had reached such a high level in a short period of time. Suddenly, Brian came into his room with tears in his eyes, saying he didn't realize what a kind man his brother was. Wiping away tears, the younger brother said he let his older brother beat himself up to help him feel strong. The guy went on to say that he let it hit him in the back over and over again. However, that's beside the point. Eugene grabbed Brian by the shoulders, asked him what he was babbling about, and really think he would have done it, getting agreement in return. He marveled, for did his blow look trifling from the outside, for it meant that he was not just stronger than him. Brian wondered what was wrong with his groin, because tears spurted from his eyes when he saw him punch him there. Eugene immediately realized that this meant Bruno's abilities were simply prohibitive, even for him. Middle brother decided that he was indeed a genius of the great heavenly library, and he was finally able to wait. Brian asked again. He let it hit there, hoping he would pass out. However, he couldn't put it that way. Turning around, the younger brother looked at the middle ones with eyes full of anger, himself declaring that he would take revenge. The next morning, Sonia was saying that the gentleman was on top of things when he hit his brother and there was nothing he could do. Bruno thought he had managed to build up his stamina considerably. However, the movement is very far from perfect. His soul has not yet achieved full union with Bruno's body, which means his spirit, energy, and consciousness are not fully interacting. Spirit and ki he could develop through his own labors, but here was the problem. The matter with consciousness was different. Bruno's soul is now dead. His life experiences and memories have died with it. That's the problem. However, it would be nice to somehow restore his memories, if such an option is even possible. Sonia said that his younger brother would not be coming to wish him good morning today, but he was sure he would. Guy stated that Brian was a good boy, courteous and reasonable. He had never met anyone like him before. As the girl suddenly asked a question if he had met many people in his life, since he so seldom left the library, he immediately decided to get out of it somehow, but at that very second the gate opened loudly and his younger brother walked in. The boy and girl fell silent, watching Brian's so loud and sudden appearance, not knowing what to say. Pointing his finger at Bruno, the boy called him a villain, and the boy didn't understand why this good boy was acting like this. The younger one asked how he, the older brother, could do that, since the middle brother let him beat himself up. Suddenly, Brian pulled out his nunchucks, saying that he should know what happens when you act recklessly. Bruno remarked that this was the first time he'd ever seen someone seriously use these weapons. I didn't know he knew how to handle them. Sonia worriedly asked how the gentleman would respond to this behavior of the younger brother. At this time, the middle one came in as well. Without hesitation, he hit the younger man on the head with his fist, asking him who was using nunchucks at a time like this. Now Sonia was seriously frightened when she noticed the second heir, thinking that they wanted to attack her lord together. But Eugene only bowed, saying that he had come to wish good morning to his elder brother, asking if he had slept well. Bruno smiled, thinking that last night's spanking had finally brought his middle brother to his senses. Then he replied that he had slept well. Well, the bags under the eyes of the second heir did not escape his gaze, but he happily replied that it was all his work. After that, Eugene said that he would like to go somewhere with him. Then they headed to the sick man's quarters. They were greeted by Ben, who was surprised to see them. Eugene immediately said hello, and Bruno noticed a man lying on the bed. Harold, Eugene, and Brian's father said he hadn't seen Bruno in a while, but heard he was feeling much better. Bowing, the lad agreed, thinking that he hadn't come to see him because he was bedridden himself. Just as suddenly, the man grabbed his nephew's hand, saying he was happy and didn't think he would see him like this. Bruno replied that he was glad too, also noticing that his arms were very weak and his grip could barely be felt. He then ventured to ask what ailment he was suffering from, after which he apologized for the question, explaining that he had lost his memory. Harold sliced his eyes away, saying it wasn't a bodily ailment, more like a spiritual one, and the guy noticed that he was avoiding looking him in the eye. He realized that the man was afraid of Bruno, but decided to turn the tables by saying that it was probably because of Eugene. Harold smiled and said it was true. Something had come over him at one point, and he'd been getting drunk every day since. They then said their goodbyes, and on their way out, Eugene asked if his brother was going to his chambers, suggesting they go together. For a while they walked and chatted carelessly about everything and nothing, as if there was no animosity between them. Bruno thought that after meeting Harold, he was only convinced that the troubles of the Celestial Library family had started with him. He realized this because his uncle is afraid to look him in the eye. And not just his uncle, Bruno is afraid of literally everyone. That's how most of the people on the estate react to him. If he reveals the secret of the family's troubles, he'll be able to get his memories back. Mired in his thoughts, Bruno didn't immediately notice that Eugene was calling out to him, asking if he could hear him. When the older brother turned his head, he asked what he was thinking about so hard, becoming focused and gloomy. Bruno replied that it was no big deal, and Eugene asked if he remembered their childhood, but got a negative answer. The second heir said that when the latter was immersed in his thoughts, he usually secluded himself in the library. But when he changed, he stopped leaving his room altogether and never went into the library again. Eugene wanted to add something else, but Bruno suddenly shrieked that he could find the key to the memories in the library. Afterward, he thanked his brother and said they would see each other later, but Bruno's abrupt eagerness tensed Eugene. At this time, Ben asked Harold if he would be to him now, to which the man replied that Bruno wouldn't recognize him. He cried, said he could finally breathe a full breath and hoped the memories wouldn't come back to him. At the same second, Eugene burst into the chambers, telling his grandfather that there was trouble. You could see in his eyes that he wasn't lying. Gasping, the boy muttered in one breath that his older brother had gone to the library. He wanted to recover his memory. The men immediately became alarmed, realizing that their deepest fears were about to come true. Upon entering the huge room, Bruno immediately realized that this was the library where he spent a lot of time. He had hoped to find clues here to recover his memory, and the men were determined to stop him. After looking around the rather spacious room, the boy noticed that this was Bruno's private room in the library. As he walked along the racks, he turned his head, wondering how long it had been since the place had been cleaned, because everything was covered in dust. Suddenly, he noticed one book peeking out from a row of others neatly folded. With a hesitant movement, he took the book by the spine, seeing that it bore the quite ordinary title of Winter. This book was noticeably smaller on this one, meaning someone read it relatively recently. Maybe it's upside down for a reason. As he leafed through the pages, he noticed that several leaves had fallen out of the book, slowly sinking to the floor. Bending over, he began to pick up the unknown notes, but wanting to find out what it was and how it had found its way into the book. Guy noticed the handwriting, immediately realizing that they were letters, which he had only had time to examine with a cursory glance. Yes, you are all different, but addressed to the same person. The sender was someone named Julie. He couldn't remember. He wondered if Bruno had corresponded with someone. Maybe that persona had something to do with him moving into his body. However, he decided to read the letters later. Turning around, he wanted to put the book back in its original place. As suddenly the whole shelf tilted and began to fall on him, wanting to crush the guy with all its weight, not letting him get out. Bruno didn't realize what was going on. There was nothing left for him to do but cover himself, but he squeezed himself neatly between the shelves. As he lifted his head and looked around in surprise, he immediately realized that it was all an illusion from some unknown source. It seems that by putting the book there, he had activated the spatial trap he had foolishly fallen into. The next second he was outside during a snowy winter. I can see why the book is titled that way. He felt himself starting to freeze, saying that this illusion was too realistic and hard to believe. When he looked at his hands, he noticed his fingers were reddened from the cold, which he immediately tried to rub. A gentle female voice was heard asking if he was cold. The little boy turned his head in surprise. He also saw a beautiful woman who looked like him. It was his mom, who asked to give her hands. She wondered how they blushed that he would be so cold, but young Bruno told her not to worry, for it was nothing to a man. The woman laughed, saying that men get cold too, and she knew well that he was a homeboy. The boy answered nothing to this, while the mother pulled off her own mittens and handed them to her son. The guy said she'd freeze herself if he put them on, but the woman replied that he wouldn't go home until they finished the snowmen. If he's worried about her, they need to hurry up. Then she asked why he made 3 snowmen. Not getting an answer, she wondered again if it was their family, for those snowmen looked very happy. The woman smiled at how much they looked like them, then offered to show them to his dad, to which the boy marveled. Mom started yelling to her husband that Bruno had molded them out of the snow, at the boy trying to stop her, asking her not to tell his father yet. At this time, Bruno, who had found himself in the illusion, walked over to the snowman, grinning slightly as he looked at his creations. The blushing boy smiled, realizing that this must be a happy memory he wanted to remember. He then moved on to another time when he heard a question from a woman he knew asking if he had seen the plum blossoms. The man replied that of course he had seen it and immediately remembered it. Bruno stared at the picture in amazement. The concerned husband asked his beloved how she was feeling, to which the woman in bed replied that she was fine. She smiled painfully, saying she was happy because she could watch the spring blooms with her spouse. Smiling back, the man suggested she go together to watch the blooms when spring came. The woman agreed, then turned her head and beckoned her son over to her, reaching forward with her hand. The boy approached his mother uncertainly, looking at her sickly appearance, worrying for her with all his heart. Reaching out her hand to his face, she asked why he was crying, to which the boy said nothing, unable to hold back his tears. But in spite of her condition, the woman was smiling, wishing her son would remember her joyful. Then she said that she loved him. As suddenly Bruno, who was watching all this, involuntarily had a tear. Brushing a salty drop from the corner of his eye, the boy wondered where the tears came from. After all, this wasn't his life. Looking at the tear that was left on his finger, he realized that Bruno's memories left in this body had awakened. If he continues to be in this illusion, he will remember everything. It seems to be another very important memory. He saw Ben sitting on his knees crying, asking someone why he had just died leaving them. Now the boy began to remonstrate, for it had been 10 days since Bruno's mother had died, and now everyone was in mourning. As he looked at his father, he noticed that he had aged in a matter of days. The death of his wife had broken his heart and his zest for life. He now understood how Bruno had been left on the ground, whereupon he turned around, looking at the doorway in surprise. There stood a young boy who did not dare to go into the room, only silently observing what was happening. At the same second, Harold and young Eugene and Brian came running in from the street, anxiously following their father. The boys turned to their brother uncertainly, trying to look into his face, which he was unwilling to show. Eugene wanted to ask if he was okay or not, then he hesitated and looked fearfully into his older brother's face. The black-haired boy smiled slightly, but his eyes were completely blank, not expressing any emotion. Looking on from the sidelines, Bruno Sr. openly cried, realizing how hard it was for the child at that moment. A while later, the boy made his way to a lone tree that was studded with red leaves. Unnoticed from behind a tree, Eugene and Bruno Sr. watched him, having heard the boy calling for his parents. Didn't they tell him that they would watch the plum trees bloom together when spring came? They were already blooming, but they were gone. In a trembling voice, he asked where they were, why he thought they were watching the blossoms from somewhere else. Taking out a dagger and holding it to his throat, the guy smiled and said that he would go to them himself then. But at the same second, Eugene pounced on him from behind, loudly asking him to stop what he was doing. The weapon I had not had time to reach the boy's throat slammed into the ground a few meters away from them. The weeping second heir looked at his brother in horror as he asked why he was making such a fuss. Bruno smiled in defiance as his throat was slightly cupped, then said he was just going where he belonged. In that second, the realization came to the trapped guy that he had finally remembered everything. Somewhere in the distance, he heard voices calling him. Once he opened his eyes, he couldn't at first realize where he was. 4 men hovered over him, looking at him worriedly, while Sonia asked if the gentleman was okay. As Bruno lifted himself off the floor, he sighed heavily, causing his relatives even more distress. Rubbing the back of his head, the guy smiled, asking that they had finally come to read books, trying to guffaw. Brian immediately backed his brother up, saying it was a great joke, and Eugene said he fainted, and they got emotional. The one who looked the most worried, however, was the old man who was holding a book to his chest, asking if the guy was okay. Rising to his feet, Bruno replied that all he had done was activate the trap and visit the snowfield, but that was what Ben was interested in. The guy caught his train of thought, continuing the old man's question, if he could recover his memories. At this moment, all 4 of them froze. Very suddenly and abruptly, Bruno grabbed his head and started complaining of pain. Everyone immediately jumped up. But just as abruptly the guy calmed down, you ask, that's what always happens when memories come back. None of the 4 appreciated the joke, only looking at the first heir in shock, not daring to say anything. The first voice was raised by Sonia, who loudly declared that his jokes had gone too far and it wasn't funny. As he suddenly called out to the girl, also not forgetting to draw the attention of the 2 brothers, who were listening to him intently. Last of all, he turned to his grandfather, who already knew what his grandson wanted to tell them all. Lowering his head, Bruno quietly stated that he was fine and therefore they shouldn't worry, but it sounded unconvincing. But the next second he looked up, smiled, and said he wasn't going to faint anymore. Everyone looked at him in surprise, after which they unconsciously cried, realizing that Bruno's former desire had not returned to him. Brian and Sonia immediately ran to hug their brother, while the old man said that he could finally die in peace. The next day when Bruno woke up, he thought it was the first morning after all the memories came back. It's so invigorating, it's like he slept for days. His body feels so light and his mind is clear, like he's been reborn. He smiled, for now he could do what he had waited so long to do, and for which he had been diligently preparing for the past few days. He opened the window and beckoned to the guard, who landed on a tree branch at the first call, listening for orders. Leaning on the windowsill, the guy said he wanted to meditate and asked that no one be allowed in the room until he came out himself. Bruno clarified to not let Grandpa come in either, let them mean it. The man immediately accepted the order. Smiling awkwardly, the first heir thought it wasn't a good answer. They still seemed to be worried. As he closed the window, he realized there was nothing he could do to help, only to slowly and gradually gain their trust. But it was more important to circulate energy now. Now that he had recovered his memories, his soul was completely merged with his body. The energy core opened up to him, the inner energy taking shape, and he realized one important thing while he was studying the memories. Bruno had absolutely nothing to do with the soul swap. There was no information, even fleeting, about it in his memories. There are a lot of problems with the letters he exchanged with someone named Julie. But Bruno has nothing to do with the exchange of souls. It's possible someone outsider did it, but then it would be hard to figure out the person who might be capable of such a thing. So you need to focus on getting back to his previous level, because he has done it before, he will do it now. 5 more years, 10 years at most, and he would be able to return to his previous level with the help of elixirs, herbs, and mystical creatures. Fortunately, this place is very favorable to development. The Great Heavenly Library is famous for its impregnable fortress. It is comparable to a mountain in its height. Traps are embedded in the wall, even in the arches. Each zone also has traps. Besides, it is an ancient genus with a long history that if Bruno wanted to, he would buy mountain ginseng or fleece flower root. Harry will benefit from anything he can reach. He doesn't want to be just the eldest son of the great celestial library. No matter what others said, he was Harry, not Bruno, and no amount of reminiscing could change that fact. However, there was something that was currently confusing the guy, namely the 4 people who were watching him. 2 brothers, an old man and an uncle who kept their eyes on the first heir, and he in turn didn't understand what they were doing here. At this time, the men looked at the smiling fellow, and the old man asked in wonder why his face was so radiant. Bruno's skin had been faded and rough, but now his skin tone was so light and even better than many girls. Ben said that was all well and good, of course, but he was still worried about him. Brian whispered that he was talking too loud. The old man started to speak more quietly as Eugene suddenly sneezed very loudly, causing the relatives standing nearby to be displeased. The second heir laughed awkwardly, trying to apologize only to receive reproachful looks in response. Suddenly, a window opened in front of them and Bruno looked out, which managed to take everyone by surprise. Also, unexpectedly, the guy smiled, stating that Grandpa had come, and yes, Uncle was here too. Everyone was just as surprised. The old man said he had skipped breakfast because he was meditating, after which he asked if there was anything bothering him. Despite what he told him yesterday, he still doesn't believe it, though given Bruno's actions, it's not surprising. Suddenly the guy stood up in a stand, shrieking loudly, which not weakly surprised all his relatives. Changing stands, the first heir told his grandfather that he really had changed, though he had all his memories back. At first, the old man smiled, repeating his grandson's last phrase, after which he realized the meaning of the above words. However, the guy only smiled, saying that he hadn't changed his mind since yesterday, so they could all calm down. At the same second, a shiver came over Ben, and tears came out of his eyes, after which he said that the child had outdone himself. The four men then hugged each other, brimming with tears, while Bruno looked at them awkwardly. He was uncomfortable being in such an atmosphere, and he didn't know if he should cry with them or what to do at all. He decided to just stand and watch the joyous relatives who had peace of mind for the first time in a long time. After Harry got Bruno's memories back, he realized why the Celestial Library was considered one of the 3 great libraries for a reason. At a glance, it was clear that there were over 100 magical seals placed on the library, but he knew exactly how they were placed. This knowledge and excellent wit would be of use to him yet, but for now he had another matter to attend to, after which he turned to his grandfather. He invited him into his chambers quite politely, pointing with his hand to the table, saying he needed to speak with him. According to Bruno's recollection, there are 1 or 2 rotten spots in the library that disturb the peace of this great family. In order to bring the library back to its former state, you need to tear out the already rotted roots that are preventing it from budding. The guy said he needed a healing elixir to speed up the recovery process of his body and soul. Ben immediately agreed. For now, he decided to give him the ginseng and multi-flowered Highlander they had in store. They certainly hadn't gone bad in 100 years. Get out of the room, the old man added that he would go himself, pick out the best ones and send them to him. The guy was fine with that. He noticed that his brothers were waiting for his grandfather at the exit. When asked what they were doing here, they only smiled awkwardly. He decided to let that moment pass, however. As he was just about to say something to them, Brian cheered, and Eugene wondered. Bruno said that today is the day for Eugene to find out what condition the library is in and document it. But the brother assured him that this was not necessary, for the superintendent had all the information of the families living in the district. But he was away on business, so he would only be able to find out everything from him in 10 days, but not before. Bruno has memories of the manager, Henry. He is a man who can be trusted. He was previously in charge of the library. However, his trust in the administrator is too great, as the second heir know nothing about the family estate. Eugene added that if the latter didn't mind, he would like to compete with him since he had already honed his fighting skills. Bruno called his brother closer and then, taking a stick from Sonia, ordered him to quickly get on all fours. Starting to beat up the second heir, the guy asks who owns the Great Heavenly Library, him or the manager. Finished with the prophylaxis, he ordered his brother to leave, then turned to Brian, saying he had a talent for putting seals on. Making a serious face, the first heir asked if he knew how many seals were placed on their family. The younger brother sweated and tensed up, answering in a trembling voice that if you counted everything, including magic traps, it was around 100. As the boy was about to leave, Bruno called out to him, ordering him to get down on all fours. Brian immediately clawed at his leg, shouting apologies, but the older man only said he should have stayed out of the nunchaku business. When he beat him, he would say that the seals and 120, and he didn't care that he was the youngest because that's no way to treat a family. And after that, he gave his brother 3 days to check on everyone who works for the library and to check on all the seals and machinery. If something needs fixing, do it immediately and report it to him. You also need to check the functionality and condition. As soon as the younger brother had withdrawn, Bruno beckoned to Sonia, who immediately shrieked that she would try her best. He sat down at the table, taking a cup of tea, then told the girl to take away her quill and write at dictation. She looked at the gentleman in surprise, sitting down at the table uncertainly, and all pen in hand, not understanding what it was for. But the guy reminded her that she said she would do anything. She agreed. However, she didn't get an answer from her question. However, he had no intention of answering it, saying that the first sentence was dedicated to Dear Chad. Sonia asked if it was a letter for Chad. Maybe it would be better if he wrote it himself, since the handwriting would be different. Thinking about it, the guy clearly realized that now he also had a different handwriting, and therefore there was not much difference. He had tried several times to replicate Bruno's handwriting, but to no avail. Even though it came out similar, the details were different. Before she sends the letter, she reports to her grandfather He doesn't want to explain to him what happened to his handwriting. Bruno says he wants to see her handwriting, whatever it is. With this letter, he wants to invite Chad to the library. The girl interjected hopefully, thinking that she would be able to see once more the Mr. Chad she had so much admired. The guy asked if she liked him, to which she got the answer that he was so manly, loyal, and generally the coolest guy in the world. Then she asked the gentleman to dictate, for she would write very beautifully. Bruno realized that if she started with that, she would agree at once. However, it was clear from Bruno and Chad's correspondence that the latter was out of his mind. If Sonia found out, she wouldn't think he was cool. While the girl drove the pen on the paper, the guy thought to himself that the manager would be back in exactly 10 days. At this time, the man standing at the window was told that the heir to the great library had changed, and apparently he didn't know it yet. The one replied that even if the whole world changed, the heir wouldn't change. He probably decided to play a prank on everyone just like last time. He had been waiting for this to finally be able to support the heir, but he was bored of waiting so long. While picking up a pot of herbaceous plant to move it to another location, he accidentally dropped it and broke it. Looking down, the man stated that he still needed to help the heir of the great heavenly library after all. The next day, Bruno sat in his chambers in the lotus posture, trying to meditate, one thing very much in his way. The unpleasant aroma that hung in the air made it hard to concentrate and finally pissed me off. It had been a long time since he had smelled such a horrible stench. It didn't even compare to the stench from old people's mouths or the stench from a corpse. He couldn't sit there and smell it any longer, and then stood up, deciding to head out to find the source of the foul odor. He was recovering one of his 3 means of self-defense, which is the use of his own blood. However, the recovery was not finished. With whole blood, one can easily repel the opponent's strikes on the energy points that are in the body. The moment when the enemy attacks a defended point can be used for a quick and decisive counterattack. Even though she hadn't practiced that much, but she was satisfied that she was already able to achieve that blood condition, which was good progress. Bruno decided to call Sonia, who was supposed to be outside the door waiting for his orders. Hopefully she hadn't died from the stench. As soon as the girl entered the room, the guy was surprised at her appearance, which was very striking. Sonia's face was covered with a wet rag, and her expression was one of disgust and displeasure. He immediately asked what that stench was, but the girl herself didn't know, for it came from nowhere. Also, she didn't know what to do. She shuddered at the thought that neither could corrode her beautifully delicate skin, but the guy suggested they get out of here. As they left the house, they looked in shock at the people who had similarly covered their noses and mouths with rags to lessen their sense of smell. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice telling someone that they were doing well, and there was still a little bit left. As the 2 boys approached, they noticed Eugene and Brian asking what the matter was, in response to which the brothers immediately greeted the older man. Whereupon the second heir stated that Brian was fixing the east gate, and he seems to have fouled the air in the entire library. Junior started to deny everything, saying that this gate was rarely used and the protective seal was broken, so he decided to fix it. However, he sincerely didn't understand where the stench suddenly came from. After all, it couldn't be because of faulty seals. Could prove he was lying, since he had a lot of people with him. But Bruno realized Brian wouldn't lie. Though he has weaknesses, he's never lied to anyone, especially when it comes to magic. He's far more capable than him. Bruno ordered the younger man to check everything again and try to find the source of the stench, and asked Eugene to help his brother. The guy himself decided to make a quick retreat, and when asked where he was going, he replied that he had other things to do. Walking down a busy street nearby, Bruno didn't run away from this war. He decided to find out what happened to the world after his death. But he doesn't know anyone here, since before Bruno fell into depression, he socialized with many famous scientists and writers. He had hoped that he could meet some of them here, but it didn't happen. However, he did offer Sonia a drink. Entering an unremarkable restaurant, they took a table, and the guy's attention was attracted by the strange types who sat at a neighboring table. He immediately realized that they were beggars of war, as the girl suddenly raised her voice loudly, asking if the beggars knew her master. They answered nothing, and while the lad reflected that the heir to the library had indeed read a great number of books, a little while later, the waitress brought them their drinks, causing Sonia to get excited and Bruno to stare out the window. He noticed some familiar people in a nearby restaurant who were also drinking and chatting casually. They weren't close to Bruno. Well, this level of familiarity would be enough to figure out Murim's current state with them. Suddenly, his pleasant thoughts were spoiled by a loud, unpleasant voice demanding that a superior be brought here immediately. The guilty employee of the establishment bowed low, while the customer loudly questioned why there was a mosquito in his soup. The man shouted that he wouldn't fool anyone, even if he decided to hide it at the very bottom, because he found it when he ate the whole plate. The employee began bowing low, trying to find an argument and apologize with free soup and wine, but the man was not interested. The frightened waiter didn't know what to offer the customer as an apology, but he named a price of 10 silver coins. The huge man reiterated his demands, adding that if he got them, the matter would be closed. The employee tried to reply something, but the man yelled for him to stop thrashing his tongue and pay for him to eat mosquito soup. Looking at this picture, Bruno sighed heavily, thinking that there were people like this everywhere, then gave orders to Sonia. The second the nasty customer pulled out a sword and put it to the employee's throat, saying it would make him change his mind. The man's further speech was interrupted by a woman's voice that tried to draw his attention. Approaching the armed man, the girl handed him the pouch, saying that it seemed the mosquito soup had really upset him. So her master asked her to give him 10 silver coins. At this time, Bruno thought he hates to be noisy during his dinner. Sonia suggested that the man not cause mayhem here, asking him to take that money and calm down. The customer smiled at the girl, shifting his gaze from her to the gentleman she was talking about wordlessly. He noticed that the long-haired guy was well-dressed, had a white face and slender body, which meant he was some kind of nobleman. And his bodyguards don't look strong, especially if they were strong, he wouldn't be offering me money. Placing the sword on his shoulder, the insolent man declared that 10 silver would not be enough now. He decided to name a new price of 30 silver coins. That would definitely appease him. Sonia looked at him with a smile. Not holding back, the girl replied that not only had he forgotten his place, but he was also greedy. Such speech surprised the man. Bruno, who had been sitting silently until then, smiled wryly and asked Sonia what she thought about it, in response to which the girl only smiled evilly, trying to contain her rage, saying that she agreed with the lord. The cheeky customer shifted his gaze to the guy sitting by the window, asking him what he just said, but that was his mistake. He didn't notice the sudden movement of the girl, who grabbed him firmly by the throat with her hand, preventing him from moving. With her other hand, she gripped his arm tightly, wrenching the joint, thus causing him severe pain. The man screamed loudly in pain, thus attracting the attention of all the customers inside. In the next second, Sonia easily pushed the man away from her, throwing him farther away from her. This attitude did not please the man, who insulted the girl, saying that she had come upon the wrong person. He didn't have time to say anything, however, as Sonia moved closer to him rather quickly, swinging her leg for another blow. In the next instant, people on the street watched a man's body fly out from the second floor of the restaurant. Unable to find any support or help, he landed painfully on the ground, hearing only the terrified screams of people. Having finished his lunch, Bruno called Sonia over, and the girl handed the bag of money to her host, saying it was as compensation. She then briskly followed her master, not wanting to lose sight of him for a moment. The girl stopped on the stairs, glancing in surprise at the guy who had stopped in the doorway. As they got closer to the exit, Sonia took a dumbfounded look at the reason for their stop, then hurried over to the gentleman. Outside, a group of people were waiting for them, and one of the men said he couldn't believe someone had bathed their brother in mud. Afterwards, a formidable-looking man with an eye patch asked who did it so he could personally deal with the culprit. Making a dumbfounded face, Bruno immediately pointed at the girl, saying that she had done it, which gave Sonia a look of shock. She's panicked, thinking about how she has to protect the Lord, be his shadow, but she has to hold on. As suddenly the girl turned to the strangers, loudly asking them to watch their words, ask if they knew who was standing in front of them. She added that the man was the one who first started the fight and was also groups with her master, after which she asked them to clean up. The gang leader was unwilling to listen to such insolence towards them, whereupon he waved his hand, ordering them to grab the girl. However, Bruno's guards were unwilling to stand still either, pulling out their weapons, ready to repel the attack. The people Bruno had spotted in a nearby restaurant noticed that things were getting noisy outside and a fight was breaking out. They froze in surprise, scrutinizing the guy who stood there with a calm expression. All four of them immediately recognized him as the first heir of the great heavenly library, causing them to be even more surprised. At this time, Sonia had already taken out her first opponent with a leg kick to the chin, taking him out of the game completely. Bruno thought they were outnumbered, but Sonia had excellent fighting skills, so the fight would soon be over. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking if he remembered them. Han, the heir of the Soman family, and John, the heir of the House of Flaming Loyalty, approached him. The guy immediately said hello to them, saying that his health had improved, so he decided to go for a walk for the first time in a long time. He then suggested that his friends sit at the table and have a quiet conversation while the bodyguards dealt with the conflict. The guys turned around, noticing two girls approaching them, who were also invited to come with them. The White House owner's daughter, Gerda, and the master's daughter, Inna, glanced over, thinking that this was the one who was the heir to the great heavenly library. He seems to actually be better than various rumors describe him. If they go with them, I can learn more about the heir. One of the guys asked Bruno if they would leave his bodyguards like that too, but he only pointed at Sonia, saying that was his companion. At that very second, the gang leader decided to hit the girl stealthily while she turned away and looked at the Lord with tears. They went back to the restaurant, and one of the guys said there's been a lot of commotion around lately, though it's not as noticeable. Perhaps they just can't believe their leader is dead. It seems like Harry is about to appear out of nowhere. John couldn't believe he was dead either, for it was said that his skill reached to the heavens, and in all of Murim he had no equal. And his only downside was that he was fat, but a lot of people said he still looked cool. Inna added that, although the rumors seem unbelievable, after this mess with the brigands, she's starting to believe them. Looking at his reflection in the shot glass, Bruno asked if there was any place in the world that wasn't part of Murim. For wherever you are, you will be in Marima. However, it is getting dark. He was honored to spend the evening with such lovely people. They were sad to see him go, and Hans said that he was leaving for his mother's tomorrow, but Bruno replied that they would meet again if they had the chance. Looking out of the window, they saw their comrade off, saying they would have another drink together, after which they wished him safe passage home. As he approached Sonia, the guy was still looking at his companions and waving to them without removing the good-natured smile from his face. John said that now that he was back, sooner or later the rumor of the heir to the great heavenly library would spread. Gerda agreed with him, adding that she couldn't wait for his new accomplishments, which were just around the corner. She would be able to see what he was capable of in the great battle of the celestial dragon. But in the meantime, Bruno was interested in what was up with the stench in the library. Not hearing a reply, he turned around asking why she wasn't answering. The girl, unsure, answered in commas that the stench hadn't gone away and something else came out. Bruno looked at the girl in surprise, not realizing what was wrong with her face, then asked what exactly came out. Back to his brothers, they noticed his return, noticing that thankfully it didn't stink as badly anymore. A disgruntled Eugene closed his eyes and asked him if he had heard what had come out in his absence. Covering one eye, the middle brother suggested that it was a very smelly spirit that was responsible for the stench. In response to which Bruno angrily shouted that it was a hexagonal serpent. Hearing this, the middle brother was startled out of surprise. The six-cornered serpent is a spiritual being in the form of a serpent, one of the 100 great spirits, and is the cause of stench. Thanks to green blood, you can greatly increase your internal energy and gain immunity to any poison. However, he has one big drawback, the worst stench, and even if you manage to get his blood because of the stench, will still vomit. In addition, getting blood will be quite problematic. For the greatest effect, it is better to suck the blood directly from the snake. After all, if you first pour the blood into a cup and then drink the blood from that cup, half the benefit is lost. And now his whole family was watching the boy, with his nostrils completely plugged, trying to bite through the skin of the snake. The first one who couldn't stand it was Ben's assistant, who immediately ran off, saying he had urgent business to attend to. Eugene, Brian, and Sonia followed suit, saying that their brother had also given them an errand, to which the old man said that they were worthless people. However, it was too late and they ran away. Turning his head, the old man saw his grandson take the dried body of the snake away from his mouth. A shiver ran through the man as he pointed his finger at the snake, saying the smell was just awful, then asked if his grandson was okay. Bruno reeked very strongly of a foul odor, however the guy smiled contentedly, saying it was fine. Without hearing his grandson's reply, the grandfather headed for the exit, shouting loudly that he would then go about his business. Bruno himself could not stand the stench. He felt like he was going to die, but he held on with his last strength not to fall. Now he had a better chance of regaining his former strength within 5 years anyway. 3 sources of power. Bruno knew all about them. Hexagonal serpent, medicinal herbs, poisonous insect. They are considered the 3 main sources of energy. He himself was not familiar with the benefits of plants and insects, but he had heard that their effects were comparable to the power of the 5 great spirits. Suddenly, Bruno called out to Eugene, saying that he knew he was here. The guy standing outside the door shuddered. With a hesitant step, the second heir entered the room, apologizing to his brother, wondering what he had done wrong. However, Bruno had no intention of scolding his brother, only holding out the corpse of the snake to him, thus frightening the second heir. He asked why exactly he should throw it away, but the first heir cried out that such a valuable item should not be thrown away. Bruno asked to dry his hide 4 days in the sun and a week in the shade. Rad then split into equal parts and put away somewhere for storage. Asked what good it would do, Eugene got a huge tirade in response about the health benefits, then agreed to run the errand. Also, the older brother asked to get him a 5-day supply of medicine. Eugene asked where he could get it. Bruno replied that in order to increase the effectiveness of the kite's blood, it was necessary to reduce food intake for a few days. So for about 5 days he would not eat, but Eugene hardly listened to him, trying not to inhale the foul odor. Running out of the room, the middle brother shrieked how dare he even ask such a question, whereupon he ran off to find a sunny spot. The eldest heir then turned to Sonia, asking if she had heard everything. Not sure, peeking into the room, she nodded. He had another request for her, to ask his grandfather to get him some medicinal plants and poisonous insects. If she told him so, he'd figure it out for himself. If she figured it out, she could go right now to run an errand. When he lifted his head, however, he noticed that the girl had already gone. So quickly had she retreated from him. Left alone, Harry thought reproachfully in Bruno's body about how heartless they all were. It had been 6 days after absorbing the blood of the hexagonal serpent. Bruno was in his chambers and meditated, concentrating his energy. It appeared to give him a very hard time, but the second he did, he looked up and smiled, thinking he had reached 2 stars. He already had magical vision available to him, thanks to which he began to pick up even the smallest details. The same thing happened to his hearing, for he could hear his brother in the other room asking who said you couldn't eat for so long. They wanted to follow their older brother, because if he could do it, they could do it too. But he didn't understand why they were doing it. But even still, his new brothers aren't so bad. The more he spends time with them, the more they seem nice. Walking over to the mirror, he noticed that once again all his clothes were soiled. Apparently, after uniting his body, residual toxins had come out of him. Moving a little closer still, the eldest heir examined his face more closely, trying to get used to the change. It took him a long time to get used to this face, but it seems he's starting to get used to the look. And the only thing that embarrassed him was that he was still too skinny. Thicker arms would look prettier in hand strikes. Since he had reached a new level, his martial arts should also increase, however. The guy didn't know how to test it. He clearly realized that his relatives and Sonia would make a fuss again and decide that he wasn't feeling well. Then he decided to try out the Kyorin technique on his right hand first. After all, it shouldn't cause any inconvenience to those around him. And at the same second his arm began to reshape. Kyorin is a technique with which you can reshape the bones in the body. This technique was originally used to enter a room through small openings. However, this use was useless, for it was much more useful to use against one's opponents. Looking at his shrunken arm, the guy thought that because his level was still low, the process was slow. It reminded him of a monk who knew the magic of bones better than any other man. Then he came to Harry and stated that he was just developing a new technique, offering to let him look at it. After demonstrating the new ability, he stated that he could instantly become a spirit thanks to this technique. Unlike Kyorin, this technique is on a completely different level, close to divine, and will get you out of any place. Harry asked if one had to be locked up somewhere to use this technique, since one could kill those who locked him up. Hearing this, the monk was very upset, for he had expected a completely different reaction, perhaps even praise. However, the man sincerely did not understand why the monk had invented such an unnecessary technique that he himself would never use. As suddenly a voice was heard behind the door, announcing that it had brought him a change of clothes. The guy immediately motioned for the girl to come in. Sonia entered the room with a new set of clothes, asking if he was done with his workout, to which she heard yes. She held out a neatly folded cloth to him, deciding to address the gentleman uncertainly. He was curious as to what she needed. She said she had to go to a servants' meeting, so she needed to get away. The guy replied that she might not report such a thing. Sonia smiled happily, explained that she was his shadow after all, but Bruno reminded her that she would be late. At the meeting of the warriors, the man said that they surely knew how the heir had changed, and that he had given up his past lifestyle. The man behind the pulpit was loudly broadcasting that he was the heir, and thus the representative of the great heavenly library. Naturally, he will be socializing with highly respected people who will be looking at him very closely. Hence, bodyguards should not only protect him from danger, but also from ruining his reputation. Those who had recently clashed with were from the sect. Word had reached them that they were going to attack the library. So not only must they protect the heir, but they must also ensure the safety of everyone here. This is the meaning of their lives. The man was about to add something else when he suddenly noticed a man running up to him. Putting his hand to his mouth, the younger guy began to whisper the senior heir's new assignment, but the whisper came out quite loud. The man behind the pulpit asked if he had said why he was looking for him, to which he received a no. This caught Sonia's attention. She had told him that the bodyguards in the meetings after all, yet he still called for their leader, but he never did. The girl decided she had to stay with him in case something happened, at which time their leader headed towards the heir. At this time, Bruno was sitting quietly in the room at a table, not compulsively reading one of the books lying on the table. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door, thus drawing the attention of the second heir. A low voice outside the door informed the lord that the leader of the bodyguards had arrived and was awaiting his orders. Bruno was surprised to think that they must be having a meeting right now, then asked what was wrong. It was something he needed to say, but according to his memories, the two of them had been in some sort of special relationship. Letting the man inside, the guy said I was supposed to have a meeting, however. The man had come to report important information to him. Crossing his arms over his chest, Bruno looked at the leader of the bodyguards in surprise, asking what important information he had. Smiling, the man stated firmly and confidently that he would like to be more active in helping him with all sorts of things. The boy frowned, for he had never asked for this, and it was strange that the man had taken the initiative himself. In the same second, the leader placed a small knife on the table, showing the boy its incredibly sharp blade, after which he smiled evilly and asked if he didn't want to die. The guy didn't answer anything, only surprised at such a statement. A little earlier, the man who dropped the vase of flowers had said that they would help the heir to accomplish what he had started. The leader of the bodyguards asked if he hadn't refused the poison then, to which he received the reply that apparently he didn't want to leave alone. At the time, the man was confused that he was not dead. However, now he feels that it is even better. If the heir decided to end his life at such a moment, the great heavenly library would definitely come to an end. Turning around, he asked what the leader was worried about, to which he replied that he had heard from Eugene that the first heir was studying martial arts. The mustachioed man was surprised, for this was indeed strange. However, he still didn't understand why it bothered them so much. The leader smiled awkwardly and said it was no big deal, but his interlocutor didn't believe his words. Asked not to worry, even if Bruno overpowers the martial arts. He is not threatened by them as he trusts them a lot. He has to remember that the heir must commit suicide, so he can't just kill him. But if he starts to resist, you should just slit his throat and then tell him he did it himself. The leader of the bodyguards was dumbfounded by such an order, on top of hearing the fact that it was a rather simple task. And now, sitting in front of Bruno, the man asked, divorced, not happy to see the knife, for now is the time to use it. Before the heir departed, he called a meeting of bodyguards to be alone with him, which was quite convenient. Right now, however, he was wondering if anything, why it had all started, how deeply he was involved, needed answers. Bruno said that the man still thinks he wants to die, but he doesn't, to which he received the reply that people don't change that quickly. With a serious expression on his face, the first heir stated to the commander that he was no longer the same as before. The man didn't like that answer, for he knew he had a pretty dirty job ahead of him now. Striking sharply a little below his chest, the commander asked in that case, just hold still and let him finish quickly. Bruno noticed that the blows were struck at the sky support point, and the strong rivers hitting them would paralyze the entire body. Smiling, the guy replied that as long as he wanted to die, no way came. But as soon as he decided to live, it comes so easily. The commander replied that he was talking about himself as if he were another person, but the desire to die still belonged to him. But what if the heir dies at the very moment when everyone was just rejoicing that he would live? After him, the others will die. And the third heir will lose their mind, they will drown their sorrow in alcohol, they will become worthless people. Clenching his hand into a fist, the leader declared that that was when it would end, to which Bruno replied that he had a very long tongue. He didn't really understand the meaning of this phrase. The heir explained that he had hardly thought it all up himself, and then asked who else was involved. The man cried out loudly, asking what was wrong with him, for nothing would change if he listened to what he had to say to him. But the guy only grinned, asking the commander to open his eyes, clearly repeating that he had changed his mind. Seeing the guy get up from the table, the man was surprised, asking how he could move, since he must be paralyzed. Slowly rubbing his stomach, Bruno concluded with a disgruntled look that he would not simply answer his questions. Taking the sword out of its sheath, the man commented that this was surprising, for he didn't know he had such tricks in store. After which he pointed the blade towards the guy. Hopefully he could resolve things quickly right now. Bruno, however, grabbed the table with one hand, then threw it upwards, thus knocking the blade aside. This infuriated the commander even more, who chopped the table in two, but noticed that there was no one in front of him. Stealthily going around the man's back, the eldest heir asked him in a calm voice not to break things. The dumbfounded warrior turned around, mentally asking himself where he got that reaction and why he was so calm. Abruptly turning around, he got into a fighting stance and swung his sword at the guy who didn't even think of defending himself. However, instead of a sword, the leader of the bodyguards pointed his hand towards Bruno, wanting to grab him so he wouldn't escape. When his hand was a few centimeters away from the guy's face, the heir asked himself what he was trying to portray. His arm was folded as if he was about to use the dragon or tiger technique, but it was impossible to tell for sure. It could have been that he had decided to sparadize the pussycat, but right now that was the most unlikely outcome. In any case, it didn't stop the young man from leaning slightly, thus easily evading the attack with little to no strain. However, the commander intended it that way, saying he was lucky and came back, but the true attack was different. He declared that more luck would not help him. Along with that, he pointed the tip of his blade at the side of the eldest heir. However, and from this blow the fellow came back, saying he had half an hour, in which time he must show the best he could. The commander began to concentrate the aura around him, telling the heir that he was very greedy, for he wanted to live for another half hour. After which he lunged again, pointing the tip of his blade towards the guy, hoping to make a successful lunge. Bruno did not put his arm out in front of him, allowing the sword to penetrate his sleeve to deflect the blade again. He managed it quite easily. Putting his hand behind his back, the guy took a few steps closer to the leader of the bodyguards. Now it was his turn to attack. Without using any weapons, Bruno decided to go over the points on his body. The heir's fingers moved quickly from one point to another, delivering barely perceptible strokes. Sensing something amiss, the man bounced to the side, hopefully breaking the distance to assess his injuries. He thought it was fortunate Bruno didn't have time to block all of his energy points, but his speed was astounding. When the second heir said he was beaten up by his older brother, he took it as a joke, but as it turned out, it was true. This caused another fit of anger. Then the man stated that it would be difficult to make him kill himself, so he would kill him himself. After that, the commander straightened his arm with a sharp movement, creating a blow of incredible strength that headed towards the guy. However, the sword that was aimed at the heir's face slammed into the wall with a crunch, causing him no harm. The guy then saw for himself the hand-to-hand combat speed of the warrior, who wished to overtake him with his hands. But even that failed to hit the heir, who easily dodged every blow sent at him. Without stopping his attack, the man couldn't understand how he avoided his attack by simply moving in steps. All this time, it was within his reach, but he couldn't hit it once, no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, Bruno smiled and declared that half an hour had passed, a phrase that caused a fit of rage mixed with consternation. The boy then declared that he had had enough, whereupon he extended his hand toward the dazed man in a sharp motion. Not willing to give up so easily, the leader of the bodyguards put his hand out in front of him, determined to create a defense. It was too slow, however. The first heir was at his back in a second, delivering the final blows to the points. In the same instant, the warrior felt unable to move, and the points that had been struck recoiled in pain. With a trembling voice, the man asked the heir how so, since he could hit the points that could kill him. However, he did not, whereupon the warrior asked him what he wanted from him to get him over to his side. Suddenly, Bruno but laughed, replying that he had a talent for comedy. This is because someone like him was absolutely unnecessary to him. Such a response infuriated the man, but he could do nothing but shiver and glare angrily at his opponent. Then the first heir started waving his hand, asking him to stop talking nonsense and just get on his knees. However, the man could not consciously obey the order as he suddenly felt dizzy and began to fall. Feeling unbearable pain, he heard Bruno's voice saying that he shouldn't have gotten so cocky, for he must have realized who he was challenging. In that second, the man's body began to deform at a horrible pace. Eventually, a huge ball of flesh lay in the man's place, and the guy reiterated the question of who else was involved. As soon as he repeated his question, the lump of flesh began to beg for mercy, but the guy asked him to shut up for a moment. He felt someone coming, immediately realizing there were two of them, and in the next second he immediately recognized the people coming. Peeking out from behind the door, he called loudly to his younger brothers, who had come to the house to look for him. An overjoyed Eugene and Brian started asking how he knew they were coming, figuring he was just waiting them out. Letting the brothers into the room, the middle one noticed that he opened the door for them and even called out to them, while the younger one froze fearfully. The dumbfounded guys immediately started asking what it was and who the carcass was, to which they received the answer that it was the captain of the guard. Eugene asked in surprise that he was talking about the bodyguard Gunther, to which he received a nod in response, and Brian ran forward. He asked in shock that the plague had come to them, for he didn't know it could cause such a thing, then offered to take him to a healer. Bruno, however, stated that it was not a plague, after which he asked the captain to speak as to how they went about it. He wondered who had started it all and who was involved, at which time tears began to flow where the captain's eyes had been. Eugene didn't understand what was going on, looking at his brother in surprise, who was in no hurry to answer. The mass of flesh began to tremble, begging for mercy, not saying he had made a mistake, but choosing to tell all for mercy. Their leader is the manager. 8 bodyguards out of 32, including his and his deputies, are involved. Another person from the academic staff and 5 people from the accounting department were also involved. Hitting the table, Eugene loudly insulted the manager, asking how a person could be so evil. Bruno replied that you can't blame only him, then asked what the 2 of them had been doing all this time since he was going crazy. But he didn't understand how they had gotten this family to this point, to which Brian replied that their roof wasn't holding up well either. Eugene didn't dare to add anything. At the first, heir realized that somehow Bruno was to blame for everything. He asked Junior to activate the outer seals and raise the barrier around the library, and Junior asked if he was going to tell his grandfather. However, nothing will happen if you tell him everything after dealing with this, then turned to Eugene, asking him to catch the bodyguards. The black thunderstorm darkness that the second heir used was a technique in which the sky and earth are consumed by darkness and lightning begins to strike. It prevents people from even finding each other in a crowd, but Bruno said it's not serious enough to make such a fuss. The main thing was to find the manager, the organizer of this rebellion. He asked his brother if he knew any weaknesses of those the commander had uncovered. After a moment's thought, he replied that he knew something about Mike. He had heard that he loved his family very much, which meant he was willing to betray them for her sake. This information was enough for the first heir, who smiled and asked his brothers to start the operation. At this time, while on the formation, the bodyguards silently and attentively listened to the deputy commander's speech. Without stopping to speak, the deputy thought about the commander's delay, wondering if he had everything under control. As if answering his question, something fell from the sky incredibly fast, raising a column of dust around the warriors. Everyone immediately crowded around the unidentified object, saying in amazement that something unknown had fallen from the sky. A ball of flesh appeared in front of their eyes, trembling and begging for mercy. Everyone immediately realized it was a human. Sonia, who was standing next to them, immediately recognized the voice and who it belonged to, causing her to fall into a stupor. She was sure it was their commander, after what he was leaving to meet the Lord. She didn't understand what had happened to him. A sense of dread suddenly came over her, for if something happened to the Lord, it meant she was a terrible bodyguard. Tears welled up in her eyes at the same second as Sonia suddenly flinched when she heard another familiar voice. Eugene shouted that he had tried to kill his older brother, but he was overcome by a curse. He wanted to scare the warriors present. Turning around, the girl, seeing her master, immediately smiled, anxiously asking if he was all right. Without answering her question, he only said that her commander seemed to be lying there, causing the girl to stiffen. The guy then looked at the deputy, asking why he had a face like he'd never seen something like this before. Sonia noticed it too and then turned around, noticing that the other 6 were the same. As the truth suddenly came to her, her face contorted into an angry grimace and she was ready to kill them. The situation was soon resolved. The bodyguards who were involved in the conspiracy did not even deny their guilt. But the rebellion was put down, and they must have been confused by his appearance because they thought he would die at the hands of the commander. Bruno made himself comfortable in his chair, wondering just how much time and effort it had taken the manager to tear half the library apart. And how could he get back all the wealth and books that had been sold, yet no one could answer these questions. And at the same second, Eugene's voice came from behind the door and said that he had personally brought Mike in. The heir immediately ordered them to go, letting his brother, who was leading the frightened young lad, into the library. Bruno started the conversation by asking Mike that he had a handsome wife and a cute daughter. This startled the guy. Mike immediately dropped to his knees, screaming that he, a lowlife, had committed a mortal sin. He had forgotten virtue and let his heart be poisoned. Even though he was threatened, he committed an unforgivable crime and deserves to die 1,000 times over. However, his wife and daughter were not guilty of anything. They knew nothing at all, so he tearfully asked to pity them. Mike didn't understand how this could be the same weak guy, to this relaxed look even worse than the stern one. Ono reiterated that he would do anything at the first command of the master, and the latter would never be disappointed in him. Leaning forward slightly, Bruno smiled and asked if he could bring the manager to him before nightfall. For the sake of his safety, the lad asked the gentleman not to worry, for it would cost him nothing to do so. Bruno replied that things don't always go the way he planned. Maybe he would change his mind or start having doubts. And so he himself can change his mind. If suddenly the determination begins to leave him, then let him immediately remember the family. With a look in Mike's eyes, the heir added that he didn't want to do anything wrong, but if anything went wrong, he wouldn't vouch for himself. Without raising his head, the frightened fellow stammered back that he would do anything to bring the manager. Looking at his reflection in the small lake, the manager decided to interject that the heir was dead, to which he received an affirmative answer. The man decided to ask if he had done it himself, or if the leader had helped him. It didn't really matter, just pure interest. Mike, trying to remain calm and casual, replied that it was purely suicide. Sitting down on the bench, the manager asked why the heir had done such a thing, how those who valued and loved him could live on. But why did he cry? Asking how he could go on living with this sadness, for it was his fault for not seeing it through. Then he raised his head and smiled, asking his subordinates if he had done a good job of showing grief. Mike replied that it was so good it even made his heart tingle, to which the man replied that the entire library would now be plunged into mourning. However, the manager was embarrassed that he was the one reporting the news to him instead of the leader of the bodyguards. The guy replied with equal surprise that he was on their side after all, so there was nothing strange about it. But the odd thing was that he didn't know if he was going to participate because of his wife and daughter, and today came to notify him of such an event. Mike bowed, saying it was a special day, and he was honored to report to him on his own. The manager took his word for it, saying that now they would have more work to do, for they would have to make funeral arrangements. In the middle of the night, they went straight to the library to offer their condolences to the family. The door began to slowly open, revealing the figure of a man whose face was completely obscured by shadows. The manager, with tears in his eyes, had already prepared to speak the speech he had prepared far in advance. However, when the doors opened fully, the living and healthy first heir appeared before him, smiling happily. It took the man by surprise, and he didn't understand what was going on here or how this could even happen. Behind Bruno, Eugene, who was angrily kneading his fists, and Brian, who was twirling his nunchucks, immediately appeared. The manager realized he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late to do anything about it. A short time later, after the order was given to grab the manager, the man was suspended from the ceiling and completely beaten. Ben said in shock that no matter how much he had done wrong, they weren't in the Forest clan and couldn't torture him like that. But Bruno sat his grandfather down to just accept it, as he was already very soft on someone who tried to kill him, and by other people's hands at that. The old man asked not to kill him, and the manager thought that even the head librarian was trying to talk him down. After a couple minutes, Sonia approached the guy, asking that since the head librarian was gone, if she could still beat him up. The guy shrieked that he and told her to leave the room, then asked why she was still here and why she had brought that club with her. Sonia replied that she was his shadow. Bruno accepted her presence, then turned to the manager. Sitting proudly in front of the captive, the lad declared that he was the head, then stammered when he saw the surprised looks on his face. He realized too late that he was no longer the head, so he needed to be careful with his words from now on. Coughing, he said he was now in charge of the room, so he asked for the truth, for he was sure the man was behind the assassination attempt. Covered with bumps and bruises, the manager flew by with a swollen mouth that the heir was a very wise man. The man also added that it was the work of a black squad. The guy hadn't heard of such a squad existing. Sonia started to whisper, asking why he was talking like he knew everything about Marima, but the man asked her to back off. The manager replied that he had never heard of it because the black squad was secretly created by the Soman clan. It is one of the most powerful clans, and although Master Chaka's sect is small, it's highly respected. However, those two didn't seem suspicious to him, but because of the state of the library, it became a tidbit in the middle of the table. Moreover, the Soman clan leader doesn't seem like a good person, but he doesn't know what Master Chaki is like since he's never met him. He then said he told him to tell the truth, and the man decided to tell him another interesting fact. The manager replied that if he had chosen to lie, he would have said something more convincing, but no one in their right mind would accuse the Soman clan. They failed at eliminating him. Then Main and the librarian, driving them both to suicide, so they resorted to Plan B. Once the Black Squad infiltrates the library and destroys it, okay, the sect is going to blame it all on the Black Squad. For this, the protective seal was broken and the inner trap was broken. That was when the hexagonal serpent appeared here. But he wanted the library to suffer as few losses as possible. He opposed this plan, exchanging acquaintance with the Soman clan. Outside, Sonia wondered if the manager was telling the truth, for she could not believe that they wanted to take possession of the library. But maybe the squad sign isn't real. Even if it is true, they will deny that they created the squad. Bruno replied that they needed to confirm everything, so he sent a girl to the manager's house to look for a sign. And the heir himself decided to take the bait for these idiots for the time being, for that was the only way he would be able to bring them out into the open. Glancing at him in surprise, Sonia hadn't expected his master to decide to spring into action so quickly. A little while later, the eldest heir approached the pulpit, gathering bodyguards and warriors to say important information. On seeing their lord, all the warriors as one shouted that they awaited his orders, for his sake they would risk their lives. The guy smiled when he heard this, thinking that they were so determined because they found out what happened to the manager. Well, they can be trusted. They didn't turn their backs on the library despite all the grief in the family, and these people couldn't be poached. The eldest heir began his speech by saying that dying in battle is what it means to be a true warrior, after which he smiled, clarifying that they would not die today, and then asked them to rest, to spend the entire day behind the walls in the library. He then ordered them to come back tomorrow, for he wants them to go to restaurants, guest houses, and markets. Along with this, we need to spread the rumor that the Solman clan and the Chaki sect have created a black squad and attempted to take over the library. They should make the whole province talk about it as early as tomorrow. Such an order surprised the soldiers. However, after a second's hesitation, everyone agreed with the gentleman in unison, for no one would dare to refuse his order. If the clan and sect are really behind all of this, these rumors will really make them put the plan on hold. They'll also start making up alibis for themselves, but if the manager was lying, they'll easily settle it by saying it was just a rumor. Suddenly, Sonia ran up to him along with some guy. Bruno immediately asked if they had found the sign. In response to this, the guy fell to his knees, apologizing loudly, for the whole manager's house was empty. They couldn't find anything in it. When they arrived, the whole house had already been turned upside down by someone. The sign was missing, after which Mike asked that his wife and daughter be spared. Sonia confirmed all of this, but the heir stated that they didn't need the sign. The important thing was that someone had tried to cover up the evidence. All this meant that the manager wasn't lying. At that very second, Sonia and Mike looked at the gentleman with surprise and awe. Bruno folded his arms on his chest contentedly, thinking only of what it would take now for the rumors to spread. The next day, news, or rather rumors, began to spread around the city, but they were so stupid that it was impossible to believe them. Other people, on the contrary, said that there was clearly something in it, because everyone is talking about it, and there is no smoke without fire. People were whispering about the connection between the Solman clan and the Chaka sect, not because they should benefit from this conspiracy. There was also talk of a great heavenly library. It's hard to comprehend all these rumors. No one knew what to make of it all, but the clan and sect can be just come to the library and clear up this misunderstanding, catch the black squad, and punish the leader. The boy who had been eavesdropping on them, who was sitting on the roof, immediately soared upwards, heading outside the walls of the city, where they were already waiting for him. Dropping to the ground, he told his brothers that he had just seen something. The two boys also cheered the younger one. Those who had been spreading rumors all night long went to the mountain where the great heavenly library stands when morning came. The boy with the huge front teeth spoke softly, with a slyness in his voice so that only his brothers could hear him. They were surprised at such news, and the second of them even swore, which displeased his older brother. He grabbed him by the pecs, asked him why he was swearing, and then asked him to wash his mouth with soap and not to express himself in front of him. After which he reflected on the fact that the library was spreading rumors, which meant those rumors were true. Smiling, the middle brother asked what the latter was afraid of, but the older brother didn't say anything, only rubbing his head. He then said that Soman and Chucky are doing nonsense, because if the library suspects anything, they'll get what they deserve soon enough. The brothers laughed, but the older one said that while they were laughing, the library was about to catch a big fish. Junior asked what he meant by Soman, which the middle one immediately confirmed by calling his brother an idiot. He was surprised and said there was no proof, but the older man was sure the library knew what it was doing, since the whole family of geniuses was there. After which he raised his hand, saying that no matter how it was, he was on the side of the library. The brothers immediately supported him. While in the library, Brian said they couldn't get everything back. They only found 3 books about magic seals, 2 paintings, and 1 vase. But most of the stuff the manager sold was still within the country, so it won't be hard to get it back. Eugene said that apparently either the Solman clan or Chaka had them. They must be greedy since they wanted things that had no price. They turned to Bruno, saying they needed to seize the opportunity to bring out Soman and Chucky and get revenge on them. After all, they cannot allow to live peacefully, then who pretend to be good and noble, although rotten through and through. The older heir asked them how they should take revenge on them, but did not receive a proper answer. But he thought about these kids being so stupid, saying such dark words, but he wondered how many warriors there were in the clan and sect, not counting the heads. Suddenly, Eugene slapped his thigh quite hard, thus attracting the attention of his 2 brothers. They immediately looked at him in surprise, asking if he had thought of something, hoping he had come up with a brilliant plan. The second heir replied that it was just an itchy knee. Brian remarked that it was very brave of him to play a trick on his older brother like that. But the middle one stated that it really itched, then asked if the latter had thought of anything. But to his surprise, the younger one nodded affirmatively. The boys listened in amazement as Brian said they would report everything to Murim. After all, wasn't that the point of Murim's existence? Eugene replied that the fat man who ran everything and who was the strongest had died, but there were still strong masters in Marima. But they didn't know if it would work, since Soman and Chaka had more influence than they did. But if they didn't try it, they wouldn't know. Why, they asked what the older brother thought about it. But here he only covered his face with his hands and trembled, trying to hold back his anger. But the next second, he jumped up, yelling that instead of solving things on their own, they just wanted to blame it on others. He decided that he would come forward himself and say what he knew about Soman and Chucky, but his disposition was interrupted by some noise that confused Eugene. Sonia literally flew into the room, and without greeting immediately turned to the gentleman. Bruno immediately asked what was wrong. Still shocked at the news, the girl replied that the sect leader Chucky had come here with his daughter. They were now heading straight for the library, making their way through the rugged forest terrain. Inna asked if they had definitely come there, since there was nothing here, but the man was sure that this was the entrance to the library. For he again that this forest and this slope, even the clouds in the sky to which he pointed, were all but a skillful illusion. Sect leader Chucky Ban was a dense bearded man with a long mustache and thick eyebrows. The next moment he kicked a small pebble that should have fallen down the slope. However, it simply disappeared. And his daughter stared in surprise at the disappearance of the pebble, shocked at the illusion. Just as suddenly she heard a voice coming out of nowhere, inviting them to pass into the great celestial library. In the next instant, the space in front of them began to change, and the deep slope began to disappear. Instead, a huge building appeared in front of them. Ban immediately called out to his daughter, telling her to keep up with him. A short time later, Bruno and Ben were already sitting at the round table after greeting the head of the Chucky clan. The man laughed loudly, for he was so glad that the chief librarian heir had received him so warmly as a guest. For he had always wondered what the great celestial library was like, but it was even more mysterious and beautiful than he had imagined. At this time, Ben trembled, unable to endure Ban's speech, and the eldest heir watched the guest's behavior in shock. He also noticed that his laughter sounded very strange, for he had never heard anyone laugh like that before. At first, he even thought the man wanted to distract him with his strange laughter, but looking at him, it was unlikely. Coughing, Bruno asked if the gentleman was all right, for he did not understand why he was laughing so strangely. Without stopping smiling, Ban asked what was the big deal since he had been laughing like that since he was a kid. After that, the guy's questions fell away. The guy decided to fight him the same way, after which he decided to mangle his laughter in the weirdest possible way. The guest immediately asked what it was that the heir was making such strange noises, but he replied that he was just laughing. This amused the man. After all, this man had just said he was laughing strangely, but this was the first time he himself had ever seen anyone laugh like that. After a while, they calmed down. Bruno thought they had been talking like this for a while, but nothing had changed. After that, the guy got up from the table and said he would leave the elders to talk, but the guest asked him to sit with them. However, the guy politely bowed out, once again emitting his new but quieter laugh, which no longer elicited such a violent reaction. Ban laughed, asking that the great celestial library no one else laughed like its senior heir. At this point, Ben let a tear fall and pressed his lips together, realizing that he was going to have to endure and hold back a lot now. Walking down the stone narrow street, the eldest heir thought that the daughter of the leader of Ban must be with Eugene and Brian in the courtyard right now. It seems the Chaka sect is not involved in this incident in any way. A person with such a ridiculous laugh couldn't have planned anything like this against the library. Plus, he came here with his favorite daughter, so he's trying to show that the cult is innocent and won't hurt a fly. Apparently, one can only get to the truth by torturing the manager, who was still at rest in the library, suspended from the ceiling. But right now, you need to get all the information you can about other people. So he walked over to the brothers and the girl and asked what they were talking about. Then asked Inna if his brothers had treated her rudely, but she replied that they were excellent and educated conversationalists. Bruno also asked if she was surprised by the rumors that denigrated Chucky's sect. Inna replied that she even cringed when she first heard them. She was just about to visit the library, taking advantage of these rumors. She hung on to her father, begging him to take her along. The guy replied that it was good that they were able to meet thanks to those rumors. It also reassured him that she didn't laugh like her father. Eugene said that Lady Ban had told them about battle techniques that could be used to paralyze the enemy. This interested Bruno, who was also interested in listening, in response to which the girl smiled, saying that he was very kind. Inna thought that now she could definitely say that she didn't feel any bad energy from the air, and her face became more welcoming. His words and movements are immediate, but also not quick. In general, all the brothers seem good. At this time, the guys were trying to call out to the girl. But she was curious about the rumors concerning the Chaka sect and the Soman clan. She didn't even pay attention to her name, Eugene said guiltily, apparently asking a question that was hard for her to answer. Ina laughed, under the mindset that she hadn't heard anything. Bruno asked his middle brother why ask such difficult questions. After all, not many people understood such combat techniques. Ina said that such techniques could not be called impossible. Her father said that ancient texts described a method of turning energy points around. Paralysis does not occur until sometime after the energy points have been activated, as if the attack occurred much later. But this is only a legend, so it can't be said that such a method really exists. Eugene asked what his brother thought about it. But the latter declared that he did not want to see the two of them, whereupon he sent them off to mind their own business. But the two did not mind. The eldest heir guiltily coughed, thus apologizing for the introduction. But the girl only laughed sweetly. Why she made a snide face, asking Bruno if he was interested in hearing anything from her. She noticed that he kicked the brothers out for a reason, after which he said he wanted to put an end to the scandal. Smiling politely, the boy asked if she could tell him everything she knew about the clan, since he rarely left the library and didn't know much. Toward evening, Ban and his daughter were heading back, Ina thanking the guy for taking them in despite the sudden visit. The man also cheerfully announced to the heir that he too would invite him to visit sometime, whereupon they left the library. Stepping back some distance, Ban asked Ina if the heir seemed a little strange, but the Ta didn't understand the question. The man explained that he looks normal, but his laugh is very strange, so much so that it just won't come out of his head. But it seemed to him that no one here even noticed that, whereupon he burst into loud laughter, which was not to be said for his daughter. As night fell, Bruno stood outside thinking that their opponent was the Soman clan, one of the most respected clans. They had very strong warriors, however. They would not be able to resist the great heavenly library, at least he hoped so. But hope alone is not enough. One must pick a convenient moment for the manager, their living proof. The vanity of the Somun clan, the martial prowess and knowledge of the great heavenly library, Bruno's talents and knowledge, and also him, the former head of the alliance, and the experience he has accumulated over the years, all of which they use as a tool against the clan. Getting someone else to help looked pretty good, but the problems concerned their warriors. At this time, the brothers and Sonia, who were watching him, decided that the eldest heir was up to something, for he was very pensive. Eugene, you told Sonia that she shadows his older brother but knows nothing. It's all about Lady Bun. Ever since she'd been visiting, he'd been on his own mind the whole time. This information made the girl's face crinkle. She replied that he has two girls in love at once. She wants that too. This dumbfounded Eugene and confused Brian a bit. Sonia said that she thought the Lord was devising a plan to confront the Soman clan, but it seems he has other interests. The girl put her hand to her chest and closed her eyes sadly, wanting to voice all her worries to her brothers. However, she claimed it was a late dinner. Eugene and Brian looked at her with surprise and incomprehension at her remarks. As suddenly Bruno came up to them that it was well said, after which he suggested that they eat to their heart's content tonight. While the younger brother ran after Sonia discussing dinner, the older heir waved his hand and beckoned Eugene over. Putting his index finger to his lips, he said he was giving him 2 days to extend the library's protective barrier beyond the cliff. The older brother explained that it was no big deal, just wanting to improve the defense just in case. After dinner, the boy and Sonia were heading back to Bruno's chambers, but the girl was walking very slowly. Smiling, the eldest heir stated that it was time for her to go to bed, but she replied, yawning, that she was his shadow after all. As soon as they entered the library room, Bruno immediately gave the order to release the manager, then asked if the man had worked together with the Soman clan and the Chaka sect. The man replied that he had only spoken to the clan heir about it. He told him to destroy the great library from within, and if it had not been for him, the steward would not have dared to go so far. The boy discreetly touched a point on the man's shoulder, saying that he understood everything the man had told him. Then he headed for the exit, without turning around, smiling, saying that he only asked this for interest and nothing more. Lastly, he emphasized that he wasn't plotting anything, but it really stressed the manager out. As soon as morning came, Bruno called his brothers to him, who wondered what they had been summoned for so early in the morning. The guy praised the brothers, then said he was going to write a letter to Nu, and he would need their help. He decided to write a letter as he was recommended by God, which he dreamed about that night. The brothers were delighted. They immediately began questioning their elder brother, eagerly and with burning eyes, waiting for all the details of the dream. But suddenly the older heir's face changed as he declared that God had told him for them to flee. And having shouted this, he disappeared, the brothers immediately frozen in terror and bewilderment, not realizing what exactly they should be fleeing from. Putting forward his assumption, Bruno said that it must be from the Soman clan, for he was the one who was a danger to them right now. It may be strange to run from those who tried to destroy them to the library, but since that's what God advises, it's worth obeying. However, if they do nothing, it will lead to bloodshed, so they will send them a letter of reconciliation. The brothers immediately got angry, asking that he wanted to send a letter of reconciliation just because he had some dream. They can't close their eyes as if nothing happened because those tried to destroy their family, but the one replied that he wanted to live longer. This caused the brothers to calm down and think about one short phrase that made more sense than their shouting. They immediately apologized to the older brother, and the latter said that they could put his life on the horse like that. However, none of them would die. With a sharp shriek, Bruno called out to Sonia, who had been standing in the hallway the whole time and just as abruptly swung the doors open, flying into the room. Without asking anything, she held out a wooden stick to him, but the guy immediately asked what it was for, asking her to better get out. As the girl lowered herself to the floor and began scrubbing the ink off the floor, Bruno mumbled that since they understood his point of view, a letter should be written. To the Soman clan leader from the heir of the Great Celestial Library, he supposed they might have been disturbed by the recent rumors about the clan. The blame lies on him as he could not control the tongues of his subordinates. This letter will bring them to the maximum and elevate the clan. He was wrong to think that sorting things out would be easy, even though he had spread rumors of a captured manager. If they groveled to the Soman clan to the letter, they would agree to end things quietly and without any strife. Perhaps upon receiving this letter, the Soman leader will send them an invitation in return. Then, when the first condition is met, while not composing the letter, a warrior landed on a tree branch, telling the Lord that there was a big problem. The bodyguard informed that the manager had a seizure, no one touched him, and they don't know what happened. Eugene was the first to jump up, asking what the hell was going on and how he could have a seizure, but Bruno sat at ease, as suddenly he smiled imperceptibly for everyone, for this was the report he had expected soon, and therefore everything went perfectly. Last night, before Bruno went to the manager's house, he arrived at his quarters to check something out. His body shrank in a matter of seconds, which meant he would be able to replenish his energy faster, saving him time to sleep. So the effect on the acupuncture points can be further applied to this technique, and since it worked, it remains to apply the secret technique. However, he thought it was strange that Eugene had asked Inna about it after all. He had heard of some masters using secret techniques. In fact, few people really understand how to apply this technique. There is a reason why this technique remains undiscovered. Perhaps the reason is that the person on whom the technique was used doesn't know at what point it happened. If one were to take full advantage of the secret technique, it would be possible to secretly take revenge on the Soman clan without giving oneself away. So to be careful, you need to try out this technique beforehand. However, you should have chosen someone who deserved it. And after some time, he appeared at the place where the manager was kept, whereupon he asked to be untied. And now in the library, he learned that the technique had worked. Because of the difference in the time of the attack and the onset of its effects, no one would know anything. Now everything was ready. To deflect suspicion, he ordered the warrior to find out immediately what had caused the attack. The eldest heir mentally asked the Soman clan to wait for him, for he would make them pay for their dirty tricks. Somewhere in the north, where the Soman clan was located, a male voice eagerly asked the Lord what the letter said. This question was asked by the White Brain clan strategist. He was told that the Great Heavenly Library was greatly frightened, but because they want to meet with them and apologize for the terrible rumors, but the head of the Saul clan did not get what he wanted. At the same second, a young guy entered the office and asked if his brother had called him. Saul replied that he was just in time, then held out a letter. He instructed Marcus to give them a stern interrogation, if need be, to receive them as best he could, and in such a way as not to depend on them. He also asked not to meet them on the street, to invite them inside at once, for the authority of their clan would press them and they would be accommodating. Marcus suggested a dinner party to which he would invite children from noble families, and it would be easier to gain the library's trust. Ben read the letter a few days later, loudly questioning how such a noble and much respected family could behave so unworthily. Their speeches are polite, but what they actually say has nothing to do with crime and excuse them for ridiculous rumors. They want to say they have more power, but that is just an unconscionable lie and the world is unfair to them. They are no different from wild beasts, and the letter of reply was written by the heir, not the clan head. That's how they treat them. The two brothers and the old man merged again in an embrace, while Bruno studied the letter and was reluctant to join his relatives. He thought about the fact that children from other noble families had been invited as well. They were going to humiliate them by making them apologize in front of many people. But that was even better, because it would be much easier to apply the secret technique in a crowd, Ben asked, wondering if he felt nothing when he saw the answer. Looking at the old man's crying face, the eldest heir didn't reply anything, only looking back at the old man with a glance. As the whole family hugged and trembled again, Bruno thought about having to do something about them. But now it was necessary to react. And so he jumped up from the table and roared loudly, angrily adding that he was very angry at this reply letter. If he just sits there, he'll trash the whole room, so he'll go get some fresh air outside. Looking after him, the whole family thought about how frustrating it was, because the eldest heir didn't even have the strength to cry. Wandering around the city, the guy was thinking of where to go. At this time, Sonia was asking the Lord not to go to the Soman clan. The guy snidely asked if she was worried. The girl replied affirmatively, because they had invited so many people to humiliate him. The eldest heir laughed, asking her not to worry, because he had thought about it too. But he didn't change his mind. He looked at the two neighboring buildings, that here was the most delicious pork, and here was the best fried food in town. And then he asked what Sonia would eat. The latter happily clasped her hands together, declaring that she would eat fried shrimp. Once they entered the building and took a table, they waited for a while before their food was brought to them, which the girl appreciated. People passing by the restaurant began to complain about the stench, but there was no foul odor on the road. However, the culprit were two beggars who were sitting under the restaurant using masking magic. Looking at Bruno, they whispered that they were here on the side of the road, having to use invisibility techniques, and that rich guy was eating meat. The brother replied that a rich man is not a brother to a poor man, so they are starving. The older one immediately took it as an insult, grabbing the middle one by the chest. The middle one replied that they already have a family motto: if you want to die, just say an insult and they will nail you immediately. Then they returned to the matter of the library, which was probably onto something, even if the Somun clan was stronger than those bookworms. The older one said he could answer them if he were as smart as they were, when suddenly the middle one asked his brother to look up, and also said that it seems that the eldest heir is using the exposing technique. This news made the elder brother very puzzled. Looking up, he noticed a slyly smiling guy who was looking clearly in their direction. However, he didn't give any sign of it. His smile was noticed by Sonia, who immediately asked the gentleman but what he was laughing about. However, the guy answered far from immediately. Instead, the girl decided to look out the window to where the eldest heir was looking. But by the river of expectation, she saw no one. When they finished their meal, the guy asked Sonia not to forget to buy the most expensive bottle of liquor in this restaurant on the way out. When they left the establishment, the girl was holding a rope that was tied to a sealed jug of alcohol. There are plenty of wines in the library much better than this one, so she didn't understand why he needed this particular one. Suddenly they heard an unfamiliar voice loudly asking them to stop. Bruno expected something like that, so he turned around. Two beggar brothers who had recently observed him decided to appear before him in person, offering to give him a little talk. The guy in the tattered clothes asked why he had to look at her, like he wanted to say something, and then just walk away. Sonia answered for her lord, saying that they got it all wrong. Her lord was meeting such beggars for the first time, but the older man asked her to shut up. Without taking their eyes off the guy, they demanded that Mr. Bruno personally speak, who was now standing there smiling with his arms crossed over his chest. The ragamuffin added that his eye color wasn't like a blind man's either, so he wondered why he was looking at them and laughing. Bowing, Bruno apologized, replying that there was no particular reason for it. It was just that he happened to see on two of the opening squad. He was just curious to see. The two guys came as a shock. I think I'm at home that he could actually see them. But he felt as if he knew them. After all, their stealth technique had nothing to do with the great heavenly library. In the next second, the beggar slowly headed forward, telling the first heir that there was something familiar about him. Examining him from all sides, he asked in all seriousness if by chance they had not met before, under different circumstances. Bruno, or rather Harry, recognized it immediately, for he had met them a couple of times in his past life, but they didn't need to know that now. This follower of the Discovery Squad was named Quentin, who was introduced to him as his most favorite and capable student. Then this guy was a little speechless as he examined the head of the Alliance from head to toe, drawing some conclusions for himself. The well-fed man then asked with a smile why the man was acting like that, asking if there was anything he wanted to tell him. Walking up to Harry, Quentin unceremoniously asked if he wanted to race him, then they would see who was faster. His teacher was shocked at such brazen and disrespectful behavior by the student, instead immediately beating him to a pulp. Someone who left such a first impression. At first it seems like he is just another outlaw. But as a student of the Discovery Squad, he is quite talented and open to new things. Such a person could greatly help in the fight against the Soman clan, and so Bruno said that if they didn't know each other, then it was fate. It could be arranged, though. Just for the occasion, he had prepared a bottle of alcohol as well, though not the best. And he might need their help in the future. That's the main thing to address. At this time, Sonia handed Quentin a jug. Then the beggar guy introduced himself. His middle brother was also called Anthony, whereupon the question arose as to why he had only bought alcohol. The first heir immediately replied that there was nothing worthwhile there. If they happened to visit the library, they would serve them better alcohol. This greatly interested the beggars, who immediately encircled the heir and put their arm around his shoulders, saying that they would then meet later. However, the boy slipped out of their embrace, thereby surprising and only further inflaming the interest in his person. Turning around, Bruno gave a welcoming smile, saying that he couldn't make it now, as he had to prepare to attend the Soman clan's dinner. When they got home, there was a flurry of activity on the subject of the gala dinner, with servants loading presents into the carriage. During this time, Brian held Sonia's hands and asked her to take care of their brother, to be by his side all the time and not let anything bad happen. The charge girl replied loudly for the man not to worry, for it was not enough for a hair to fall all over her head. Bruno confirmed that nothing like that would happen, then asked them to stop shaking with fear, and then said goodbye to his brothers. To me, such speeches did not have much effect on the young boys, who looked at their brother worriedly and asked him to be sure to come back. After these words, the carriage rushed forward, leaving behind it a path and dust that slowly settled on the flat ground. Brian asked if he was sure he was going to be okay. Even though he said nothing was going to happen, he couldn't help but worry. Eugene immediately asked him not to worry. After all, his brother would handle whatever happened to him. Besides, there was good news. He pulled a letter from behind his sinus, loudly proclaiming that Chad had sent it, which meant he would soon honor them with his presence. As the second heir expected, this news worked very encouragingly for Brian, who glowed at that second. After all, he knew that Chad was the second son of the richest man in the North, and his older brother's only best friend. Eugene also added that they were keeping Chad's arrival a secret, because Chad had asked that he wanted to see his brother, but had asked in a letter to confide in him. Brian agreed loudly, deciding to let it be a surprise. Once they got this clan sorted out, a wonderful life would begin. At this time, pleasant music was playing in the Soman clan's house. The guy sitting by the window was fingering the strings of a musical instrument. Without stopping playing, he turned to Marcus, saying that he was in quite a good mood and looking cheerful today. Toth confirmed, adding that listening to Chandler play brings to mind the most beautiful scenes. The half-brother was immediately embarrassed and asked his brother not to exaggerate, then asked what had popped up in his mind. Closing his eyes, the young heir tried to visualize in more detail the picture that surfaced before his eyes. After a time, he replied that there, he killed people who begged him for mercy. He took possession of all the wealth and relics of their families, and their beautiful estate was on fire. There was a beautiful picture there that was one sheer pleasure to imagine. Chandler replied that someday he hoped to see the same landscape as he did in his fertile imagination. Marcus thought about the picture of Chandler's family being destroyed. He calls him Big Brother, but doesn't even know who his enemy is. This is what happens when you don't have power. This could also be said about the Great Heavenly Library. It's the largest library. On the famous They Alone books, having no power, they had nothing to do but to come and apologize. At the same second, a girl peeked into his chambers. Telling the Lord that the bones were beginning to stay, he immediately ordered them to be met. He then turned to his half-brother, asking for him at the dinner for the guests. The lad immediately bowed and agreed. After all, it's the only way he can pay for his kindness, and then he'll give them a great performance. Leaving the room and personally going out to the guests, Marcus thought it was now the turn of the great celestial library. Meanwhile, already familiar guys and girls called out to Bruno, urging him to join them and asking how he was doing. Smiling, the library's eldest heir immediately recognized Inna, Gerda, and John, who greeted him with the same smile. Suddenly, another rather well-fed fellow joined them, laughing as he recognized the famous library heir. Inna pointed at the unfamiliar guys, saying that Bruno hadn't met them before, and so now they should have gotten to know each other. The chubby guy waved his hand and called himself Simon. The other swarthy guy called himself Hans and folded his arms in greeting. The last to greet him was a lean, pale fellow who called himself Max from the Ogu Society. He looked at the new company with surprise, drawing some conclusions for himself, but he didn't show it. He remembered that in a past life, he had gotten a letter from Hans's squad saying that their leader wanted to give him a sword. Then he declined because he already had 3 balls, which he valued very much. He didn't think he would meet a man from there in a place like this. At this time, Simon was walking around Bruno. I was examining him from all angles, saying that he looked different than he had imagined. Then he laughed again, said he thought it would be a frowning man with sad eyes, and he looked very happy. Bruno immediately realized that he didn't have any filter in his mouth, but from the looks of it, he didn't wish him any harm, and therefore he wasn't worth being wary of. Suddenly, Max turned away and rudely declared that the library had no shame or conscience. With these speeches, he attracted the attention of everyone else. He asked, shouldn't Bruno-san be depressed and now also spreading ridiculous rumors about the Solman clan? Ina immediately cried out, asking why in such a good place to say such words. But the man, in his opinion, only stated the fact. The girl wanted to say something else in defense of the library heir, but the guy personally approached her and calmed her down. He echoed her words about this being an inappropriate place for such conversations, he thought. Ogu society is the followers of the Solman clan. Then he turned to Max, saying that he had obviously eaten something wrong since he had decided to lie like a dog in a place like this. Such an answer shocked the guy. However, the other guests humorously appreciated Bruno's phrase, blushing and laughing at the same second, some quietly, some loudly. At the same second, the clan heir appeared on the doorstep, telling everyone to go inside in a calm voice. The guests immediately began to greet the heir, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, but not everyone chose to address in a polite manner. Nevertheless, the host greeted everyone with a smile on his face, inviting everyone to pass inside while they showered him with compliments. You were the last one not to enter the house was Bruno, who couldn't find the words to express his feelings towards him. Instead, Marcus was the first to take the floor, asking that this was their first meeting, but the library heir did not answer. Letting the silence pass by, the clan heir wished well to the heir of the great heavenly library, inviting him inside. Bruno then decided to answer him by folding his hands in a sign of greeting, thanking him for the invitation in a calm and polite voice. When all the guests had taken their seats, Marcus raised his shot glass and smiled as friendly as his acting could allow. Looking at his pretty face, Bruno was only further annoyed, mentally asking him what he was up to that was so devious. He thought he was going to be embarrassed in front of all these people, but that hadn't happened yet. He hadn't thrown this feast for nothing. Suddenly, John announced that he would show them a trick that would make the wine taste even better, asking them to pay attention to his glass and the empty glass at the ladies. The guy then began to slowly rock the glass, building up the pace faster and faster with each second swirling the contents. However, it did not spill over the room, but every single drop ended up in Gerda's glass, who was surprised at this trick. Clapping his hands, Bruno mentally noted that his skills were indeed quite extraordinary and clearly deserved applause. John certainly did well, but he only put his chi energy into the glass, and so it looked a bit childish. After that, everyone decided to show their skills. The first one, Gerda decided to perform, singing a very beautiful song. Ina turned the contents of the glass into fireworks, thus draining the glass completely for the sake of spectacle and a nice crackle. Marcus did a dance with his sword and a drop of wine on the edge of the point, making incredibly sharp yet fluid movements. In the end, the blob remained in the same place. Everyone appreciated such an unusual talent in different ways. Max, who was very tense, literally shaking as he held his glass, managed to just warm the wine. Simon and Hans put on a show with invisible swords, creating a scene of a harsh battle. And Bruno decided to show them his acupressure skills that he learned as a child in the library. They are called the humility of heaven. After all, they are directly related to the divine touch. And in the same second, he touched Simon's head, who was opposed at first. But as soon as the library heir's fingers touched his back, the well-fed fellow immediately changed his face and began to enjoy the process. As soon as Bruno was done, Simon stated in satisfaction that he was reborn. Thanks to his hands, the rest of the guests were shocked. In the next second, each of the guests shouted that they too wanted to experience such a massage, but the guy replied that he would give everyone one once. So he added that the host of the dinner, Heir Soman, would be the first, for it was to him that they owed this meeting. Taking a seat in a chair, Marcus laughed politely and thanked him, then motioned for him to begin while the others only silently envied him. Bruno thought about the fact that maybe Marcus was acting like nothing had happened and he wasn't up to anything, but he had accomplished his goal. He will come out of the situation victorious, and therefore it is only necessary to use the secret technique, after which he began to press the right points. The clan heir was very surprised, feeling something unusual when the guy started massaging his shoulders quite skillfully. The next second, his breathing became heavy. His face flushed, he shivered, feeling pleasantly relaxed. John noticed that Marcus, who's always reserved, was showing emotion like this, so Brother Simon wasn't lying. As the latter suddenly asked him to stop urgently, this startled Bruno beyond measure, and who thought he had been discovered. He guiltily asked what had happened, to which he received the reply that he had been watching his actions closely. But the guy chimed in that he had walked over it 3 times, and was wondering why he was the one paying special attention to it. The library heir tried to reassure his friend, asking him not to worry, for Brother Soman had arranged this dinner. Making a serious face, the well-fed guy said that if that was the case, then he would arrange the next dinner for another massage session. The others immediately laughed, realizing what he was trying to accomplish, for I wasn't the one who showed up when he suddenly shouted at Bruno. When the event was over and everyone dispersed to their carriages, John spoke loudly that next time dinner would be at their place as well. Waving goodbye to them, the library heir thought that these children couldn't forget their sensations after the acupressure until the very end of dinner. However, nothing happened at dinner. He figured Marcus had a plan, so he had thought of a way to catch him off guard as well. Either way, his mission was accomplished, so it didn't matter, after which he headed for the carriage, telling Sonia that it was time for them to head back as well. Suddenly, he was called out by the clan heir, offering to walk a bit and have a friendly chat before leaving. They had stepped away from the carriage when Marcus asked how he liked tonight's dinner, to which he received the reply that it had been a lot of fun. The host was glad he liked it. He also had something he wanted to say but didn't want to say before dinner so as not to spoil the mood. Bruno realized that he had now decided to show his true colors, whereupon he replied that he too had something to tell him. With a slight wave of his hand, the library heir stated that he would send him a manager, but such a statement only surprised Marcus. Smiling, Bruno asked if he shouldn't be punished for causing irreparable damage to the clan's reputation. Smiling uncertainly, the clan heir immediately agreed with him, deciding to let the remark pass by his ears. Bruno added that they tried to interrogate him, but it was quite difficult to untie his tongue. They wanted to hand him over to them right away. Okay, for now, they weren't afraid he wouldn't stand for it, but Marcus figured the manager couldn't help but tell everything to the Celestial Library. Smiling casually and maliciously, the clan heir mentally insulted Bruno, asking if he really feared them that much, then replied that they would really need to deal with the allegations against him. But he didn't know the library was worried about reputation. Bruno said that as soon as he returned, he would give instructions, and the man would be delivered within a couple days. Marcus agreed with that. After which he said that's why he wanted to start a truly brotherly relationship with them, then asked what Brother Bruno thought about it. The library heir looked uncertainly at the outstretched hand, unsure of how best he should proceed in such a situation. After all, the one who wanted to destroy the library offers to fraternize with him, but the guy replied that he was unworthy of such honors on his part. Marcus replied that since he was laughing so much, he didn't like the suggestion, so he decided to talk next time. Placing his hand on his chest and giving a friendly smile, the clan heir asked his interlocutor to just know that he was already like a brother to him. Bruno laughed out loud in response, thinking that maybe he shouldn't wait for the secret technique to work, but kill him right there. He decided not to do so, however, and returned to the carriage to go home immediately and await the results. Sonia said it had been a rough day, but the good thing was that nothing major had happened, and he had done a really good job. The girl offered him something tasty to eat when they returned, when suddenly the boy's face peeped through the carriage window. Startled, Sonia screamed, then stammering asked who he was. The boy waved his hand at them, saying his name was Henry. Why, he turned to the heir, excitedly asked if he was really Bruno, for his brothers or him to follow him. When asked where his brothers were now and what they were doing, the boy replied that they were now sleeping outside, because his turn to sleep outside had passed. He also added that they take turns sleeping outside, and Bruno was thinking about why he was emphasizing the fact that they lived outside. After all, it was already clear that they were beggars, after which he asked them to tell his brothers that he would be sleeping outside near the Salmon clan tonight. When asked why, the guy replied that there was an interesting show unfolding near the clan today that needed witnesses. Closer to Marcus night, I decided to take a relaxing hot bath along with drinking some alcohol. He thought about the fact that all the guests who had arrived at his place today as one had given him such wine, creating a surplus. It all seemed to him as if it came from a regular market, but it was better than silk, for he could use it right now to relax. Then he opened a small box, realizing it was a gift from Hans's squad, and he wondered what was inside. Inside the box were neatly stacked 12 long needles. The guy immediately knew his mother would like them. Moreover, they give off a pleasant aroma, rather like cedar. Then the guy closed the box and put it aside. As he picked up another box, He thought that the library was using such beautiful wood for a gift box to leave a good impression. Well, when he asked him to fraternize, he was so confused. His half-brother had the same face when he asked him to. Soon he'll be like Chandler playing Guchin for him. With those acupressure skills, he'll be giving massages to Soman family members. And the gift from the library is 3 books, though he had already stolen 3 books from them through the manager, but they shouldn't have noticed that. The title of the books: Achievement of Royal Transformation, 8 Paths of Desolation of the Demonic Beast, and Magic of the 6 Sons. The lad was rather confused by these titles, for these were the very books he had already stolen, though not with his own hands. With a sharp motion of his hand, he opened all 3 books and noticed that they were empty. All the pages were white and clean. He didn't understand what kind of tricks these library freaks were up to, but he must inform his father immediately. But the next second he thought about it, after all, dinner had gone well, no need to upset him for at least a while. He opened the books again with a trembling hand and began flipping through the pages, thinking that if they asked for the books back, he would gladly agree. After all, it won't look like a complaint. He will accept this defiance on the part of the library with an open mind. But they have no idea what this pathetic rebellion on their part will lead to, as the guy suddenly notices that his nose is bleeding, after which he was twisted so much that he fell backwards without even noticing he was falling, but he was lucky to fall into the bathtub. At first, nothing happened underwater, but a few seconds later, air started coming out of the guy's lungs mixed with blood. His body then reached outwards to grab as much air as possible with his mouth, unable to bear the pain as his body deformed. While the lad was writhing in pain, the maids on the other side of the door seemed not to hear their master's suffering. Marcus's joints continued to twist, causing him unbearable pain. Not he realized that he was about to lose consciousness. At this time, there were 3 beggars on the wall in front of the Soman clan's residence, watching intently. Nearing the entrance to the bathroom, the 2 men stood in a pool of blood, asking if he had enemies that could have created such a thing. After all, it wasn't due to an oversaturation of internal energy. Someone was involved. It had to be a master who knew the points. Lowering his head, the clan leader only thought about who could have done this, since he didn't know any such energy point masters. The other man loudly asked him not to be silent. After all, he must know something to make a plan of further action. There may be many enemies. There may not be any at all. But whoever it was, he left no trace of not deciding to grab the snake by the tail. The man again said he had no authority to make any assumptions, so he hoped he would find out who it was. In the meantime, he would stay in the clan and try to help the heir, in return for which he received eternal gratitude. Walking out of the room into the air, the man who dared to help him realized that the one who did was not an easy man. Even with his knowledge, he can't even guess who pressed the heir's 7 points of energy and what kind of technique it was. And what's more, he didn't commit any dangerous acts today. There was only a dinner party, but they say it went smoothly. But he was sure that's when the secret technique happened, in which case the exposure could have happened in the morning or evening. He had no idea what level of skill someone with such a technique must possess, nor who he could touch the Soman heir. At this time, Henry, being outside, said that it had been a long time since his brother had left, but he had not returned. The middle one immediately assumed that he had been caught by the clan people. However, it couldn't be helped. The most important thing was that they weren't next. Already a second later, the older brother landed on the roof of the building, asking the middle brother to repeat what he had just said. Quentin reported back that the library heir was right, and something interesting happened. The clan heir was torn into small pieces. Henry immediately asked how he knew this would happen, to which he received the reply to go and ask him himself, and their business was done. They immediately left the scene while the younger one shouted happily that he wanted to get to the library faster. A while later, the 3 brothers and Sonia looked irritated at the beggar who asked for a bottle of wine. The other poorer 3 brothers ate to their fill, happily accepting the elder heir's invitation, also his treats. Brian asked loudly for those to mind their manners. After all, his older brother was the heir to the great heavenly library. In response, the middle beggar brother asked if he was afraid to talk to them like that, but he didn't care. The important thing was that they show respect. This disrespectful behavior enraged the younger man, whereupon he started pulling nunchucks out of his sleeve, wanting to teach them manners. Anthony stated that even if the young master wasn't afraid, he was weak, and if the man brought a drink, he could forgive his mistake. Unfurling a weapon that no one has used in a long time, the third heir to the library declined, saying he would teach them etiquette. And while the 2 young boys were sorting things out between themselves, the older of the beggars approached Bruno, saying he would take a walk, for it was good for the stomach. When asked how he knew in advance that such a calamity would happen to the Soman clan, Bruno replied that the stars told him. This amused Quentin, who asked the wonderful heir to the great library to confess, for he would not tell anyone. The heir replied that it was probably someone strong enough to destroy the entire clan, so he didn't want to name him. However, Quentin was tormented by only one question, and he knew that Bruno was going around and around, unwilling to speak bluntly. Unable to bear the mystery, the lad asked if Bruno himself had soaked the clan heir by doing something to him during dinner. Quentin wanted to stress the library heir with this question, but he only smiled casually. Then his eyes widened slightly in surprise, and he asked if it said here that he had done it. It was almost obvious now. The frozen Quentin was slightly taken aback, for he thought Bruno was innocent, but his behavior spoke quite the opposite. Suddenly, the beggar's elder brother felt something wrong. He was overcome with dizziness and disorientation, causing him to stagger back. Clutching his head, Quentin asked if the man had gotten a reward for it, or if he was not looking to kill anyone. In response, Bruno only turned around and asked him to follow him, because he had something he wanted to show him. Showing the bound manager, the guy said that he was conspiring with the Soman clan to destroy the library from the inside. There were a few others besides him that they had already gotten rid of, but this was the outcome Quentin had envisioned. He said he tried to get to the bottom of it but couldn't, suggesting that Soman was plotting to suppress other families. Bruno replied that tomorrow he would invite the head of the Soman clan to his house, for after the letters and gifts, he would have no choice. But for now, he needs to invite other people. When asked what kind of people they are, the heir replied that he knows them very well. At this time, Whitebrain told the head of Somun that he had collected all the pages of the torn book. The man wondered what it was about. The old man replied that they were books that had been obtained from the Great Library of Heaven, but all the pages were blank. Angered, the clan leader realized that the library had decided to play a joke on them by slipping them such a mean and mocking gift. The bald old man agreed, adding that they had just received a large trunk and a letter from them, which probably needed no delay. Without wasting a moment, the clan head ordered his subordinates to immediately open the chest to see its contents in person. As soon as they opened the lid, a ball of flesh completely covered in blood began to emerge from inside, emitting a very unpleasant odor. The clan head froze in horror, realizing that this was the same thing that had happened to his son. But past that, there was still a letter to write. It said that the heavens had seen all his misdeeds, so they sent a curse on his heir, but the library also changed its mind at the will of the heavens. They won't let the manager go, however, since there was a deal, rather than send him a captain of the guard so even a fool like him would understand. Such is the fate of his heir. Upon finishing reading the letter, the man became very angry and began cursing the freaks in the library. He then beckoned to the Black Squad, some of whose warriors listened attentively to his further instructions. The man grinned viciously and stated firmly that tonight, the library would disappear from the face of the earth by all means. Without wasting a moment, preparations for the siege of the library immediately began, led by the clan head personally and walking ahead of everyone. A large number of warriors followed him. He himself hoped that the great heavenly library was willing to answer for everything to the Soman clan. As soon as he finished his little speech, a man's hearty laugh was heard somewhere in the air, which did not escape the man's notice. Using the easy step technique, the senior library heir stated that he had sent him a message and gifts from the bottom of his heart. Yet they chose to still threaten them, even though they have personally seen the results of their attempts. The clan head frowned, asking the boy to stop talking. After all, he was the one responsible for what happened to his only son. Bruno smiled and asked that he wanted to believe that he had done it, but in fact the head was himself to blame for it. He doesn't want to get together, and the premise of the offense on him, but the man asked him to shut up because after tonight, he won't be able to coddle like that. Bruno asked if they were going to destroy the library tonight, hinting that he wouldn't mind talking some more. Maybe those guys behind him called the Black Squad will do it. Then he'll come running, wishing he'd gotten there in time to help. Taking the sword out of its sheath, the clan leader stated that the guy was not a fool. However, his meanderings would not be enough to escape from him. Suddenly, another voice said he liked the chapter's speech. He didn't know he could throw around such hurtful words like that. However, if what he said was true, he would experience Bond's blade today. The dumbfounded Soman did not expect to see the sect head. He laughed, asking if he thought he was alone here, as suddenly all the warriors on the ground saw a few more people in the air. The head of the House of Fiery Loyalty and the head of the White House asked how the Soman leader dared to afford such a thing. The leaders of the Continental Clan and Chinese Squad also joined the discussion, saying that they trusted him until they saw all of this. The head of Soman also noticed one more person, who was the last person he expected to be here, because he shouldn't be here. It was an elder of the Soman clan, who should be in exile outside the country, who looked at the man judgmentally. They had banished him when they took over the clan, and so he didn't understand how they could find him and bring him here. Quentin was also here, saying that when he heard the heir's request, but when he brought these men, he realized what his plan was. Bruno thanked him for it, and the beggar asked the Somun leader what he would do next, since he had no loopholes for that. Quentin good-naturedly suggested that he kneel down and beg for forgiveness before it was too late, for there would be no turning back. But contrary to what he saw, the man declared that it was quite arrogant, and he would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. After which he smirked slyly and asked if they thought he had come to the battle with the library empty-handed. He then pointed his sword at his opponents, ordering his warriors to prepare the projectiles. Those in turn began to open the prepared crates. The heads of the various families stared at the spectacle with shock in their eyes, not realizing what projectiles they were talking about. Someone said that even the great library, an impregnable fortress with an unpredictable strategy, would not be able to withstand such a blow. Even one bomb would be enough to incinerate the whole place. And then it turned out he was going to blow up this mountain along with the library. Bruno clapped his hands. They said he was disappointed that he had come with nothing, but the library would be only too happy to receive such a gift. Whereupon the guy smiled in the friendliest possible way and suggested to continue this conversation already after his fall. Not understanding anything, the clan head asked why he was suddenly talking about some kind of fall. After all, they were standing on solid ground. But as soon as the guy snapped his fingers, the slope on which the head and his warriors stood began to crumble rapidly, covering itself with cracks. The ground immediately left their feet, sending all the men into free fall, in addition to giving them a sense of impending death. While all the warriors were experiencing animal fear, the clan leader tried to stay focused and thought about the fact that it must be an illusion. He decided not to take any chances, however, and stuck the tip of his sword straight into the mountain, so as not to continue his free fall into the unknown. Turning his head, he shouted to his servants to calm down, for it was all unreal and only an illusion. However, these words had no effect on the warriors, who tearfully begged to be saved, and one of the soldiers flew straight for the head. Frightened by the man flying at him, the head thought that if he fell on top of him, he would be instantly finished. With a sharp sweep of his arm, he managed to kick aside the flying body, which continued to fly into the unknown face down. However, what he feared so much happened. The tip of the sword popped out of the rock, sending the man flying, following his warriors. He stared into the void and thought that so far so good, the ground was still far away, which meant he could still think of something to save himself. Also, the mountain the library stands on isn't really that high. If it were real, they would have crashed a long time ago. All of this just proves that it's an illusion, which is why he shouted to the warriors not to let them fool themselves that it's just magic. At this time, the group of men who had been watching the enemies fall from the air only gaped their mouths, unable to find any words. They looked at the men who lay on the ground, realizing that they were now falling into the illusion Bruno had created. The eldest heir was content to ask Eugene to extend the protective seals to the entire mountain. After all, no one could know about it. The Somun clan head, lying face down, shouted loudly that the ground was approaching. In response, the surviving warriors screamed in fear. Some of the soldiers tried to stand up, opening their eyes, in which they could see terror, while they themselves screamed and feared death. In the same second, they fell face first into the ground at high speed, which meant that in the illusion, they had already reached the bottom that they crashed into. Some family heads wondered how they could have died in the illusion since they could have easily gotten out of it. They were answered that all because mind and body are one, and therefore those who are unable to distinguish illusion from reality may disappear without a trace. But no matter how good the illusion was, they really believed that they were now falling inside the mountain, causing them to die. The moment people mistake illusion for reality, even it can kill them, completely destroying the mind from within. Bruno ordered his bodyguards to take these bodies away. Several men in dark robes immediately emerged from the shadows and immediately carried out the order. The family heads looked at Bruno and noticed that he didn't even hesitate and had called them here, not to protect himself from the Soman clan. His main goal was to show them the true face of the clan, hinting that it was best not to joke with them or try to provoke them in any way. The Soman clan elder, who had only remained silent until then, decided to address the library heir, drawing his attention to him. The young lad listened attentively to the old man, who said that there were some seriously wounded but still living people among them, and so he asked him to relieve their suffering. Bruno understood the man half-heartedly, giving mute orders to his subordinates. Those took one look at their master and immediately realized what was required of them. whereupon they drew their knives and began slitting the throats of the survivors. After a while, the heads of the families gathered at a round table, and the elder said that it was a disgrace, and after such a thing one would want to hide in a mouse hole. The clan leader was treacherous, destroying anyone who got in his way. But the old man thought he only wanted to strengthen the clan's strength. However, there is no one to blame for this. If it wasn't for the heir to the library, other families have also suffered at the hands of this cruel man. Judging by Samun's actions, there are probably many crimes they don't know about yet, however. It was embarrassing for the families that they could only observe. With that, they decided to end the meeting, adding that in order to defeat Somun once and for all, they needed to summon the best warriors of each family. At this time, Bruno thought it reminded him of the times when he was the head of the alliance, the meeting as boring as it was then. But he still misses some people and wondered if he should go to the alliance, then immediately discarded the idea. So far, he had only learned 2 skills from his 3 secret weapons and had not mastered only blood integrity, and the other 2 needed improvement. So now he would have no time to think about visiting the alliance, for he was expected to work hard on himself. At this time, he heard someone call out to him, thinking they wanted him to approve the final decision. Smiling, he replied that they could do as they chose, as they were all masters of their craft, so there would be no difficulty. Quentin said there's nothing to worry about, but Bruno is so calm, as if he's already experienced many such events. Then he asked if he was a genius, thinking that such a little guy had managed to take down the Summon clan, but he still needed to gain experience. As soon as everything was settled, Bruno decided to disperse as a friend outside the door heard a loud, boyish scream. A dazed Henry flew into the hall, calling loudly to his brother, thus drawing everyone's attention. Without lowering his voice, the boy excitedly reported that the Soman clan leader was furious, eyes burning red, and it seemed he had risen to take revenge. The men immediately began to clamor and ask how he could have risen, and what this nonsense was. Bruno immediately sent his warriors to find out what was the matter. Dumbfounded by what was happening, Eugene, who had been accompanying his brother the whole time, asked him what was going on, unable to understand on his own. Leader Soman has awakened a hidden power. This fighting technique is used in the last moments of life, at the expense of the last remnants of energy. Completely calmly, Bruno asked Eugene to raise the guards and make sure the library was secure, then stay with his grandfather. Upon leaving the hall, the first heir of the library immediately asked how the situation was, to which his warrior replied that he would find out right away. As their warriors stacked the bodies of the dead at the north gate in a wagon, the leader's body shuddered, and the same happened to the others. Although uniting all the warrior units, they outnumbered them numerically, but the situation was unfolding far from their favor. Bruno's bodyguards, 3 of them, tried to attack the clan leader from behind, while he was engrossed in the battle to catch him off guard. However, the man reacted lightning fast, thus fending off the attack of 3 blades at once, throwing the warriors away from him with a scream. Bruno, Sonia, and several heads of families immediately arrived at the scene of the battle to personally assess the situation and help their warriors. Looking at the head of Soman fiercely massacring his men, the eldest heir thought that he had quite a lot of energy in him. Henry, who had followed them, asked if they would not just watch everything from the sidelines, but call all the warriors here. Brian, who had also come with his brother, replied that that was the way to go, but even so, they wouldn't be able to overpower them. The worried boy turned to Bruno, telling him to fight him, for the elder said he was very strong. At this time, Bruno was only watching, trying to quickly and rationally assess the possibilities of victory, concluding that it would be difficult. The duration of the hidden power awakening is half an hour, and after that he would die, so one could just wait it out. However, some heads of families had already joined the fight, wanting a quick end to the carnage caused by the awakened man. One of the heads tried to attack Soman with his sword, but the latter grabbed the blade with his bare hands and wrenched it from his hands, tossing it aside. If there were more fallen warriors, the situation would get even worse, and there was no way they could let that happen. Having lost his sword, the man had already resigned himself to his fate and closed his eyes, but after a few seconds, nothing happened. Risking a glance at what was happening, he spotted Bruno, who with just 2 fingers was able to disarm his attacker. Taking the sword in his hand, the senior library heir said that he didn't have the ball with him, so he would borrow it for a while. The guy then rushed into the attack, having previously weighed the pros and cons, deciding in the end to end it all here and now. In order to deal with all of this quickly, you need to hit instead of where all the hidden power that is accumulated in him is coming from. Catching up with one of the fallen warriors, Bruno delivered a horizontal strike slightly below the ribs, knowing that was their weak spot. From the wound that had been inflicted by the sword, in addition to blood, Red energy immediately rushed out and began to be released at an incredible speed, after which the guy accelerated, catching up with all the Soman clan warriors, striking at the same spot, thus defeating them. The clan head immediately noticed the approaching young man, but he was not going to give up, so easily exposed to a blow. The man couldn't believe that he had personally decided to fight for me, which he expressed out loud, but Bruno didn't say anything back. The exasperated man began to concentrate dark energy around him, stating that he wanted to see his insides. The next second, an incredibly strong explosion rang out. Seeing it, the ever-laughing band shouted loudly, calling out to the air. However, the one was fine and was able to dodge, and now he was determined to counterattack before his opponent could regroup. The dumbfounded Soman, seeing that the guy wasn't hit by the shockwave, became even more embittered, feeling a surge of rage. However, it was too late. While he was thinking about it, Bruno approached him with lightning speed and sliced his body in half. Quentin, who immediately approached the library heir, stared emotionlessly at the body of the defeated man. The heads of the families didn't know how he did it, but they weren't going to believe the silly and bullshit rumors about him anymore. However, Bruno replied that Soman had fallen because he had already used up all his strength, yet the warriors continued to praise him. One of the heads thought about how his sword-wielding and movement was completely different from the other warriors in the Great Library. When they returned to the library, they unanimously decided to gather and finally destroy the Soman clan, punishing them for their sins. A little while later, Chandler asked his brother if he could hear the sounds. It was families and clans from the northern lands invading. The fleshball called out for his father, but his brother replied that the leader had gone to the library to avenge him, but lost, and they got to them. Unable to bear this news calmly, what was left of Marcus only shouted angrily, calling for Chandler again. Trembling Flesh tearfully asked his brother to kill him before the people from the heavenly library who were coming after him did. He said he was in this formless state, he had no father, but Chandler A asked how dare his brother give up his life. Patting Marcus on the place where his cheek should be, Chandler said that something good had finally happened for him. Smiling unpleasantly, the half-brother asked how it felt to feel miserable, because looking at him, he couldn't stop laughing. Marcus cried out angrily, but his brother told him not to worry, for his own pleasure, he would take care of him for the rest of his life. After all, they would be living together for a long time to come, after which Chandler stroked his brother again, constructing a ruthless smile. The day after the Soman clan attacked at noon, and news came that the clan army had been completely and utterly defeated. After the Great Heavenly Library learned of this, it was as if a celebration reigned in. Everyone shed tears of happiness, laughing and cheering. A few days later, Elder Soman came to the library. He brought the clan's stolen library treasures. I also brought gold bars. According to the investigation, the Somun clan had destroyed at least 5 clans and clans. The elder apologized to all of them. Bruno thought he still had about 10 years to pay for all the crimes committed by the former clan leader, but he had a strong sense of responsibility. In the next, the clan head of the Continental Martial Administration clan arrived. He brought the box as an apology. The man had heard that Bruno was looking for healing plants, so he presented a flower of soul power, but taking it might make him sick for a while. The guest cringed when she saw the concerned face of the library heir, who was overjoyed at the second element he had been looking for so long. After taking the serpent's blood, it took him a long time to find the remaining ingredients, so he didn't know if he could even get them. But he didn't think he'd get one like that, at which time the man said he'd prepare a better gift next time. However, the guy immediately snatched the flower out of the guest's hands, blushing and saying that it was the best gift he could give. After him, the heads of the White House and the House of Flaming Allegiance came over, and Bruno wondered if they couldn't all come at once. The head of the White House whispered that the head of the Chaka sect didn't have a gift ready, so he couldn't come today. At this time, Ban called in to go to the library together. After all the other clans had also paid visits. They shouldn't be left out. The girl asked in surprise if it was normal that they would arrive empty-handed, but her father replied contentedly that the gift was already ready. She asked what it was, to which the man immediately replied that it was her. We should marry her off to the heir to the library sometime. After all, the more she learns about him and the library, the better. We need to improve the relationship between them. But Inna didn't finish listening and ran away. As soon as the door slammed shut with a clatter, a stunned Ban told himself that he shouldn't have spoken so harshly about it. At night, the beggars came to the library empty-handed, for they had nothing Bruno could appreciate. They ate meat, rested and left. After their visit, the heir reckoned that the endless stream of guests was finally over. But against his wishes, the captain of the Chinese detachment also came to him along with his son, who behaved very politely compared to the beggars. The young guests stated that they were seeing each other for the first time since the Soman clan dinner. His father had told him much about the battle with them. They brought 3 chests of swords as gifts. The master remembered that Bruno didn't have a sword of his own, so he brought him several to choose from. In a past life, he had received a letter from the captain where he spoke of wanting to give him a sword, and now he had received it in another life. Taking the first sword in his hands, the eldest heir immediately began to list all of its advantages and conveniences, capturing every detail. The elderly master was flattered, for the lad had said so many flattering words about his work, but he offered to look at other swords as well. The second sword was also amazing, for it harmonized lightness and hardness, making it a very dangerous weapon in skillful hands. In the flow of energy, it becomes very flexible, so it will be convenient to use in various combat techniques. To a skilled warrior, it will emphasize skill. Everyone would like to possess such a sword. The master immediately laughed, agreeing with the boy, adding that this was far from all. Bruno looked at the third sword. The scabbard of the hilt looked quite old. The eldest heir didn't think it would turn out like this. Then he decided to use his newly acquired magical vision to take a closer look. Beginning to look at the engraved symbols on the guard and scabbard, the lad began to carefully draw his sword, scrutinizing the steel. After returning everything to its original form, Bruno merely smiled politely and said that it was a good sword and he liked it a lot. This confused the master a bit, who was expecting a bit different words specifically about this sword, but he didn't ask any unnecessary questions. And after which he circled his hands around all 3 weapons, asked which of the 3 swords he decided to choose. The guy opted for the first one. Against the choice, the man picked up the third sword, and looking at it, asked the eldest heir to explain his choice. Bowing, the guy replied that all the swords were great, but the first sword suited him better than the second. However, the man wondered why he did not choose the third, to which he heard the answer that the master had worked on this sword all his life. Such an answer dumbfounded both the master and his son, who had not expected such insight from the young master. The man then blushed and shook Bruno's hand, saying loudly that he knew the guy would understand that, then asked how he did it. He replied that next to this sword, another would lose its value, but all its superior properties would only show themselves in the hands of the one who made it. In his hands, the blade becomes so sharp that it will be able to chop anything at once. The edges of the sword forged in such a way that they increase the flow of chi energy. Moreover, the runes on the sword were arranged not just like that, but in a special order, so they bring all the energy into harmony. The guy can't express in words how amazed he is by the master's work. That's why he can't accept it. The old man was touched by such speeches. He said that the guy explained himself as if he himself had been present at the creation of this sword, for it was created for the best man in the whole world. He forged it to be as good as the 3 swords Harry already wielded, but to Harry's great regret, he died prematurely. Therefore, the master concluded that this sword must be wielded by another person who was practically as good as the head of the alliance. At the same second, the man politely asked the guy to accept this sword, for another such master for it would be very hard to find. The man couldn't wait to see this sword unfold in his hands, for one day with it, the eldest heir would be able to reach the top. Looking at the new weapon with amazement, Bruno thought about the fact that this sword was able to find its true master, which was no coincidence. When he heard the answer, he smiled slightly and nodded, realizing how amazing a connection it was, like a gift from fate. He then folded his hands in respect, sincerely thanking the master who had appreciated the lad's strength at face value and presented such a gift. After this visit, Bruno, along with Eugene and Brian, decided to rest for a while, at which time the brothers complained about the last guest's gift. The head of the library would then decide what to do with those involved in the conspiracy between the Soman clan and the manager, deciding to kick them out. Afterward, at the suggestion of the White House Chief of Staff, he sent a request for a library invitation to the Northern Association Union. Bruno then stated that the Soman clan's atrocities had come to an end. Surely the clan's ties were wider, so they could face the aggression of their allies. They will not take drastic action so as not to put themselves in danger, but this should not be a reason to be calm. Plus, the Soman clan had plans to seize power that they kept secret, but by forming an alliance, they can counter them. The library has always supported the Union, so they could take control of the area surrounding the library. And even if someone decides to attack, rather than be able to fend off the attack, and at the same time use runes to defend the territory, Ben liked the idea. At this time, rumors were spreading around the city that it was the library heir who had contributed the most to the victory over the Soman clan. Others said that the library was a mysterious place, but that was just nonsense after all. How could they be martial arts masters, only reading books? There's no smoke without fire, after all. They played a big role in that battle, which is why such rumors are all over town. Many people asked why suddenly the heir to the library, who was rumored to be dead, became so active in such a short time. The man who was watching the guy standing by the window and covering his face with a fan said, "Better stop discussing this." When asked if he was worried, the man loudly replied that it was better to double-check everything and kill him. The main thing was not to regret it later. The young guy turned around and firmly stated that he would have no regrets, all because he didn't know him. So he wanted to show him something. Sitting down at the table on which the sheets lay, the lad declared that it was a letter from a friend of his, but the man thought it was just farewell letters. The young man then asked to look at the first 6 letters and to understand everything to the end. They just need to be put together. There was a ringing pause for a moment, during which the mustachioed man tried to form a sentence from the first letters of words. It was an encrypted correspondence between him and Bruno. In it, the heir wrote that he was alive but dead, and as long as he existed, his family struggled with grief. After reading it all the way through, the man cried out that he should have reported that he had changed his mind sooner, for he had entrusted everything to a reliable organization. They promised they wouldn't stop until the task was done. But Chad replied that he was waiting for that, which stunned his interlocutor. Then he asked if the guy would die too when it was over, to which he got the answer that he couldn't live if he killed his friend. It seemed to the man that the two of them were out of their minds, whereupon he asked if they were sure they were all right, expecting a clear answer. But Chad replied that it was a very bright sun today, and before it went down, he and the heir in the library would die, no matter what it took. The next day, Eugene said that they would soon come to the very same restaurant, after which he said that the new dish was very delicious. Bruno replied that he couldn't wait, because it had been a long time since they had all gone anywhere together. Sonia and Brian also looked unimaginably happy. With a determined look, the second heir loudly announced that today, his brother would try a dish whose taste he would never forget. Eugene looked overconfident today, but he had started begging him to go to this restaurant with him a few days ago. The eldest heir wondered if this new dish was as delicious as his brother said it was, but what if it wasn't? Walking down a shopping alley, Brian drew Eugene's attention to a counter selling simple wooden soldiers. Looking at each toy, the younger brother asked if Eugene remembered how they played war games with these as kids. He, of course, remembered everything. At this time, Bruno asked them with a disgruntled look not to be distracted, but they didn't even seem to hear him, too engrossed in their memories. However, he did not wait for them, calling Sonia after him, deciding to go ahead and take the free table, but the girl was in no hurry to leave. Unable to bear it, she suggested she go after the gentleman after all, to bring them back in a flash. Bruno did not like this idea, but it was too late. With a naive, joyful face, Sonia ran to her brothers, clearly not wanting to bring them back, well more like join their childishness. Now the three of them, holding the toys in both hands, were playing with each other like little children, as if there was nothing else in the world for them. Now Bruno reminded himself of a parent with many children, who did not know what to do with naughty children who were on their own. Suddenly he froze, clearly sensing a clear urge to kill somewhere nearby. He had to find the source of the sensation immediately. He immediately began to look around the crowded street for one or more people who might be dangerous to him and his family. Suddenly, he noticed a lonely old woman who was moving slowly down the street, shivering and shivering, peering at him. Using his enhanced vision, the eldest heir immediately realized that it was not an old woman, for it was only pretending to be one, skillfully disguised. Her steps are irregular, but this happens in a regular pattern, even though it is not 100% proof. It is something worth paying attention to. Though her slouching spine showed, her muscles had not weakened at all from old age, and the old woman didn't look like a particularly strong person. You can also see the teeth from under the pinched lips, which were in place at that age. Hence, it was not an elderly person at all. Bruno concluded that this was a middle-aged woman who was only masquerading as an old woman, which meant she worked for some serious organization. Even after they met eyes, she didn't go the other way. At this rate, when she would pass by, the illusion might fall. The eldest heir first thought it was an assassin sent by the Soman clan, but it was not worth blaming them alone for all the sins. The second person he thought would send assassins was Chad, who was eager to help his desperate best friend. But he sent him an invitation to the Great Library of Heaven, making it clear that he did not wish to die, though he never received a reply. He decided that he could deal with who sent her later, but now the main thing was to eliminate the threat, because it was not only this old woman who was trying to kill him. There was also a lame guy, a skinny man, and someone picking his nose behind him. He felt like he had already eliminated all the capable warriors. So it's someone new, and the guy wondered where they were always coming from. At this point, Brian wanted to turn to his older brother but hesitated. Bursting forward, Bruno decided to see what they could do, but his little brother thought he had decided to attack them because they were distracted by their toys. However, the eldest heir rushed past them, grabbing the old woman by the throat in a sharp motion, pinning her to the ground, giving her no chance to escape. The uncomprehending Sonia asked loudly why the gentleman had hit her, but the man did not answer the question, lunging at the next one with incredible speed. Sonia ran up to the old woman and asked if she was all right, but Eugene concluded that she was already dead, as he immediately changed his conclusion seconds later. When he turned his attention to the woman's skin, he realized that it was just a mask that had been pulled over a young face, with blood visible underneath the mask. At this time, the eldest heir had already caught up with the second man, who, after seeing his strength and speed, thought that they had been described to him in a completely different way. However, he was not willing to also just set himself up for blows like his counterpart, and so he decided to defend himself with all his might by trying to block the blow. They had been told that the library heir dreamed of dying, and so it was unclear why he was attacking them, and his skill was astounding. While he was distracted by his speculation, Bruno was able to strike him in the chest with the palm of his hand, thus knocking all the air out of his lungs and throwing him off. Brian, who ran up to his brother at this time, shouted to him to be careful here. The older man looked up and spotted the two attackers. Bruno managed to dodge the moment the two swords collided with the ground where their potential target had literally just stood, the eldest heir, and decided to switch from defense to offense, then drew his sword, stabbing through the chest of the assassin, who was slower than the others. The man, who was not involved in the fight, watched in shock as the library heir easily massacred his comrades. Following this, Bruno spun like a tornado, thus damaging those around him and preventing them from getting close to him. The abrupt stop confused one of the assassins, but the guy had already approached him while he remained in his previous defensive stance. At the last second, he managed to react, drawing his sword from its sheath and striking horizontally, aiming for the senior heir's neck. However, this speed was not enough to catch him off guard, causing Bruno to easily stop the blade with only 4 fingers. As soon as the blade bounced aside, the guy began to strike at his opponent's energy points, thus taking him out of the game. The assassin was trembling but still on his feet. He realized he had been defeated in the fight. However, something had happened in his favor. After all, he was also attacking the blood points. In that second, Bruno realized that there was a needle impregnated with a rather strong and dangerous poison in his neck. Coughing up blood, the man clutched at his chest, but smiled, and with great difficulty declared aloud to himself that the task was done. Unable to bear it, he fell face down right in front of Bruno's feet, who, even poisoned by the venom, did not move or feel any discomfort. After pulling the needle out of his neck, the guy thought about the fact that he was not affected by the poison after the blood of the hexagonal serpent, but he still missed the stealthy attack. Be that as it may, unfortunately, the task was not completed after all, and so the guy only carelessly tossed the useless needle to the ground. His brothers and Sonia came running up to him, asking if he was all right and what they wanted from him, because it had all happened very suddenly. Bruno, however, asked menacingly if they had arranged it, and wasn't that why they had taken so long to persuade him to go into town together for a few days. Sonia and the brothers could not believe that Bruno had such an opinion of them, but the eldest heir showed with all his appearance that the question was not a serious one. He asked again how they would explain such a coincidence, to which the brothers blanched, saying it wasn't like that at all, Sonia shouting that she didn't know anything. Brian hesitantly announced that Chad was around here somewhere. Bruno resented that they hadn't told him anything, since he'd been waiting a long time for an answer to his letter. Eugene held out a piece of paper to him saying it was the answer, and he wanted a surprise, so he asked him to take him out to eat. Such a surprise was clearly not to Bruno's liking, who decided to use his enhanced vision to quickly locate his best friend. Raising his head, he turned his attention to the balcony, from which he had a very good view of the square, the perfect place to view the battle. Chad and his assistant were shocked when they realized that Bruno was looking in their direction right now, having managed to discover their location in a second. The guy on the balcony shuddered and laughed nervously, thinking that Bruno, who had lived simply because he couldn't die, was now fighting to survive. Afterward, the heir's best friend wept, asking the aide if he could believe that his friend was killing people to save his life. The man replied that now was not the time to be so distressed, whereupon he pointed his finger to the road, asking the gentleman to look that way. The heir to the library runs to them to kill Chad, and what makes him think the guy wants to die because he said he'd better double-check everything. However, Chad paid no attention to the aide's comments, spreading his arms wide and beckoning his best friend over for a quick hug. With 2 leaps, first pushing off the ground, then off the roof, Bruno headed straight for the balcony where Chad was standing with incredible speed. Only a few meters apart, the cheerful and friendly Chad from the disgruntled and embittered Bruno, who was clearly unfriendly, taking advantage of the fact that his best friend had spread his arms, thus opening himself completely, the eldest heir punched him in the face with his fist. Falling backwards, Chad let a tear fall, unable to stop smiling and thinking that he was really glad and impressed that Bruno was so energetic again. The impact was so strong that Chad flew several meters away, after which his body collided with the wall, which broke due to its fragility. Bruno grabbed the guy by the pecs, yelling that before he sent the letter, he needed to make sure he was doing the right thing. Chad's aide immediately began to smile awkwardly without waving his hands, saying that his master had been inadequate for a long time, trying to justify himself. The eldest heir recognized Bucky in the man, and the man cringed, asked why he was staring at him like that, because it wasn't his fault. Bruno knew he could handle anything if given enough money, for this man was good at what he did. He'd hired him a couple times in a past life to get the information he needed, and Chad had used him to hire these assassins. Bucky cried out that he had fulfilled his contractual obligations. He realizes that asking him to kill him is crazy, but after all, he wanted to do it himself. The guy realized that they wanted to make him guilty of all sins because it was the body, and the fact that Chad decided to kill him was the former Bruno's fault. A short while later, Chad was punched in the face again, but by a library custodian who was furious. Ben couldn't think that their correspondence was planning a murder, for he thought the child was determined to live, but apparently he was wrong. Suddenly the man shuddered, unable to cope with his emotions, after which he asked why I would keep it all to myself. Chad clutched his flushed cheek, looking awkwardly at the old man who said it almost ended badly this time. And today he had almost lost not only Bruno, but also Chad, whom he loved like his own grandson. Suddenly the man hugged his grandson's best friend, saying that it must have been very hard for him too, but now he and his grandson were fine. There will only be good days ahead. These words made Chad realize that he had made a big mistake. Bruno looked at them and sighed, but didn't say anything, not wanting to get involved in their squabble since the problem was already solved. Toward evening, Chad told Bucky that he was breaking his contract, but he was glad since all the problems had been resolved, but the man had a different opinion. He stated that the guy didn't understand what he had just tried to explain because the problem was far from solved, but Chad didn't know what he was talking about. With a tense and serious face, Bucky replied that the guy had forgotten that the assassination had been assigned to limitless killers. Limitless means they will go all the way. After all, they are martial artists and have excellent skills that they use skillfully. But their main trait is that they don't know how to give up, and at all costs they must destroy their target by accomplishing the mission to the end. The dumbfounded guy looked at the man, saying that if Bruno was still alive, then he was still in danger. After which he smiled foolishly as he asked Bucky to simply terminate their contracts too. However, he stated he couldn't. Chad then sighed and said he understood and would just have to pay them double the price. However, he heard again that wouldn't work. The man stated that he had really lost the rest of his mind because money is not everything. He even decided to satisfy his death wish with money. Chad asked if he knew any way out of the situation, but the man tried to explain that he didn't have a solution to the problem. More precisely, there are 2 options. In the first, Bruno is dead. In the second dead, all members of this organization kill her, but the leader will remain. But the guy said it was no problem, which managed to surprise Bucky, who started asking how he was going to organize it. Chad replied that if the end of it came after all the killers were dead, that's what they would do, and he already had a plan born. All it takes is hiring another group of assassins. The shocked man froze, trying to figure out if this was a joke. However, the guy stated to find the best martial artists, paying them double the amount. They will assemble a so-called death squad, and until the assassins are destroyed, Bruno will be watched over by the Heaven Squad, which he will assemble personally for a friend. Bucky couldn't believe the seriousness of it, telling Chad that he was talking nonsense because he wanted to solve everything with money again. He gave up, saying that as long as he had money, anything was possible, after which he decided to go looking for warriors for his units, but once again, honoring the request. The guy also asked him to keep this conversation a secret from Bruno. The second he played dumb, asking what conversation we were talking about. This amused Chad, who laughed and turned rather rudely to Bucky, who didn't understand why he had just been insulted. The young gentleman mentally turned to Bruno, saying that he would take care of everything, for he, who could not have died all this time, had changed beyond recognition. Bucky said that they don't know when the assassins will decide to attack Bruno again, and therefore need to be ready to start executing the plan tomorrow morning. As soon as dawn came, 4 people came out to greet Chad, and Bruno said he could stay a while longer. But the guy with the fan in his hands replied that he couldn't stay, because unfortunately he and Bucky had urgent business to attend to. However, now they can see each other whenever they want, so he can come back here at any time of the day or night. As soon as the 2 men got into the carriage, Sonia and Brian waved goodbye, wishing them a safe journey. As the carriage began to move away, the eldest heir breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that now it was time. He turned to his brothers, said he had to speak to them, then asked them to come into his chambers as soon as possible. Once Bruno was distant, Eugene asked Sonia what had suddenly happened and if she knew anything about the master's plans. The girl smiled and blushed, loudly declaring that it was about the exact ass-kicking, because whatever the intentions were, he almost died this time. Brian said in shock that she was helping them too, but Eugene hurried his brother along, saying that if they were late, they'd be in for more trouble. Sitting at the table, the eldest heir looked at the soul power flower given to him, thinking that it might be worth accepting it right now. After all, you want to increase your strength faster. You need to reach a whole blood state sooner and get back on track. But he had gained immunity to poisons by drinking the blood of that stinking snake, however. It was far from enough to become the strongest. If the assassins hadn't relied on poison during the last attack, he would have been in big trouble, so he was lucky this time. Ben seems to have sent out emails to an acquaintance who might know where to get poison bugs, and he hopes to get some good news soon. At the same time, his brothers entered the room, looking desperate and ready to receive their punishment. Not understanding why the brothers looked like they were going to be executed today, Bruno asked them to sit down, trying not to think about their oddities. He said that from today, he would start taking the soul power flower, so it would be difficult for him to leave the chambers for a while. Bruno asked Eugene to take care of the family for the next month as if he were its head, to strengthen the defense and negotiate. And the second heir was shocked at such news, to which the brother replied that grandfather is already quite old and the uncle is not very active. Eugene wasn't sure if he could do the errand, but Bruno replied that he trusted him to do it because he knew he could handle it. The middle brother was surprised to think that the older brother wanted to give him a hard time, but he didn't even know Bruno thought of him that way, as he suddenly folded his arms in a respectful gesture, stating that he would do his best not to let their family down. This answer satisfied the eldest heir, after which he said that if it came to magic seals, let him ask Brian for help. He then decided to cut to the chase, calling Sonia, who was right there, and held out a wooden stick to her master. He said they could be relied upon, but one must not forget what must be done. The brothers immediately began to beg for mercy. However, it didn't save them from being hit, and Bruno said they had so many layers of clothes on that they couldn't even walk properly. Once the brothers were left lying on the floor, the eldest heir walked over to the window, addressing Sonia and the guard sitting in the tree. But he said that after consuming the flower of power, he would meditate in his chambers, whereupon he asked if they would like to lock themselves in with him. After all, he knew that they should accompany him and be concerned, yet he was immediately rebuffed and received a shocked look from the girl. The guy looked at Sonia sadly, saying that he believed in her fidelity, but the girl waved her hand and replied that she had never been faithful to him. Bruno jokingly said that they had ceased to be loyal to him at all, and the soldiers immediately understood the humor, laughing with the gentleman. They couldn't even imagine such a thing in the past, because if they had left him unattended before, they would have contributed and pushed him to his death. And that would be no different than murder. And to think they used to guard Bruno not from murderers, but from suicide. Picking up a book that transported to the winter illusion, the boy stated that they would see each other in a month then, and then said goodbye. It had been 20 days since Bruno had accepted the soul power flower, leaving the box from it lying on the ground covered in snow. His chi energy began to increase much faster. Now he could fully control the function of his muscles, internal organs, and every nerve ending. He wandered through the winter woods with a book flying nearby that would be able to lead him back home, and so she was always with him. It was worth all the limitations he experienced, and his abilities quickly reached stellar levels, and his spirit power became stronger. The more he improved, the more he felt like his old self when he was the head of the Marima Alliance. He had finally perfected 2 means of self-defense, namely whole blood and through punch, but there was still one more thing left. Whole blood, which gives the ability to control blood vessels, and now the actions of this skill last much longer. The illusion cloud technique has become much more precise. He can now control the force of the blow. It travels further than his opponent's body. If we take the plank strike as an example, due to the striking distance, the bottom planks will shatter, but the top plank will remain intact. Due to the through impact, all the force is transferred into something else. This can be the ground, objects, and other people. Since hitting the energy points is not always effective, Sometimes you have to use your fists. This can come in handy for defense. Though it's 2 of his 3 means of self-defense so far, it's enough for now. He can't wait to have the last poison bug. However, there was another matter that had to be solved as soon as possible, for the fellow had not gone into the illusion just for the sake of meditation. He slowly picked up the sword recently gifted, then began to pull it from its sheath, examining it closely. Looking at the shining blade, Bruno thought it would look great in a collection with his 3 legendary swords. Apparently, this sword was really meant to be his. Even though it was late in coming to him, the master had put all his soul into it. He needs to recover his previous sword skills for this sword to regain its full power, and it's good that he has this sword now. After all, he can't get his old sword back, but he can use this one, but it will take a lot of practice. Performing various moves and feints, the guy tossed the sword into the air, along with coming up with a decent name for it. He decided to name him Ryan, which translated as soul, after which he told him that if it wasn't for the rebirth, they might not have met. The guy stuck his sword into the ground and then took a few steps away, commanding the sword to follow him. However, there was no response. Bruno stopped and turned his head slightly, realizing that the sword hadn't even moved. He gave the order again, but it again had no effect. The eldest heir staring at the weapon for a few seconds. Unable to stand it, he shouted loudly that he was finished if he didn't obey him from the start, after which he asked why the man wasn't responding. Rubbing his nose, the boy suggested that he was probably still shy, but they'd have many more days together and he'd get used to it. But the problem is that he didn't respond, and after 10 days, this caused a storm of resentment from Bruno, who told the sword what he thought. Holding Ryan tightly in his hands, the guy switched to swearing, insulting the new weapon that never showed signs of obeying. He was fed up with it, and annoyed, he decided to return home without finishing one of the 2 things he had planned. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted with a smile by Sonia, who was overjoyed that he was finally back. She said that he had come just in time, because the head of Murim from the province had come to visit them, and he had been waiting for 3 days for his return. Bruno immediately asked his name. A second later, the girl replied that I think his name was Magnus. The guy knew the man. Sonia grimaced at the thought of the gentleman pretending to know everything again. She was very much stressed by such a strange habit. She also said there was more news. About 15 days ago, a message came from the main healer's fortress. This made the guy happy. There is a saying, if this medicine is not in the main fortress of healers, then there is no such medicine at all. Everyone in that place is obsessed with medicine. If that message came from there, then they must have a poison bug. Bruno clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that he had never dreamed that he would be able to recover all 3 of his abilities so quickly. Sonia could see that the Lord was pleased, so she decided to prepare a bath for him so he could freshen up before meeting the head of Murim. After a while, the lad entered the room where Ben was sitting reading a letter. He was immediately told of Bruno's appearance and invited him in. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the lad said that he had heard he had a message from the main healer strongholds. The old man handed the letter to the lad, said that among all the people he had sent letters to, the reply from them came the fastest. However, as the guy sees from the letter, rather than sending the bug, they want him to come to them himself, though it's unknown what for. The letter said they had the bug, but they didn't want the money. Instead, the library heir should come get it in person. That was all that was in the envelope, but the old man asked him not to worry, for they would provide any treasure they asked for in return for the bug. Bruno replied that if there are no long sentences here, unopened leaves, they don't have any hidden agendas, and no money is needed. Apparently they have a problem, and they think he can solve it, so he's going to go there as the fortress asks. Ben was worried at first, after which he asked his grandson to be more careful, the boy agreed, after which he said they needed to meet a guest. After that, the eldest heir went to another room where a man was waiting for him. The guy immediately apologized for the long wait. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the guy said that he was the heir to the great heavenly library. The man was very happy to meet him. He had heard much about the lively character of the young man, whereupon he introduced himself, saying that he was Magnus, the head of the Murim in the province. Harry and Bruno's body immediately recognized this kid, for he had seen him a couple of times at annual meetings, and therefore knew what kind of person he was. He was always smiling and at ease. Because of the fact that he was always smiling and quite good-natured, he got the nickname Sword, He He He. Magnus suddenly stated that he couldn't believe to face with such a celebrity. This surprised the guy. The man added that a lot of people are talking about him, because instead of being in shock at the true face of the Soman clan, everyone is praising Bruno. For as soon as the guy came to his senses, he turned everything upside down. The guy replied that Murim also came to his senses when he turned over. Magnus smiled awkwardly and said that was an accurate point, but he had allowed such a horror to happen himself, which was why he had come to apologize. When asked what happened, the man said that while he was distracted, there was unrest in the south of the province. Countries of people showed up and started to rob. Well, one of them is so powerful that all factions and clans began to raise a ruckus because of him. They sneak up in the night, attacking suddenly. Pleas for mercy didn't help either. Harry immediately realized it was about his 1,000 guards. He declared that there was no such thing. To this, Magnus said that they had nothing to do with the guy. It's not like they belonged to him, Bruno immediately hissed. After which he said that he had misheard him, but the man knew it himself. Then the heir asked why he had come. Magnus announced that they were inviting him to become a Murim warrior for his talents. The guy was shocked. After all, he was recently the head of the alliance. The man began to say that not everyone can get into the troops, but they can't pass by such a talented young man. After all, he is a talent recognized by Murima. Hence, he needs to apply his talent for the good of the world. Hence, he will get a personal recommendation. As soon as it came to the strategy of the alliance, to which the recommendation was to come, Bruno immediately thought of Helen. The eldest heir immediately flinched, asking loudly if Magnus knew Helen, for he had completely forgotten about the girl closest to him. After which he coughed, saying that he had heard that the wars under her command had exceptional abilities. The man said he had a very strange habit of saying, there was a tone of knowing everyone, however, this was not really the case. However, Magnus decided to return to the army, saying that, unfortunately, even leaving her as a warrior, he was unlikely to see Helen. Bruno immediately asked what would stop him, to which the man replied that the girl had left the alliance not too long ago. This news dumbfounded the eldest heir, who at first could not believe the words of his guest, but his serious tone spoke of the truth of his words. He remembered Helen when she was just a little curious girl, and so he tried to spend a lot of time with her. Harry asked her if she had already learned to walk well, after which he beckoned her over to him, and she immediately ran up to her uncle. Helen was in such a hurry that a few steps away from the man she fell face down, which scared the head of the alliance. He immediately ran up to the girl, examining her from all sides as she calmly stood up and said it was too hard to walk. The man leaned over and pointed a finger to her cheek, asking if she wanted to kiss him. She reluctantly agreed. The child's lips touched the man's cheek and he smiled, glad that the girl loved her uncle very much. But the next second, Helen bit his cheek and pulled him back, causing the man to cry out that he had asked for a kiss, not a bite. Harry looked at the girl with tears in his eyes, and the words came to his mind that if he joined the alliance, he wouldn't be able to see her. And in front of my eyes was still a joyful and smiling girl who was pleased with her prank and her uncle's reaction. This information saddened Bruno very much, and who could not find words to describe what he was now feeling. Harry's shocking death was enough to make her stop eating and drinking, which was expected since he was her godfather. Apparently, Helen wanted to make sure he was dead first, because she couldn't believe what had happened or understand how it had happened. It was one thing to just die, but how it surprised her that he had taken his own life, even though there was no sign of such a decision. Unfortunately, since he'd been reborn in Bruno's guise, he hadn't had time to check on her, which was a big mistake. In all this time, he should have found out how his goddaughter was doing and how she was feeling, but against all odds, he didn't. Bucky replied that her position was taken by Gon, also a very prominent man, but Bruno asked why they needed him in the alliance. The man replied that they wanted him to join the Dark Department. The guy immediately realized it was the department dealing with cryptography. Since the use of ciphers is widespread in Murima, there is also a department that deals with deciphering messages. All the employees of the Dark Department have superior mental abilities, and apparently the Alliance needs people from the library there. Bucky cried out that he would be the best in the department. There, his genius could help the world. However, against all odds, the guy refused. When asked why, Bruno replied that Helen was no longer in the Alliance, and the man was very surprised at such a strange reason. Bucky stated that strategist Helen was certainly very beautiful, but there were still plenty of beauties in the Alliance, though he didn't expect that's what the guy cared about. After all, he has such great potential. If he joins the cause and proves his abilities, it can then become a warrior. Smiling, the guy replied that if only a pre-war promotion was in prospect and not up to the head of the Alliance, then it was of even less interest. Such a statement shocked the man because they offered the guy an opportunity that is not available to everyone, and he wants to take it even higher. Out of desperation, the man declared that if he joined the Alliance, he would be given a special gift, a very valuable and incredible elixir. After all, even he can only afford it once every 10 years, but the guy replied that the man had forgotten that this was the great library of heaven. Bucky realized that he could probably afford such an elixir himself, but the young man asked him not to feel bad. Not this time, so another. Maybe he and she are thinking of joining the Alliance because there is no telling what might happen in the future. Leaving the library, The men annoyedly asked him to think about it some more, then said goodbye to the eldest heir. Bruno thought that before going to the main healer's fortress, there were a few things to do at home while he had the chance. The next day, a new man, Irim, was appointed to replace the leader of the guards, and he is very thorough in his work. Jun has been appointed as his deputy. He is straightforward, obedient, and good-natured, so he will be a great liaison. The heir to the library was quick to notice the talent in these two. Thanks to the fact that he had chosen them, one could now not worry about safety. They raised their swords upwards, shouting loudly that they would fight for the great heavenly library at all costs. The other warriors who watched the ceremony shouted loudly in support of their new leaders who were more reserved. The soldiers continued to shout as Bruno stood with his hand raised and a stone face, asking himself how much longer they would keep shouting this. Over the next few days, exercises were to be held on how to respond to potential enemies. Even his brothers were learning self-defense. They were also learning the steps so that they could track down a potential enemy in case of an emergency. Also, the eldest heir was testing Eugene's fighting ability, who didn't use weapons, fighting with his bare hands. He hadn't forgotten about his younger brother, who was happily and persistently proving to his older brother that he was great with nunchaku. He also prepared an elixir to make the training go faster. The brothers immediately came to be delighted with such news, praising the elder. Smiling, Bruno asked Sonia to bring the special elixir. In just a second, the girl was beside the gentleman holding a box. The dumbfounded brothers asked that this elixir was already in the library, after which they guessed that it was a dried hexagonal serpent. Bruno confirmed their fears, followed by a violent reaction of a mixture of fear, squeamishness, and unwillingness to drink this elixir. They immediately shouted that there was no smell now, but it would appear once the chest was opened and they had better drink 2 barrels of healing potions. Bruno didn't expect them to be so reluctant to eat that snake, after which he told them to practice until he returned from the main healer fortress. Without a word, he went straight to the carriage, which was horse-drawn and ready for the long journey. Sonia, who was accompanying the lad, crouched next to the charioteer, shouting loudly that they were on their way to the fortress, which displeased the lad. Looking out of the window, the eldest heir noticed that it was about to start raining because the sky was very dark, and he also heard Sonia singing. While they were on their journey, making their way through the forested area, a snow-white bird watched them from above, which a little while later spiraled downward, approaching the man who immediately reached for her paw, which had a note attached to it. Unhooking the message, the bald, masked man immediately scrutinized the contents in cursory handwriting. The man voiced that the heir of the great heavenly library had gone to the main fortress of the healers. In 2 hours they would already be in this forest. Without saying a word, his allies immediately scattered in different directions, realizing that they needed to take up positions to wait. The man smiled, he thought. He was lucky last time, but this time it would be different. Once a contract is made, it's forever. He mentally appealed to the heir to the library that his time was at an end, for they would catch up with him when he suspected nothing. Suddenly, the masked man heard the heavy sighs of his comrades and began to turn around, not realizing what was happening. At the same second, something flew up from below, literally a step away from the man, who didn't even have time to react. Another body flew next, which he already had to dodge to avoid being knocked out of the tree, but it was unclear what it was. But while he was bogged down in his thoughts, he realized too late that he had made a mistake in making this one at the gate, for he had already been taken in the crosshairs. Those were his last thoughts, after which something quickly pierced his head, giving him no pain or agony. His body flew downward with a whoosh, falling loudly to the ground, kicking up dust and grass into the air, but he himself would never know it again. Every single one of the assassins who were sent to kill Bruno is dusted off by another group of people. Standing menacingly over the bodies of their defeated opponents, they declared that the heir to the great heavenly library was now theirs. The horses sped up their run a little, while the charioteer told the gentleman that they would soon enter the forest territory. The road would be rough and the wagon might start to shake, so he asked him to be careful, to which he heard mutual advice. Looking at Bruno, Sonia asked why her master was frowning so much. She figured something was wrong. The guy started to answer, but suddenly he was interrupted. A loud laughter was heard outside, causing the girl to jump up from her seat while the eldest heir remained calm. Laughter came from all sides, but the carriage kept up its pace, while the driver, stammering, asked loudly who was laughing. Suddenly the horses became restless, which made it difficult to control, and his body trembled and panicked. Sonia, who was sitting inside the carriage, also became very frightened and trembled, realizing that this voice sounded right deep inside her head. Her entire body began to shake, but she had to gather her strength sooner rather than later. After all, she was the senior heir's bodyguard. Suddenly she felt a warmth that touched her hand, It was Bruno's palm, who hurried to reassure his attendant. She looked at the Lord in surprise, but in that second she was immediately relieved and the trembling stopped, replaced by calmness. The guy looked at her with a slight smile and then said it was okay, but he didn't let go of her hand, waiting for her to feel better. After a couple seconds, he picked up his sword and headed for the exit, while Sonia loudly begged him to stay, because it could be dangerous outside. However, such speeches could not stop the young heir. He only asked the girl to stay inside and keep her head down. Opening the door and stepping outside, he ordered his own to get inside as well, so he wouldn't be attacked accidentally or on purpose. Voices came from behind the trees, wondering what kind of people had decided to greet them, asking them to stop making misunderstandings. Then someone said that if he wanted to know who they were the Heaven Squad, whereupon figures began to move quickly around Bruno. He tried to keep track of them, after which they all gathered in one place, landing on the ground, reiterating again who they were. A group of people also stated that they would be looking out for Bruno, while simultaneously waving their arms and getting in a bunch. Bruno saw 9 people who looked nothing alike except for 2 men who were twins. A silence ensued, during which the young heir looked at the group of people who were standing in rather incongruous poses. Bruno too began to change in his face, expressing the full range of emotions that were now bubbling deep inside, but he couldn't find the words. Instead, he asked what the 2 beggars he had met earlier immediately greeted him cheerfully. The guy replied that he was very grateful that they were guarding him, but he wanted more details of the whole situation. He asked for the representative to explain everything. An old man came forward and stated that he would have to explain everything. The 2 large twins were not happy about this prank, saying that they would be the representatives, asking Master Jack to stand aside. At the same moment, the twins were approached by 3 identically dressed men, that there were more of them, and therefore they would be able to explain everything better. The girl who was among them said that they had eaten something wrong and their minds were clouded, for it was she who should be the representative. The next few minutes were drowned in arguments over who should be the spokesperson and explain the situation to Mr. Bruno. As suddenly a loud voice interrupted their argument, one of the beggar brothers, unable to stand it, asked loudly how much longer they were going to argue about it. Bruno was surprised to notice that he had decided to rectify this situation, and he wondered what would happen next. Anthony stated that instead of continuing to argue, we could just cast lots, because he should not have been expected to do otherwise. But at the same second, Bruno asked to explain everything to Henry, but the youngest was very surprised by this decision, which he was not prepared for. He then smiled and said that Big Brother knows who to ask, obviously because he is very smart, however he would tell you how it was. After a while, the heir to the library realized that Chad had a reason for hiring these men into the squad, as he had made a deal with the assassins. After all, it can't be refused, and so his best friend promised to kill all their members, and so found the strongest warriors to destroy. And he also created a squad to protect him, but what kind of squad is a squad where everyone fights over some little things? It proved that Chad was really crazy. Just as suddenly, Henry asked Heaven Squad to stop fighting because he had already explained everything to him, and therefore the quarrel could be forgotten. Suddenly, Anthony grabbed him by the pecs, something he had forgotten the cursed unit of heaven, namely that they never act alone. Bruno realized that this squad had a dubious future, and most of the squad was the first time he was seeing them, but he decided to get to know them. As he looked at Jack, he thought he was so disciplined that he would rather play the flute than talk, yet he was acting like a madman. The 3 men in dark cloaks and casus introduced themselves as the 3 Gorge Warriors, adding that they would not act thoughtlessly for the sake of the mission. After them, the twins introduced themselves, stating that they were in Heaven's squad and had no one to count on but them. Bruno would be safe with them. A full-figured girl came forward next, introducing herself as Mindy, adding that she had heard a lot about the library heir. He didn't understand why this girl thought she was lucky. After that, he wondered who her father or older sister was. He decided to ask her directly. Mindy, without hearing the question all the way through, answered that she was from a White House. The guy, remembering her relatives, realized they were nothing alike at all. Unclear why, but they too decided to introduce themselves, saying they were warriors of freedom, and Bruno already knew their names well. However, the boys immediately turned away nervously when they saw the angry gaze of the library heir that was directed in their direction. Saying nothing in reply, the eldest heir ordered the charioteer to depart, and himself walked toward the carriage while Sonia opened the doors. The guy thought he didn't want to be part of the circus, when suddenly a loud voice asked him to wait. Reluctantly, he turned around. Henry asked if Grandpa would play his tune, but Jack replied in the negative that he had to check something out. He walked towards Bruno, asking everyone to stand in their places. for this was their first meeting with the Lord since the squad was founded. As suddenly he shouted that if he was a weakling, he was assured of losing, and therefore he should test the skill of the Lord as well. Everyone in the squad immediately appreciated his drivel, and Mindy said that the old man sounded like he was a representative of the squad, but she agreed. In response to this, Anthony shrieked that he had already told them that he had seen for himself what a fine warrior he was. Henry immediately confirmed this. Bruno looked at the squad in surprise, deciding that they were acting this way out of boredom, then deciding that it would be fun with them anyway. Anthony was immediately embraced by the squad members, saying they believe him but want to test it out for themselves and see what he's like in battle. With a sly smile, the beggar's middle brother asked if they were sure they wanted to test him, which meant it didn't take long for the funnier to arrive. However, such nuances strained the heir to the library, who did not want to get involved in their schemes and plans. Then he sighed and smiled, resigning himself to the fact that there was no way he could get rid of them, only accept the fact that they were there. Bruno stated that he was willing to put up a fight, but not now, for it was about to start raining. He held a finger up, pointing to the sky. Everyone looked at the heir in surprise as he slowly headed inside the carriage, not understanding why he thought it would rain. As they looked at the clouds that hovered above them, they said in one voice that they were light clouds that didn't even look like rain clouds. At the same second, lightning flashed in defiance of his words, illuminating the surprised faces of the celestial squad, on which large drops began to fall. Their gazes dropped to the puddle, and they wondered how he had foreseen it, for it had rained immediately after his words. Anthony asked if Bruno was suddenly also weather and control savvy, but even his younger brother doubted such an implausible theory. At the same time, Jack, who looked like a dead man, decided to play the flute, trying to somehow drown out the sounds of rain and thunder. The music he played was pretty sad, which caused the twins to ask him to play something more cheerful. The Gorge Warriors began to tell each other that this was unbearable, and their hands were already shaking from the cold, and it would be better if the assassins attacked them right now. Just as suddenly, they shouted that the heir to the library was traveling down this road, and now was their chance to kill him while he was inside the wagon. The trickiest was Mindy, who snuck into the wagon and gobbled up the candy that had been stocked for the master. The eldest heir didn't know what he should do with them, because they wouldn't budge a single step away from him and they couldn't behave themselves. A while later, as the time was nearing sunset, a carriage surrounded by people was approaching a rather huge city. As soon as the whole company arrived, they immediately went to the restaurant, where everyone gazed in admiration at the variety of dishes. Bruno wished everyone a pleasant appetite, to which he heard mutual wishes, when suddenly Jack loudly asked everyone to stop. Everyone in the restaurant paid attention to him, and Henry asked if Grandpa wanted to say a prayer before the meal, but he said that wasn't the point. The old man asked if they had forgotten why they were here, because assassins could resort to any method, so they didn't know if the food was poisoned. One of the twins looked at the old man excitedly, saying that he was right, and he himself hadn't even thought about it. Mindy then raised her voice, stating that they don't have to worry about the words of this narcissistic old man, because she's a master at it. She pulled out silver chopsticks, said they would show if the food was poisoned or not, and the others looked at the contraption in amazement. She slowly pulled a cube from her plate, examining it carefully, the others watching her actions in awe. Closing her eyes and resting her head on her hand, the girl sent the food into her mouth, clearly enjoying being entrusted with such an important task. Bruno and Sonia looked at the girl in shock, realizing that it wasn't the wands themselves that would show if there was poison, but she would test it by eating the food. There was silence for a while as everyone watched Mindy, waiting for some sort of reaction or display of venom. However, nothing happened, and in that same instant, everyone immediately pounced on the plate, banging their chopsticks and pushing each other around. Why, one of them told the gentleman that I was a Dane and he could eat and not worry, yet there was a completely empty plate in front of Bruno. He thought that he drank the blood of the hexagonal serpent and ate poisonous herbs, so if there was poison in there, it wouldn't affect him. Well, now he's really starting to get worried, because in all the turmoil, they forgot to appreciate the text who surrounds them. Mindy asked the gentleman if he's still worried, because her wands are the same as before, so there's no poison in the food. Making a serious face, the eldest heir stated that it wasn't the poison, turning his attention to the men approaching them. The oldest of them didn't even deign to say hello. I immediately asked that since they were making so much noise, the food must be good. Why, he asked, they don't see that there are other people around them, adding that young people have completely forgotten about the rules of decency. The first one not to hold out was Jack, who trembled and asked that he was now being so disrespectful to them the first time they met. The man then turned the plate over and loudly asked if they knew how old he was. By his actions, he frightened both strangers and his own. As the food flew around the establishment and everyone dodged around in the commotion, Bruno was saddened and humbled to think of his food going to waste. Jack asked rudely, since when did such rudeness become acceptable? And the warriors of effort began to tell their guest that he was younger than their old man. The twins joined the showdown too, saying that since they had no manners, why not talk to them with their fists? Jack, who had finally lost the last of his composure, grimaced and loudly announced that he was 60 years old, hoping everyone heard him. One of the people who approached asked that this was the first time they had heard such a rule in the 10 years of their gang's existence. At this time, the Gorge warriors asked why the old man was shouting like that, and the other one said he could barely hold him back so he wouldn't jump on them. Suddenly, the man froze when he heard the old man being addressed, immediately recognizing Master Jack, then hesitated looking at the old man. He was immediately approached by his concerned brother, asking if this was the same master who was always very polite. And at that very second, their attention was caught by a flute that the old man pulled out from behind his sinus. Everyone immediately recognized the golden flute. Sweat broke out on the disgruntled guest that it was indeed Master Jack, for he is the only one who uses the flute as a weapon. In that case, they definitely can't win. But why did it happen here? After all, his strength could only be compared to a demonic faction elder. But the whole problem isn't even his flute. These three are barely trying to contain him, which means defeating him isn't as easy as it may seem. Oh, and those two twins are probably not that easy. It's hard to imagine what they could do to them if given the chance. Then the man noticed the beggars picking up food from the floor, thought they were too young to be in this company. Also not escaping his gaze was Bruno, who was apparently the head of this entire group. All of these people must be martial arts masters. Be that as it may, it was best not to mess with them, and as soon as the man thought about it, Bruno rose from his seat, announcing the end. Everyone immediately froze, looking at him, while the eldest heir headed towards the exit, urging everyone he came with to join him. Then he stopped and turned his head slightly, asking if they had to set all this up, since they had already made a mess of things. The Sky Squad was surprised to think the Lord wasn't going to deal with them, and Jack shouted that they hadn't solved the problem yet. Suddenly, one of the guests asked him to stop, asking if he had decided to just run away, not wanting to answer for the mess. However, he was stopped by their elder, putting his hand on his shoulder, telling him to stop, for he had noticed something that his comrade had not, namely the look Bruno was looking at him with. It was not the look of a young and inexperienced lad, but of a cold and calculating man. Realizing what was going on, the man immediately asked his companions not to interfere while they stared at him in surprise, not understanding anything. At this time, the man only stood fearfully, not daring to move, for he didn't want to see that guy in action. Just as suddenly, he felt as if his entire body was like being cut by a sword. Even the pain was as if it was real and unbearable. The elder instantly turned pale and wrapped his arms around himself, while his comrades worriedly asked what had happened to him. At this time, Bruno gave a sigh of relief and turned away, continuing to walk towards the exit without paying attention to anyone. The lad called the celestial troop with him again, but Jack and the Gorge warriors began to ask where he was going, for they weren't done yet. The others noticed that apparently he had decided to skip the fight, also asking the beggars to stop picking up food from the floor. They walked away, leaving the disgruntled guests to stand silently watching. Only their elder turned away, unable to look at this group. And the other guys noticed that he looked at them like he was going to kill them, but then just walked away. But in the end, they decided they were lucky. The bald guy in the group said they left there, then asked if they would go after them to get even for the insults. However, the elder could not get this young man's eyes out of his head. His gaze was more dangerous than any weapon that existed on Earth. For when he looked into them, he felt like he was being cut from the inside out. That was enough to realize what kind of man he was. If he had pulled out his sword, it was unknown if he would have survived. However, he knew the answer to that question, and he knew it would have ended in blood. After a while, the beggar brothers and Jack were sitting on the roof, and Henry asked why those men had not attacked them, to which he received the answer that they had no honor at all. However, their master didn't want to get into a fight either. The boy replied that they would easily defeat them. At the same second, another man arrived. It was Sonia, who said that the gentleman asked them to come in to see him, to which Anthony replied that he was just about to go to bed. Henry said that if his brother must go, and he would go, for the same one had said they should babysit Bruno, which caused his brother's displeasure. A few minutes later, the doors to Bruno's room opened and the brothers flew in, and Anthony asked loudly why they had to call them. In response to Anthony's displeasure, the library's eldest heir smiled, inviting his brothers to join him for dinner. The middle brother immediately faltered, staring in surprise at the table set with a wide variety of food. immediately changing tactics. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the fellow salivated and greeted the Lord, who again invited them to sit down. Anthony then asked again why it was necessary to call them, to which Bruno replied that the provincial head of Murima had recently told him something strange, saying that 1,000 guards started attacking people and that the alliance itself couldn't deal with them. It was stressing him out. The eldest heir was curious to know if it was true, but he was even more curious about what the two would answer. Middle brother smiled as he bit off a piece of meat, saying that it was no wonder the alliance was failing, since they allowed Somun's crimes to happen. However, could thousands of guards take such a dark path? They cause so much trouble, and yet they can't be stopped. Why, the guy asked why, oh my god, on such a glum face. Maybe he realized that Murim wasn't as cool a place as he thought. Bruno thought he had taken in 1,000 guards 15 years ago when they were still children, so he didn't think he'd hear such news about them. They were not only noble-hearted but also strong, with a bright future ahead of them. At this time, they were overheard by a man sitting outside in a tree. Whereupon the unacquainted quickly fled, landing on the ground and saying hello to the elder, wanting to inform him of what he had heard. The man asked what about the sleeping pills, at which time the spy pulled a pouch from behind his sinus, saying he had everything ready. The warriors are quite strong. There are 9 martial artists in the Heavenly Squad. If they leave them just like this, they will become an even bigger threat. So they must successfully complete the task. The fastest way to get rid of this squad is to kill the heir of the library. They have to pull it off in 7 days. They need to kill everyone in the library, including the heir, so he won't stand in their way again. The elder also asked the spies not to forget that their lives depended on themselves, to which they responded with unquestioning agreement. The next day, the whole group left the city, once again setting off on a long journey, traveling at a leisurely pace toward the wind. Sitting in the wagon, Bruno was staring intently at the sky with his arms crossed over his chest. Something was bothering him. He was trying to figure out what it was. For a long time, he watched the bird, which continued to fly after them for quite a long stretch of time. At first, the guy thought it was just a coincidence, but because she's been following them for days now, she must be spying. Since it doesn't get on his nerves much, he thought about leaving it as it is, but still they might be tracked down by the assassins. Now would be a good time to test the skills of the Sky Squad. If they were going to protect him, he should know what they were capable of. The assembled troop asked in surprise that the Lord had so suddenly decided to have a falcon hunt right in the middle of the forest. Jack screamed that he'd been lied to about the library heir being a genius because if they caught the bird, the killers wouldn't stop chasing them. The old man added that they were already tired of being on the road for days on end, to which the guy replied that was why he was telling them to catch her. The hunt will at least relieve their boredom, and the disappearance of the spy bird will force the assassins to get on with their plan and ambush them sooner. The eldest heir then decided to resort to trickery, smiling wryly and saying that maybe they just didn't have the skills to catch birds. Everyone immediately looked at the guy dumbfounded, sensing that he was trying to insult their pride, which meant his plan worked perfectly. Unwilling to accept such conclusions, the Celestial Squad immediately began to challenge Bruno's opinion, and the latter realized how to communicate with these guys. Suddenly, Mindy declared that since they still had no squad representatives, let whoever catches the Falcon and us become and get the title of Great Leader. These words further shocked the Celestial Squad, each of whose members saw themselves as leader and captain. The first to act as catcher was Henry, who came forward smugly while the others hoped he would fail. The boy began to stretch and squat, straining his legs, which I was about to use to catch the malicious falcon. A second later, he was off the ground, flying high into the air, quickly closing the distance with the feathered man to the surprised cheers of the squad. Falcon, seeing the man approaching him, opened his eyes in surprise, not expecting someone to be able to get so close to him. Henry approached the bird at arm's length, and then it began to fly away, losing its feathers. However, the force of the jump was not enough to reach the feathered one, causing the guy to fall backwards, not letting the bird out of his sight. Landing on his feet, someone from the squad stated that the kid did well, almost touching the bird and landing quite successfully. Anthony told his brother that it was a beautiful jump, but he overestimated himself, for he thought he could really take off. The second speaker was Anthony, who tossed a rock, saying that what distinguishes humans from animals is that they know how to use tools. Swinging a rock, he threw it into the air with all his might, while the others watched the flying cobblestones with open mouths. However, the force of the throw was so great that the stone began to shatter right in the air, like a meteor rushing to the ground. Anthony looked on in shock at his failure, while others said he was so young but so brilliant and was applying his brain well. The third participants were the Musan twins, who armed themselves with knives and scoped out the target, calculating the distance. As befits twins, they synchronously launched their knives into the sky, hoping that one of them would hit the hated falcon. The two blades swiftly approached the target while being surrounded by red energy, thus increasing the speed of flight. However, hope quickly evaporated as soon as they noticed that the knives began to lose altitude and flew down in an arc before reaching the bird. Those watching remarked that it was great, and they couldn't even imagine that a dagger could be thrown that far. The fourth participants were three gorge warriors who took off their casas, stood behind each other, and extended their arms, concentrating energy. Combining their powers, they sent up a ball of energy that rapidly split the air, wanting to destroy everything in its path. However, the falcon wasn't going to wait for death to catch up with him in his own element, and so he flew off to the side, not giving them a chance. The fifth contestant was Mindy, who laughed and said the guys were hopeless, and she would show them how to catch birds. Pointing her finger at the ground, she declared that she could make the birds fall from the sky, for she was the eldest daughter of the White House. Therefore, the falcon must obey. For a while, the girl continued to order the bird to come down to the ground, but these attempts did not bring any result. Turning away, the Celestial Squad couldn't believe that they were in a group with her. However, they weren't going to marry her, and so they could be patient. Jack declared that the eldest daughter of the White House could not catch the bird, for now the old man would show them the superiority of experience over strength. Everyone knows about Master Jack's skills. No wonder he's about to win. In addition, Henry cheers up his grandfather by telling him to be careful. The elderly man touched the golden flute with his lips and began to play music, creating a wave of energy that spread around him. Jack directed the sound wave high up, and the falcon couldn't dodge it, so it was hit by the ability. The old man tensed even more, but it was enough to watch the bird lose altitude as it folded its wings. Jack shouted that no bird could resist the sound waves, and therefore he was now the great leader of the Sky Squad. As Anthony suddenly asked loudly for everyone to look up, the falcon took off again, free from the bonds of the hypnotizing music. While the contestants argued about how none of them were up to the task, Bruno stared mesmerized at the sky. He concluded aloud that the bird hadn't flown away yet. It was just hiding in the clouds. As soon as they touched down, it would fly after them again. Resigned to failure, the eldest heir announced to the squad that it was time for them to hurry up and move on, for they were already delayed. The Heaven Squad supported his idea, whereupon the guy turned his head towards the Gorge warriors who were standing beside him. Bruno told them that he wanted to talk to them while they were traveling, to which the three men only responded with questioning looks. When evening came, the group found a place to sleep, and Sonia brought a tarleka of food to the table where Bruno and Mindy were sitting. The guy thought that thanks to the competition, he was able to assess the squad's skills. In general, he would be able to repel a frontal or ambush attack. However, Mindy is an exception. It's not clear how she was chosen for this squad, as she won't be able to handle the killers. So he asked the Gorge warriors to watch over her, but for some reason they thought I had made them great leaders. Upon hearing this, Jack immediately became agitated, shouting that he didn't recognize these three as leaders because it wasn't fair to his age. The eldest heir tried to brush off the crazy old man, convincing him that he hadn't appointed them, but the man didn't believe his words. But Jack heard him talking to the warriors and even asked for Mindy's protection. Hearing this, the girl sitting next to him was very surprised. While the foreman was trying to explain something to Bruno, he asked Sonia to get the man a glass of water because he seemed overexcited. The girl immediately ran to fulfill the order, as she suddenly felt dizzy, then stopped and began to slowly fall. As soon as her body hit the floor with a thud, the others immediately turned their attention to her, trying to call out to her, but she didn't respond. In the next second, the others also felt a blur, their first thought being that they had been discreetly poisoned. Mindy yawned and said she was sleepy, while Jack stated that he hadn't sensed any change in the air. A few moments later, everyone in the room fell into a fitful sleep under the influence of the sleeping pills they had been slipped. After making sure that everyone was asleep, 5 masked men entered the room through the window and began to scrutinize the room. One of them said that I would only do an hour, so there was no time to delay. The others asked the leader not to worry. There's nothing easier than killing an enemy in your sleep. You see, he won't be able to defend himself against a blade that's freely headed for his neck. Bringing the sword over Bruno's neck, the assassin decided to end the matter quickly, whereupon the blade began to rapidly head towards the target. When the blade was already a few centimeters away from the library heir's body, someone suddenly asked him to wait. The surprised assassins turned their attention to Jack, who was shaking, but he tried to tell them not to touch the library heir. One of the Gorge warriors also tried to resist the dream, rising slightly and telling them to kill them instead. The assassins were surprised that the old men, these 3 warriors, were not asleep, whereupon he said that they were useless and would deal with him first, then it would be their turn. Shivering in an effort to stay awake, one of the twins raised a hand, slowly asking for mercy in such a case, hoping for mercy. The mercenaries looked at them in surprise, asking what kind of people they were and why they were even asking for this because they thought it was funny. At this time, Bruno thought that he drank the blood of the hexagonal serpent and ate a special plant. But would he be able to resist the poison just because of them? However, thanks to this poison, he has a soul for these guys, and therefore it is necessary by all means to try to save them. While the Celestial Squad asked the assassin to stop, those said that everything had its turn, while they would watch those finish off the heir. One of the mercenaries swung his sword again, saying that he was the reason for all the fuss, but he already wanted to kill himself, so that's the way it should be. Bruno mentally asked himself why of all the lives he had been privileged to live this one, but it was time for them to find out right now. The guy was lucky that the killers themselves were stalling, because one of them, standing off to the side, said he wanted to kill him himself. Turning around, his comrade asked what difference it makes who kills him, to which he heard the answer that there was a difference, and that he had forgotten who was in charge. The man with the sword stated that it was unbelievable, because as soon as he was about to kill him, the man decided to stop him. However, he couldn't finish the sentence. The mercenary's head flew off his shoulders, splattering blood across the room. On another beat, he noticed the library heir running in his direction. Another swing of the sword robbed the mercenary of a limb. This moment, his comrades stared dumbfounded at the arm flying past them. The people from the Celestial Squad, who were trying to be conscious, were watching this picture with equal amazement. Bruno did not finish off the mercenary, who was screaming loudly and squirming in pain, but instead turned his head to the rest of the group. The guy rushed forward, but this time the mercenary decided to resist, trying to quickly draw his sword from its sheath. The eldest heir quickly caught up to his opponent with a vertical strike, but the latter had time to display his weapon to defend himself. At first, the mercenary thought he had succeeded in repelling the attack, but suddenly Bruno's sword began to cut through his opponent's weapon like butter. Pushing a little harder, the guy delivered a vertical strike to the assassin, who had no way of expecting his weapon to be able to break anything. This time again, a single blow was enough to completely get rid of the enemy. Without wasting any time, Bruno lunged at the remaining ones. One of the mercenaries ordered him not to attack him directly, then pointed at Sonia, giving orders to take that wench hostage. At this time, the leader wanted to deal with the eldest heir, along with that, incredibly quickly firing 3 projectiles towards him. Bruno's reactions were top-notch, causing him to repel all 3 attacks with one swing of his sword, using ricochet to repel the enemy's attacks. Picking the perfect trajectory, one of the projectiles slammed into the assassin's side, while the other landed on the ground, blocking the path to Sonia. The dumbfounded leader asked how he was able to dodge so deftly, then loudly ordered an immediate retreat. If they get all the library guards on them later, they're definitely screwed. The masked guy decided to use 100 shurikens against Bruno. Thanks to the mercenary's abilities, the blade swirled in an incredible dance, shattering the floor on which the eldest heir stood. However, it was made a slow fall, in order to buy time and successfully escape while he searched for a solid surface. While all the members of the Celestial Squad were falling down, the library heir was pushing off the falling rocks, heading upwards. He made his way to the open window, eager to catch up with the remaining mercenaries to prevent them from escaping and prepare new forces. The 2 masked guys tried to run as fast as they could, but their speed was lacking as one of them was bleeding from his stomach. The wounded assassin ordered his comrade to leave him and himself to flee, when suddenly Bruno, who was behind him, advised the same. Following that, a sweep of steel sounded in the air, which separated the assassin's head from his torso, horrifying the remaining mercenary. He realized there was no escape, and now he was looking at the library heir, who gave him a surprised look. The guy noticed the trembling assassin in front of him, who was not confidently holding his sword, deciding not to run, but to fight him. With a smile, Bruno looked at his weapon and said that he had just the right sword for that, which he wouldn't hesitate to use. Seconds later, a scream of pain echoed throughout the forest, and then the assassin landed on his knees with his neck slit just below the back of his head. Still alive, he wondered why they had even agreed to this, since the heir in the library had long since come to his senses. Bruno decided not to finish him off, instead quickly returning to the building, where the entire Celestial Squad was falling down due to the collapsed floor. After looking around the room, he saw that all the members of the group were intact, and none of them were injured, and so he was able to relax for a while. He said that since they had come to their senses to begin with, they should clean up the mess and move to another inn. He also ordered Sonia to pay for the repairs and find them another night's lodging. after which the older heir was approached uncertainly by Jack. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, he said that because of him, an old man like him would be able to live out his life, and therefore he owed him a great debt of gratitude. He couldn't put it into words, and so he asked to accept it in return. Bruno watched in amazement as the old man bowed to him. The three Gorge warriors said that they had been in many troubles, but this was the first time they had been so close to death, and therefore they would never forget Bruno's mercy. The twins kept up, also bowing to the heir, thanking him briefly, deciding that verbosity was not necessary here. Beggar Brothers and Mindy also joined in the thanks, saying that I too could express in words how grateful they were. After which the girl from the White House suggested making Mr. Bruno the leader of the squad. Hearing this, everyone amicably agreed. Seeing the 9 men in front of him, who folded their arms in a respectful gesture, the lad heard them all ask to be their leader. With a sigh and a smile, Bruno realized that he couldn't turn away from this, which meant he only had to accept the situation. The Heaven Squad looked at him expectantly and hopefully, then heard that since they wanted it so much, he would become their leader. Everyone immediately shouted joyfully, shouting out their lord's name, for it was now that the debate over who would take the place of the leader was over. Smiling, the guy said that since he was the leader, here was his first decree to them. The others immediately fell silent, waiting anxiously for the first order. Smiling even more, the library heir raised his index finger, saying that as the leader of the Heaven Squad, he was disbanding the squad. At the same second, there was silence in the room, 9 pairs of eyes staring dumbfoundedly at Bruno, who at first could not believe his ears. At the same time in the healer's fortress, the man the Lord called out from entered the room, but the Lord asked him to speak in a less than normal manner. The head of Xavier Fortress said that the heir of the great heavenly library sent a reply letter he should arrive in 2 days. Responsible for the external relations of the main fortresses, Chuck was surprised to notice that it was faster than he thought. In that case, they needed to prepare. The head replied that they could handle the preparations without disturbing the master's vigilance, but the heir could not be allowed to enter the main house now. They have a poison bug that the heir needs, but in return they want the heir to come to the healer's main fortress. If he solves the riddle, or rather decodes the hidden message, then they can mutually help each other. First, the main healer fortress is one of the 3 that specializes in ciphers, which is why the Academy Master was invited. But there was no response from him, so the heir to the Great Library, who was their last hope, was invited. But suddenly, 10 days ago, another Academy Master was on the doorstep of the fortress. The answer did not come because of the overlap, but the answer was positive. It just so happened that the chiefs would be solved by 2 people at once, the Master of the Academy and the heir to the Great Heavenly Library. And if the Academy Master finds out about it, there could be a misunderstanding that could escalate into an unnecessary conflict. There are also concerns that this could hinder the unraveling of the cipher, as they will pull the leadership blanket over themselves. The head asked Chuck to do a good job on this, to which he heard back that he would do his best to keep the 2 gentlemen friendly. However, Xavier asked that the heir not be allowed in at all for now. The young lad asked in surprise that it was really necessary. The head replied that she hoped everything would turn out okay, but they couldn't predict the master's reaction, making it hard for them to make any plans. It would be difficult to keep the heir of the Great Heavenly Library out, but the letter that the heir himself had written would help with that. It said he would be arriving soon, so he expected their welcome. The letter was brief and rather careless. As you can see, his manners leave a lot to be desired, so you can take advantage of this by going tricky. Xavier also asked how the boys were doing, to which Chuck replied that they were refraining from walking outside and staying in the prepared abode. You can't ban them from going out forever, but if they scatter, it will cause difficulties, so they need to be checked one more time before leaving. The next morning, the wagon was rushing quickly toward the healer's main fortress, and Bruno thought the road was long and took a long time. But he would finally get the poison bug and finish his improvement. However, this condition that he must come in person confused him. If they needed him, then there was a problem that only he could solve, and for now they could enjoy the silence without this ridiculous posse. As they began to approach the lone building, an order to stop was heard out of nowhere, causing the charioteer to panic. Leaving the wagon outside the house, they went inside, and Bruno said he wasn't supposed to arrive until tomorrow. But the healer's representatives were already meeting him. 2 thugs stood behind Chuck, who said he had arrived because the heir to the library had invited him. He couldn't disobey that request. The guy didn't know what he was talking about, but he replied that he didn't really mean anything by it, and Chuck thought he was joking. Bruno said his assistant misspoke in the letter, after which he apologized for not paying attention. Chuck thought it was impossible to put his shamelessness into words. He looks good, speaks confidently, but his words are strange. And what servant would write unauthorized letters in his master's name, moreover? One could see him shrink with fear at the sight of his guards. Maybe he thinks he's better than the fortress of healers. He probably thinks he can do anything, and that's why he's so arrogant. Crossing his arms over his chest, Chuck said he had come here because of his letter, but from Bruno's words, it was a misunderstanding. He'd like to invite him to the fortress right now, but there are some issues to be resolved there, so he'll have to stay here for a while. But if the situation was resolved early, they would immediately invite him to the fortress. At this time, the heir to the library was pondering his every word. The letter from the fortress said that he personally had to visit them, hence there was some problem and needed his intelligence to solve it. But instead of being welcomed, he's not allowed into the fortress. It sounds like they found someone else to do the task. No matter how many people they get involved, whoever deals with the problem first gets the poison bug. Hence, you can't just leave it at that. He dares to hold it here by force. So there is nothing left for him but to use force too. Suddenly there was a noise from different voices outside arguing about something. Bruno thought they had come back at a very bad time. Mindy said the pink embroidery color even suits him, however. One of the twins stated that she always speaks her mind. Hearing this, Chucky grudgingly asked what kind of people were being so noisy in there. If Bruno wanted to, he would go outside and deal with them. However, there was no need for that as they went inside themselves, saying that talking about pink embroidery was like two women chatting. Anthony offered to look at his beautiful gold embroidery, declared that now luck and money would fall on them from the sky. The representatives of the healer fortress immediately noticed the beggars, mentally asking themselves why this girl was with them then. At this time, one of the twins cried out that he had asked for the embroidery to be a color like fresh blood, but was told that blood was just that color. The dumbfounded thugs immediately recognized the twins from Musan, not understanding why they were here and in such strange company. 3 men were the next to speak up, asking the guys to stop acting like fools because they were already embarrassed by them. Chuck's guards recognized the 3 gorge warriors. They are talented killers, forever avoiding their arrest. They are the ones who can kill and refresh a victim. This was not the end of it, however, for they noticed the silence of his old man, who was walking behind them all, tentatively waiting for the moment to appear. The 3 representatives of the healer's fortress recognized the older man as Master Jack, who was walking leisurely with the group. They never ceased to be amazed at every new person that was in this group and didn't understand why Master Jack was with them. After all, he is a warrior with one of the highest skill levels. The fortress needs to be friends with such people. Chuck needs to welcome them soon. As suddenly, Bruno loudly asked the group that had entered to be silent, causing dumbfounded looks from the healer representatives. They didn't know if he was sane. You had to know from one letter that he had no manners of decency. But they wondered if he knew who had just entered the building, because with these people, you had to show the utmost respect. Unable to stand such behavior, Chuck asked Bruno to watch his words, to which he received a disgruntled look in his direction. The guy asked why he was suddenly reprimanding him, since he hadn't said anything wrong and they were making a fuss about it. Chuck replied that they were outstanding people, but the heir at the library didn't matter, because he was better than them anyway. But his interlocutor didn't believe it. Bruno said Chuck didn't quite understand he was, but the interlocutor was sure he was the heir to the great library of heaven. With a face as serious as possible, the senior heir declared that he was actually the great leader of the Heaven Squad that was currently in front of him. Not understanding anything, Chuck thought it was the first time he'd heard of such a unit, and therefore it didn't inspire any trust or respect. Just as suddenly, the guy realized that all the people who came could have something to do with the eldest heir who claimed to be the leader. Afterward, he noticed the Heaven Squad patches that were embroidered on the chest of every person he knew. Bruno said he realizes it's not a particularly important achievement, but they talked him into taking the title himself, which means they need it. Chuck tried to link the Heaven Squad and the library heir, but to no avail, and Bruno said they'd have to spend some time together. Therefore, they had better get used to each other now. After that, the heir introduced his servants to them, namely the Heaven Squad, and then smiling, he motioned for Chuck to continue their conversation, at which time the guy sitting across from him was sweating and visibly nervous. After a while, the Heaven Squad appreciated the large and spacious place, and Chuck was happy to show it to them after hearing that they weren't going anywhere from here. Still, it was good to have a shrewd man in charge of external affairs, though Bruno didn't like the prospect of being in this building. Suddenly, he smelled an unusual aroma, whereupon he asked the representatives of the healers to escort them to the far courtyards of the fortress. When Chuck got to the fortress, He heard from Xavier that it could take up to 5 days to decipher the message, and they need to keep it all a secret. Chuck added that they needed to keep the master secret from those guys too, because they said that the smell of smoke was too strong. The man thought to give them a chance to meet. After all, the students had already found out everything long ago, so rumors must have spread. In addition, there is Master Jack in the squad. Then after their meeting, it will be possible to avoid a scandal. Just need to organize everything well. At this time, while in another location, a group of people in black robes asked around to see what news they were about to be told. Chuck immediately replied that the heir to the Great Heavenly Library had arrived, and therefore asked them to be a little more friendly to him. They should be courteous to the Heavenly Library family members, as they have outstanding knowledge. And without them, they could put themselves in a dangerous position. But his interlocutor replied that they were the ones who needed to be extremely careful. In that same second, he used the connection to his sword, which trembled and immediately went to his hand, hinting at the seriousness of his words. The leader of the group went forward, ordering the others to follow him, adding that they would even increase the number of warriors on guard. Chuck blocked their way, telling them to wait and not to act so hostile, because he wanted to have a word with the guests from the library. After a while, the healer's representative met Bruno again, who asked without much interest why he had come. The smiling guy decided to inquire if anything was making the heir uncomfortable, to which he received the reply that there were a couple things. And the first of these was this place in which they kindly made them live, surrounded by mountains, which makes it seem as if they were in exile. Chuck laughed, saying that there were a couple problems that needed to be solved, but Bruno guessed that no one would elaborate on those problems. There's no telling how things really are. Neither the master nor the library heir should know about each other yet. At the same second, the guy was jumped on by a heavenly squad who asked that no one taught him manners. Questions need to be answered. He could answer them nothing, only listening to the reproaches against him, hoping that soon they would calm down and quiet down. All this raucous company decided to stop Anthony, who asked why they were all acting like this, and then asked them to calm down. The beggar also added that he had already been treating them politely all this time, so there was indeed a reason why they were being kept here. Then he shouted that he really liked it here. Henry backed him up, saying it was quiet and the fresh air was good for roasting meat. Mindy asked to stop talking about meat, because if you only eat it, you could end up getting fat, but the boy replied that she would be the fat one. This answer was the occasion for more arguments and shouting, which filled the whole room, thus disturbing the quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Bruno sat silently listening for a while, gradually losing patience, and then sighed heavily, deciding to end it. His voice sounded like thunder, shouting over the others. He asked everyone to shut up, not wanting to hear them argue anymore. The library heir asked Chuck that since he was having trouble explaining the situation, if he could tell him something. Folding his hands in front of him in a lock and making a serious face, Bruno asked if the healer fortress had found a replacement for him. There was no way Chuck could have expected such a straightforward question, trying to awkwardly brush it off by asking why he suddenly thought that. Bruno replied that the fortress had sent him an invitation. If he said no, someone else would be called, but he should help with the problem. He was even met and asked not to come to the fortress itself for the time being, under such strange circumstances, and asked to stay unexplained. One can only think he's a backup or a replacement for someone, after which he asked what Chuck thought about it. But the latter only got nervous. The guy didn't think he'd hit the bullseye, but he talks like he already knows everything for sure, but can't justify himself further, or it'll be suspicious. Plus, judging by his demeanor, he's definitely not going to let it go, because you can see from his face that he doesn't like being the backup. If he left back after all this, and if the Academy Master failed, then the situation would become even more awkward for them. And if they ask for help from the library again after that, they'll make fools of themselves and then they won't get off with one poison bug. Chuck puzzled over what to do, for he had received explicit orders not to divulge all information to the library's heir. For a while, the guy collected himself, thinking about whether he was doing the right thing, then began to explain the reason for the invitation. After the explanation was over, Anthony asked what they were worried about giving a double assignment, even though it wasn't that big of a deal. One of the Gorge warriors said that the heir would have understood the whole situation, but Mindy said that the fortress healers could also be understood. Chuck had expected a more violent reaction and certainly didn't think he'd be defended, and Bruno hurriedly apologized for his rudeness. Henceforth, his words and actions would be more deliberate, but more importantly, it was to solve the problem of the healer's fortress. He realizes the awkward position they are in, but maybe they will allow two people to double-check at once. Bruno didn't want to wait and waste time, so he wanted to get information about the existing problem right now. And they won't tell the Academy that they're working on a solution either. unless they tell them about it themselves. Such a stipulation surprised Chuck. He immediately began bowing and thanking the library heir for his understanding, for he was sure Bruno could understand him. The guy said he also wanted to let him know something else, then asked if he had ever heard of 1,000 guards. Bruno didn't understand why they had suddenly come up in this conversation, and he replied that he had heard of them, but didn't understand what they had to do with it. Smiling, Chuck cheerfully stated that the fact of the matter was that they were now outside the door waiting to be introduced. The dumbfounded Bruno jumped up in surprise and loudly asked for more details, asking what they were doing here. Chuck was surprised to ask in response if the library wasn't on good terms with them, when suddenly there was an incomprehensible sound from outside. The library heir headed towards the door to find out who was making this noise, and the Celestial Squad immediately followed him. Opening the door, Bruno froze, looking in surprise at people he hadn't seen in quite some time, and couldn't find the words. In contrast, someone from the Celestial Squad declared that it was a squad of 1,000 guards who simultaneously stared at them. Bruno's band started saying that they had heard so much about them, but didn't think they would get to see them live. Anthony even asked them to sign. At this time, Bruno thought he had been told they were terrorizing people, but he wondered what was really going on with them. Jack asked the gentleman to look outside where the warriors were holding a memorial ceremony, saying they had such a pure heart. They memorialized the hero, the former head of the Murim Alliance. Now hardly anyone can compare to such a man, and Harry must be looking down on it from the heavens. Upon leaving the building, Anthony declared that he loved the 1,000 guards with all his heart after learning that they honored their patron. They also decided to go pay their respects to the head of the Alliance. And if he were alive, he would still take everyone down. However, that's not going to happen. Jack said he owed him a lot when he was at his limit, who asked him for advice and he told him to drop everything. One of the Gorge warriors said that he may not have given very good advice, but he was definitely the best warrior to respect. Looking at Heaven's troop, one of the 1,000 guards told his brother that they were much more well-mannered than he thought, though you couldn't tell from them. However, the leader of the guards did not listen to his comrade, looking toward the building opposite where the heir to the library stood. Looking at the boy unhappily, the leader of the guards asked in a serious tone if he, the heir, had anything to say about their lord. Crossing his arms over his chest, Brun grudgingly replied that he could probably say what the others had already said. This dumbfounded the Celestial Squad, who hadn't expected that the Lord would also think of saying such a thing to the former Alliance head's close guards. Such an answer did not please the leader of the 1,000 guards either, who frowned and asked the library heir to repeat his words. It was the first time the exasperated fellow had ever seen someone from the Celestial Library have no words, yet he wondered the reason for it. He kept his eyes on Bruno, eager to hear what the great heir to the library might say, thinking that he was no fool. Making a snide and contemptuous expression on his face, Bruno replied that the reason was that he was very tired of talking to idiots. The warriors of the 1,000 guards immediately bared their blades, preparing to attack the library heir, but the leader stopped them. Sighing, Bruno asked him to think back to Harry, figuring he would have said the same thing, after which he began to await the warrior's reaction. However, the disgruntled guy only became even more embittered, trying to keep his composure and not give in to the provocation. Anthony and Chuck immediately ran up to the library heir, asking why piss them off, since he shouldn't have said that. Crossing his arms over his chest, Bruno said that even the most devoted children would not force someone to mourn their parents. And they wanted to show how close they were to the best man in the whole world, but such actions look ridiculous. And if they are not satisfied with someone, his cold friend is then found in a ditch. At these words, the sword in the hands of one of the warriors trembled. Not intending to listen to further insulting speeches in his direction, Dennis jumped up and ran straight at the heir. Bruno decided not to make any attempt to defend himself. Instead, Anthony stepped into his defense, concentrating energy in his hands. Straightening his arms, he sent a blob of energy straight at his attacker, who put his sword in front of him to defend himself. Anthony didn't do any damage to him, but made him bounce back, thus breaking the distance between them. And the Celestial troop immediately encircled their leader, and showing that they would protect him with all the powers they had. One of the Gorge warriors said that if they pointed their sword against the Heavenly Library heir again, they would die. One of the twins decided to back him up, asking why give such warnings. Better to kill them right now. They could do that, but these guys care about their leader, so they can't do that. The guards have decided they can't have a conversation with them either. Instead, the leader of the 1,000 guards and the heir to the library stared silently into each other's eyes, waging a mute duel between them. Suddenly, having decided something for himself, the guy in dark robes abruptly turned around and ordered his companions to return. Bruno looked after them, realizing that he had failed to achieve the result he had hoped for. But this conversation was not over. After a while, there was a question in the Heaven Squad as to what was meant when the Gorge Warrior said that these guys were worrying the leader. Enjoying his meal, the man replied with surprise that he hardly knew more than all of them, and he said it simply without thinking. When asked if he was mocking him, the latter replied that it was obvious, to which Anthony stated that he had said it himself after all. Mindy asked why Bruno was worried about them, to which she got the answer that the leader was calm, even in a situation where he was on the cusp of death. But he was acting weird in front of these guys. The girl cringed too, which didn't mean he cared about them at all. Anthony calmly said that he was afraid of dying, afraid they would die because they would surely outnumber them all. Hearing such an answer, the eldest daughter of the White House looked at the beggar in surprise, clearly not expecting such reasoning from him. Henry, who had been busy eating until then, asked Mindy if she had forgotten where they were now, adding that they were in Marima. Jack decided to keep the conversation going by saying that in Marima, stupid fights often lead to death, and this case was no exception. One of the twins said that, and the leader expressed his condolences, agreeing with all of the above, and the dispute was over nonsense. However, if the guards are forced to offer condolences, they are sure to find those who don't care about it. It's time for the squad of 1,000 guards to face reality, and their leader took a risk and decided to help them do so by telling the purest truth. Mindy noticed that the heir to the library had been gentler with them than she had expected, for she had thought a massacre would ensue. As everyone continued to eat, she turned her head toward the building where Bruno was now paired with Chuck. The representative of the healers showed the heir of the library the document, but he noticed that it had been written quite recently. The guy replied that it was a copy. Bruno stated that if it was an ancient document, therein the texture of the paper could be part of the cipher. Smiling, Chuck told him not to worry, for it was a copy no different from the original, for it was made very well. Bruno looked around at the guy in disbelief, not sure why he was so sure of it, but decided not to go into details, but to get on with the cipher. Finally, he could use his brilliant brain. With his knowledge, it wouldn't be hard to read what was written here. He sat studying the documents until well into the evening, and all that time Chuck had not left the room, watching the library heir's actions. Unable to bear the silence stretching on for too long, he decided to ask if he had found the answer. But Bruno asked him to remain silent. The guy was surprised to think that the heir was so focused that even a question like that bothered him. He figured the guy had found something. Bruno himself fixed his gaze on the sheet of paper, his trembling hands continuing to study the document, trying to find something. However, it was all to no avail and he didn't understand anything. The only thing that gave him strength was the hope of getting a poison bug. Maybe he needs more time, or maybe this guy's brain isn't capable of applying his intelligence. But if he doesn't solve the cipher, his bug will fly far away from him and never come back. You have to decipher at least one word. As he suddenly froze, he turned his attention to the word that was in the corner, thought it moved slightly. He couldn't be wrong, it did move, but as soon as you look at it, it stops moving. The library heir realized he needed to relax and unfocus his gaze without looking at the words directly. When he pulled the document a little farther away, he noticed how the words began to float and change their outlines. Before Bruno's eyes, the words began to leave the document, coiling into a single vortex, forming a black depression. And after that, the contents of the document immediately darkened, and a very bright light formed around it, which blinded the guy. As he stared fixedly at the picture unfolding before him, Chuck approached him, saying that he had been sitting still for half an hour. Lowering his head, Bruno said that, unfortunately, so far, he had only managed to figure out the key to the cipher, but he would only be able to give an answer in a month. However, he wondered who had written the document. Such a question immediately made Chuck tense up slightly. He replied that they had gotten it by accident, so they couldn't answer that question themselves. But if they knew who the author was, it would make it easier. But Bruno, I decided, was a completely different story, whereupon I said I'd like to welcome the chief healer. Chuck replied that he is currently in seclusion, and even they can't see him as they don't know when his seclusion will end. Leaving the room, the lad asked the heir to the library to do his best to solve the cipher, then said goodbye. Bruno gave the boy a tired look, not noticing the celestial troop watching them piled up at the window. As soon as Chuck left, the celestial squad burst into the room, taking the document in their hands, deciding that it spelled out all the secrets of the healer's fortress. Bruno stepped away from them, ignoring their antics, thinking about the fact that the head healer is a funny type who is in seclusion. But the heir to the library immediately realized that the author of this document is the most important healer of the fortress, closed from the whole world. For a while afterward, Bruno sat alone, pondering what he had been able to see in the document he had been given. The chief healer of the fortress approached him, asking him to open his soul to him and listen to him, for his knowledge is incredibly important. People think that the main invention of his life is the golden core, but it is not so. The main thing is his masterpiece. The main treasure of his whole life is not a simple core. It is incomparable to anything like it in the world. One look is enough to replenish their life energy. Touching it, they will exclaim. If someone asks what was the happiest moment of life for him, that it was the day he saw the treasure and it smiled on him. He asked that it be brought to him to where the light of the moon points in the medicine room. There is one. There is also 375. The special treasure isn't just a gold core. It can drag anyone who wants to possess it to the other side of the world. Besides, a single glance or touch was enough to generate energy. Surely the chief healer could have invented something like that. Bruno remembered how in a previous life he had interacted with the chief healer Cain, who asked what the head of the alliance had just said. Harry was upset that he hadn't heard anything here, then asked him what he was even thinking about all this time. He replied that it was about medication. But even if he's so crazy about the medicine, you have to stop working so hard, because every medicine can become a poison. Cain replied that he was fine to prescribe the medicine to someone else. He had to experience it on himself first. Harry stated that his notes were encrypted so that only he could read them, then asked how his knowledge would then be passed on to other generations. Judging by the font, the author of the text is still the main healer, but there is a question as to what state he is in now. If he's okay, there's no point in asking someone from the outside to decipher the tapes, but Chuck is nervous about being asked to meet the man in charge. But now the most important thing is to find out what's up with the main healer. Bruno asked Sonia to get the writing utensils ready. When the girl had prepared everything, the library heir picked up a brush and pondered over how to write the clue properly. One of the Gorge warriors nodded satisfactorily, saying that once the text was written down, it wouldn't be too difficult to decipher it. They immediately agreed with him, for together they could decipher everything before morning, but Mindy turned to the gentleman in surprise. The others also looked dumbfounded at the piece of paper, which was completely scribbled, which meant that Bruno had already deciphered everything. The daughter of the White House asked why he pretended as if he didn't know anything, even though he had long ago understood the whole text. The Gorge warrior noticed that the healer fortress was asking to decipher a text written by the chief healer. It seemed to him that this whole situation came about because of a desire to take possession of this treasure. He suggested that the gentleman take possession of it today. Bruno replied that they were exaggerating, for there was nothing special about the golden core. What was visible at night was that something had happened to the chief healer, but it was hardly a matter of enmity between him and his sons, in which case they would never have been admitted as guests. He was told it was like that, for he knew what Muram could be like. The most unexpected events happen here all the time. The heir to the library was told that there was a squad to exterminate those mercenaries, but he never heard from them again. After they deal with the problems of the healer's fortress, Bruno will have to put his martial arts to use. He said he needed to find out exactly what had happened to the chief healer, and so he wanted Jack and the beggars to help him. To begin, Master Jack will play a tune that will make the guards of the fortress show their true emotions and innermost thoughts. Taking advantage of this, the beggars will sneak in and find out everything. Such a plan does not guarantee success, but it is better than nothing. Anthony and Henry immediately shrieked with joy that they were capable of doing anything. The old man was also ready for action. Not wanting to wait, the master decided to start playing right away, whereupon a pleasant, mesmerizing music started coming from the flute. They wanted to stop him, but didn't have time. Eventually, those notes reached the ears of the two brothers, who immediately froze. They began to cry, Anthony asking why he had tears streaming from his eyes, and Henry stated that he really missed his mom. Bruno immediately realized that Jack's flute could also work on the guards of the healer's fortress, and then asked the beggars to look at him. Infusing his fingers with energy, he lightly touched a few points on the guys' necks, thus bringing them out of hypnosis. The surprised brothers stated that the tears had stopped, whereupon Anthony asked that it was a special technique that he had used on Soman as well. The Gorge warrior thought that it was only possible to stop the action due to the state of whole blood. Besides, the leader was unaffected. Bruno said that the effect would only last a couple hours, so they needed to get back before then, or it would be the same with them. He also asked not to do anything stupid and focus on the goal. In addition to finding the place marked in the cipher, we need to find out about what happened. Anthony reminded the leader that they are vagabonds, and therefore are experts at gathering information. They won't let him down. The three men then left the building, heading swiftly on a mission to the healer's main fortress. The Gorge warrior turned to the leader, said there was something he was curious about. Bruno didn't mind answering his questions. With a goofy expression on his face, the man asked if he happened to be the head of the Marima Alliance in a past life. Bruno expected any question, however, not one that could stump him, for he didn't expect anyone to reveal it. The man said that until recently he had only been a scholar in the library, but now he could give any of them a head start. And besides, he wasn't affected by Jack's music and also prevented her actions. However, instead of answering, the guy headed for the exit. They shouted after him and asked that he would leave like that without answering. But they were very curious if it might be true after all. Stepping outside, the library heir turned around and smilingly replied that he was still the head of the alliance. The man decided to ask again, but heard a comment from his comrades that if the question was stupid, the answer should be the same. Upon arriving, Anthony stated that apparently the treasure is in the interior, and in the moonlight, the shadow of the steeple looks like an arrow. This archive is the only one in that direction, so there is a high probability that the treasure is a book. Impossible, the most important healer, is in the silver apothecary. The brothers noticed several people, thought the door seemed to be unlocked. When the brothers returned, they immediately reported everything to the leader, who wondered if it could all be in the silver apothecary. Anthony added that apparently I'm fine with the main healer. He's probably feeling fine, meaning his body is fine. Bruno didn't quite understand what the guy wanted to say. Irritably waving his hand, he asked him to elaborate. Rubbing his head and keeping a serious face, the vagrant said that the head of the healers seemed to have lost his mind. This information dumbfounded the leader, and the guy went on to say that minds get confused and people don't even realize who they are. Actually already started asking what this nonsense was and why it happened, to which we got the answer that it was a side effect of the medication. It was hard to believe that the healer had poisoned himself with the medicine. It was as if the master poison maker had poisoned himself. Then they all turned around, determined to ask what the leader thought of it, but immediately noticed him lower his head and put his hand on it. Everyone immediately began to wonder if he wasn't feeling well, to which he replied that he wasn't feeling well either. It seems he was beginning to realize how hard it was for the people in the healer's fortress, but to begin with, he asked to behave normally and not stand out. Hearing the clear instructions, Jack and the vagabond brothers immediately left the room, about to resume their task. Sitting at the table, the eldest heir thought about the fact that the healer had been testing the medicine on his own body for a long time. That would be the end of it in the end, but he would be able to help him if the problem could be solved with a single battle. And now all he cared about was how he could help Cain, who had condemned himself to suffering with his experiments. That same night, the dark-haired lad was tossing and turning in his sleep, as if something was keeping him from venturing into the world of dreams and rest. With his hands behind his head, he stared at the ceiling anxiously, not understanding what was keeping him up and why this night was taking so long. The next day, the heavenly troop roasted meat, saying that the cow had eaten too much and now they were eating it. Someone offered to eat a boar for dinner, one of the twins agreed, saying it would then be caught closer to dinner. While the others were deciding what was for dinner tonight, Henry was surprised to notice a man walking quickly toward them. The boy immediately recognized the guy whose name was Dante. At first he was glad he had come, when suddenly he noticed his embittered face. This guy could only speak one word, and the heavenly squad would hurriedly calm down, telling him to drop it, sit down, and eat with them. However, no one understood what Dante wanted to say. Everyone around him immediately began to ask if anyone knew sign language. Realizing he wasn't going to get anywhere this way, the guy squatted down, pointing his finger at the ground, determined to write to them. Dante asked where their leader was, to which he was told that he was busy, so he could just sit down and eat while he waited. He added that the melody of the flute reminded him of what happened yesterday, so he couldn't sleep, and then he has to deal with their leader. The Gorge warrior concluded that he had come simply because he couldn't sleep at night, after which he advised him to go to bed right now. Henry, however, again advised him to join him for lunch, but this did not satisfy Dante, who clenched his hand into a fist and trembled. One of the twins asked if he was going to keep doing this writing, adding that he was apparently sick of living. The warrior of 1,000 Nights responded with an angry and blazing gaze to the threat that came from the mouths of the members of the Heaven Squad. The twin immediately declared that the guy was pouncing, after which he prepared for battle. Dante did the same. No sooner had the battle begun, however, than they were hurriedly stopped by Bruno, who was standing some distance from them. They immediately turned their attention to the library heir, who was using a new ability to stop the guys. Suddenly the twin felt dizzy, after which the world began to blur in front of his eyes, and he began to calm down. Grabbing his head, he mentally began to question what was wrong with him and where the sound wave attack had come from. An angry Bruno asked his comrade how he, being much older, decided to fight a warrior much younger than himself. He replied that he hadn't meant to kill him, Jack decided to stand up for his comrade, saying that he was right and all the blame was on Dante. Bruno thought that this kid should learn to know who to fight and who not to fight. If it wasn't their squad but someone else, he'd be dead by now. However, the library heir didn't understand why everyone called him Dun. He asked his companions to call him Dante. Jack asked in surprise how he knew his real name, to which Bruno replied that she had learned it from the owner of the guest house. Just as suddenly as someone stated that it wasn't true, and he used the mental whispering technique. Then everything fell into place for the old man. Jack and the twins stated that then they went out to eat, for after all the confusion, they were not the least bit hungry. Bruno and Dante were left alone, looking at each other in silence, each trying to figure out what the other was thinking right now. It reminded the eldest heir of the day he had seen him for the last time before moving into his new body. He was 3 or 4 years old at the time. His older brother Trevor was just over 10, but he carried everything with his brother and never complained once. Trevor was then quite sad that it was time for them to part. He looked at Harry with a look full of longing and reluctance to leave. Smiling, the head of the alliance asked him not to grieve, for they would meet again. He would be taken care of as well as he was. The man noticed that the guy didn't believe him, and so he decided to promise that he would teach him how to fight and also prepare a gift. There was also something else, but he chose not to think about it, keeping those thoughts to himself, but stored in his memory. Bruno in sign language apologized for yesterday, adding that he was a bit rude, which made his comrades angry. A dumbfounded Dante was surprised that the heir to the library knew sign language, not expecting him to possess such a rare skill. However, that was exactly what the third pledge was, in which Harry promised to learn sign language for the sake of baby Dante. Bruno explained that a boy he knew couldn't speak, and he promised to learn sign language by their next meeting. The boy replied that was great. Harry had made him that promise too when he was a kid. He was a good man. That was the reason why they were doing all this. For once long ago, Harry had said that to keep his promises, one condition was necessary. He pointed to the little boys, telling them to take care of themselves and not to lose their brothers, and to learn martial arts. He asked them to come to him again as soon as they possessed them. The oldest of them immediately agreed to such terms. Then he said that maybe Harry was still alive because they weren't forgetting him. Now Dante realized what he meant. As they talked quietly, the library heir continued to dip into memories, recalling the words he had spoken to the children. He asked them to remember that even if they get hurt, let them not lose each other, because whatever happens, they are one family. Harry then said that even if one of them was being kept, you can't leave him behind, which is why his brother decided that they should all leave the wizard. He had promised to kill their guardian if something like that happened, and he actually still couldn't believe Harry had left them. Bruno replied to continue to disbelieve. Dante asked that he was from the Great Library of Heaven, adding that he liked him. The eldest heir smiled, asking that he didn't want to kill him anymore, and he liked it because he didn't wish him harm either. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard asking Dante what he was doing here, and in the next instant, 3 figures jumped out from behind a tree. His brothers immediately stirred, beckoning him over, asking him what he was thinking as he walked here alone, his older brother also calling out to him. At this time, the leader of 1,000 knights sat before the altar where Harry was being honored, and the smell of incense wafted around him. The guy was thinking about Bruno being smug and sneaky. With his words, he decided to insult them all so he wouldn't do something he didn't want to do. Well, not everyone can let them say that, but he doesn't know what the connection between them and Harry has been since they were kids. So his words are unforgivable. If he were sincere, he would have honored the master, and then he would have said those words. But he would not see him off again, for he would finish him and his wretched troop the second his brother went to him, saying he had brought the others here. Something adventurous happened to Dante, though. Upon hearing his younger brother's name, the boy immediately turned around, angrily asking what was wrong. After a while, he asked him why he had done it. Dante hastened to apologize, but that did not explain his action. The young guy started gesturing too, explaining that Bruno was very good at sign language, and he apologized for yesterday. His brother asked judgmentally that he liked anyone who knew sign language, but the guy immediately stated that it was nothing of the sort. Bruno says everything is fine. He said they're doing great and that Harry would be proud of them. He was glad everyone was healthy and sticking together. He also wished that things would be exactly the same in the future. After listening to the story, the older brother asked in surprise why he had done such a thing. Dante didn't know, but his words made him feel warm. His words gave him confidence. He wasn't Harry, but he felt like he was talking to him. The boy continued to gesticulate, looking at his brother with a guilty face and trying to stand up for the library heir. He said his look is so welcoming, he feels like he likes it, and therefore doesn't see it as something evil or alienating. Why, he asked his brother's pardon again, but he heard no answer, for he thought for a moment about all he had heard. The leader of the 1,000 guards thought there that Bruno wished things to stay that way, and he wanted them to be healthy from now on. Another warrior cut into the conversation, loudly proclaiming that this man spoke the language of snakes. They needed to finish them all off today. The leader decided to be alone and think things over, and with that, he left his brothers outside the door before they could say a word. Standing outside, the older brother lowered his head, leaning against the door, trying to figure out why the library heir would choose to say such a thing. He reimagined Bruno's face, which radiated dislike and contempt, yet he still reminded him of Harry. When night fell, Bruno sat at his desk with a serious face, hoping that the 1,000 guards would now have self-respect. He then took a brush and began to swipe it over a piece of paper, thinking that now all that was left to do was to make Bruno's magical memory seal. A golden chain of memory, this seal can imprison a spirit that has lost its mind, as well as awaken a scattered mind, which can aid the healer's head. There's too much action to get one poison bug, but he can't help it if only because of their old friendship. He promised himself to find the treasure of the healer's head and heal him. Well, it was a second before someone entered the room and called out to him. It was Henry, who radiated a childish curiosity, asking what he was working on since it was so late. Smiling, the eldest heir replied that he was drawing a seal to help the head of the healers. This really interested the guy, as suddenly Bruno stopped himself again. After all, he was completely unfamiliar with the head of the healers, so the others might have a lot of questions. If he decided to help him get his mind back, this boy and the others would be interested to know why he decided to do it in the first place. You had to give them an excuse they'd like, after which the heir said that this seal would take over from the chief healer. That got Henry excited, but as it was, if this guy not from the academy hadn't solved the cipher yet, there was no point in waiting. However, if he solved the cipher, that's problematic, which means he'll need to get rid of the academy guy first. The Gorge warrior said they were going to catch a boar in the morning, to which Bruno replied that he was looking forward to it. For now, he would tell them what else would have to be done. Bruno told the squad that they must first get rid of the master from the academy to get the treasure of the head healer. Anthony, Jack, and the twin immediately appreciated the idea, suggesting they go from words to action, and the heir didn't think they fell for it either. At this time, they were observed by two figures sitting on the roof, after which they quickly retreated with the information they received. In one of the rooms, a man opened a window to discreetly let informants in without using the main entrance. One of them left a scroll with his observations and then quickly disappeared, leaving those present to familiarize themselves with them. 4 days ago, the heir of the Great Library arrived at the main fortress of the healers. She sent a message not only to the master from the academy, but also to him. However, it was not possible to find who left the letter, for it was sent anonymously, but it was obvious who it could be. This is someone who wants to unleash the conflict of the main fortress of healers, because it seems that there is a power struggle going on inside the fortress. They had not met anyone except the deputy head of the fortress and the person in charge of external affairs. But it was as if the Lord knew everything. The man turned to the master, asking if he had accidentally finished transcribing the text, receiving only a satisfied smirk in response. The master said it was time for him to rest. He had to meet the heir to the library tomorrow. The assistant didn't know why he decided to meet him. The man in the white robe continued to read the letter, thinking of the heir to the great heavenly library who had also been summoned to decipher it. Among all possible places they had met here, it seemed to the master that it was far from a coincidence. Everyone said that the Great Library was the best among the 3 great libraries, and that its successor was unrivaled. And when he decided to see for himself if these rumors were true, he received very sad news. The heir to the library had lost his thirst for life, and he thought that his chance was lost. But the latest news surprised him because he changed dramatically, forgetting about his former desires. Smiling, the master addressed the library heir aloud, saying he would prove to him that he was better. The next day, Chuck inquired where everyone was, to which he received the reply from Bruno that they had gone boar hunting. The guy asked this for the sake of interest, but anyway, he was just in time, because the heir to the library, I wanted to tell him something. And it seems because he hasn't read anything recently, his head isn't working as well as it used to, and he'd like to take a look at their library. Chuck decides to take him there, but the passageway is only open to the first floor because he realizes the reason himself, so he doesn't have to voice it. The eldest heir agreed, for he fully understood the situation the healer fortress had gotten him into. He knew that the first floor was the usual books and documents. The floors from the second onwards contained medical literature. Bruno said that since he had gotten permission to go to the library, unless of course he wanted to tell him something else. Chuck fidgeted. not knowing how to choose his words. You see, he had important information about the guest from the academy that Bruno needed to know. The guy didn't know how he knew about everything, but the master asks the eldest heir for a meeting. Hearing this, Bruno turned around and froze. Instead of frowning, however, he smiled, thinking that everything had worked out quickly and he had been ready for a long time. After a while, a smiling man stood in front of the eldest heir, introducing himself as Magnus from Manhwa Academy. Bruno immediately returned the greeting, saying that he didn't think he could meet such a talented person in the healer's fortress. Accepting Forrest's comments, the interlocutor replied that he was much better known than he was, for he had heard a great deal about Bruno since he was a child. That's why he wanted to have a competition with him someday, and now by pure coincidence he got the chance. Magnus suggested choosing aspects of the competition. They wanted to figure out everything by the one that encrypts the text in the shortest amount of time. While they were discussing all the details of the competition, Bruno scrutinized his interlocutor, trying to figure out what kind of person he was. The first thing that caught his eye was that this guy was overly confident, judging by his smug smirk. He thought he had already deciphered the text, then asked how many days it would take him to decipher it. He heard a loud chuckle in response, after which the Academy Master emphasized exactly on the word days. He then replied that he didn't know, asking Bruno to try to guess how long he thought it would take him. The eldest heir asked in surprise that he had already deciphered the text in 14 days, thinking that he knew he was a genius, but didn't think he was that much. When asked if he was surprised, Bruno agreed with a smile, adding that he didn't think he'd meet anyone smarter than his brothers. This phrase managed to hurt the Academy Master, who interrogated what he meant by saying smarter than his brothers. Bruno replied that he thought it would take him at least a month, given that the chief healer's cipher was quite complex. Magnus was very surprised that Bruno knew that the author of the text was the chief healer, which meant that he had already deciphered the text. How suddenly the master thought about the fact that the heir of the great heavenly library had arrived 4 days ago and already knew a lot about the cipher, which means he decrypted the text in just 4 days. The guy couldn't believe it. I figured he probably hadn't decrypted it all the way through yet. It was only possible to recognize the author of the text from the first sentence, after which he asked if Bruno had deciphered the text. The eldest heir asked with surprise, what difference did it make whether he had deciphered only part or all of the text, since there was only one cipher? Magnus didn't back down, because he wanted a clear answer to his question about whether he had solved the cipher in the 4 days he had been here. Waving his hands, Bruno immediately smiled awkwardly, replying that he wasn't, thus delaying the sweetest moment. This answer reassured the Academy Master, who breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this was what he knew, so he was better off. But at the same second, the heir to the library put his hand on his chest, smiled, and declared that it had taken him half an hour. This information made Magnus stiffen and wonder if he had heard everything correctly, for he thought his hearing was cheating him. However, the eldest heir was quite clear, while the Academy Master shuddered, thinking that it couldn't be. It was nonsense because anyone could throw words around like that, but it couldn't be ruled out that it was really like that. Magnus shrieked that the heir was very amused, then asked not to waste time in checking transcripts right now. Coughing, Bruno said he didn't think he believed him, so he would show his transcript right now. He beckoned to Sonia, asking her to bring him the transcript he had written down. The girl immediately bowed and went to carry out the order. She went to the locker asking to wait a little while, for she thought she was somewhere under the papers, and after a couple seconds she found everything. Placing a rather large sheet of paper on the table, the eldest heir apologized for making things so sloppy. Irritated, Magnus grabbed the sheet in his hands, wondering if Bruno was bluffing or if he had deciphered the text correctly. For a few seconds, the Academy Master scrutinized the notes without making a sound, trying to compare his work to his own. Suddenly, he trembled, letting out an intermittent laugh. From the outside, it looked as if he was not feeling well, and one could not tell what he was thinking. And seeing this reaction, the library heir immediately asked if he had made any mistake, but she heard a negative answer. Continue holding the crumpled sheet. The Academy Master replied that there wasn't even a hint of a mistake here. That was what confused him. Playfully glowing, Bruno said that he was just lucky, but he realized that it wasn't luck at all. Magnus thought it proved nothing that he'd finished the transcript in half an hour. Plus, it was carelessly done. The text itself was in a pile of papers. Moreover, the scribbles and direct instructions left in the text prove his trust in his own subordinates. The difference between him and the heir of the great heavenly library was like between heaven and earth. Not only that he was convinced of it, he said it was a perfect transcript, thinking he didn't want to sharpen his knife on the library heir anymore. The thought now made him feel at ease as another puzzle suddenly came into his mind, which now came together. The message left on the window was left for him by the heir of the great heavenly library. He realized it now. Bruno apologized for being rude. After all, he was only trying to decipher the text as quickly as possible. Magnus appreciated his honesty, then asked that he probably wanted the academy master to leave. The heir was glad that he had come to that on his own. Magnus agreed, because he lost, so he'll do it. But before he leaves, he wants to ask a question that's been bothering him. Bruno is aware of the situation in the main fortress, but will he take any action to resolve the internal conflict? The heir replied that there was no internal conflict within the fortress. On the contrary, the atmosphere was quite healthy. Suddenly, a noise was heard from outside. It was the gorge warriors who came from hunting, loudly bragging about the fat boar they had caught, then saw the academy master, recognizing him. Magnus's assistant looked at the three men dumbfounded, immediately recognizing them as mentors, much to the master's surprise. The boy immediately ran up to the warriors and began to bow, asking how they had ended up in the main fortress of the healers, to which he received a detailed answer. The guy thought in shock that they now had to leave because of Bruno, wondering in passing if this heir was such an outstanding person. Magnus watched this conversation in amazement, thinking that even the heir's men, they were such simple individuals. However, this was a delusion. The assistant master stated that he would not question them further, after which he wished them good luck in their future endeavors. Bruno went out to say goodbye to the master, inviting him to his library. Then he could share with him what he hadn't been able to tell him today. In response, Magnus asked if he wouldn't be participating in the Heavenly Dragon competition that would be happening soon. He's talking about a competition for talented young warriors in the Youth Association. Harry had been there a couple times when he was younger. The heir was on the guest list, and Magnus hoped to see him there again. Bruno replied that apparently he hadn't gotten it in time. He would consider participating if he had the opportunity. The academy master accepted this response, then said goodbye. Now that he had left, the eldest heir should wait for further action from the main healer fortress. It turned out that the three gorge warriors were familiar with his subordinate. If he still decided to eliminate him in battle, it would be problematic. But now that Magnus is safely out of here, that's one less problem, so it's time to move on to the next step. Xavier was shocked to see Magnus leave, asking for men to be sent to intercept him and bring him back. Chuck replied that it was impossible, for the Lord was escorted by three gorge warriors and twins from Musan. It was as if they knew they were being watched. Xavier thought the coded text referred to the treasure of the chief healer, who had now lost his mind. Even unable to distinguish between people and objects, my father shouted that he must surely find this treasure, and he must find them for his sake. The man concluded that the library heir and Magnus had met, and then the heir's men had accompanied the academy master. Then the thought came to Xavier that the heir to the great heavenly library was behind all of this and had planned everything in advance. A while later, Chuck came to the library, and Bruno thanked him for letting him use it immediately. The guy himself thought that just like his older brother said, the heir had organized it all. However, he didn't understand why all this was happening. The eldest heir invited Chuck inside, while he himself asked the heavenly squad that was outside to keep quiet and be quiet. But suddenly the guy heard a voice in his head that asked the person in charge of external communications to say nothing and just listen. Jack approached him, saying that he had something to say, so have him return as soon as he had escorted Bruno to the library. Also, he must keep it a secret from his brother and try not to be noticed, for it is very important. Chuck didn't understand why Master Jack was so hostile to the heir, and couldn't even imagine what it all meant. He had thought at first that the heir to his troop was bound by a strong bond, but now the situation looked very different. When they arrived at the library, Chuck reminded them that only the first floor was open, then asked how long he would be here, receiving the answer that it would be until midnight. In a situation like this, he's just going to read books in peace. But why did Master Jack ask Chuck to meet with him? Suddenly, Bruno said that the guy looked kind of stiff, that he had a lot to do today and was exhausted. The eldest heir turned around, giving the boy a worried look that meant he doubted his words. Bruno said he thought the man was hiding something from him, which made Chuck flinch unknowingly, but he tried to keep his cool. As he approached the door, the eldest heir stated that since that wasn't the case, he should finally go inside since there wasn't much time left. Chuck remembered the look in the library heir's eyes and thought he suspected him of something, and it made him very uneasy. He needs to hear what Jack had to say, though, and a little while later he asked him directly what they've all been summoned for. The entire Sky Squad was assembled, as well as Chuck. The floor was taken by Jack, who asked to listen to him carefully from now on. He stated loudly and knowingly that the heir was a very dangerous man. Those words made Chuck shiver and catch his breath. The twin said he had already deciphered the text, but was hiding it calm as though he thought he had successfully. but you can't fool them. Dumbfounded, Chuck couldn't believe that Bruno had already deciphered the text, even though it had only been 3 days since his arrival. And on top of that, he had hidden it. Frowning, Jack looked at the pale boy and asked why he thought the eldest heir suddenly needed to go to the library. The one immediately replied that he said it was to keep his intelligence up, but if he had already deciphered everything, then it was about something else. Jack confirmed his fears, saying that that was where the treasure of the chief healer that everyone was after was located. This information caused a storm of emotions inside the guy, who was now certain that the heir had accurately deciphered that document. Jack said that he was trying to get the treasure himself, but they couldn't bear to have him kidnap it, so they invited Chuck. When asked why the master of the academy had left, he was told that Bruno had kicked him out to keep the treasure for himself. Jack announced that they would attack him as soon as he left the library, then asked the boy to prepare the fortress for this battle. For the eldest heir has surely gone off to seek the treasure, which he wishes to obtain by all means at his disposal. Chuck immediately ran to his brother, flying loudly into his resting place and shouting that the library heir wanted to steal the chief healer's treasure. But on deciphering the text left by his father, he asked to go to the library because that's where the treasure is hidden. Xavier hurriedly reassured him, as they still had time to figure things out, then asked where he got the information. At first, they pretended to agree with the heir's plans. She didn't wait for the right moment to report everything to him. He solved the cipher in just 3 days, so his ability is indeed excellent, but he's a dangerous, treacherous person, the man agreed. Xavier thought Bruno was an incredible genius, but his intention was impossible to detect from the start, which was a huge problem. Then he turned his head toward Chuck, saying nothing, for he needed to think hard about the plan of next steps. After a while, he turned to the guy, saying it would be over soon. No cipher, no treasure. He asked to summon all the elders and healers and tell them the whole story, all to gather just in time for the heir to leave the library. At this time, Bruno stood in the unlit room with his head down, taking no action. He then lifted his head, sighing heavily, the expression on his face saying that he had been too hasty in his actions. Although he pretended that he was going to harm the main healer fortress, but those were just words. He wasn't actually going to do that. He remembered that Heaven Squad had told him that now that the cipher had been told, it was possible to strain the atmosphere in the main fortress. He even behaved himself appropriately for this, and after something like this, he doesn't deserve to be the head of the Alliance, but everyone is definitely excited now. At the same time, the Heaven Squad was discussing the fact that everyone in the fortress had stirred, which meant that the plan had worked, and they had fallen for every word like naive people. Walking through the hall, Bruno noticed that it was quite spacious, why he decided to see what treasures more precious than gold were hiding. The eldest heir decided to find where the shadow was pointing in the moonlight. Then he began to walk between the shelves, counting out the books. After a while, he reached 375, an unremarkable book that stood among all the others without attracting attention. Her name was quite odd and gave no hint that they might be hiding any treasures or secrets. It was called Moon Bunnies, although the guy knew it should be called Moon Bunnies. However, he already knew what the book was about. He didn't seem to get the number wrong, and he couldn't believe it was the right book. But he decided to open it anyway and check it out. After all, knowing the chief healer, it could be a cipher disguise clue. Whereupon he began flipping through the pages looking for answers. He looked at illustrations of 2 rabbits pushing something in a stupa while on the moon, clearly satisfied with their work. This disappointed the heir a little, who had too high an opinion of the head of the healers, for he had no use for rabbits and tigers now. The main thing that lies in the content, so you need to calm down once again, scrutinize everything. He began to read that long ago on the moon lived brothers rabbits. After reading the first sentence, the heir to the library clutched his head, irritated that he must have been wrong. He went on to read that the rabbit brothers had a job every day. The job started when the sun went home. Work would begin when darkness fell, after the rabbits had said goodbye to the sun, and they would grind in a mortar all night until morning. They took turns pushing, but one day the younger rabbit was curious as to why the moon had to shine every day. The older one asked to look at the people who were making a wish despite the moon. At this point, boy, I wanted one girl to like me. Another girl wished that the moon would shine brightly so that she would be cured of her illness. Others wished that the beautiful moon would shine always. But the rabbits forgot how hard their work was. People's wishes gave them strength. The next morning, people were happy that their wishes had come true. The rabbits kept grinding, and that's why the moon is shining so brightly today, because take it still labor on the moon every day. As soon as the heir finished the last page, he immediately closed the book, trying to calmly gather his thoughts. However, it was not working out well. He only smiled stupidly and tried to figure out where he went wrong. because there was no hint of treasure in this book. It is impossible for him to incorrectly follow the directions of a properly deciphered text. There is no other building here that the shadow is pointing to. Or maybe he missed something, so I'll have to reread the whole thing from the beginning, albeit with great reluctance. The transcript said he was the chief healer of the fortress, asking to open his soul to him and listen to him. The main thing is that his masterpiece is incomparable to anything. It has no equal. At this moment, something caught the senior heir's attention. He remembered that the cipher said to look up at the sky. One look was enough to replenish energy, and once touched, they would exclaim. If they ask him what was the happiest moment of his life, he will say that this day when he saw the treasure. Bruno noticed a book on the shelf called My Treasure. It was not like the other books made in notebook form. With a relieved sigh, the eldest heir realized this was what the treasure was, which meant he had achieved his goal. At the same time, the soldiers serving the healer's main fortress were summoned near the library. Meanwhile, Jack was saying something to them. The lined-up soldiers stood still and waited for instructions, and one of the warriors, Gorge, thought they had gone too far. But his brother also asked to be quiet, for they only needed to meet the leader when he came out. Then they would diffuse the situation and explain everything to them. Henry asked what if I didn't have time to attack my brother with the entire main fortress, but Jack replied that he had warned the leader of the likelihood of that outcome. However, the healers were quite serious, but there was nothing to worry about, because they had planned everything in advance and had to follow the plan. Jack announced loudly as Bruno began to walk out of the library, whereupon everyone tensed and prepared to be captured. As soon as the master gave the sign, all the warriors immediately drew their weapons, standing in a fighting stance, waiting for further command. All of them were ready to snap out of their seats at any moment to neutralize whoever decided to lay eyes on their treasure. Seeing the guns in the soldiers' hands, Jack shouted that it wasn't like that at all, for he had told them not to worry and not to hurry anywhere. Out of desperation, Jack turned loudly to Bruno, that he wanted to tell them that they had actually made the whole thing up. Chuck didn't let him finish, however, turning loudly to the warriors, shouting that the main fortress of healers was in favor of the heir to the library. After which, the soldiers loudly raised their hands and weapons up, loudly thanking the guy from the bottom of their hearts, showing him their respect. At this time, the Heaven Squad members looked at the soldiers in shock, not understanding what was going on or what caused them to have such a reaction. A little earlier, Xavier said it was just a joke, as Bruno is an incredible person, but his intentions can't just be discerned. If the relationship between the heir and his side really soured, the warriors of the Three Gorges, the twins and the elder wouldn't wait for his help. Isn't it more likely that they arranged with the heir in advance for such misinformation, which seems much more realistic? So they decided to just go and meet him quietly. And at this time, there were a bunch of people in front of the eldest heir. Seeing what was going on outside, the eldest heir noticed two people, thinking that here were the Bunny brothers in real life. Apparently, the naive younger brother heard the clarification from his older brother and immediately understood the whole situation. After a few seconds, he also found his older brother, who was silently looking at the eldest heir, not joining in the shouting. Instead, he folded his arms respectfully in life and smiled in a friendly manner, thus paying homage to Bruno. That was enough for the heir to the library. In return, he smiled and nodded, signaling that he accepted the thanks. After a while, the head of the fortress cradled the book Bruno had found, announcing that his treasure had finally returned. He thanked the heir, saying that it was his sons who wrote the cover. He wrote the story, and his sons asked him to read it. They had no idea how long he had been looking for her, and would never forget what they had done for him. At that moment, Chuck cried. Xavier remarked that his father was very happy about having this book, to which he replied that he couldn't be happier. The man thought that even after the library heir explained everything to him, he had his doubts, but judging from his father's reaction, this is the treasure. A little earlier, Bruno had shown everyone a book, saying that here was the treasure the chief healer was looking for. Everyone only recognized it as an ordinary book of fairy tales. At first, they didn't believe it was a treasure, and Chuck immediately recognized the tale of the Bunny brothers that their father had read to them as children. He remembered that when they were little and just learning to read, his father had read them this tale, and he didn't know where the book had gone. This tale does bear warm reminiscences for his father and him and his brother. However, he didn't think it was that important. Bruno said that based on the decipherment, also the cipher itself, it is based on the lunar calendar. He asked to show the book to the chief healer and see his reaction. Then the library heir turned to Xavier. Bruno smiled, saying that because the Moon Rabbit brothers were also the treasure of the chief healer, and he thinks they're much more important than the book itself, at which time Chuck called out to his brother, noticing that there was something written on the back of the book. A smiling cane stated that only his son's smiles made him feel even happier, and that was his treasure. Xavier thought, as Bruno said, that the happiest day was the day he saw the treasure, and the treasure smiled at him. And now that the heir had found the treasure, it was their turn to fulfill their part of the promise he had been waiting for. He needed a poisonous bug, Chuck agreed, said the poisonous insects were now in an underground vault. When he heard that he needed a poison beetle, he wondered, the library heir wants to gather the 3 main sources of energy. Xavier didn't know it, but maybe with this bug, he would collect all 3, which would help him become even stronger. The main sources of energy were the hexagonal serpent, the medicinal flower, and the poisonous beetle, but the heir only needs the beetle out of them. There's no denying that he already has the remaining 2 sources, and he may even have already used them. When he had first seen the heir, Xavier had thought he was nothing special, but it was different now. Besides his resourcefulness and ability to decipher complex documents, he is very calm, judicious. Despite all the people gathered and their shouts, he remained calm, as if he had been through something like this before. Chuck asked about having hexagonal snakes as well. Because this creature is not that common, you have to eat it while it's alive. Even the healers couldn't catch him, but even if he managed to get his hands on all 3 sources, would he be able to endure 10,000 smokes? Xavier laughed, saying that his brother liked him so much that he wanted to give him the book 10,000 smokes. Chuck replied that it wasn't that he liked it, he just wanted the book to go to someone who would find a use for it. He might need it, but these techniques are dangerous. If he consumes the 3 sources and learns the 7 major smokes, he won't be able to resist. But if a man with such power has no principles, he will take the wrong path, and in the end, it will lead to great trouble. It's easy to go overboard with elixirs and power sources. The more power you get, the more you want to consume power sources. How their father, who was considered the best healer, suffered from all the medicines he had experienced. It was a tough conversation, but it's unlikely that Bruno has all 3 power sources, and maybe they were too quick to jump to conclusions. Xavier decided to go meet the heir, asking his younger brother to prepare a poison bug. He immediately agreed. When they met, Xavier said his father was very happy to see the book, and he didn't know how to thank Bruno for it. Also, thanks to him and his squad, the atmosphere inside the fortress became much livelier, and the library heir thanked him for such words. Now all that was left to do was wait for the chief healer to recover, to which Xavier replied that he would look into different cures. He's sure he'll find the right one, Bruno responded by telling the head that he'd like to help him with that if that's okay with him. He held out a green-covered book to him, asking him to study this one, the head of the healer fortress, staring at the book in amazement. Taking it in his hands and beginning to leaf through it, the man was surprised to find a magical seal, then asked how he knew about it. Bruno replied that it was the seal of the return of the broken spirit, and with it the spirit could be brought back to its former state and reunited with the body. Applying this seal would be enough to restore the spirit and key energy of the main healer and bring him back to normal. Xavier began to thank the guy, after which he asked how he knew rather than the main healer, which had been kept a secret until now. Bruno replied that he had originally brought it with him from the library. After all, he had only been here a few days. The man thought that the heir had only been here for 4 days. If he sent for this book right after deciphering it, they wouldn't have enough time to return. Moreover, he has memorized which seal can help with this ailment. Moreover, this seal uses rare combinations and symbols, so it was created in the library itself. But why was he so eager to share such valuable knowledge? After thinking for a bit, Xavier decided to ask the library heir why he had decided to give him the book after all. Bruno thought that because he was the head of the Marima Alliance and had a strong relationship with his father that he treasured. He could think of no other explanation, however, and he didn't understand why he just couldn't accept the book. The guy replied that he seemed to misunderstand him, because there is nothing in the world more important than the relationship between fathers and children. Xavier considered giving him the poison bug, but there had to be something to repay him for the secret healing seal. He decided to offer him the golden core, but Bruno decided that the chief healer would need it, and he couldn't use it himself. The man was surprised to notice that only 2 of the 11 cores were now left, and the library's heir reminded him of the obvious. Then Xavier realized for sure that he wasn't imagining it, and the heir just wanted to take care of his father and do them a favor. He's young, but it feels like he's talking to an old-school man who just wants to give their family the gift of comfort. An involuntary tear appeared in the man's eyes, and Bruno mentally questioned why he was so moved. The library heir decided to play along, telling the man that there was no need to be shy, and if he wanted to yawn, let him yawn. In that second, the man realized the look he now had and what the heir to the great library meant. Then he asked what Bruno wanted as a reward. I got something saying he wanted a core of excellence. Sometimes during a battle, the enemy may be numerically superior or stronger. Then it is necessary to replenish energy to the limit. But doing it without any help can ruin your inner energy or lose it altogether for life. The core holds the energy in and stores it, so it can play a key role during an energy blast. Dumbfounded by such a request, Xavier, without hiding his surprise, asked if he was going to start a war against someone. Bruno thought he wanted a golden core, but it would be useful to the chief healer, so he decided to ask for a superiority core. But he didn't really need it much either. Considering he'd be gathering all 3 power sources soon, he said he wanted to take them to spare. The heir also specified that 30 nukes would be enough. A shocked Xavier thought that so many would be enough for a war. However, there was nothing left for him to do but agree, so he said he would prepare 30 cores, also asking him to wait. Before leaving, Xavier decided to ask the heir about something he had long wondered about, namely why he wanted a poison beetle. Rather fruit on his chest and smiling, Bruno nonchalantly replied that he was gathering 3 sources of energy. The man laughed and said he had a great sense of humor, but the man replied that he was lucky and the hexagonal snake crawled to them on its own. Hearing this, the laughter bolted. Instead, the man froze with a dumbfounded expression on his face, wondering if he'd heard everything correctly. A short while later, Xavier took Bruno to a dungeon where a huge wooden gate began to open in front of them. There the man handed the heir a box, saying that in this box is a poisonous bug. It will take 2-3 days for it to be digested by the body. If something goes wrong, have him hit the red brick on the left side of that room, then the door will open and he can get out. Bruno smiled, accepting all the instructions, then headed towards the gate, bidding farewell to the head of the fortress for a while. The door closed behind him, but Xavier stood still for a while longer, wondering what the heir to the library was trying to accomplish. The torches were lit in the cave, and Bruno himself crouched down on a straw mat, thinking that the time should fly by unnoticed. He was glad that he finally got a poisonous bug, and it smelled exactly as he expected. As he began to break its shell, he thought that it seemed almost no different from a bronze fly. Suddenly, we discovered a poison pill that was inside the bug. It was also strange that it was completely odorless. Be that as it may, he would finally absorb all 3 main energy sources, which would help him get back on track. Swallowing the pill, the guy began to wait for action. Think no particular taste was felt. He didn't pay much attention to it. However, in the next second, the sensation fundamentally changed, causing him to freeze, trying to figure out what was confusing him. He immediately began sniffing his clothes and skin in a panic, concluding that he could not smell any odor. But he decided to check one more thing, biting his lip until it was bloody. But after tasting it, the eldest heir concluded that he couldn't taste the blood either. One thing he knew for sure, he had lost all his senses now, and everything happened after he ate the poison pill. At this time, Xavier went outside, finding Chuck sitting on a rock, who began beckoning his brother over to him. The younger brother concluded that Bruno had already eaten the bug and was in the stone room, then asked how long it would take to digest. The older man replied that he wouldn't make it and would be out of there in an hour. That should be his maximum. Such predictions surprised Chuck. The odor emanating from a poisonous beetle is unmatched by anything in this world, which means eating it is impossible. Although the heir said that he had already sawed off the hexagonal serpent and eaten the poisonous plant, Xavier didn't believe him. 4 hours later, Bruno still hadn't returned, much to the genuine surprise of the 2 brothers, who had no way of knowing such a thing. The older brother decided that Bruno hadn't gotten the poison bug out of the box yet, so they would wait a little longer. Chuck clarified that he couldn't sit there for 4 hours and do nothing. He had to open the box, at least out of curiosity. Frowning, Xavier wondered if the heir had indeed absorbed 2 of the 3 main power sources. At this time, I kept sniffing myself, feeling strange, for he couldn't believe he couldn't feel anything at all. The only thing he did when he came in here was eat a bug pill, so it's all about him. The other options don't fit here. Even if his internal energy level increases, losing 2 senses is too great a loss for a martial artist. He got very upset about not being able to taste the food anymore. It was too big a price to pay. He lowered his head, sighing heavily, for he had no idea that he would have to pay such a price for his strong inner energy. Abruptly raising his head, the heir thought about something he knew. The morning dawn could only be seen by passing through the darkness, and the light of the sun that illuminates the sky and earth only gains value when night falls. But this motivation will not work for long. All you need to do now is to concentrate on absorbing the poison beetle's energy. Perhaps the negative effect will pass after that. Bruno closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the very pill inside him, then began to slowly destroy it. Poison Beetle's energy can go many places, however she doesn't. But boy did she find out what she wants. He decided to gather at the blood hexagonal serpent in his right hand, concentrating the red energy in his palm. With his left hand already in his hand, he decided to gather the energy of the poisonous plant, which began to give off green energy. Once he did so, he decided to combine all three energy sources, concentrating them at the spot where the bug pill was located. The effect was immediately apparent, and tremendous energy began to spread throughout his body, and Bruno immediately felt the result. It is no exaggeration to say that the three sources of energy are the best means to enhance your own internal energy. And now his strength had gone from the 3-star level to 4 stars. He thought it would take him 10 years to reach 12 stars. But at this rate, it would take 5 years as he expected. His taste and sense of smell had also returned. He decided to order more food upon his return. In the same second, he took a deep breath and smelled the very luscious honey odor he was experiencing in his mouth. He didn't know if there were any poison traps in here, but nothing in this room could emit such a sweet odor. It also couldn't come from outside, but in the same second, the smell changed, and the scent of flowers that weren't even in the dungeon began to waft through the air. The smells began to change abruptly. First there was a stench, then a pine scent. It was replaced by some kind of sourness, and after that the sea. The harmony that occurred because of the interaction between the snake, the plants, and the bug gave him the ability to smell all the smells of the world. He found it interesting that if you concentrated, you could choose what to smell, starting with a neutral odor. Taking a deep breath, Bruno took in the scent around him. The smell of rocks, smoke, and damp hit his nose. It satisfied him. He could also completely turn off his sense of smell. Sensing nothing, the library heir began to look around. He decided to experiment a little, reaching forward and asking within himself if it would work. From the tip of his finger, a small drop began to fall to the ground, and in the next second, it was as if the guy was standing on a watery surface. He would call this trick the summoning of 1,000 flavors. Enough of that for now. Greed never led to anything good. He also didn't forget that all of this could have side effects, but now he had another important case waiting for him. He sat down and thought he needed to get used to and internalize his new abilities. Now he needed to relearn the martial arts he knew before. It had already been 7 days since the heir entered the stone room, yet after so much time, he still hadn't come out. Even if the poison bug's absorption was successful, it was strange that it took so long. However, they couldn't just go in and check. They cannot intervene in the process if the critical point has already been passed, and so they have only to wait. They decided to head back to the fortress when suddenly Chuck heard a sound and immediately alerted his brother, who turned around to follow him. Suddenly, a strong wind began to blow from the basement. The two brothers immediately covered their faces to prevent sand from getting into their eyes. At the same second, a familiar guy came down behind them after a high jump, asking if he was the one they were waiting for. They got to know the heir to the great heavenly library better, who said that he came out a little later than he had planned. Chuck thought in shock, as he just heard the sound of the doors opening and Bruno was already behind them, not realizing how this was possible. Xavier approached the guy that he couldn't smell the poisonous bug, then asked if he had changed his mind or if the guy was eating it. The heir laughed, asking what was bothering him so much about the bug, for after it came out, the first thing the man asked about it. Bruno offered to come back first, because he has been training all these 7 days, and therefore he wants to rest a bit. The next morning he was asked if everything had gone well, to which he received the reply that a lot had happened. The men had heard of his exploits of the Heaven Squad. They said that he had saved them, and that he was unrivaled in battle. They decided to hand out the elixir of power they had to each, but no one could stand the smell of it. It was quite a sight. Jean also arrived this week to catch those warriors in black, or rather to take them with him, for he was their guardian. He was very angry when he found out what had happened. They thought she would not leave a wet spot from a squad of warriors in black. If Bruno had gotten out of the stone room earlier, would have been able to see these guys one more time that he didn't get to talk to them. But he was sure they would meet again when the time came. But for now, he continued to listen to the latest news from Xavier. He remembered that the oldest of the squad had asked him to tell him something, and Bruno was glad, for he thought he recognized Harry in him. However, the message sounded like he would pay for everything the next time he saw him. He decided to close his eyes this time, but the next time, he was done for. The head of the fortress healers, and word for word, relayed the message from the senior warrior, but the words made him feel very uncomfortable. Hiding his face in his palms, Bruno shuddered and thought about how obviously the man couldn't have guessed he was Harry. The head of the fortress then decided to ask the heir where he would go now, to which he received the answer that he would return to the library. The man was surprised because he was on the invitation list for the Heavenly Dragon competition, but the guy replied that he didn't belong there. Crossing his arms over his chest and smiling, the library heir said he wouldn't go even if he didn't want to be there. His reputation was bound to suffer after the Soman clan incident, so it was unlikely that he had been invited there in good faith. No need to go there. On top of that, he was sick of being on the road. Xavier understood his position perfectly. Suddenly, the man began to slowly rise and stand up from the table, turning to the heir, who was watching the actions of the head of the fortress in amazement. Thoth folded his hands in a respectful gesture and smiled, saying that they would never forget what he had done for them. From this day forward, the Celestial Library is sister to the main fortress of the healers. Their enemies will be shared as well as their friends. The eldest heir gladly accepted such an offer, responding with a friendly gesture, for it was quite a useful alliance. The boy stated he wanted to walk around the fortress before leaving. Xavier suggested he make himself at home here. He decided to head to one tree, remembering the voice that told him he liked the way a magnolia smelled. Because it reminds her of the silver cure, this tree reminded Harry of his wife, so he couldn't help but come here. Reaching out to the trunk of the tree, he thought that she must have always smelled like magnolia, but he would never be able to be sure again. The heir barely touched the bark as he immediately began to spread the scent of the tree throughout the immediate area, determined to share it. When Harry thinks of his wife, that scent immediately comes to mind, though he himself doesn't know why, but it wasn't important. Cain, smelling the familiar scent, immediately threw the book aside and ran to the window, opening it wide and breathing in the pleasant aroma. At this time, Bruno was smiling, happy that he was able to give this scent to the entire main fortress of healers. Cain, cradling his book, was also smiling, closing his eyes in pleasure, and Bruno wished the chief healer to take care of himself. The road from the healer's main fortress to the great heavenly library was measured and quiet. Sitting in the wagon, Bruno thought about the fact that the fortress would now slowly return to its former prosperity. It was left for him to decide on the Heavenly Dragon competition. At this time, the Heavenly Squad spurred him to participate in the competition. The Vagabond brothers shouted loudly, begging the leader to go to the Heavenly Dragon competition, promising that they would be quiet. Heavenly Dragon competitions for young warriors, it was a place where there was a delicious variety of food. Young talented warriors were also invited there, as well as young beauties, all in one place. And in addition to battles between warriors, there will also be battles between the more experienced ones, and few will want to miss such an event. But it's all just for the unity of the younger generation. However, Bruno has recently nearly destroyed one of the most powerful families. Therefore, he couldn't count on the Soman clan's favor towards him, so going there was a rather foolish decision. Even if they get there, they will be smiled at with false smiles that will surely have a revenge plan behind them. Henry continued to naively promise that he would be quiet the whole time, but even Mindy couldn't stand it, asking him to calm down. The boy asked why she was so surprised, since he was obviously an introvert, to which the girl asked him not to try to spin him a falsehood. Sitting in the wagon, the heir thought that the Sky Squad resembled a collection of some rogues, and Mindy was trying to teach them that everything has a limit. Looking out the window, Bruno asked the charioteer to stop the wagon and take a break, sending him for a little walk. He agreed. Turning his head to the squad running near the strip, he motioned for them all to slow down. They immediately looked at the leader. As he gathered the squad that lined up in front of him, he decided to say something, or rather ask for something. Suddenly, a voice came up from one of the Gorge warriors asking what this sudden request was, since they didn't need to be asked for anything. Bruno didn't understand what was wrong with him, after which he remembered that he, like everyone else, drank the wrong elixir. That's why he was acting strange. Raising his index finger, the man said that it was better to give orders from now on because it sounded cool, and then they would definitely follow it. The twins backed up their comrade, asking the leader to give them orders. Jack joined in, adding that they were his defense squad. The heir thought they had decided to bring him down, asking why they had suddenly decided to pretend to be warriors loyal to him. Correcting himself, he called it an order that he wanted to make sure the problem with those mercenaries who wanted to kill him was solved. The twin asked if another squad wasn't busy with them, but Bruno replied that he wasn't familiar with that squad and didn't know what exactly they were doing. Therefore, they, the Celestial Squad, were the only ones he could assign this task to, and he wanted them to bring him the mercenary leader's head. Everyone immediately began to reassure him that there was no task they could not handle, and that they could be relied upon with confidence. The men replied that a couple of months was enough for them. Bruno was enough, but Tramp and Mindy didn't understand if he really wanted that. The girl remarked that they were afraid he didn't trust them, but apparently for nothing, and Henry asked sadly if they would be separated here. Mindy replied that only the dregs of the celestial squad were involved, and the elite warriors would stay with the leader. She asked the gorge warriors if they could stand it, for they would probably cry at night for fear of being slaughtered. But they did not fall for the provocation. Henry stated that he even liked it, since he would get more meat without them. And the twin asked him to eat well and grow up for their return. Having resolved all matters, the eldest heir bid farewell to part of the celestial squad, wishing them good luck, hopefully to meet again soon. The twins, the gorge warriors, and Master Jack, with smiles on their faces, mutually bid farewell to the leader, stating that they would then depart. At the same time, a guest arrived at the healer's main fortress and immediately decided to meet with their head. Xavier inquired to what they owed their visit, to which the man replied that they had received rather strange news. The main fortress of healers would not be attending this heavenly dragon competition, and he began to worry that they were offended by something. The head of the Namgung faction's honor squad, Michael, looked carefully at Xavier, who looked depressed and was in no hurry to answer. Even if those words meant not caring, there was no need to say it with such a hostile expression on his face. It had an unpleasant effect on the atmosphere. However, the Namgung faction sends its honor squad when a problem needs to be solved urgently and without too much fuss. Xavier replied that he could not leave the fortress because of some problems that needed urgent solution. Michael asked if it was all about drug manufacturing, to which he was told that it was also one of several problems. The interlocutor said that's why you can smell the magnolia scent in the fortress, but it's strange that it's only here that it blooms at this time of year. Xavier agreed, saying it was all from the drugs they were making, now emanating a magnolia scent. But Michael didn't come here for that. He said that he had heard that the heir to the library had come to the main fortress. Xavier knew they had come here for him, then asked how they knew about it. However, nothing could be hidden from them. He had invited the heir to help decipher the text, and he had done a great service by doing so, though he had not been here long. The last sentence caught the attention of Michael, who was hoping to meet the eldest heir in person. Xavier, smiling, clarified that the heir had left their fortress this morning, but it wouldn't be too difficult to catch up with him. This year, the heir was also invited to the jousting. They wanted to offer him to go with them, but they missed each other. He asked if he had gone to the faction, but was told that he had decided to return to the great heavenly library. Michael figured Bruno would decide to sneak out and not respond to the invitation, which is why they were sent after him. He mentally addressed the heir, saying that if he was summoned by the Namgung faction, he was obligated to obey and would not be able to escape. Xavier said that the Namgung faction was very interested in the heir's visit, but that was something Michael could not comment on. However, they showed interest. Even without considering that incident, the heir is an outstanding young man. The head of the honor squad said he must have been very impressed with Bruno, then asked him to tell him what he was all about. The head of the fortress thought about Michael's question, because he could not describe Bruno in 2 words. Besides, he remembered the recent dialogue with his brother. He asked where that magnolia scent came from, to which Chuck replied that it was the pine trees by the Silver Cure Pavilion. Now the pine trees Bruno touched smelled like magnolia, which meant he got an infinity of scents. The heir is a strange but unbelievable person. Why did he suddenly spread the fragrance of magnolias just outside the Silver Medicine Pavilion? As if he did it for his father, as if he knew what the Silver Cure and the magnolia scent meant to him. Xavier smiled, deciding to answer briefly, but in a way that would describe the library heir as much as possible, saying that he was a wonderful person, without showing it outwardly. But Michael was surprised by such a brief but flattering answer. However, he said nothing, deciding to ponder the words. Xavier thought for so long only to say that the heir is a wonderful person. It was quite strange. The head of the fortress said that even if they could catch up with him, he wouldn't go to the competition, because if he made a decision, he wouldn't back down from it. With a glance at his interlocutor, he decided to ask him not to look for an heir, thus deciding to pay him back. However, Michael stated that it was up to the head of the Namgung faction to decide. But would Xavier be able to convey this request to him on behalf of the fortress? Such a request was able on the face of the guest, which made it clear that they would not be able to fulfill it in view of their interests. With a change in his face, Michael asked if the main fortress of healers wanted to heal and sabotage the competition organized by the faction. At this second, the atmosphere in the room became heated, but the head of the fortress decided not to escalate the situation, saying that it was an exaggeration. Perhaps the latter misunderstood him, and they are not sabotaging the contest, but merely expressing their concern. Michael said that Xavier probably thinks they want to hurt the heir, determined to convince him otherwise. The head of the fortress asked that he thought so because of his worry, but it wasn't the heir that he was worried about at all. The head of the honor squad looked intently at his interlocutor, asking what, if anything, he might be worried about. Xavier genuinely didn't understand what the nonsense was. Maybe the squad leader was starting to get confused in his thoughts because of the magnolia scent. And Michael thought about the fact that if their conversation continued like this, they wouldn't be able to catch up with the heir. They needed to leave as soon as possible. At this time, Bruno and his small retinue reached the standing room-only courtyard to the building, which was a small establishment. They ordered several courses, and Henry was already excited to try the sweet dessert Bruno had recommended to him. Mindy asked if he was mocking them, but cheerfully assured them that he couldn't keep them from having a sweet tooth. As they strolled through the town, passing candy shops, Anthony noticed a familiar figure walking in their direction. Michael, who had met the vagrant by pure chance and who was glad to see him, was walking toward them with a confident gait. The man with a sullen face said they hadn't seen each other in a while, a year probably. In response, Anthony asked what he was doing here, but he decided to answer this question himself. He said that he was here because of the library's heir, more specifically because of the Heavenly Dragon competition. Walking up to his brother, Henry asked who it was, to which the brown-haired guy replied that he was from the Namgung faction. Mindy and Henry immediately admired the man, deciding that they would go to the competition after all. Anthony immediately took Michael aside, deciding to talk to the guy alone, asking him where he had been before coming here. The one replied that only in the main fortress of the healers, to which the wanderer decided to give him some advice before he met the heir. With a stern look at his interlocutor and pointing his finger, he said that for one thing, he just has a terrible temper. It was so bad that half the squad left because they couldn't take it anymore. Only the three of them had patience left. Michael listened to the first piece of advice with a completely stone face, while answering nothing, deciding to remember it for the future. So if you talk to him arrogantly, the heir will show his stubbornness, and there's no way he'll talk him into going. But if he's stung from the left, clutching at his clothes and begging on his knees, he said he'd think about it, the kind of advice Michael didn't like. Without further ado, the man turned around and walked away, not wanting to have another conversation with someone who was telling him how to act. Frustrated, Anthony stated that because of him, they were definitely not going anywhere now, as he would never talk the leader down. After a while, Michael approached the building and saw the heir to the library in the second-floor window. Frowning, the man fixed his gaze on Bruno, as if wanting to read what kind of man he was and what was going on in his head. The eldest heir also noticed a person who kept his gaze on him, however. He did not know who it was. Tramp and Mindy decide to eavesdrop on the conversation, hearing Bruno say that he's sorry Michael had to come all this way for him. He asked him to tell the faction head that he would meet with him as soon as he got the chance, and he himself was surprised that he had come such a long way for him. The interlocutor replied that the heir must have misunderstood him, in response to which the latter asked what the misunderstanding was. After all, the Namgung faction only sent the invitation, and he simply declined. Michael replied that he misunderstood, that he had a choice. Bruno thought he meant to say that if the Namgung faction wanted someone to come, it was mandatory to go. It seems he called himself the head of the faction honor squad, but he says that the faction doesn't give you a choice. It seemed like he was a completely inexperienced warrior. If the Three Gorge warriors and the Musan twins were here, they would have stomped him into the dirt long ago, changing his stance. Michael asked why he was so harsh about it, giving the impression that the Great Library looked down on their faction. Even if he chose to decline, wouldn't it be polite to come and personally apologize for not being able to participate? Bruno then asked what would happen if he didn't go. Maybe then he would show him what he could do. The head of the honor squad didn't need to be told twice, so he replied that he would be honored to do so. The eldest heir looked at his interlocutor carefully, wondering if he would decide to attack right now or do the honorable thing. He finally thought he wasn't bluffing, but he decided not to continue the provocation, slowly rising from his chair. The guy headed for the exit, grudgingly stating that he had to go, in addition to asking that he not follow him because he was scaring him. Left alone, Michael was still looking in the direction where the library heir had been moments ago. Not wanting to stay in this place for long, Bruno and his team harnessed their horses and hit the road again. The vagabonds shouted that they never got to go to the Namgung faction, that the heir didn't understand at all where he had been invited to. Mindy said that on the other hand, Michael was so persistent, but once he was told not to follow them, he really didn't. Anthony replied that the head of the honor squad may have acted stupidly, but he's not such an idiot, and Henry that they wouldn't go to the competition because of that idiot. The boy didn't know where to put his unfulfilled anticipation now. At that very second, a dark silhouette appeared behind them. All three of them turned their heads as they spotted the flying man, and Mindy figured he had followed them after all. The fellow who had caught up with them landed on the horse's back after a jump, which frightened the charioteer rather badly. Saying nothing, he reached out a hand to the head of the stallion, who was busy running and didn't expect anyone to touch him. At the suddenness, the horse shuddered and roared, thereby throwing off the rhythm to himself and the other two horses, who were also startled. The stranger didn't end there, though. He gave the other two horses measured blows to the head, causing them to stop running. The charioteer pulled on the reins in a panic, knowing full well that it would do little to help in such a situation, but he decided to try. The horses fell, and the wagon began to shake violently, causing the three on the roof to try to keep their balance so as not to fall off. The guy driving the wagon grabbed his head, ignoring the horses knocked off their feet by the crash. Glancing at the stranger who stood near, the charioteer asked loudly what the man had done, for in addition to the horses, the wagon had been injured. Michael bowed and said he had committed a crime, breaking the wagon and killing the horses to harm the heir to the library. He deserved severe punishment for this, so he said they should take him to the faction for trial. The others didn't appreciate his actions. While inside the wagon, Sonia of the gentleman, but he immediately answered her, thus showing that he was all right. After which he said he would call the head of the honor squad here, and she would have to leave the wagon for a while. While the heavenly troop was bandaging the charioteer's head, a very heated dialogue was going on in the wagon, and Bruno demanded an explanation. The eldest heir calmed down a bit and asked if he did that to everyone, to which he heard an affirmative answer. Bruno didn't think he'd ever met a man who frightened him, which Michael again hastened to agree with. Making a disgruntled frown at them, the heir to the library said that here they were meeting today, smirking at the fact that the man was also proving to be a nicer person than he thought. Bruno replied that it was no time for jokes. The boy extended his index finger toward the head of the honor squad, figuring he might be able to scare him. Lightly touching Michael's chest, the eldest heir said that he could kill him by touching him with just one finger. He asked how he could do it with one finger, to which he received the answer that he would be buried alive, for he had never encountered such a thing. Michael thought this bookworm had a knack for finding words, then said that the heir was out of line. However, that was exactly what Bruno wanted. He lowered his head slightly and smiled, for this was not the end of his threats. Making a snide expression on his face, the eldest heir asked what he didn't like about realizing you were dying without even noticing it. But at this time, the heavenly troop stood silently in the street, waiting for the Lord to come out of the wagon and tell them what they had come to. In the same second, they flinched as they heard part of the wagon collapse with a loud bang, and their leader flew out of it. The eldest heir still managed to piss off the head of the honor squad, so he decided to attack first. Bruno swiftly dodged every attack sent at him, thinking that this way one of them would definitely hit him. Then he decided to increase the distance, bouncing back a few meters because he needed to regroup and think of a plan of action. One of his self-defense techniques is penetrating and restraining his opponent's inner strength, and because he didn't take any damage. He glanced at Michael slowly getting out of the wagon, thinking he had decided to back off to hide his real level of strength. His attack he would be able to repel in 2 hits. At this time, Anthony called out to him, but Bruno asked them to be calm. Bruno thought that apparently his technique didn't work. Otherwise, his organs should have been crushed by now, and he should be dead. Michael said the same thing, to which the library heir agreed, adding that he was just attacking to suit the Namgung faction. He decided to provoke the man as much as possible, snidely clarifying that this made the attack very weak. Michael began to concentrate his energy, saying that as an apology and a show and respect for the faction, he would donate his limb. He decided to personally cut her off and take her to the faction, to which Bruno replied that it was a pipe dream, but asked him to try his best. The 3 of the Heaven Squad watched the battle in shock, not risking to get into the altercation between the leader and the head of the honor squad. The first to attack was Bruno, who abruptly moved forward, disappearing from sight, much to the surprise of his opponent. He began to circle around Michael incredibly fast, kicking up dust so that he began to cover his face with his hands, blocking his view. The scowling man was surprised that the eldest heir had vanished into thin air, thinking that he had decided to defeat him by leaving his sight. Michael tried to calm down and concentrate, trying to anticipate the location from which the heir would attack. Once behind him, Bruno lunged at his opponent, opting to use a smashing attack before swinging his arm. However, Michael reacted just as quickly, then turned around and sharply intercepted the library heir's arm. The guy thought that this attack was one of his crowning attacks, so he decided to see what the guy would do now. With a sharp movement, the young man wrenched his hand from Michael's firm grip, showing the strength he possessed. The next blow he threw was to the shoulder of his opponent, who, despite his good reactions, failed to see it and reflect it. Breaking the distance briefly, Michael noticed in shock that he had missed the library heir's hand, not realizing how he had managed to break free. For a second, the man worried that he had underestimated his opponent, who might have some trump cards up his sleeve. He didn't have time to think about it, however, as Bruno rushed back on the attack, quickly closing the distance. Michael immediately gathered his thoughts, deciding to use stop-wandering attacks, because if he caught him now, he definitely wouldn't break free. Using his enhanced vision, the eldest heir thought that he finally had a chance to test what he was capable of. Without wasting any time, the squad leader immediately began to flood the elder heir with attacks that rushed at him with great speed. However, Bruno clearly saw and understood where the fake attack was and where the real thing was, which allowed him to read his opponent. Dodging every directed attack, the older heir ran straight at Michael without fear of getting hit. The head of the honorable squad strained every effort to make the actual attacks reach their goal, but he did not succeed. However, he wasn't going to retreat. As soon as the heir reached the right distance, they began to exchange blows. All this time, the distance between them hadn't exceeded 3 meters, but so far, Michael hadn't even been able to grab hold of his clothes. Even his most powerful attacks don't hit him at all. It seems as if he's trying to catch a feather fluttering in the wind. He didn't know if the heir of the great heavenly library had always been this strong, for what he had heard about him before didn't match in any way. While they were unsuccessfully trying to land at least one blow on each other, a girl was watching them worriedly from the side. Sonia, clasping her hands to her chest, watched their fight not with horror but with rapture, cheering for her master wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, the eldest heir noticed that Michael's attacks were starting to repeat, meaning there was no point in continuing this ordeal any longer. Determined not to waste any more time, Bruno bounced back for a second to make one last and decisive attack. I don't understand anything. Michael wondered why he had abruptly started to approach, but in response, he received a rather painful punch in the side. One blow was enough to make his opponent grab his ribs and start coughing up blood profusely, unable to continue the battle. The dumbfounded man kept his gaze on the library heir, thinking he couldn't stop looking at him. However, this was not enough for Bruno, because he decided to finally destroy his opponent by showing him the difference in strength. After a while, Michael began to regain consciousness, hearing someone asking how much more digging they had to do, and now to throw him in there. He finally woke up only when someone threw him to the ground from a small height, not realizing anything. He looked up. Bruno asked why he couldn't hear what others were saying to him, since he should have quit when the man asked him not to follow him. The man realized too late that the heir was meant to be the dreaded man, himself replying that it was rude of him. The guy replied that if he listened, it would be easier for them all, then he would promise to come to the competition next time. However, now he was seeing a very different picture. His wagon was broken, and it would take a long time to fix it. But that's not the only problem, because both horses have been killed by Michael, which means that even if they fix the wagon, they won't get far. He also specified that the man was now buried alive. Michael was immediately struck with panic and asked what the man was talking about. The man asked in horror that the guy was going to kill a Namgung faction member, to which the senior heir replied with a smile. Michael started yelling that he couldn't do that because he wasn't afraid of the consequences, to which Anthony replied that he was very noisy. Afterwards asked the leader if he should start burying it, something he had already gotten agreement on. This raised the tramp's spirits. As Anthony covered Michael with earth, he chided him for being so lonely, since no one would find him even after 100 years. When half of the man's body was already in the ground, he thought Bruno had really decided to bury him alive. He didn't want to be one of Marim's missing warriors. He must recover his energy concentration points first. Being tied up, he decided to try to move his body first, though it was very difficult under the pressure of the ground. Tensing up, he was able to touch a point on his back with his hand as he suddenly felt an immediate surge of energy. Anthony was surprised to notice movement in the spot where Michael had just been buried and decided to poke at it with a shovel. A head immediately emerged from the ground, and Mindy shrieked that he was moving, for he had restored a surge of energy to the acupuncture points. Smiling, Bruno thought that the acupuncture point technique worked just when he needed it to. He probably didn't even realize that he had worked on those points and that the effect would only come after a few hours. In the same second, Michael was overtaken by an incredible pain, and he immediately realized that the flow of his internal energy had stopped. He remembered asking Xavier if he knew what kind of people were guarding the heir to the great heavenly library. The man is sure the head of the honor squad has heard of them, as they're all pretty famous personalities. 3 gorge warriors and twins from Musan, as well as Master Jack, who destroys enemies with his golden flute. Michael said confidently that he wasn't afraid of them, but Xavier shook his head, saying that they weren't the ones to be afraid of. One must fear the heir at the head of this troop, for among all of them, he is the strongest and most calculating. At the time, Michael had thought he was only trying to instill fear in him, but now he understood what the head of the healer's fortress was saying. After a while, the hand of a man who hoped no one would notice him now showed up from the ground. Halfway out, Michael began to gulp for air, feeling the earth and the taste of blood in his mouth. He thought he could finally move his body and thought it would last until he died, but it was over. After looking at his hand and moving his fingers, the man concluded that there was nothing wrong with his body, but he didn't understand what had happened to him. At this time, two people were heading in his direction, noticing that he did get out, which meant they were on time. Michael asked who they were, but those noticed that the man stuttered, but they wondered what he had done that he was buried alive. He heard that it was Anthony who told them about him having to get out of the grave at this time, but it was clearly Bruno who told him to say that. Resigned to his fate, the man sighed heavily, pausing for a moment before asking where he should go. They took him to a small establishment that looked like a restaurant. There he was greeted by hobos and Mindy, who congratulated him on his resurrection. Henry asked him how he breathed underground, since he was the one who made a good air hole, and the oxygen must have been coming in nicely. Anthony again said that their leader was not to be trifled with, and would rather flirt with and seduce him like he told him to. Henry agreed, saying that although he was scary, he was a good man, and he could definitely talk him down if he talked respectfully. Michael asked if the village was involved, to which he heard the reply that it was their secret. Then Sonia approached the man that he was expected. Upon entering the secluded room, the man noticed the eldest heir, who with a serious face motioned for him to take a seat. Michael immediately accepted the offer, hesitantly walking over to the chair that stood opposite the heir. The man couldn't believe he was shaking. It seemed to him that his body had memorized that the heir was to be feared. Bruno asked why he was shaking and looked so scared, then asked what he thought he'd do to him again. Michael sighed and thought that if he were openly angry with him, he would be more at ease. This feigned concern only stressed him out. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy said that was the first time, and now it was the second, and he's never generous twice. The man sitting at the table immediately bowed, agreeing with his words, apologizing in passing for being so rude. Bruno remarked that there was a reward for such obedience, for a man could learn much by being alone with himself. The head of the Chanxiang faction was also upright, but after being buried alive on the table like silk. He said that although that one was a circle, he might deserve forgiveness, but it was rather late, so it would be better to meet tomorrow. Not paying attention, the man agreed with every word, then asked what it meant that they would meet tomorrow. Grabbing an head, the guy said that Toto very not guessing, let for what he asked as he himself thinks. Suddenly behind him, two brothers and a girl shouted loudly that they were finally on their way, and that this whole thing was finally over. Henry loudly asked for an explanation, since he was good at it, but Mindy also wished she could explain everything to Michael. Unable to contain their emotions, the three of them shouted in unison that they were going to the Heavenly Dragon competition. The next day they made it to the Dragon Ship Pavilion. Everyone was excited to see how big it was, even though they had heard about it through stories. Anthony called them rednecks, since they were here for the first time, and he himself had been here more than a dozen times. But Mindy clarified that he had only been outside. However, it wasn't quite clear why they were here and not in the main pavilion of the Namgung faction. No one could give them an answer to that question. When Mindy said they still had time to make it to the competition, not they could visit interesting places, everyone was in favor. While Anthony was arguing with his friends, Michael asked the heir if this was the first time or if he was in the Dragon Ship Pavilion. Bruno said it was his first time here, and he didn't think there was such an incredible place where everyone else would fade after him. The man then invited them all inside, at which time Anthony said that he would now brag to everyone that he was in the pavilion. As they headed for the entrance, the eldest heir glanced up and stared in wonder at the second floor. There he noticed a figure sitting against an open window. It immediately caught his attention for some reason. At the same time, Sarah from the Namgung faction noticed a rather interesting guy looking at her too persistently. Bruno smiled, thinking that she was even more beautiful now that it had been a year since they had last seen each other. On the second floor, Sarah was asked who was outside, to which she replied that it seemed one of the faction warriors was leading guests here. The guy with them noticed that if these people were accompanied by a faction warrior, then they must have a high title. Sarah, keeping her gaze on Bruno, couldn't believe that the head of the honor squad was being so nice to him. She wondered who he was. When Michael led them to the second floor, everyone immediately recognized the very heir of the great heavenly library. The guy in the green cape said he didn't think he'd meet him like this, and he wasn't at all what he thought he was. This guy's name was Martin from the Sama clan. He said Bruno was a genius who had risen from the dead, subjugating the Soman clan. Another guy stated that he had also heard rumors about the Soman clan. This news was quite unbelievable and shocking. Unable to bear it, The three boys immediately surrounded Bruno, wanting to find out as many details as possible about the incident. The eldest heir asked them not to be so snazzy, saying that the rumors about the Somun clan were slightly exaggerated. They were only able to prevent the tragedy by common action with other much-respected families. If not for them, they would have been in trouble. He then introduced his comrades, saying that he was currently their leader. Everyone immediately noticed that the heir was indeed humble. However, these rumors about the Somun clan weren't exaggerations at all, though it did receive help from other families. But it was the heir who was in charge and in control of the whole situation, so the fact that he stopped the clan was not an exaggeration. However, one couldn't ignore how everyone perceived the Great Heavenly Library now, and the guys also calmed down a bit. Those who do not know all the details will think that success depended on the help of external forces, Michael erecting a joke, as Bruno did. But even though the exaggeration of the rumors was confirmed, everyone continued to treat the eldest heir quite politely. Sarah was asked what was wrong, to which she replied that it was the first time she'd ever seen the head of a faction honor squad smile like that. Helen had once told her, the head of the Murim Alliance, that if a Murim member suddenly changed drastically, the reason could be one of two things. Either he was beaten or under the elixir. Her friend concluded it was the elixir. After all, the healer's fortress wasn't far away, but it seemed to Sarah that he was beaten. Perhaps she should have tested this by using her powers on those present, while they were unaware of anything. After a while, Barney from the Huang clan said that was why an elder from the Chagall clan wouldn't be attending the competition. Apparently, she had not yet recovered from the shock of the death of Harry, the head of the alliance she'd been so close to. Bruno had heard about it, but still hoped that Helen still had time to come to her senses. For time was the best medicine. It will take them about a year to accept what has happened, both the squad of 1,000 guards and Helen, who are equally grieving. Suddenly, the presence of magic faintly hovering in the air caught the senior heir's attention. He noticed Sarah exchanging energy waves with the guy, thought they must be up to something. Suddenly, William rose from his chair, telling the heir that he expected the Great Library to have excellent martial arts. But it turned out they were nothing special, after which he offered them a drink to ease their frustrations. For a second, everyone thought that Bruno would be hurt by these words, but he just smiled and agreed with the guy and asked him to pour. William walked over to the heir and turned the wine jug around while using magic on it quite noticeably. Bruno set up a shot glass, however. Nothing happened. To this, the guy stated that the jug was full and the wine wasn't pouring. He had seen him before when he was very young and thought he was a very nice and polite boy, but he decided to go against the current and became a laughing stock. However, he skillfully applied magic, this technique of straining and setting up a barrier. All Bruno knew was that they were not pursuing a word of intent. These kids just wanted to test his fighting skills. The longer he ignored it, the more provocative they would be, and he wondered what else they would come up with. Michael, who was sitting off to the side, glared at William, mentally questioning who he was making a fool of himself in front of. After all, none of them are even a match for the heir to the library. They've never been on the verge of death or been buried alive. Gabriel from the Peng clan mentally said that he would be tougher this time, but if they got their way again, it would be hard to hold back. Bruno wondered if he was trying to separate the meat from the bones with the sticks and then shoot them at him. It would be nice if he picked up 3 vertebrae at once, then targeted several acupuncture points. In the next second, exactly what the eldest heir had envisioned happened. 2 bones flew into him at once. As if in slow motion, Bruno watched the bones flying toward him, trying to determine which part of his body they were aimed at. After roughly estimating the distance, he immediately realized that they were targeting the whole blood point and the energy flow point. The heir to the library thought it was a good idea, but took no action to defend himself because Michael decided to help him. However, this was surprising even to Bruno, who hadn't expected the head of the honor squad to stand up for him. Making a menacing face and dropping his bones, the man asked Gabriel what he had in mind when he decided to do this. He also asked if he was mocking the Great Celestial Library. This question made the guy dumbfounded and miffed. Michael didn't back down, angrily asking why he was only aiming for the Gosta from the Great Celestial Library, while Gabriel tried to justify himself. Waving his hands, the guy replied that he just wanted to know what the heir's abilities were. Michael asked what the guy had decided to test him. Slamming his hand on the table loudly, the man asked how could not just children, but children of such great clans behave so rudely. Not only did Master William act rudely first, but then Master Gabriel decided to put him to the test. He also noticed the mess on the table, saying it was their first meeting and let them be rude, so why show it here and now? He then looked at Sarah, saying that none of them tried to stop them. It was sad to see that not even Mrs. Sarah made a comment to them. He figured they were all conspiring to set such a bad example for those around them. But youth was no excuse for rude behavior. He then shrieked loudly, asking if they had never encountered any scary people. At this second, the tramp smirked. Just as suddenly, Michael heard a familiar voice in his head call out to him, causing the man to freeze in place. He was approached by Bruno, who was clearly displeased, asking how much longer he was going to speak out. Looking at the eldest heir, the man couldn't find the words to reply. After all, he only wanted to help him get rid of the children's attacks. After that, in an already slightly uncertain voice, he said that they all understood, after which there was an awkward silence. The dumbfounded girls were now certain that Michael had gotten screwed by the heir, but they wondered just how badly. The heir thought he wanted to see what these kids could do, but this type decided to jump in and ruin the whole atmosphere. Bruno said that since this was the situation, there was nothing else to do, and since it was their first meeting, he wouldn't want to show off his abilities. The boy lifted the pitcher, asking to be allowed to personally pour everyone's wine, since Master William couldn't do it. They spent the rest of the sit-down in a pleasant and relaxed atmosphere, chatting amicably about little things. The next day, they all went to the Namgung faction where they were to participate in a competition. As soon as they reached their destination, a loud voice announced to the entire neighborhood that the young masters had arrived. Bruno smiled as he saw the huge city in front of him, thinking that he hadn't seen it in a very long time. This city looked very beautiful and attractive, especially the exceptionally black roofs of the houses stood out. After a while, they came across Quentin, who was a follower. He was surprised to see the heir to the library. The two younger brothers immediately rushed into the arms of the older one, who asked them how his favorite students were doing. Bruno also met Magnus, who asked him what happened since he said he couldn't make it. Before he could answer the question, they were approached by the provincial head of Marima, who couldn't wait to see him again. At that very second, Michael approached him, saying he needed to leave to report his arrival to the faction leader. When the head of the troop excused himself, several men stood in the middle of the road and engaged in casual, friendly conversation. At this time, they were being watched from the balcony by a frowning man who was scrutinizing the library heir. A while later, Bruno, not hiding his surprise, interjected that the faction leader wanted to meet with him personally. Michael replied that the leader was silent for a long time after listening to the whole story. Apparently, he had been thinking about him for a long time. Approaching the door, the head of the squad announced to the Lord that the heir to the Great Heavenly Library had arrived. The latter invited him in. Without wasting any time, Bruno entered a rather huge room where a man stood at the window with an important look. With a slight twist in his head, he said the guy had massacred him pretty brutally. It was obvious what he meant. The leader of the Namgung faction, Hunter, asked the eldest heir if he really despised their faction that much. Bruno replied that this was not true at all. For one thing, if he despised her, he would not be here. However, the man interrupted him. Hunter said he's not one to turn a blind eye to his man being harmed, especially in this way. Bruno thought that if he didn't do anything to him now, one could consider it a gesture of goodwill if he acted as he told him to. Once upon a time, Hunter asked Harry how to be a good ruler of a faction. Now he stands at its head. Harry reminded him that if he chose to accept someone's actions, one must behave in a way that would take his breath away. In the same way, you should treat young warriors as treasures, if surrounding yourself with them means surrounding yourself with incredible talents. The Namgung faction lives by the principle of honor. If someone breaks a fingernail of a faction member, the offender will lose an arm in return. Both atrocities and good deeds against any faction member are returned multiple times over. And now, the faction head had to fairly decide what the heir to the Great Heavenly Library would receive. As Hunter pondered the question, Bruno smiled slightly, knowing in advance what decision his old acquaintance would make. Folding his hands in a respectful gesture, the elder heir smiled and said that the faction head would definitely make the right decision. Turning away, the man said that since the Heavenly Dragon competition was coming up, he would give him a chance to prove his good intentions. However, he should remember that he has not forgiven him and continues to watch his every action, which Bruno immediately agreed with. Hunter wondered why this guy was so calm. He wasn't trying to cross him or conversely flatter him. Even when he realized that the head of the faction wanted to meet with him, he came in person, as if he wasn't intimidated at all by those in power. Moreover, he was able to defeat Michael unconditionally, which means that his martial arts level is superior to many masters. He didn't know if anyone could compare to him among the youths. On top of that, he had heard a lot of things being said about him and his Heaven Squad right now. He has extraordinary leadership skills, is quite friendly, and has a knack for networking. This can only mean one thing. He is a true treasure. The heir of the Great Heavenly Library will become a future very influential person. Hunter knew how to get him on his side for sure, but right now it was necessary to take his time and just observe him. He immediately thought of Sarah, his daughter, who was considered one of the most beautiful girls. He was glad he had a daughter. He was a little taken back, and he had already imagined that they had had 5 children, to whom he had already thought of names. Too engrossed in his thoughts, the man turned and called out to a servant, asking him to get the head steward and Sarah here. As soon as the steward appeared at his door, Hunter decided to discuss with him where to put the heir to the great heavenly library. Almost calling him son-in-law, the man coughed and said to put him and his companions in the East Pavilion. Surprised by this indication, the superintendent interjected that he was talking about the East Pavilion by the garden. His daughter he asked tomorrow to take a leisurely walk with the heir near their house and show him everything. Such a request surprised the girl. Not wanting to go into details, her father said she could go if she understood everything. She bowed and immediately left the room. After a while, Sarah was sitting on a bench, a little downcast. Her sister came over to her and asked what was wrong with her. Immediately realizing what the matter was, the girl replied that it looked like she was going to be sold. Her interlocutor was immediately shocked by the news. She had no idea who even dared to sell the Namgung faction head's daughter, whereupon she froze, beginning to guess. She then began flooding Sarah with questions about whether it was a brother-in-law, who the groom was, from what faction and what clan. The daughter of the head replied that this is the great library of heaven. Her father wants her to show him their home, while taking her time. Marie asked if her father had ever asked her to do such a thing before, to which Sarah replied that no matter how important a guest was, he had never asked her to do it. As she suddenly remembered that she had done this once before, I think she was 5 years old at the time, but it was Harry, and it was under different circumstances. Moreover, his father ordered that the heir be housed separately in the East Pavilion by the garden, where especially important people were usually lodged. Mari said worriedly. That was it. Such a phrase surprised the faction leader's daughter, who interrogated what it meant. Suddenly the girl changed in her face, happily declaring that the father-in-law always loves the son-in-law more than the mother-in-law, but such a joke did not please Sarah. When the heir and his companions reached the pavilion, the vagabonds were immediately enthusiastic in their appreciation of such a paradisiacal place. They didn't understand why such beauty was in Namgung faction, and they didn't believe at first that they would really live here. Bruno had lived here when he was head of the alliance. Now he would live here as heir, though the faction head did behave strangely. He hadn't seen him in a long time, but he was still very proud of the faction. In that time his hair had turned gray, and his face was covered in wrinkles. Walking over to the mirror, the eldest heir thought happily that now that he was young again, he didn't look any older than he was. Taking a seat at the table, Bruno decided to allow himself to enjoy a little of the fact that he was now a young man. That same evening, the vagrants, along with Mindy, resumed their familiar rooftop spot where they could socialize in peace. At this time, Bruno asked his charioteer to tell the young Master Magnus that he wished to see him. Then he turned to Sonia, who was trying to watch them discreetly, telling her to catch 2 birds early tomorrow morning. Dumbfounded by the Lord's gaze, the girl immediately accepted the order, nervously leaving the spot of surveillance. Standing on the bridge, the eldest heir looked at his reflection in the water, thinking that it had been a long time since he had been here, and a long time since he had heard the frogs. He remembered how little Sarah had introduced herself and taken him by the finger, offering to show him everything here today. Upon seeing the frog, the girl loudly and happily asked the head of the alliance to look at one that had just popped out of the water. With a serious look, Harry asked if the girl was showing him their home or froggy, to which the girl replied with a ringing laugh. After walking a couple more meters forward, Sarah stopped and wiping under the pillar said she'd done a good job today. That was enough. Hunter said that children were so curious and so easily distracted, to which Harry replied that the important thing was that she was healthy and growing well. While the men chatted casually, Sarah tried to catch a frog. Her father immediately asked her not to climb up there, for it was dangerous. However, the girl decided to ignore her father's warning, causing her hand to slip off the railing and she flew down. Reacting instantly, Harry used his powers, catching the frightened child a couple of meters from the water. As soon as the girl was in the hands of the guest, he instructively said that one should obey his grandfather. Sarah's surprised face was immediately replaced by a smile that turned into laughter and a request to do it again. The man was surprised she wasn't scared. Sitting on the very spot where Sarah had snapped once long ago, Bruno replayed the memories in his head with a smile. At this time, Sarah was in her chambers. Sitting in front of the mirror, she was tidying her hair and trying to get her thoughts in order. Right now, all her thoughts were occupied with the heir to the great heavenly library, who had decided not too long ago not to fall for provocations. He, on the contrary, defused the atmosphere after they were told off by the head of the honor squad and even offered them a drink. It was a graceful act, an air of those people who clearly stand out from the crowd without even bragging about their skills. Of course, it would be nice to talk to him and get to know him more, as her father had wanted, but Sarah still wasn't sure about it. The next morning, Sonia caught 2 small birds as the leader had ordered, as she suddenly noticed Sarah walking in her direction. After greeting her, she asked the lady what her occasion was, to which she received the reply that it was nothing special. Feeling as awkward as possible, the faction leader's daughter said she had come to show the heir to the libraries in their home. After a little while, Sonia joyfully informed the gentleman that she had caught the 2 birds he had told her about yesterday. All eye of joy, she showed him the fruits of her labors, asked if they would bake them. The eldest heir did not share her desire. He approached the birds and began to feel one of them. The sudden contact made it chirp loudly, but Bruno ignored it. Once he finished his inspection, he headed back into the room, motioning for the girl to let them go under Sonia's questioning gaze. But she had long ago known there was no point in asking unnecessary questions, so she quickly closed the door and ran to fulfill the order. Not a second later, she was back, swinging the doors wide open and loudly calling out to the gentleman who wasn't expecting something like this. Sonia remembered to inform him that Mrs. Sarah had come to give him a tour of the house. Dumbfounded by such news, the heir changed in his face, asking himself what else the faction leader had made up. Trying to get over her awkwardness, Sonia asked the gentleman to go because Mrs. Sarah was waiting for him. But there was no particular hurry here. He kept worrying that they had been allotted such rich choruses and completely let one thought that his diamond eye had discerned his potential. However, he's hairy, so something like this is simply unacceptable. So he mentally told Hunter that he wouldn't play along with his plans. Sonia started to rush the gentleman again with a loud shout, but he interrupted her, telling her to give Sarah something. That the young lady had already shown him everything here last night would help delay the faction head's plans for a while. Not understanding anything, Sonia stared at the gentleman in shock, pressing her lips together and trying not to throw a bunch of questions at him. The hysteria had caught up with the girl after all, who dared to ask the gentleman what he was saying, for it wasn't like that. Last night he had been talking in a pondside gazebo with the master from the academy until deep into the night, but Bruno had asked to do as he commanded. Once outside, Sonia hurriedly relayed the words of the eldest heir, while Sarah listened attentively and did not interrupt. As soon as the girl finished her story, the shocked daughter of the faction head asked exactly which lady he was with last night. That was a question Sonia couldn't answer, though she would have loved for things to work out for Mr. and Mrs. Sarah. But he doesn't seem to want to go out with her. Sarah lowered her head, not understanding how he could refuse her invitation. She couldn't even imagine that there was a man in this world who could turn her away, even if he had looked all over the place yesterday. Shouldn't he pretend like nothing happened yesterday? She also didn't know what she should say to her father. Suddenly, someone called out to her. A sweet voice asked her sister to come with them. And at the same second, Henry and Anthony headed toward them from the bridge. The older man said they would make sure she wasn't ashamed to show her face in public with them, and Henry asked if they were too beautiful for her. Upon seeing this picture, both girls went into shock, unable to find words to describe how ridiculous these two looked in front of them. At this time, Hunter thought of the fact that they both understood his intentions, and young acquaintanceship should not take long. Blushing slightly, the man decided to take one look at the east garden where his daughter was now. In the same instant, he turned pale when he saw that it was not Bruno who was now with the girl, but some 2 ridiculous ragamuffins. At this time, the eldest heir was sitting on a chair, trying to free his mind and concentrate his energy. Putting his hand out in front of him, he created 3 small glowing spheres, each with a different property. The green sphere was the scent of pine, the brown one was the scent of earth, and the blue one had the scent of a pond. Deciding to do a little experiment, the eldest heir inhaled all 3 scents, thought it smelled like being in a gazebo by a pond. He was pleased that he had mastered the technique U1000 scents and learned how to mix scents. It was pretty good progress. In the future, he'll be able to create even more complex scents, maybe even the blood scent of a hexagonal serpent. The sparrows that Sonia released are now 500 meters to the southeast. For now, these abilities will suffice. With this technique, he can feel a small village, and in big cities, he can identify the main streets and squares. He hoped he could now explore at least a square kilometer area by scent. Stepping out onto the balcony, he heard the vagrants below calling out to him, stating that they were back. "Thank you. What's he standing there for?" Anthony calls him over to look at the grand prize of the competition that Sister Sarah just showed them, and it looks delicious. Bruno couldn't believe they were walking with her like this, but agreed. deciding to show a little interest in the prize. They came to a huge cage as Henry suddenly announced that they had brought their brother with them, so let that one fly again. Mindy scolded him loudly, telling him it wasn't meat, as he called it, but a bird, and a rather rare and very beautiful one at that. This bird is a phoenix-like bird Bruno has only seen twice, in the Tang clan and an occult sect. The eldest heir was surprised that his eyes were blue in color, for the birds he had seen before had red eyes. He decided that it was a mismatch from a phoenix litter. Looking closely, you can see that the coloring is slightly different as well. Without thinking long, the library heir said he had seen the meat, so it was safe to go back, asking the boys to say goodbye to him. Henry said a sad farewell to the bird, saying that he would come back to visit, and then they all headed for the exit. It didn't matter to Bruno whether it was a breed or not because he didn't need the bird anyway, so there was no point in finding out about it. "Get out of the room, Anthony, that's it." The others decided not to say anything back to the pavilion. The silence was broken by Henry, who said that they had seen the sand, and now they were hungry, after which he asked everyone to hurry up and go to dinner. Gazing at the sunset, the eldest heir asked himself what scents were in this place without intending to check it out. Toward nightfall, a man was sitting under one of the trees, spotted by a drunken man heading in his direction. He turned his attention to the stranger who had his knees tucked under him, asking what he was doing there and why he looked so beggarly. Without getting any closer, he slapped him in the face with the palm of his hand and asked him if he had any money, adding to answer questions. Seeing no reaction, the groggy man stared at the stranger intently, wondering how to get him to talk. He couldn't think of anything better to do than start beating him up, asking if he hadn't been taught that when asked a question, one should answer. As he suddenly noticed a smile on the face of the stranger, who replied in an unpleasant voice that he himself did not know who he was. And that smile itself looked rather creepy. Taking one look at the drunk, the stranger stated that he knew who the person standing in front of him was. With a sharp movement, he grabbed the drunken man by the throat, declaring that he was his dinner tonight. He didn't even have time to twitch. He then addressed him as if he were food, asking him who he thought he was, but the man was too frightened to answer. While the stranger repeated the question of who he was, the drunkard, sobbing, asked why he kept repeating it, asking him to stop. The one heard the drunkard's plea, declaring that as it was, he would eat him, whereupon the ground was sprinkled with human blood. Throwing the breathless body aside, the human-like monster declared that the Namgung faction's daughter was very beautiful. Opening the bottle, he wondered what it tasted like. He was sure it must be delicious, but it was unknown how much. He began pouring some kind of liquid over the man's fresh corpse, saying that he would eat it last, save it for dessert. Smiling widely, he shouted loudly that it must be very tasty, I'd rather eat it, after which he laughed hysterically. The next day, Bruno sat at a long outdoor table with many visiting guests around him. He thought the birds must have flown too far away, as he could no longer smell them. The head of Ankoy province, Morgan, approached him, greetingly asking the library heir if he was expecting someone. Smiling and closing his eyes, Bruno replied that he was waiting for the sparrows, but he thought they didn't really want to come back. The man didn't quite know what he was talking about. He said that since the sparrows were his buddies, it was hoped he would introduce him to them, but this the heir could not promise him. Morgan stated that as a thank you he could throw him a case. The guy remarked that he wasn't the type to give up. The man's face changed dramatically, saying that for once, Murim really needed people like him. Such words interested the heir, and he asked for details. Morgan replied that serious things had been happening lately. 6 months is a long time for impatient people, so those who wanted to make sure Harry was dead are starting to get in full swing. They began to speak louder. By this, the arguments between the clans became more frequent, among them being the Bright Spirit Pavilion. This was the first time Bruno had ever heard of them like this. They certainly make explosives, but they've always been pretty quiet. It's unclear if the Udon sect drove them to it, or if they may have taken offense to something. But since Harry has no heir, they decided they might as well undermine the sect. So they buried a huge amount of explosives under Mount Udon A and tried to blow up the sect that is located on top of the mountain. They ran into a problem. The terrain is very rocky and it was difficult for them to dig, but they didn't give up, and in the process quarreled amongst themselves. Even though they were going to undermine the sect, they ended up undermining themselves by choosing to die together. Bruno decided that this old man was talking nonsense. Morgan said that the mountain shook so much because of the explosion that the sect immediately realized what was happening. However, the guy decided not to listen to the end. Instead, he stated rather sternly that he would know better when to stop, in response to which he received a nervous chuckle. Realizing he wasn't going to find help here, the man said he had someone else to meet, so off he went. The next second, he spotted Sarah accompanied by her friend. surprised that it was a banquet and she looked like this. He remembered the two beggar brothers beside her, trying their best to please her, and also noticed her confused look. It was enough to make the heir to the library choked up and let out a ridiculous laugh, which immediately made Sarah blush. She turned around, stating that not only had he not changed, he was also laughing at her. Walking away, she called Marie to follow her. The guy thought he wasn't going to laugh at all, but remember what the two looked like, it simply wasn't possible to hold back. Suddenly he noticed a lone man standing near the bushes with his back turned to everyone, which looked very suspicious. Using enhanced vision, the eldest heir noticed a metamorphosis technique running through that person's body. Here he was, waiting for an interesting person who decided to infiltrate the faction right before the Heavenly Dragon competition. It seemed pretty bold, however the guy decided to look for other people. Hopefully there was no one else besides this one. Examining the ordinary-looking townspeople, Bruno scrutinized each one, finding only 5 people. Unbelievable that even among the faction's guards there was a traitor, the heir wondered what they were up to. He figured it was you idiots who kept trying to kill him. Either they came here for that bird or they were scouting. It was also possible that they had come here for a secret meeting. But whatever it was, he had to find out who these people were. The guy walked over to one of them, who was posing as a gardener, then looked around, hoping no one was looking in their direction. He thought the man would turn around if he got that close, however he didn't, but now he would be his third sparrow. If their purpose had been to kill him, they would have kept their eyes on him, yet he often passed near them and noticed nothing. He didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of energy, let alone strong bursts of it. Bruno tagged his new sparrows in passing. After going around every person he spotted, he realized that no one was paying attention to him, which meant their target wasn't him. Returning to the table, the heir spotted Anthony, who asked the leader why it was he who was running around so much. Bruno immediately asked him to bring his older brother here, and Henry asked him to bring Morgan immediately. When everyone was in, the heir gathered everyone at a separate table, all looking at the guy in surprise, waiting for something important to happen. But the latter declared that he had called them all because he was sad to eat alone, but mentally conveyed that there were 5 traitors lurking at this banquet. Pretending to be busy eating, they marveled that there were as many as 5 traitors, and judging by his words, they weren't just dealers. He was asked if they shouldn't catch these traitors first, to which the guy replied that one of the traitors is a guardian, so it's not that simple. The eldest heir didn't know what their goals were, who was behind them, so they can't act too hastily. It might not be anything serious, so they shouldn't be that worried, but it was the most unlikely outcome. Suddenly, Bruno felt a single sparrow fly out of the banquet venue, leisurely heading for the exit. He immediately said that one of them had just left here, so he decided to catch him and get all the information he needed. All they have to do is follow the remaining 4. He asked them not to approach them too quickly and to be inconspicuous. Even if any of them leave the faction, you need to let them go and not try to pursue them. Everyone immediately understood the order. At this time, while in one of the restaurants on the 2nd floor, Sarah said she didn't think seeing her would make him laugh like that. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice Bruno, who was walking down the street and following the man who had changed his appearance. Standing in front of the door behind which was one of his sparrows, the lad was trying to decide the best way for him to enter. He decided to act tough and decisive, sticking 2 fingers out in front of him, breaking down doors with them, creating a commotion. The dumbfounded man immediately bounced back, stuttering and asking who he was and how dare he break in. As Bruno quietly entered the room, the man immediately recognized the heir to the great heavenly library. Making a threatening face, the eldest heir asked why he had infiltrated the Namgung faction and what his goals were. The man frowned, but said nothing, all his thoughts occupied with the question of whether it was worth fighting him. Looking at the eldest heir, the man thought he was able to notice the use of the metamorphosis technique, whereupon he told him to come over if he wasn't afraid here, in response to which Bruno asked what they were up to. The stranger was surprised to find he wasn't the only one despite their masterful use of the technique, but he wanted to better test the heir's skills. The man said there were many things he wanted to ask him, but the library heir replied that the man had omitted his chance. Holding out his palm in front of him, the man confidently announced that he was giving the guy 30 seconds, but Bruno didn't even flinch. The stranger continued, clarified that he would only fight with one hand to give him form to show off. If a guy touches his neck in 30 seconds, he'll get all the answers he wants from him. The eldest heir sighed heavily and looked away. Then, while the man tried to say something else, he rushed forward. Without letting him finish, the library heir threw a punch to his face, knocking the man's body through the wall. The blow was so hard that it threw the stranger out into the street. Bruno immediately headed for the tearful man to keep him from escaping. Seeing this picture, Marie shouted to Sarah that there was a man flying out of the building, but she didn't listen to her, still talking about the heir to the library. The shocked girl clarified that the heir of the great heavenly library did it, asking why he was fighting with that person. Sarah was very surprised at this statement, while Bruno grabbed the battered stranger by the scruff of the neck to take him away to a secluded spot. With a sharp jump, he headed for the roof, leaping from building to building, leaving the scene of their battle. Sarah kept her eyes on the eldest heir until he was completely out of her sight, not sure what had happened there. After a while sitting on his knees, the man introduced himself as an elder in the Ion sect. They used the metamorphosis technique at the request of the faction. This was how they wanted to identify the most talented among the young warriors. Judging by Bruno's reaction, Gustav thought he knew about them. The heir awkwardly thought that unlike him, they all didn't have enough skill to reveal their true nature. He had once heard about them from a guest that it was a very strange sect. The warriors there were bad at martial arts, so they developed other skills. The man claimed to have told the complete truth, Bruno believed, asking for one question: how many in all? For he had only discovered 5. Looking at the heir with surprise, Gustav declared that there were only 4 of them, and it was quite possible the lad had miscounted. Now it was the eldest heir's turn to stare at the sect elder in surprise, for it didn't look like he was lying. He wondered loudly why he was getting such a look here, since he wouldn't lie to him, asking him to ask the faction leader directly. Gustav expected the older heir to use force again, by the accounts that the man was lying and that he would try to beat the truth out of him. However, when he opened his eyes and looked at the place where the guy had just been, he found no one, asking himself where he had gone. With incredibly fast jumps, Bruno made his way to the city, trying to spot all the inconsistencies from afar. He concentrated the energy, dispersing it over a huge area that covered most of the city. He sensed that there were 3 people left within the faction, but one was missing somewhere. He noticed someone in the south where the Dragon Pavilion was located. If it was someone from the Ion sect, he would have stayed in the northern part of the faction. This unknown person was probably lucky to get away with it. However, they will surely meet soon, and then he will realize that his luck has turned away from him, because now no one can get away from him. At this time, Hunter gathered several young warriors before him, telling them that the first competition awaiting them at the banquet, they must find the traitor. There are 4 days to find the traitors, including this one. These traitors are the elders of the Ion sect who are very skillful at hiding. This competition is not only to gauge their ability, but also to make sure they have a good time. One of the guys raised his hand and asked how many people from the sect were participating, but the faction leader couldn't answer that question. However, he pointed out that the difficulty level of reincarnation would decrease over the 4 days from the highest to the weakest. The difference of reincarnations will be obvious. All guys would like to discover them quicker, however. If they don't make it in time, they will definitely lose. The man thought they didn't know that everyone from Ion's squad was already walking around. He wanted to tell the young warriors one more thing. They would be surprised to hear it, but he had no sooner said a word than a guy ran up to him and interrupted his speech. When Hunter saw him, he frowned, which was very rude of him to interrupt him, but he could tell it was urgent. Rick ran up to the faction leader and began whispering something in his ear, covering his mouth with the palm of his hand so no one could overhear him. The dumbfounded Hunter asked loudly that the heir to the great library had already caught all the members of the Ion sect. After a while, the man asked the Lord why he hadn't warned the library heir beforehand so that such an embarrassment wouldn't occur. Gustav shouted with a broken face that if he had just told him everything, he wouldn't have treated him so badly. If he knew what Bruno was capable of, he would have told him everything right away without trying to provoke him into a fight, and then he wouldn't have gotten hurt. When Hunter coughed loudly, Gustav stumbled back, wondering how he could have been so reckless with the faction leader. Frowning, the man asked, "Besides that, didn't he want to tell him something else?" For it seemed to the man that he did. Looking away and shuddering, the master of metamorphosis awkwardly said that was all he wanted to report. Instead of punishing the man for such rude behavior, the faction leader hesitated, saying that he understood. Hunter reflected that this was the 2nd time the head of the honor squad had been defeated by the heir to the great library. However, he didn't complain about it when he explained to him what had happened, and this man did the same. Looking at the sect elder, Hunter tried to figure out what the matter was and why people were so loyal to the eldest heir. Smiling slightly, the man sighed, thinking that he was treating him that way too. After all, he had tried to set him up with Sarah. Suddenly, Gustav cried out that he remembered something. The man immediately hurried him with the story. He replied that Bruno had then said something strange. He asked how many total people had used the technique because he found 5 people, but he told him that he had gotten the number wrong, and then he disappeared. They had the faction head's permission to change their appearance. but who else would dare to do so within the walls of the faction? Pounding the table loudly and looking at the elder with a murderous look, Hunter asked menacingly what he was talking about now. The battered man looked at the head of the faction with incomprehension, trying to understand what he wanted to say with this question. Suddenly it hit him, and he realized that the words of the eldest heir had a much more serious meaning. After the news that a spy had sneaked into the faction, the whole place was turned upside down. Quentin alerted to the developments, and there was a faction-wide search for spies, but no one could come up with a suspicious trail, though everyone was as vigilant as possible. As the search continued, some people checked unimportant papers, making sure nothing was missing. This agitated the faction leader and all the important people of the factions, because someone said that it was defaming the reputation of the faction itself. And some marveled at how easily the spy had been discovered by the heir to the library, while others fought the urge to insult him. Only one guy stood aside unhappily, listening to all the opinions of the honorable people of the faction, but he quickly left the meeting place. A little later, the heir to the great heavenly library himself also returned, and I decided to have a direct conversation with the faction head. Bruno told him everything he knew with a serious look, while Hunter only listened attentively and nodded occasionally. At this time, the guy was telling Magnus that it was hard to even call it chaos, since everyone was complaining about the library heir and someone was defending him. The academy master asked Jin whose side he was on, but immediately took it as a joke, replying that the latter wouldn't even dare compare himself to him. He has Master Jack, the twins from Musan, and 3 gorge warriors in his squad, and Bruno himself has done an incredible job and has been placed in the Eastern Pavilion. But all these idiots who have no shame or conscience reproach him for doing what he wants and not observing etiquette. They say we have the heir asshole because of the faction's special treatment of him, but something irritates him even more. He had never once been able to cross paths with him in the Dragon Ship Pavilion. Not even at the banquet could he say hello to him. After all, he had so hoped to meet him tonight and have a chat. And in the end, he just left, and the guy was left with nothing again. This made him angry on the slightest occasion, for this heir had awakened an incredible interest in him. Magnus asked in response. It seemed that the relationship between the master from the academy and the heir to the library seemed to be quite good. Jean was surprised that the man was talking about himself in the third person, angrily asking if he was mocking him, to which he received an affirmative answer. When night fell, Sarah walked alone in the yard, wondering what her father was even thinking and accomplishing. He let the heir just leave. It looks like the heir was kicked out on purpose because he messed up all the faction's plans. She wanted to meet her father, but he looked busy, so they couldn't talk. She should at least talk to her older brother. So she went to his chambers and swung the doors open loudly, hoping that he was still awake and would answer the questions that worried her. However, looking around the room, she noticed that the inside was empty. For a few seconds, she looked around the room in silence. He wasn't in the training pavilion, and he wasn't in his chambers either. She hoped her brother knew what was wrong, however, he himself wasn't there either. She wondered where he had gone in the midst of this whole situation, then decided that in that case, she had no choice. She was very serious, and so she wasn't going to back down and head directly to her father as she had originally intended. Upon entering his office, she immediately said she came because she had something she wanted to say. The man asked her to speak. She gently asked why father did not speak today of the departure of the heir to the great heavenly library. Hunter flinched slightly, removing his hands from the scroll, half turning to his daughter, who was expecting to hear an explanation. But against all odds, the man asked her to go away, causing a mixed reaction from the girl. Tearing himself away from the documents and looking menacingly at his daughter, he again asked her to leave, for he had no time for such talk. Sarah was shocked by this behavior of her father. After all, he had never spoken to her like that, so she had nothing to do but agree. The girl hurriedly left the office while Hunter sighed tiredly, regretting that he couldn't tell her anything. Mentally asking the heir to the library to fulfill his request, Bruno himself headed towards the pavilion of the dragon ship. This is the last place he left his scent. If he makes the pavilion the center of the search area, it will be easier to search. Today's infiltration of the faction had clearly not been easy for him, whether it was simply a necessity or a distraction. Apparently, having enjoyed his stroll through the faction enough, he decided to sneak out. Such a thrill can be addictive. While he was thinking about it, the tramps and Mindy told the leader that they would be back soon. He quietly let them go. Another guy who was sitting in the room asked where they were all going, deciding he should go along with them too. Bruno remembered the dialogue with Hunter when he said he didn't know what face he would change his disguise to. She would be able to recognize him by his energy. The head of the faction decided to appoint a person to assist him in his various tasks, as well as liaise between them. This man was Gunther, whom Bruno told that they had just gone out to talk to the vagrants to elicit information from them. They're watching the surroundings after midnight after all, so they can rest for now. The faction leader's son dutifully agreed. After a little while, the eldest heir decided to use the power of the sense again, thinking that meditation would be enough. Just as suddenly he smelled a person in the hallway heading in his direction, the door slowly opened and from there a pair of eyes looked at Bruno. Because of the shadow that filed over the man, the guy tensed up slightly, but in the same second he recognized Sonia, and who was also shivering. The boy apologized for not thinking to tell her earlier, but tonight was the last time she would come to his chambers at night. She's made a habit of it because of the past owner of this body. Now it's the poor girl who can't sleep when she's supposed to. Coughing, he asked that she understand him correctly. After all, it would make her feel better, and he wasn't reprimanding her for a bad deed. As he continued to cough, the guy hesitantly said that he had his personal space too, since he was already quite a healthy man. But if she did something like that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, he would immediately send her home. In response to this, Sonia laughed and agreed. Without saying anything else, she turned around and headed for her room in high spirits. Bruno escorted her with a look. As he closed the doors, he thought that he had lost contact with those 2 sparrows and the 4 sect elders. Now only the 5th spy was left. Making sure the doors were closed, he walked over to the window and opened it wide. He thought it was a fresh breeze today. As night falls, people stop going back and forth and their scents become even fainter, so it will be easier to find the scent of the one he's looking for. Tonight was the perfect chance to get on his trail. With those thoughts, he made a leap, climbing out. As he felt the cool air on his face as he flew, he heard a familiar voice behind him call out to him. Gunther was flying down from the roof itself, apparently waiting for midnight to go on a mission with the heir. Dropping to the roof next to Bruno, the faction leader's son confidently stated that he would go along with him in case help was needed. Toth decided not to kick him out, ordered him to follow, and thought he would have to slow down to keep up with him. After a little while, the eldest heir asked the lad if he was feeling well. The latter, in his last breath, replied that he was fine. Bruno didn't know if he was pathetic or praiseworthy, but he didn't understand where his past determination had gone. However, it will be a good experience for him, and that's why Bruno said that if he's doing well, then they will add speed. At the same time, a woman entered the room not far from the caucus and noticed a lone man with his head on his knees. The 4th ghost smiled sweetly and asked her acquaintance what he was doing. She asked this not out of interest, but out of boredom. The 5th ghost replied that he was shaking. He was indeed shaking, unwilling even to raise his head and look at his guest. She asked if he had eaten, to which he replied that he had eaten a lot. He had even had to eat 2 dogs. She didn't understand what the big deal was then. The 5th ghost replied that he kept thinking about this heir to the great celestial library. The woman asked in surprise if he had met him. The guy replied that he saw him today. However, he also saw him when the heir looked at him. The guy was scared, and then he walked up to him. He didn't want to be near him, but he couldn't run away. He was so scared. He was shaking all over, and he wouldn't want to cross paths with him. There were many people there using the same technique as him, and if they weren't there and he was alone, he would definitely die. The woman replied that he was lucky, asked why he even went there, to which he got the answer that the guy wanted to get a look at the faction leader's daughter. He wanted to eat, but he wanted to look at her first. However, he can't remember her face. The 4th ghost asked in surprise why. The 5th ghost once again replied that it was all because of the heir of the great heavenly library. This answer made her think. Kneeling down and grabbing his head, the worried fellow declared that this was what the heir to the great heavenly library looked like. He then said it was just a pathetic likeness. He was so scared he couldn't see all the details, but he is truly scary. The 4th ghost answered him to bear with him for a bit. They only had a few days left, then the head of the ghosts would be here soon. Mrs. Om will be here too. We can be patient just a little longer, for soon the whole world will be afraid of them. For except for Harry, who is dead, there is no one to stop them. However, this failed to calm the guy, who smiled hysterically and asked why he was still scared, as the friend said he knew. It's because of the library heir. If he eats it, then he won't be scared. The heir's face will crease in horror, and his fear will be gone. He would wait and laugh in his face, whereupon the boy burst into laughter, while the woman covered her eyes in satisfaction. At this time, Bruno thought he had wandered till daybreak, but could find no trace of him, and at noon, Quentin and Morgan paid him a visit. They reported that they were also unable to get any information, at which time Gunther asked if they were now going on a search. Bruno confirmed that they would be out early today, needing to go further into the woods, then suggested that the lad rest. After all, he noticed the tired and exhausted face of the faction leader's son, but the latter only laughed and assured the heir that he was perfectly fine. This guy looks like a hunted horse. Even as a child, he was different from Sarah, always reserved, his face expressing no emotion. But he seems to have stopped being as serious as before. Bruno smiled, telling him it was already time to move out. Rejoicing that he would not be left to rest, the lad ran up to the heir with renewed vigor, gladly accepting the order. Gunther thought that compared to yesterday, he felt much freer today, for he was honored, and he's considered one of the best warriors of the younger generation. But what happened last night brought him down to earth. And maybe because the heir saw all the ugly sides of him yesterday that he's been hiding from others, he feels like a weight has been lifted off his heart. Maybe his father made him follow the heir because he wanted the going to crumble so he could be freer. Caught up in his thoughts, the lad glanced forward and noticed that there was no heir in front of him that he was following. Looking in a certain direction, Bruno asked something about the corroding poison, but the son of the faction leader didn't understand what it was about. He decided to ask where the corrosive poison would come from, but instead of answering, Bruno rushed towards the suspicious place. When the boy followed him, the older heir asked if he could smell the odor that was in the place. For as soon as he smelled that acrid odor, he thought he was going to get a nosebleed. The people downstairs said there were the remains of a lumberjack. The eldest heir noticed the place from where this unpleasant aroma was coming from, which was somewhere in the forest. Having inadvertently heard the news that the woodsman himself had disappeared without a trace, upon arriving in the forest, Bruno and Gunther came across human remains. While the young lad covered his mouth at what he saw, Bruno only wondered if he was fearless or just weak-minded. Gunther mentally questioned how he could smell the corrosive poison at such a great distance. Bruno guessed whose handiwork it was. To cover his tracks, it would have been enough to cover the corpse with corrosive poison and bury it, but he did not do it. Seeming to be the work of someone who was walking around disguised in the faction, the heir decided that today's search would be in this area. Toward nightfall, the fifth ghost decided to take a walk and came upon an old woman who trembled and cried at the sight of him, begging for mercy. The lad shouted happily that he wanted to eat something thicker, the way a spoon can hardly rise if you scoop up porridge with it. And there are only fat people walking around, and then Grandma came, the porridge came to him, and that could only mean one thing. At first he began to mock her, demanding mercy in a nasty voice, after which he grabbed her throat in a sharp motion, telling her it was time to eat. The trembling old woman could not move, only flounder senselessly in his arms while he wished himself a pleasant appetite. A second later, the fifth ghost didn't even realize what had happened, as some unknown force pushed him back. He managed to pull out his weapon to defend himself, thus managing to prevent the sword strike aimed at him. Smiling, the fifth ghost stated that the heir of the great heavenly library had personally come to him himself. Smiling back and continuing to press his sword with force, Bruno asked him to introduce himself properly first. At this time, Granny, who was watching the two fighting guys with horror, cried out loudly when she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Gunther who asked her to be quiet and not to worry, for he was leading her from here. Suddenly, the trembling in the woman's body stopped. She realized that she was already safe, however. When the guy picked her up and quickly headed away, she was slightly startled. Looking over his shoulder, the son of the faction head asked himself that even though this was the heir to the great library, would he be able to handle it alone? At this point, Bruno offered some more strength, after which they pushed away from each other, briefly breaking the distance. Keeping his equilibrium, the fifth ghost stated that he knew the one was coming, after which he asked how he could find him. The eldest heir said he thought about introducing himself to each other, but apparently he already knows him, so he just asked for his name. Instead of answering, the ghost grabbed his head and shuddered, claimed his face was too scary, then asked why he was so calm. The eldest heir looked at his opponent in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on in his head. Abruptly rushing to attack, the fifth ghost asked why he wasn't afraid or worried when he looked at him, since he himself was very afraid. Bruno mentally confirmed that to him it was just a monkey, only mimicking the real madness, and wondered aloud if he was disappointed. People like him are not responsible for their actions. They are controlled by someone. He thought it would end with this guy, but apparently this is just the beginning. While the older heir was testing his opponent's abilities, Gunther landed not far from them and took the old woman to safety. After a second, Bruno decided to go on the attack himself, asking how much longer he was going to whine instead of fighting. Instead of answering, the fifth ghost threw his weapon at the air while pulling out several bombs from behind his back, tossing them into the air. Bruno hadn't expected such a move, watching as the two wheel-shaped weapons increased their flying speed by exploding. The next instant, there was a loud explosion, at the sight of which Gunther called loudly to the heir, who disappeared in a cloud of dust. However, he worried in vain, for the cloud quickly dispersed, and the eldest heir ran out of it, dodging the ghost's weapon. Remotely controlling the chakras, the guy asked the heir back so he could finish him off quickly. Bruno ran at his opponent with all his legs, then stopped abruptly and spun around like a tornado, letting the weapon pass him by. The dumbfounded ghost and thought that he had never seen such a technique before, and no one up to this point had been able to dodge his guns. He escaped them, and of the 36 hidden bombs he destroyed 12, but he shouldn't have spotted them, he simply couldn't. Relaxedly placing his sword on his shoulder, Bruno waved his hand, asking that this wasn't all, then asked to feel free to show it off. The ghost smiled in response, jumping back up a bit and gripping his weapon tightly, apparently preparing for another attack, after which he threw Chakra forward, copying the amount several times, telling him not to regret it. Remaining standing still, the eldest heir took a glance at the weapon and thought it looked rather plausible. He then activated his enhanced vision, noticing 2 real weapons, the rest were purely fake. As the chakras approached him, he began to whiz past them, thinking it was a rather tricky attack. If it weren't for his current skill level, he might not have had time to notice where fake and where real. The dazed ghost didn't expect the guy to be able to recognize the illusion. It was dangerous. We need to kill him as soon as possible. However, Bruno had no problem dodging the fakes and fending off the real chakras that tried to catch up to him with his sword. Without changing the calm expression on his face, he batted away the counterfeits with his bare hand, thus showing that this deception was not working on him. In the next second, the eldest heir spotted another chakra and swung his sword at it, determined to end it. Picking the right trajectory and timing of the strike, he stuck his sword into the ground, putting all the chakra on the tip along with it. Dumbfounded by this sight, the ghost only watched silently as his weapon fell to the ground with a clang. Pointing a finger at the boy, the trembling ghost declared that he knew it, and he was right, for there was a reason he felt that chilling fear. If he pretended to know him and the Namgung faction would kill him, the 5th ghost was sure he would definitely die. Seeing Bruno's stern gaze, the frightened boy shouted loudly and tried to run away, hoping that the heir wouldn't rush after him. It was an unfulfilled wish, however, for a second later, Bruno was already at the ghost's side, swinging his sword at him. His hand didn't waver as he stripped the 5th ghost of its right leg so that it couldn't escape anywhere else. Right now, the eldest heir only cared about answering questions, so he couldn't let his opponent die or escape. He threw his sword straight at the psychopath's chest, and it reached its target with a crunch, nailing the wounded guy to a tree. The 5th ghost realized that now he was definitely not going anywhere, so he tried to accept his fate, feeling incredible pain all over his body. Without removing the annoyed smile from his face, he looked at the eldest heir, who said that now they could talk. Looking at the sword that was sticking out of his chest, the guy realized that he would, since he didn't need to go outside. But he wanted to see him so badly, to feel again what he felt when he saw the heir of the great heavenly library. He didn't know why he made that decision, as if under an obsession, but then he said that Bruno had such a calm expression on his face after all that. With a barely noticeable movement, the eldest heir and touched all the important points on the ghost's body that should work after a while. At the same time, the guy nailed to the tree noticed that his leg was no longer bleeding. He didn't know what that was for. Then he was surprised to notice that he couldn't feel his body at all. Even on the contrary, he could feel someone else's energy in his body. Panic came over the ghost as he noticed that even his heart wasn't beating. He didn't know what would happen if this energy took over completely. Bruno said he would give him a choice. If he answered quickly and honestly, death would not be agonizing and vice versa. He had no choice but to agree to these terms, and when asked his name, he was called the 5th ghost. Bruno repeated the question, to which the immobile guy replied what he had just said, not understanding why he didn't believe him. Then he realized he had answered. He said he had a name too, but no one had asked him about it, and he had forgotten, though he had been waiting for someone to ask. Thinking about it, he remembered that his name was Graham, that this information would do nothing to help the eldest heir. He then asked to just kill him, but in response, Bruno looked at the ghost who so desired his death with astonishment. He also said that when Lady and the prince come, everyone in this competition will die, so if the heir doesn't escape, he will die. Bruno tried to get him emotional by trying to get his name, and apparently it worked, but destroying all the contestants is too ambitious a goal. However, who is this Lady who appeared in the conversation out of nowhere? And who else is the prince? And was he trying to hint that there was a traitor among the participants? Maybe everything he told him was a lie, but wouldn't listen to him carefully, and then he said he wanted to hear more of it. The ghost noticed that the heir pulled a bottle from behind his sinus, saying that he was going to dissolve his flesh down to his bones with his own poison. The eldest heir gave a negative response, then in front of the ghost's two fingers, concentrating energy in them and sending them to points. Those places that Bruno had previously pressed agonizing pain, for there was a much easier way than wasting precious poison on his body. The ghost felt his body turn inside out and his eyes bleed, his scream echoing throughout the neighborhood. When Bruno left, he left a fifth ghost under the tree, which no longer resembled a man, but was a huge piece of flesh. Pairing up with Gunther, they hurried back while Bruno thought about Miss who was the wife of the Soman clan head. She's the one behind all the bloodshed. It is unknown if her husband found out before the marriage or if this truth came out after the marriage. The Soman clan had been staging bloody crimes in the shadows, and when all their plans were foiled in the library, Mrs. Became furious. However, her anger couldn't fix anything, for her clan had already fallen, so she directed all her rage at the library's heir. And then she learned that his name was among those invited to the Heavenly Dragon competition. That was all Bruno realized. But the problem is the prince. He has heard of Miss and the 12 Ghosts organization before, but this is the first time he has heard of the prince. Apparently, there really is a traitor among them. One can mean either one person or an entire clan, but most likely it's still one person. We need to find out if anything suspicious was going on in the Namgung faction while they were on their mission. They ran at full speed. The eldest heir couldn't even allow Gunther to slow down a bit. However, the Seikai had accomplished his mission. The dragon ship pavilion wasn't far away, and there was nothing in the way that could pose a danger. So Gunther could be left alone. Without thinking, he told the guy he had to go, and no sooner had he responded than Bruno disappeared, rushing sharply forward. Since there was no one to follow, the faction leader's son stopped and thought that instead of helping him, he was instead delaying him. This made the lad droop and doubt his abilities, for against the heir he was nothing. He asked himself what he was even made of, then slapped his cheeks, deciding that because of the days spent with him, his skills had improved. This was also to his credit, and so he sped up and ran forward, morale boosting, setting himself up for the best. Taking a high leap, he began to move quickly from tree to tree, trying to reach a speed similar to the heir. However, this proved much more difficult than the lad had realized, causing him to descend to the ground and lie down with his arms spread out at his sides. He remembered how the heir had fought, thinking that if it had been him in the battle with the fifth ghost, the latter would have definitely torn him to pieces. A shudder overtook him, however, when he saw the mess of flesh that Bruno had turned the ghost into, leaving him under the tree. After that, he began to understand why the fifth ghost was so afraid of the heir, so much so that he didn't know anything about Marima before. Gunther asked himself, if the heir were his enemy, what would he feel in confronting him other than terror and hopelessness? This man was like a monster that only a similar monster could defeat, and therefore it was fortunate that he and he were allies. At this time, Bruno arrived at the place, where he was met by Quentin, delighted at the unexpected night visit. He couldn't even sleep the whole time because he kept waiting for him to come back. Bruno immediately asked if they had learned anything interesting. Without hesitation, Quentin reported back that there was no new information. But there was something noteworthy. The eldest heir immediately perked up his ears. They deduced that a man from Benny's faction had left last night and had come up with a strange reason for leaving. After a while, Bruno and Quentin visited Hunter's office, where the elder heir recounted what he had learned. The man thought about the prince, Lady the blood-eating ghosts, and the traitor that had sneaked into the faction. It wasn't easy to make sense of what was said. He asked if the heir knew who the traitor was, but he hadn't figured it out yet, then asked if anything suspicious had happened during the jousting. Quentin answered first without saying there was something. They again reported that a man from Benny's faction left last night. They remembered that the crazy man suddenly became sharply angry at Jean for allegedly treating him with disdain. He even bared his sword, which shocked everyone who was there. But it's worth noting Jin's pretty good skills that the sword was able to reflect. Before they knew it, the sword was in Jin's hands. Not for nothing is he one of the favorites in the Heavenly Dragon competition. Be that as it may, members of the Benny faction left the Namgung faction under the pretext of this incident. Bruno kept wondering how to tell one from the other. Even after losing 100 times in a duel, only a crazy person would leave the Heavenly Dragon competition like this. They probably knew they would be kicked out of the faction, so they decided to leave first, but there would be no escape from him. In that case, the traitor was from Benny's faction. Putting his hand on his heart, Hunter asked the eldest heir what they should do now. Guy replied that it was worth catching these men and getting all the information out of them to send his soldiers west to where they were headed. If they had armed men with them, it's worth asking for help from the main healer fortress to the west. Hunter hadn't expected the heir to be so knowledgeable about the capabilities of the Murim families, but said it was unlikely they would help them. Though their relationship with the healer fortress isn't bad, they are reluctant to get into conflicts, but Bruno asked him not to worry about it. Smiling, the eldest heir said that he had a buddy relationship with the main fortress of healers, so they would definitely support him. The guy then turned to Quentin, that he had a request for him, then smiled and replied that he would make sure it wasn't. Bruno asked to find out about the prince, because the fifth ghost could be wrong. Because while you hope for the best, it is better to be prepared for the worst. Perhaps the prince and the traitors mean something completely different. They shouldn't think it's just one person or even an army. This could be explosives that could blow up the entire faction at once, causing them to need to find where it's hidden. Or it could be poisoned arrows that will rain down from the sky, and they will need to be dealt with in the same way. However, it could also be a spawn of darkness that will cover the sky like a wave, so you need to be prepared for anything. Quentin asked if there were any more questions, to which Bruno replied that he wanted to ask the faction leader something. He was all ears. He would want to know about all the Soman clan's bloodlines, and not only the Soman clan's ties, need to know about all the ties gained through interclan marriage. If you send them a letter with a question, they would definitely reply. The man immediately nodded, agreeing with the guy's request. Though he spoke to him respectfully, it felt like he was giving orders, but his instructions were crisp and clear. Hunter also decided to ask what the plan of action was for the heir himself, who already knew what to answer him. The eldest heir took out the chakra used by the fifth ghost, saying that he was going to meet them. At this time, Gunther sat on the roof of the building, thinking about something he had seen recently that kept him awake. His entire head was now occupied by the eldest heir, whose strength exceeded all possible expectations, making him an unimaginable warrior. What he hadn't expected was Bruno deciding to leave him, but suddenly being away on business he could only guess at. Last night the heir must have drained all his energy on the battle, but he didn't even look tired. Maybe he was just a burden to him. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice the eldest heir, who stood behind him and quietly called out. Bruno noticed the guy was startled, asked what he was thinking about so much that he managed to scare him, thinking he was sitting with some girl. Gunther's hands began to wave away, and he realized that the kid was still in shock from the night before. It was noticeable that he was having a harder time than before, but the older heir decided to cheer the lad up to keep his spirits up. Bruno gave a friendly smile and thanked the guy for his hard work. He looked at the older heir with a serious face. He didn't understand what he should be thanked for, after which he turned away, grudgingly saying that he hadn't even done anything. The heir replied that he had better rest today, and they would start work again tomorrow at noon. It would be a good idea to take a bath and change his clothes. Gunther replied that he was fine and could wait here, but Bruno stated that he would rest a bit too, doing so in comfort. Laughing, the faction leader's son thought that the heir was speaking in euphemisms, then replied that he would return to the faction then. After some time, he arrived home, where he was met by the soldiers loudly greeting the Lord, who answered them nothing. Upon hearing the news of Gunther's return, Sarah ran outside, greeting her older brother, the latter noticing that she was awake early today. The girl immediately asked if he was going somewhere again. Shaking the dust off his shoulders, the guy replied that he had just come back for a break. The younger sister wanted to ask something about the heir of the Great Heavenly Library. However, the guy rushed past her, saying that he would go. At that second, the girl felt alone. Ask always why neither her father nor her brother could hear her through to the end. At the same time, faction leader Benny was offered the best tea in existence, pouring him a cup to try here. The next few seconds passed in silence as the man appreciated the taste and aroma of the hot tea. He then said that it was immediately obvious that it was tea from the main fortress of healers. He could taste it before he even took a sip. Xavier replied that he did not even know how to respond to such praise, to which the interlocutor said that he was the kind of man who did not bend his soul. The deputy head of the healer fortress didn't expect to see them on their doorstep last night, as this was the peak time for the heavenly dragon to suckle after her. Benny replied that although he was ashamed to say it, they had to leave the competition because of the talents of the son of a silly old man like him. The assignment was to find them who had changed their appearance, but his son had found all four of them before the assignment was even announced. Just as suddenly, the library heir asked how he could have found them before the task was even announced, adding that the faction head had prompted his son to win the contest. The surah didn't end there, as someone did side with the heir. Eventually, opinions were divided, and the animosity became even sharper. Although faction head Namgung sided with them and begged them to stay, they could no longer honor his request. But it was all his fault, such a silly old man, all because he lacked virtue, to which Xavier asked not to speak so of himself. The man sighed and said that it was because of his blunders, to which Xavier replied that it meant he wasn't worthy of being the head of the faction. The man froze for a few seconds, trying to figure out if he had heard the last phrase correctly, which he had in no way expected to hear. Looking at his interlocutor, Benny tried to see if he had misheard him, but it was clear from the look on his face that he had not. The deputy head of the healer fortress frowned as he called the head of Benny's faction a bastard, showing disdain with his entire appearance. However, the guest was not about to listen silently to such speeches against him as he suddenly jumped up from his chair and lunged at Xavier. Leaping across the table and grabbing the man by the throat, Benny asked the deputy head, apparently disagreeing with what he was saying. Because he wasn't there, he probably has a hard time believing his words, and there was a misunderstanding because of it. At that very second, Chuck ran into the room and saw Benny put a knife to his brother's throat, saying he needed help from the main fortress of healers. As the man suddenly turned his attention to his hand, he held onto Xavier's throat, detecting something amiss. His hand, starting at the fingers, began to darken. This inexplicable phenomenon continued to grow, horrifying Benny. Before he could marvel at this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart that made him stagger. Letting go of Xavier, the man grabbed his heart with one hand and his throat with the other, huffing and coughing up blood. Xavier said that a message came from the Namgung faction in the morning, saying that the guests from Benny's faction were involved in a conspiracy with the Blood Association. Trying to gather air in his chest, the poisoned guest asked if they had fallen for the Namgung faction's word so easily. Shaking his head slightly, the deputy head and fortress healers replied that he wasn't falling for it, so he thought to just ignore the message. When asked why he didn't, the man replied that the message was written by the library's heir, and he was their benefactor. Benny hadn't expected the heir to the great heavenly healer library, and how he knew they were in on the conspiracy. Xavier offered to fix one thing, then asked what he had said about the heir's insolence, for it sounded very delusional. The heir is not the kind of person who cares about such nonsense. Before accusing someone, he should think hard about who that person is. He asked his brother if he had been able to find out how things were outside the walls of the fortress, to which the latter replied that, as it was said, they had left the jousting. Xavier asked Chuck to send a message to the faction saying that they managed to capture them. Also need to know what questions to ask at the interrogation. When night fell, Bruno and Gunther made their way to a lonely room with no one inside that was supposed to be empty. Going inside, I looked at the abandoned room. The guy thought it looked creepy. I don't understand what an heir would want in a place like this. Out of the blue, the eldest heir asked Brother Namgung to return. The latter was surprised, not understanding why he had decided to send him away so suddenly. His father told him that the heir was going to go meet the opponents, but decided he would need his help. In that case, he definitely doesn't want to go back, and so he asked Bruno to let him go along with him as support. After all, he wouldn't have asked him to go with him only to be sent back later. At worst, he just decided to sign his own death warrant, and that's why he's sending him back so he can find his dead body later. But the guy decides he'd rather go there with him. Gunther's determined look spoke of a full understanding of what might await them next, up to and including death. Bruno sighed heavily but did not rush to answer, trying to make the situation look heavier. After which he turned around slightly, looking at the guy with a cold gaze, asking him to leave now and not to resist. Gunther froze, unable to believe that his confidence had failed to reach the heir's mind, and he also developed a fear for Bruno himself. He glanced at the departing young man, and the eldest heir asked himself if the current youth was so emotional, or if he was the only one so special. He took him with him because he was sitting alone and sad, but now it was too dangerous, so he sent him back. However, the man didn't realize it. Waiting until the crying Gunther was out of his sight, the eldest heir looked again at the abandoned building outside. The sun set quickly today. Bruno were to send him an invitation, then began to toss the chakra of the fifth ghost. Tossing them up higher, he drew his sword in an instant, then slid the two weapons onto it, which slowly lowered to the guard. However, he didn't let that happen. For an hour, he slightly unsheathed his sword, creating a loud sound that would be enough. He then swung his hand sharply, releasing chakra into the wall, which in an instant pierced through it, heading high up. The month is riding brightly tonight, so something good might happen. So it would be great if the prince came too. People noticed two bright streaks shooting upward into the night sky, urging others to look at it, believing the phenomenon to be a dragon. At this time, Mrs. of the Blood Association was informed that he was alone. The woman thought he was so fearless. The ghost had confirmed that he was alone in the abandoned house. They searched the entire area but found no helpers or other traps behind the garden. The woman only lowered her gaze, creasing her face as she thought about what the library heir was really up to, coming in for one. He is their opponent? However, they did not know what he was capable of. Was it known that he would make an excellent strategist? Her troops and son have suffered because they fell for his smile and affability, but it's all just a deceptive appearance. Moreover, he didn't naively rely only on the strength of the library, but he had also enlisted outside support, but now he was alone. There must have been something else hidden, and he had clearly come for a victory. Then she asked if he knew about the prince, however, Ian replied that it was impossible. Only the fifth ghost had this information, which meant the senior heir didn't have the full information. Mrs. Called out to the Dhaka merchant. The call was answered by a short, elderly man in a white robe holding a huge vessel on his back. Pulling a bottle from behind his sinus, he said he kept worrying that she would take the easy way out and come back. He tossed the bottle slightly, aiming it straight into the woman's hands, asking her to accept it, radiating friendliness. Deftly catching the bottle, Mrs. Changed her disdainful expression to a smile, thanking the merchant. She then summoned the second, third, and fourth ghost, saying that it was time for the three of them to go outside. The heir may do something quite unexpected, so they need to find out his intentions first. But if there's nothing special about his goals, go ahead and act. There aren't enough words to describe how eager he is, so if the fourth procrastinates, it could turn out badly for her. But there is no way they can't kill him right away. They have to make sure to capture him alive and then chop off all his limbs. She will not speak to him if all his arms and legs are in place. So when they do not bring him to her, he must still have his head and torso. Sitting in the abandoned building, Bruno thought their spies had finished already 2 hours ago. It had been longer than he thought. It took them too long to figure out the ambush and traps, but more important to them was why he had come here alone. That must have confused them the most. In the end, they probably decided to make the first move, for that he came alone. And perhaps that very decisive move is the prince who was supposed to slay everyone in the Heavenly Dragon competition. If he is wrong, neither the Namgung faction nor those who came to compete will be alive tomorrow. The next second, the older heir felt them coming. There were 3 of them, 2 of whom were outside. The third, however, was approaching him, saying that they seemed to be holding up, after which they apologized for making him wait so long. Suddenly, Bruno felt something strange somewhere around his heart, not realizing what they had done to him, and most importantly, how. The fourth ghost introduced herself, saying that she was very glad they had finally met, showing friendliness with her whole appearance. She then offered to talk to him, but the eldest heir was still thinking about what had suddenly become of his heart. At first, Bruno thought it was because of the incense, but without giving any sign, he said that apparently the head of the blood association was busy. The girl laughed. Ask the one disappointed that she came instead. You see, she volunteered to come as she was very curious. Although the guy possessed the skill of 1,000 fragrances, the effect of this incense on him, he wanted to check this, that she apparently didn't use incense. Sighing and looking at the guy in surprise, she asked if he thought that since she was a woman, she would necessarily use perfume. But he is wrong. Murim warriors do not use incense to hide their body odor, however. It is clearly not just natural body odor. Bruno didn't understand where the smell was coming from. At this time, the fourth ghost said that he was more awkward than she thought. He asked her to get to the point. Judging by the fact that she had come, the blood association had something to tell him. She said that Mrs. Didn't want to fight him, apparently after losing the fifth ghost, and she was amazed that he came alone. She was afraid he'd set another trap, the same one she'd set for the Soman clan. But the guy was curious if that was all she wanted to tell him. Nodding his head slightly, he smirked, figuring he could get them into a frank dialogue and get the information out. The woman stated that she was sorry for what happened. At this time, Bruno noticed a scent coming from her breasts. She was unclear what it was. The woman also said that Mrs. had given him a gift. He might even like it. The guy had already guessed what it might be. As the fourth ghost held out a small bottle to him, asking him to accept it, he thought it was only a prince or a great army. If that was the source of this scent, it could make the air of a large area toxic. The second, she let the bottle out of her hands. Halfway through, the bottle shattered on the table with a clinking sound, developing the unusual aroma that had such a captivating effect on the eldest heir. With each passing second, the guy felt the effects of this fragrance more and more strongly, trying to resist its mesmerizing effect. With feigned awkwardness, the woman stated that it had slipped out of her hands. After all, it was a gift. She was sorry it had broken. The library heir wondered what the trick was, as he suddenly noticed a huge horde of bugs heading in his direction. Bruno didn't have time to remove his hand, noticing that the insect began to quickly devour his hand, leaving a noticeable bite mark. Looking around him, the eldest heir realized that this vial didn't contain incense at all, but bugs. When the insects had almost completely enveloped the heir's body, the fourth ghost asked if he was all right. She remarked that she didn't seem to, at which time the guy, who could no longer see the interlocutor, tried to ask what the bugs were. She replied that it was an army of fire whirlwind beetles that would destroy everyone in the heavenly dragon competition. They were very fast and small. At the sight of the bites, the nerves would be paralyzed for half a day. Then she asked how he was, being completely artificial. She wondered why he had so fearlessly come here alone. She also decided to tell him what was about to happen to him. Mrs. Om ordered to cut off all his limbs and bring only his torso. Most likely he will still live for a while after that. Bruno said he had one question. He had never heard of fire whirl bugs. Where did they get them from? And how were they able to survive in the water? She replied that they have a man who is very knowledgeable about bugs. They learned about them from him. There is a particular frame that attracts them. So no matter how far away he is from them, they won't always reach for him, which is why this flavor had such an impact on a guy's heart. Because of their bites, the power of the three sources of internal energy began to rage within him. He thought he could absorb the energy of all the bugs. The fourth ghost wondered why the guy was smiling like that, deciding that he was finally desperate by now. He turned to her, saying she must be a good person since his limbs were still in place. She didn't know what she should do with him since he was so attentive. She thought she was really okay. However, it was only an act. The ghost asked him not to worry, for she would cut off his limbs so that it would not hurt at all, having performed a good address. Bruno asked why she would say that if she didn't know a way to make it work, to which she replied that it might work after all. As suddenly she noticed a barely perceptible stirring. Raising her head, she saw the heir, shrouded in ants, holding a sword. Then he said he would teach her how to make a neat cut. The next second, the fourth ghost's arms separated from the body. At first, she didn't realize what had happened. Looking at her limbs, which fell to the floor with a thud, the girl smiled incredulously. Looking at her with a stern look, the guy asked if she was in pain, asking her to smile once more, at which time the woman creased her face. Falling to his knees, the fourth ghost screamed hysterically, feeling unbearable pain while the eldest heir got out of the trap. Hearing the ghost scream, the archer outside charged 3 arrows at once, aiming at the eldest heir. The shells immediately headed for the guy, shattering the already shattered ceiling, opening up more of a vantage point for the attack. The eldest heir, noticing the next stream of projectiles, grabbed the fourth ghost by the pecs to pull it sharply toward him. Without moving from his seat, Bruno held out the armless women in front of him to take the full brunt of the arrows. Releasing her from his arms, he looked up, noticing a bright flash that hinted that it wasn't over yet. With a wave of his hand, he began to conjure a shield to prevent an attack from another ghost that had already rushed towards him. Raising his hand slightly upwards, he saw the man in front of him who wanted to lunge his sword right into his chest. However, the blade ran into an obstacle that was like a viscous liquid. The guy didn't know what it was and couldn't move his sword. He had never heard of such a strange battle technique, which meant that the chances of victory were decreasing with each passing second. The ghost decided not to take any chances and let the sword out of his hands, leaving it sticking out in his shield while he himself decided to break the distance. That didn't save him, though. Bruno reached out from his shield, grabbing the ghost by the pecs, his other hand preparing to attack. An energy-fueled hand reached for the face of the terrified boy, who realized that he had little chance of survival. At the very last moment, he was saved by a stream of arrows that rained down on the eldest heir, but he successfully dodged the projectiles. However, this didn't upset the heir. He only smiled. He thought afterward he had attacked at the right moment. As long as the effect of 1,000 cents remained, he could easily manage to get the sparrows back to their nests without having to go to the trouble. So he'll have to leave here for a while keeping information on the location of the remaining ghosts. Clutching his chest, the swordsman thought that if it wasn't for the second ghost and his bow, he would have definitely died, but he was incredibly lucky. Fighting this type is akin to suicide. He needs to get out of here as soon as possible. At the same second, a fourth ghost called out to him. The woman, whose eyes were wet with tears, asked in a hoarse voice to be killed, for now she had not only no arms but also no legs. Turning around sharply, the swordsman angrily replied that he had no time to fulfill her posthumous wish, for there were more important things to do now. The fleeing archer wondered why the fire vortex bug bites didn't work on the heir, and what kind of energy shield he had applied. He also thought that he needed to run away from here soon and alert the Blood Association about everything. Also need to get rid of anything that could slow down. He had to run as hard as he could. Luckily, he sees no signs of the one chasing him. Perhaps he decided to catch the third one first. It was even good for him, however, as soon as he turned his head back forward, he felt the blade of a sword pass through his neck. Before the archer could realize what was happening, his eyes widened in surprise and a stream of warm blood spurted from his mouth. Bruno, standing opposite him, decided with a calm face that it was time to go after the second sparrow, which couldn't have gotten far. After solving this problem, he needs to go to the Blood Association to its leader to finalize it all. At this time, the swordsman who had managed to hide in the same cave sat down on the floor and began to concentrate his energy, trying to recover it. Frowning, he realized how wrong he was. They were all foolish to think they could defeat him, even by combining their forces. Once he regained his energy, he should escape from here, however. He didn't realize that the heir was already at the entrance of the cave. Bleeding sweat, the ghost tried unsuccessfully to concentrate, but all his thoughts were occupied with fright and panic. As if sensing it, the ghost flinched as he heard a calm voice from behind him from the library heir asking what he was doing. His breath caught and twisted with fear while Bruno thought he was so scared that even all the internal energy in him stirred. The swordsman didn't realize when he'd managed to get close to him, or if he'd been around the whole time and he hadn't even noticed it. To the heir, this guy looked pathetic. He was even ashamed that he wasn't affected by it in any way, though he hoped he would take him to the association. The heir decided to ask if the latter was trying to defend the bloody association. The latter, without raising his head, gave a negative answer. Bruno found it strange that he wasn't trying to defend the association. Because of that, he didn't understand why they were here. Even before that, the sword didn't want to tell him everything, but first he asked for a promise to kill him painlessly. The heir alone wants to destroy the association. This means not only that he is powerful, but also that he doesn't want his associates to get hurt. People like him don't grant a peaceful death, especially if they're enraged after hearing roughly what he'll tell them. The swordsman said that the association and Mrs. Ohm were on their way to the Namgung faction. They had to catch him first and then take him there. Bruno asked when it was supposed to happen. He was told that about an hour ago and therefore they were late. That means they should be in place soon and the heir himself won't make it back before their plan begins. Through the eyes of the library heir, the swordsman noticed the entire horrifying range of emotions that raged within this man. Even if he ran as hard as he could, it would take at least an hour to get back, and the bugs would only take a moment to wipe out all the participants. He must get there early, at least half an hour early, for if he is late, all those he cares for will be brutally murdered. Bruno slowly pulled the bundle out of his slot, thinking only of how he could make it back to the faction as soon as possible. Unfolding the small pouch, he noticed a red pill inside, which was a lifesaver in this particular situation. Taking a bite of the pill, the eldest heir was determined that he would not be late, for he could not allow a terrible tragedy to occur in the faction. As soon as the pill began to take effect, an incredible amount of energy rushed out of the heir's body, spilling out in all directions. Due to the too bright light, the swordsman covered his eyes with his hands, then noticed the elder heir who looked deadly. The last thing he did before he left was touch the forehead of the ghost, who was so scared he couldn't move. Without saying anything else, Bruno made an impossibly high jump, disappearing high into the sky, leaving the swordsman alone. At first, the guy didn't realize what had happened. Trying to see the heir, who was already very far away, a realization came to him. The heir to the great heavenly library kept his promise, for a second later, the ghost's head exploded, granting him a painless death. A few hours earlier, in the Namgung faction, while in the basement, Hunter had questioned Benny about what kind of blood association prince he was. The man whose hands were chained begged for mercy, for he said he knew nothing and was hiding nothing. He didn't know how he was supposed to tell them what he didn't know, but that didn't convince the head of the caucus, who asked the aide to repeat himself. The man nodded as he continued to torture the man who screamed frantically in pain. This was going on for the second hour. He kept saying he didn't know anything. The heir has prepared a whole feast for him and he can't even eat a bite. He remembered his son saying that he wanted to meet the enemies in person. He turned to the sword of the parallel, saying that from now on, let him start cutting off Benny's fingers to untie his tongue. The man suspended by his arm stated that the man was too violent. It was true that he was on their side and did not deny it. But the association hardly talked about this prince. He wouldn't have withheld information in such a state. But the faction leader didn't believe him. He decided to start over, thankful for what this prince with him represented, as suddenly his legs gave a jerk, and he began to slowly fall to the ground. Hunter collapsed to the floor, though he remained conscious and didn't realize what was wrong, for he couldn't move his body. Seeing a shadow approaching in front of him, the man realized that this was their secret weapon. These bugs were able to reach even the cells in the dungeon. And does that mean the prince is an army of bugs? Benny, when he saw them, rejoiced, for he thought he could not survive the torture. At the same second, the door to the dungeon fell away, and the main ghost walked in with a bottle in his hands with two assistants behind him. After warding off the bugs, the masked guy glanced at the faction head before grabbing the hilt of the sword that was in the scabbard. With a deft movement, he cut the chains Benny was shackled with, freeing him. The man fell to his knees with a thud. The ghost approached him after hearing him ask what kind of bugs they were, to which Benny was answered that they were firewhirl bugs. Clenching and unclenching his arm, the freedman was glad that the paralysis was over, and he could move freely. He then laughed hoarsely, turning to Hunter, saying it was his turn to turn his cheek, whereupon he grabbed his cleaver. Suddenly, the head of the ghost told faction leader Benny that Hunter's life didn't belong to him. The latter didn't understand what that meant. Instead of a direct answer, the ghost decided to ask if the faction leader knew when a person was hurt the most. If not, he would soon find out. After all, the blood feast will be held tonight. After a little while in the courtyard, the people from the Blood Association were distributing all the hostages to the tables. The Namgung faction head took his seat without resistance. Only his hands were letting his body down, trembling frantically. At this time, Benny was shouting to the head of the association what an incredible sight it was, for it really was like the dream he had longed for. Some man from across the table blurted out that he would never have thought that one would be worse than an animal and get to this point. He may survive today, but he cannot escape the punishment of heaven, for it is only because of him that his entire clan will be forever dishonored. Paying no attention to these words, the man turned to Mrs. Asking how things were going in the association. The woman replied that money and treasure had lost meaning to them now, and then she thought of what would be a good gift for them. And then it dawned on her, she would give them one last memory before she died. It would be the worst sadness that could bring down the grave. When she said that tragedy, the memory of which would carry over even to the other world, the glass in her hands burst with a crunch. The woman smiled, licking the drink off her fingers and saying that this was a gift for the ages and therefore very priceless. Their children will have their limbs cut off one by one as they slowly die, and then they will cut them, but in a way that doesn't kill them permanently. The parents looking at it will drive them crazy, and the kids will look at the parents looking at them, which will drive them crazy too. But none of them will be able to do anything. In the end, they will only have to watch. This picture will remain in their memory, even in the other world. A father will watch his daughter die. A mother will watch her son die. It will be a great moment of despair. The oldest brother will watch the youngest sobbing in a bloody puddle, but there is no way he can help him or ease his pain. Nothing will be more beautiful than tonight, and these beautiful memories they will not forget even after death. She then asked if Benny agreed that it was a lovely gift. He laughed uncertainly, immediately agreeing. Mrs. was about to say something else when suddenly she was interrupted by a voice asking that she was the only one having fun here. The woman was not used to such insolence, and so decided to take a look at who was so brave as to dare interrupt her speech. The one who asked the question was Mindy, who was sitting at the same table next to the Vagabond brothers, who had decided to sit quietly. However, the heiress of the White House didn't like it, which made her decide to ask how fucked up the woman was since she found it funny. Glaring angrily at Mrs. The girl declared that she would not get away with it, for she was sure that there was someone who would save them. Smiling, the woman asked what she was talking about. She was curious to hear about the hopes of a desperate man. Mindy shouted loudly that once the leader of the Heaven Squad came here, she would be finished. At that very second, tears appeared in her eyes. The girl clarified that the heir of the great heavenly library would come here, who would definitely punish the vile old woman. Asked the head of the ghost that it's the girl Mindy from the White House, adding that she is brave unlike others. She decided to let her know, telling her that she was right. Just as she said, here comes the notorious heir to the library. The girl glowed with hope, but the woman added that the journey would take him a long time because he had no legs. She ordered them to be cut off. The joy on Mindy's face was immediately replaced by unconcealed horror and a chill that ran through her entire body. Smiling haughtily, the head of the Blood Association added that he didn't have a hand either, whereupon she burst into laughter again. Said that he was otherwise fine, so we cannot worry about him. And when he gets here, she will tear off all her limbs too. The White House heiress was beginning to quickly lose hope of being rescued if what this crazy woman was saying was true. Henry thought that even if his brother could defeat them with his skills, would he be able to escape from those horrible bugs? Anthony thought that although they had had very little time to travel together, they were almost always on the verge of life and death. The boy wanted to still learn so much from the heir, to learn so much from him. Now he wished he could stay by his side. Said that they probably didn't expect this, but she's sure the heir was a good person. But thanks to this, they got even more upset. She then stated that it was time to start the feast, as suddenly the people from the Blood Association grabbed Sarah right in front of her parents. While the girl was screaming loudly, the head of the association said that everyone in Marima was trying to figure out which family was the strongest. And many people call the Namgung clan without any thought. And since they're in the Namgung faction, they're going to find out right now. She had no trouble choosing the first ones to receive their unforgettable gift, after which she decided to introduce Sarah to everyone. She then stated that a member of any family would do. She would spare the family of whoever did them a favor and raise a sword to cutie Sarah. This didn't only apply to families, but also clan members and even beggars. And if a member of the Marima Alliance came out, all other members of the alliance would be saved. Hunter wondered loudly how she could be so cruel, and if she really thought she was human after such a suggestion. Benny thought that the offer was really incredible. There was no monster among the guests who would agree to do it. As suddenly a soft voice announced that it would do so. At that second, the son sitting next to him looked at his father in shock. The leader of the Sama clan was as if he was submerged in water, but he was driven by the desire to preserve the lives of his children and his clan. The man asked if she promises to fulfill this condition, when suddenly Hunter asked loudly what he was saying. On the other hand, said not to let the clan leader Sama worry about anything, because he can see where the faction leader is sitting, and he is now in league with them. Suddenly, the Blood Association warrior grabbed the clan head's son, to which the man became indignant, because they had promised not to touch anyone from his family. At that same second, a pill was shoved into his mouth, telling him that he could relax, after which his mind became slightly clouded. The head of the association said that she would release him once his hands were stained with blood. At this time, the clan leader stood with sword in hand. Turning his gaze to the side, he noticed his trembling son sitting on a chair, a sharp knife held to his throat. Trying to keep his composure, the clan leader told the woman that she shouldn't doubt him, as he was ready to prove his loyalty. Smiling, looked forward to the introduction, said she would remember it, for trust grows when one's loyalty is proven. She also added that since there were no daredevils, it was time to watch the children of great families die in blood and gasping screams. With trembling hands, the clan leader pointed the sword towards Sarah's forearm, stating that he would cut off her right arm first. However, this arrangement did not suit Mrs. Because she thought it was too corny and boring, and she wanted to have fun. She asked him to start at the hand, then chop at the elbow, and so on. This would increase the girl's pain and suffering many times over. The man looked regretfully at the faction leader's daughter, addressing her by name, the sword in his hand still trembling. He was now ready to fulfill his promise, and so he asked the girl to blame it all on him. At that second, Sarah cried. Accepting her fate, the girl thought that the head of the association was right. The last moment of life is special. She glanced at her parents, who made no secret of their fear for their child, but Sarah tried to assure them that she was fine. Because these moments will never be forgotten. Even if her soul is reborn, you can't let your loved ones be sad in these moments. When the clan head had already swung his sword, the girl smiled and told her parents that she wanted to be their daughter again. However, the man had no time to lower his weapon when he heard a whistling sound that came from an unknown source but attracted attention. Everyone immediately started turning their heads and looking around, asking each other what that sound was that was getting louder and louder. Meanwhile, the merchant who was standing next to the head of the association decided to approach her to find out what was going on. She didn't answer anything, only glanced exasperatedly at her prisoners, also trying to find the source of the unknown noise. She knew someone had decided to interfere with her plans, and at that very second, a tornado flew through the air above them and was approaching the ground. Dazed, Sarah noticed that those who were holding her were distracted, which made her decide to go back and look up. But no sooner had she raised her head than something came down sharply toward her, tearing apart those holding her with a rumbling sound. This collision caused Sarah to jump the air. However, she didn't fall. As soon as she opened her eyes, she noticed she was hanging in the air. Before the girl realized what had happened, in that same instant, she found herself in the arms of the library heir, who said she might get motion sickness. As suddenly, a shout was heard from the balcony, asking why the wars were standing. Then an order was heard to stop it immediately. Spears immediately flew into the air, which very quickly overtook Bruno, carrying the frightened girl who clung tightly to him. Dodging the guns, they landed softly on the ground, and the realization only now came to Sarah that the library heir had survived. Being in full health, the guy smiled and asked if she was okay. A feeling of total security emanated from him. Due to her fright, the girl was at first unable to reply normally, only silently looking at the eldest heir, who was calmly waiting for an answer. After a couple seconds, Sarah came to her senses, grabbed Bruno's hands and cried, replying that she was perfectly fine now. After making sure the girl was safe, Bruno thought he hadn't expected such treachery from the leader of the Sama clan. But thankfully, so far no one is in any danger of anything right now. Anyway, Everyone has such happy expressions on their faces, as if they can't figure out if it's a dream. With a menacing smile, glancing at the head of the association, the eldest heir asked her if she was enjoying the feast. Mrs. OM's face creased with anger when she asked what the heir of the Great Heavenly Library was doing here. At the same second, Henry's voice came up calling for Bruno. He glanced in their direction, seeing the joyful faces. They shouted that they knew he was coming, for they had faith in him. For there was no way the heir to the library would lose to someone. Smiling awkwardly, Bruno mentally asked them what they were crying about since they believed in him, adding that they needed to save them all after all. The senior heir then addressed the head of the association again, saying that he had to admit that he had made a mistake. He should have found her and finished her off when he dealt with the Soman clan. He usually sees things through to the end. That was where he went wrong. Mrs. OM's face creased again, whereupon she called the heir an insolent man who dared to interfere with her celebration. She couldn't hurry now. She trusted the fourth ghost to deal with him with the help of the bugs, but he still made it out alive. She would want to make sure he knew of the existence of these bugs, but it might turn out that such a skilled warrior was unaffected by their venom. At the same second, the smirking library heir was mentally asking what the head of the association was thinking, that he was hesitating and not acting. However, he decided to be the first to ask a question. Inquiring about the prince was clearly some kind of poison, but it was unclear what kind. Thought happily that he knew nothing. He surpassed the fourth ghost only because of his great skill as a warrior. Anthony immediately shouted to the leader that it wasn't poison, but strange bugs that paralyzed the entire body, and there were a lot of them. Bruno figured they wouldn't survive if he escaped and they'd be worse off, so he didn't understand why they bothered with him. Breathing in the air, the eldest heir noticed that the scent was coming from that clay pot. He was bothered by the smell of bugs that filled everything inside it. He immediately realized that this pot contained tens of thousands of these bugs, if not more, and was being carried by this old man. Laughing, Bruno asked the head of the association if she had made Bugs her prince, saying that she was like everyone from the Soman clan. He succeeded in getting her emotional, as shouted that she was going to watch him dance now, after which she ordered him to let them out. The merchant began to blow into the tube, as suddenly the lid of the pot flew aside and an incredible number of bugs began to come out of the vessel. Shouts were heard from all sides, urging the heir to run away immediately, but he did not budge, slowly extending his right hand in front of him with the palm upwards. The guy thought that now they would find out what the absorbed 3 energy sources were capable of. And also someone who can summon 1,000 flavors. A small glowing sphere immediately appeared above his palm. Holding it in front of him, the eldest heir calmly waited for the bug army to get as close to him as possible. The first thing the bugs hit was the sphere, which immediately reacted to the approaching army. Looking at it, realized why Bruno had summoned those 2 golden dragons and had come to that abandoned house alone. A bright light enveloped everything around, through which only 3 colors shone through, signifying the 3 sources of energy. A few seconds later, the lights went out and the sphere returned to its original position, and realized that he could handle anything on his own. After destroying all the bugs, the heir asked which one would dance now, followed by the joyous shouts of the people. The Blood Association people sitting on the balcony were trying to recover from the shock. A shivering merchant said there was none of his bug left. The elder heir once again held out his hand in front of him, creating a new sphere that began to spray out a special smoke. Everyone immediately smelled a pleasant scent, however. They couldn't understand what the scent was, for they had never smelled such a scent before. Some of the men noticed that their bodies could move again. The real nearby warrior association was surprised at this outcome. The faction warriors immediately became agitated, and their captain shouted that those who could move, have them run to the weapons pavilion immediately. As Sarah ran to her parents, Hunter was surprised to notice that the scent was coming from the library heir himself. He couldn't even imagine how it would have ended without inviting this man who had single-handedly saved an entire faction. From the infiltration of the spies to this event without his help, it was as if, with their eyes closed, they would have allowed this grief to happen. As soon as the man was able to move, he immediately ordered the head of the association and her henchmen to be captured. Upon reaching the balcony, the faction wars clashed with the Blood Association, and Mrs. decided to take advantage of the commotion. Looking at the fighting, some people decided to run away quietly, trying not to be seen by anyone and not to attract attention. At that second, the head of the ghosts raised his head, noticing the eldest heir already flying at him, swinging his leg. Before he could react, the masked guy was hit hard on the back. Exhaling the available air, he headed towards the ground. The last thing he saw were swords pointing upwards. Just for a second, he felt pain, after which everything went silent. Bruno immediately jumped from the head of the ghost to Benny, whom he wanted to grab by the face with his bare hand, wanting to deal with him personally. Without slowing down, he shoved the man, pushing his head into the wall, unleashing all the anger that lurked within him. Glancing at his hand, which was stained with blood, he shifted his gaze to the fleeing Mrs. Ohm, addressing her directly. The guy headed in her direction, asking where the attitude she had just moments ago had gone, since she was now trying to escape. The woman was unwilling to surrender without a fight, and therefore declared that even on the run she would stop him, whereupon she aimed small projectiles at him. Without making a single unnecessary movement, the eldest heir caught about a dozen needles aiming towards him with one hand. The woman bit her lip in shock, unable to believe that he had so easily repelled her needles, which were her trump card up her sleeve. She realized that he had caught all 12 needles, and Bruno had said that if you only aim for the torso, it was very easy to catch them. He then suggested that she try to do so herself, after which he threw her own weapon at her in one sharp motion. Miss Ohm realized that there was no way she would be able to dodge that many needles, thinking that this was what she would see in her final moments. The strength with which the library heir threw the needles was incomparably higher, causing the head of the blood association to be pierced by the needles. After making sure that the culprit behind all of this was indeed dead, the eldest heir decided to inspect the battlefield. At this time, the head of the Sama clan turned around and froze in horror as he realized that his executioner was approaching him. Heading in his direction was an enraged hunter who would never forget being the first to volunteer to kill his daughter. Saying nothing, the faction leader swung his sword with force, stripping the man of his head, thus giving him the opportunity to wash away his betrayal with blood. Bruno thought that Hunter had personally dealt with the leader of the Sama clan, which was not surprising since he had raised his sword against Sarah. The second the eldest heir noticed that Morgan had tied up the merchant, talked to the fact that he was going to squash him like a bug himself. Bruno realized that he needed to leave at least one of the blood associations alive to figure out the remaining ghosts and members. As suddenly someone approached him. Turning his head, he noticed a large number of people who folded their hands in a respectful gesture. The heir realized that if they lost any of them, he wouldn't be able to see such a sight, even though they were all exhausted and shocked. But when all traces of blood are washed away and a new day comes, they will all think it was just a nightmare. Until then, he should also thank them for keeping them all alive. In response, Bruno also folded his hands in gratitude. At dawn, it was decided to hold a meeting of representatives of all the great families to resolve the situation. The Benny faction that was recognized as part of the Blood Association and the remaining ghosts were decided to be executed. Everyone was in agreement. In the case of the Sama clan, all the blame was placed on its leader, recognizing the clan itself as innocent and giving it a chance to make amends. Someone pointed out that the Blood Association incident happened less than 6 months after Harry's passing, and this could be just the beginning. So they, the entire Marima Alliance, need to throw all their energies into finding the remaining criminals, also strengthen inter-clan ties. Hunter said it reminded him of his father saying that he could live happily in Marima when there was peace. There was peace in Murim thanks to Harry, however. It seems that a new era of Murim has dawned without Harry to keep the peace. In the evening the next day, participants gathered in the East Garden. During dinner, Bruno accepted thanks and answered many questions. Suddenly, William approached him, wondering if he could raise a glass to him, the lad himself standing with a pitcher in his hands, smiling awkwardly. While Bruno's shot glass was being filled, he told the guy that he seemed to have finally learned how to pour alcohol, much to William's embarrassment. The heir said it wouldn't be good if it was just him drinking, then offered to pour the guy a shot too. In the same second, people jumped up from their seats, lining up, saying they wanted to raise a glass to him too. Bruno said with a smile that it would be everyone's turn. After a little while, he walked over to Magnus, offering to pour him another drink. He also asked him in a whisper if he knew what to feed the hexagonal snake and what fertilizer was best to give the poisonous plant. Magnus laughed, and the eldest heir thought excitedly that he knew he could probably help him with that. Shining with joy, the academy master replied that he didn't know, for if there was something the library heir didn't know, then how could he know it? However, he thanked him for asking for his help. He would do his best to find the information he needed. Bruno then walked over to Sarah, politely offering to pour her alcohol. Marie, who was sitting next to her, immediately blushed. Taking the glass in her hands, Sarah held it up to Bruno, then looked embarrassed and looked away, saying that she liked the alcohol, but she would rather go for a walk. The guy immediately asked if he could ask her to give him a tour of the faction, since he didn't get a chance last time. At the same second, several people whistled, asking that they probably wouldn't be wrong to call him the son-in-law of the Namgung faction head. When they got outside, Sarah said she heard that Bruno didn't want to come to them. He clarified that he was forced to come after all. The fault was the head of the faction's honor squad, The guy was sure it was all his doing. The girl laughed in response. Walking over the bridge, Sarah that she was just wondering why he had come after all. After all, he could have easily given up on this venture. Bruno realized that she wanted to know why he risked his life to save everyone if he didn't even want to come to the competition. He decided to reply that this was what he had to do. Whereupon he asked if it was hard for her to walk after such a feast. But the girl answered in the negative. Then she asked who gave him the tour when he first came here. Smiling, the guy replied that one sweet little girl, but she had probably forgotten him by now. Sarah asked if that upset him. Turning his head toward the girl, the eldest heir replied that not one bit, for he remembered her and would remember her. Sarah couldn't take the library heir's sweet gaze, so she immediately blushed and turned her head away. Without looking at Bruno, the girl stammered to tell him thank you, for she was very grateful to him for saving her. Gaining confidence, she looked into the heir's eyes, stating that she would never forget it. Bruno was surprised at such words. Then he smiled, mentally telling her thank you, for the fact that she was safe now and it was okay if she forgot it. The next morning, they left the Namgung faction. This time, there was another person on the roof of the wagon besides the two brothers and Mindy. Bruno thought that the recent events had intensified the influence of the three energy sources. Now their strength was above average. It had been less than a month since he had been able to absorb all three sources, but he was already at this level, and it could have taken several years. Now that their power level has increased, he can relearn more martial arts, death loop, and energy shield. The only freezing needles left are the freezing needles. He used a death loop last time he fought ghosts, and 2 is enough for him for now. However, he will have to learn freezing needles, which will be incredibly useful in both defense and offense. This ability can be used as well when eliciting information, as it can be used to buy some amount of time. After all, they could immobilize a person in any position, but perhaps the 3 energy sources could strengthen the threads that came from the needles. If you could combine them with energy points, that would be great. It works especially well with covert influence techniques. But there's still a long way to go to tame this sword. But there's nothing to be done about it. It's been less than half a year. Time plays a big role in this matter. You can't be impatient while you need to learn what to feed a hexagonal snake and how to grow poisonous plants. Just like the poison beetle absorbed the energy of the fire vortex beetles, if he found something to feed the snake and plants, the power of the 3 sources would become even more powerful. It was then that he would be able to reach the highest level he had been striving for since the beginning of this great endeavor. And now it's noon, it's already time for lunch, but the guys in the Sky Squad are silent, training a new recruit. Sitting on the roof, Henry and Anthony were verbosely tutoring Gunther, who was trying to piece together the stream of words coming to his ears. Raising his hand, the Heaven Squad recruit decided to interrupt his brother's edification by asking what to do if there was nowhere to hide. Mindy decided to answer that question, telling him to just keep quiet, ignoring the passers-by. He repeated after her. When they were still in the Namgung faction, Gunther stated that he wanted to join the Heaven Squad and learn from the heir. When he had asked for it, he had trembled like an aspen leaf, but promised to get up to speed quickly if he could throw off the shackles of that politeness. When they arrived in town, some man offered them a seat at a table, and Bruno thought there were no prominent people here. As he suddenly noticed a man looking in their direction with a dumbfounded expression on his face, the eldest heir didn't understand why he was so surprised. He glanced at Henry, who was holding the birdcage they'd been given as a reward. The guy thought it was all about her. As everyone sat down to a table filled with food, they were approached by the same man who immediately apologized for being distracting. Looking at the guests, he put his hand on his chest and smiled, introducing himself as the manager of the place. Bruno immediately said that if he came to them for the Phoenix, he had to disappoint him. She was not for sale. The man offered to negotiate. They could name any amount, and he would do his best to make sure they both got what they wanted. The heir said this bird was priceless to him. The superintendent then decided to just get acquainted. Bruno replied that he was an unnamed student, and maybe the next time they met he would answer the question. The distressed man immediately snickered, realizing that they didn't want to keep the conversation going with him at all, and therefore he wouldn't be able to return to the original topic. When the manager went outside, the guy who had originally offered Bruno a seat at the table ran up to him, and he wanted to know what kind of bird it was, that he was willing to pay any amount of money for it, to which he received the answer that it was a phoenix, and it was priceless. The manager said that if he wanted to get her, he would stop him, because the Namgung faction's heir sat next to that young man. And if the heir of such a faction is his subordinate, this nameless student is quite a high authority. You should think hard about it. When the manager left, the guy immediately thought he had a keen eye. Surprisingly, he recognized the faction heir. But who does this treasure belong to? the heirs of the faction or the nameless student who didn't want to answer any questions. Sometime later, sitting in a gambling house smoking a pipe, the man looked at his subordinate and asked why he was laughing. The fellow who was interested in the phoenix asked the gentleman to smile, for some wonderful things had happened. He moved as close as possible, so did the man, smiling caustically and asking if he had ever heard of the phoenix. Suddenly, the man became agitated, asking where the man had seen him and who had him, asking him to tell him everything quickly. The lad was surprised that his master had heard of him, and then proceeded to tell what he had seen recently, whereupon the man began to draw conclusions. There was a Namgung faction heir, a girl and two beggars, and their leader was an ordinary student. This time they would act according to a practiced plan. When asked how they would track them, the man replied that he had already sent a hawk to track them and was now keeping his eyes on the student's wagon. They both immediately shrieked with joy, calling for the entire squad to be summoned, for now they would be discussing a plan to capture the phoenix. When the 8 men were gathered around the table, one of them stated that they had been studying their behavior these past couple of days. In one institution, someone caused a scandal, demanding compensation from the owner. This student sent his maid to pay that lunatic compensation. Apparently, he is not only rich, but noble, and by tomorrow evening they should arrive at Changbong, for the road there lies through the mountains. They will most likely stay in the largest guest pavilion, so they will need about 600 people to occupy all the rooms. After all, the more of their men there, the better. All the men present immediately grinned evilly, pleased with the cunning plan. This operation they decided to call Heroes on Fire. They will wait for the guest pavilion and create the most chaos there. These holy men will not be able to stand by. They will rush like madmen to rescue people from a burning building. In the meantime, they will steal the phoenix, which they will definitely leave unattended, then escape, going unnoticed. Someone asked why the guest pavilion was being wasted, to which the response was that one should be able to make sacrifices. A phoenix bird is worth hundreds, if not thousands, of these guest pavilions, and they are so quietly flaunting it. But the man was sure that it was definitely a phoenix. He had already verified everything with his own eyes, even though the color of the bird's eyes was strange. However, he had seen phoenixes before, as he had told earlier. He had been invited to the Tang clan, that was where he had seen one. While he was trying to prove to those present that he had seen the phoenix, Bruno was already standing on the roof of the building and eavesdropping, recognizing the man. The guy said that Gunther didn't need to hear all that, but he asked what Hao's secret community was going to do. Sighing, the older heir replied that they were about to burn down their own guest pavilion, just deciding whether to do it or not. Gunther listened to the heir's reply with surprise before inviting him to go elsewhere to relax a bit. The library heir purposefully kept the path of the favorable house, offering the faction heirs some play. The guy who was running the game at that table immediately recognized the very student holier-than-thou who sat at his table. He couldn't believe that this person had come to them on his own, and so he couldn't let him go so easily. The mustachioed guy immediately greeted him. But after a while, he realized he had rejoiced too soon because this guy was flawlessly guessing which glass had a rock underneath it. Guessing once again, Bruno asked if that was the end of the game. The crying man replied that if he wanted to play, he could leave the dice. He and Gunther walked over to the other across the table, where the men immediately told him that they had already had time to notice his skills, but it would be different with the bones. When asked why, he was told that it was an intellectual game, so he'd better be a little more humble. The heir replied that even after observing him, they didn't realize who he was, and Gunther thought that he wanted to rob the House Society Mountain House as well. The men were skeptical, but Bruno proudly declared that he was an invincible gambling god to whom no one was his equal. For a few seconds, the 3 men froze, staring in amazement at the young lad who had decided to make such an arrogant statement about himself. The next moment, they laughed loudly, unable to say a word, for this guy was able to mock them with such a statement. One of them asked that since he was the invincible god of gambling, he could win at craps as in the cup game. At this time, the woman was sitting in her office and nonchalantly sipping tea while checking her documents. Suddenly, a guy bursts into her office, urgently urging the head to go to the gambling house, because it seems they're going to lose 100,000 nannies. The woman asked what nonsense he was talking about losing such a large amount of money, to which the guy replied that a bet was made for 100,000, and then they lost. They had already lost a lot of money due to the military operation, so they couldn't afford to lose another 100,000. So she headed to the gambling house. Meanwhile, Bruno had won again, with a crowd of people already gathered around them asking which win was which. Suddenly, the doors rattled open and a woman came inside and loudly asked for all the doors to be locked. As she approached the table where the eldest heir was sitting, she noticed the huge bag of money he had already managed to win. The woman stated that she was a one-eyed beauty and had no time to chat with him. She wouldn't even ask what tricks he'd been using all this time. Out of respect, she will give him 100,000 coins, but he needs to get out of here. In response, the guy asked why she is one-eyed if she has both eyes. The woman was surprised at first, then laughed, saying she had completely forgotten. After saying that, she pulled the patch over her eye. Upon seeing this picture, the eldest heir also laughed, saying that it was very funny, but she didn't like such a comment. She said that he knew nothing of manners at all, since he dared to speak to her without the respect befitting a studious student. She then ordered one of her guards to teach the lad some manners. He immediately obeyed, lunging at the heir. Sitting still and not opening his eyes, Bruno, with a slight sweep of his arm, knocked the man flying at him straight into the wall without paying attention. The dumbfounded woman immediately realized that she had made a mistake, and this guest was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. After giving the order to open the doors, she sat on the floor in front of him a while later, bringing another 60,000 coins, asking him to accept them. Looking at the one-eyed beauty who sat before him in a respectful bow, he decided to address her more politely. Bruno smiled and said he was staying at the Royal Guest Pavilion, then asked him to take that money there. After a while, the woman sank to the floor again. Upon hearing the question, she gave him another 60,000. The woman agreed, asking him to spare her. She still wanted to live, but the man had said she was better off begging for his death as well. But even then, she wouldn't realize it wasn't worth getting involved with such a thing. The one-eyed woman immediately asked if the gentleman knew who the guest was, but he replied that he had no idea, which surprised the woman greatly. Snow Leopard, the head of Hao's secret society, remarked aloud that this guest seemed to know who he was, since the latter was also following him. The first time they met was in Sichuan. Back then, the head of the healer fortress was asking Harry how they would deal with him. Would they kill him or spare him? The well-fed man stated that he had not asked his opinion before, but now he had decided to see if it was worth keeping him alive. He said that as soon as he became head of Hao's secret society, he promised to build orphanages for abandoned children in every province. Harry liked that answer, so he decided to talk to the head of the secret society face-to-face to see if he was telling the truth. And so he learned that this guy wasn't as bad as he thought he was. Snow Leopard, in the joys of the attention he received, told him many things. It's been 10 years now, and now it seems as if they are having a conversation with him, just as they did then, as if the meeting was fated. When Bruno invited Bars to visit and offered him a splendidly flavored tea, the man immediately asked if there was any poison in it. After all, the guy himself knows he needs the phoenix. That's why he drove their gambling house into bankruptcy. He understood his resentment and his desire for revenge. The heir replied that resentment and revenge were out of the question. He had come to the gambling house seeking to meet him. He wanted to beg and stop trying to kidnap his bird, for if he abandoned his plans, the benefit would not be to him, but to them. First, the guy would pay them 60,000 out of his own money as compensation. The man replied that it was theirs after all. Secondly, he would give them the guest pavilion. Bars again replied that it belonged to them after all, and therefore he didn't understand what Bruno was getting at, as it suddenly dawned on him that he meant that they wouldn't have to idly burn down the guest pavilion like they had wanted to before. The man laughed, saying the man had a knack for persuasion, but the eldest heir replied that it was too early to be surprised by anything. This was not the end of it, for thirdly, he offered to save the man's life once. The man did not realize if someone was making an attempt on his life. Bars wondered why he didn't know about it and who it could be smiling. The library heir stated that it was him. The guy explained that he didn't like others touching his stuff, as he usually kills for such things, but this time he decided to offer a peaceful outcome. With a sly smile, Bars asked if the boy was sure he could kill him, for he doubted the young man's fighting ability. Bruno smirked, replying that he was as sure of that as he was that he could breathe, especially that he could do so very quickly. One look from the eldest heir was enough to make the man fall from his chair to the floor, almost losing consciousness. A few minutes later, the senior heir called for the head to get up. The man's eyes went wide with surprise. Lifting himself up, he rubbed the back of his head, questioning what had just happened, for he hadn't realized how he'd ended up on the floor. Smiling, Bruno replied that just as he promised, it was limited to a single feigning spell, so he had just saved his life. Bars awkwardly agreed, thought he really was as sure of that as he was of his ability to breathe. Rising, the man, staggering slightly, stated that he was actually a little scared of him, but he would listen to him. He didn't drink the tea, so I wasn't in it, and he didn't take any action with which to poison it. With a wave of his hands, the heir awkwardly stated that he didn't need to be so afraid of him. He just wanted to tell him what gifts he would give him. The heir decided to continue listing gifts, and Bars noticed that just now he had nothing in the palm of his hand, but now he held something in it. Opening his palm, the library heir showed him a golden dice that was unremarkable at first glance. However, this bone is the treasure of Hao's secret society and Snow Leopard's favorite item. He was very surprised to see it in Bruno's hands. It is not as expensive as a jade Buddha statue from Shaolin or a battle rod, but only a few people know about it. Of course, he could have found it during the search of his body while he was unconscious, but because it was the one he had taken out of all the things, he knew its value. But in that case, he wondered how he knew that, after which asked if he knew how to use this dice. The boy remembered Bars telling Harry earlier that it was certainly not treasure, but a very busy dice. After all, it can make a bell ring. The man decided to clearly demonstrate the abilities of this unremarkable bone. Bruno stated that this bone was hiding something in it. Maybe if you pressed a certain spot, it would turn into a dagger or a throwing star. With a trembling hand, Bars reached for the bone, replying that it was something like that, but he couldn't tell him about it. He wanted to take it back. It belonged to him after all. The eldest heir didn't argue, holding out the polyhedron to him. Suddenly, the man realized the point the library heir wanted to make by listing all the gifts he had offered. If he trespasses on his things, he'll rob him of everything he has. That's what he meant by that. The Solman clan had fallen for a reason. Apparently, he had struck a very precise blow as well. Many didn't know what they had gotten themselves into, like him, and lost to it. Leaning back in his chair and looking up at the ceiling, Bars asked himself why he hadn't realized it at once, even though it was obvious now. The heir of the Namgung faction as a servant follows the heir of the great heavenly library, like two vagabonds, and he was blinded by the thought of the phoenix. Bars bowed, asking for forgiveness, for he had made a huge mistake, albeit late, but asking to be forgiven. Bruno, reminded that there was one more promise left, the man had completely forgotten about it, then began to listen attentively to the heir. Can't listen to him, his heart is so heavy and therefore it is very hard for him to listen to him, but Bruno asked him not to worry. There was nothing special about his last gift, as he wanted to give him a chance to become a friend of the great heavenly library. The snow leopard looked at the smiling interlocutor with surprise and delight, unable to believe that he could be a friend instead of an enemy. The heir remarked that he seemed disappointed with his gift, but the latter decided to break it to him, saying it was the best gift ever. Bruno was satisfied with that answer, after which he said it was getting late. He had to get back to his place, so they would talk tomorrow. To questions there that they would meet again tomorrow, the heir replied that now that he was taking it seriously, he still had something to show for it. The next day, the strip traveled to the guest pavilion, as intended by the people who watched it from the building's window. When the wagons stopped and a man got out, everyone was surprised to see that it was far from the heir to the library. Snow Leopard showed outside first, shouting that he and the library heir were friends now, so let them come out and say hello to him. And today he's going to give them a commemorative gift to mark the occasion. Treat them all at his own expense because he got 60,000 nannies yesterday. He also added to let them all know that he wasn't crying right now. It was just sweat, although tears were literally streaming from his eyes. His subordinates loudly asked if he thought they would believe what he had just said, which only made the man upset. The guy also asked if he found out from the heir how he got the information about his dice, but the guy said he was afraid. Bars added that it's just that they haven't been alone with him. The energy emanating from him is no joke, and he also looks on with that creepy smile. His looks and behavior resemble the habits of an old man rather than a young man, making it uncomfortable to be around him. Then there was the question of why the Namgung faction heir was following him everywhere, but the library heir didn't say that either. The guy told the chapter that just because he thinks he doesn't need to know doesn't mean they don't want to know about everything, and the enemy even found out about his bone. Needing to find out where he got this information from, at this second Bars tried to stop his subordinate, but to no avail. Wasting no time, they went to the roof where Gunther sat alone, who quietly noticed the two approaching figures. One of them stepped forward a bit, saying that if it was all right with Master Namgung, they would like to talk to him for a bit. When asked how they knew that they would be able to find those in the gambling house through whom they would reach them, he heard that they simply realized it was Hao's house. He then asked if it was true that he was subject to the heir of the library, to which he received the reply that Gunther was studying under the heir. The interviewees at first couldn't believe that Bruno's martial art was so outstanding and much better than the guy's. Remembering everything he had seen with his own eyes, the son of the faction leader, that he was much stronger than they could imagine. Then the boy wondered what had happened at the Heavenly Dragon competition. He asked Gunther to tell him about it, but the latter replied that if the leader had not told them anything, he had nothing to say, He could not tell what the leader himself had not mentioned. To put it lightly, if the leader suddenly has enemies, they will immediately become enemies of both the Namgung faction and the Muyang clan. He marveled at how much authority the heir to the library had to get such a strong support. The guy now understood the head's reaction, and Bars grudgingly stated that he was bullshitting on the head's words. After the faction heir's story, he believed him. After a while, the Heaven Squad, along with the leader and the Snow Leopard, were walking along a wide road in a forested area. Henry decided to dispel the silence by asking Bruno if it was normal for the bird to be silent without making a sound. The eldest heir turned his attention to the cage where a bird in red plumage sat, sadly closing its eyes. Bruno only sighed, indifferently thinking that this bird was also playing out a drama, but it was unclear for what exactly. After a little more time, their wagon moved on to Chanbon, Bruno sitting by the window thinking it was a nice day, while Henry chatted with Bars. Suddenly, the library heir sensed something and began to look around. He could clearly feel someone's piercing gaze on him. Glancing at Bars and Henry, he realized they were busy talking amongst themselves, which meant they had nothing to do with it, though he had a hunch who it might be. The guy turned to the window again, pretending to look out at the scenery, which was changing rather quickly due to the speed of the wagon. At this second, he was glared at by the Phoenix, who didn't take his eyes off the library heir for a second. With an incredibly abrupt movement, Bruno turned, in time to notice the bird looking at him, which at the same moment was frightened by his menacing gaze. They stared at each other for a few seconds. Then the Phoenix looked away, feeling consternation coursing through his body. Outside, Bruno thought he had caught him in this act, but he still continues to act like this. Bars asked if he knew it was an unusual Phoenix, to which he received the reply that he realized it from its blue eyes. At this time, Henry began to unlock the cage, letting the bird free, loudly asking Meat to try to take off. Without wasting any time, the Phoenix spread its wings due to the rather large force pushed off from the ground, flying high up. A dazed Henry shifted his gaze from the bird to the rope tied to its paw, saying loudly that it was dangerous to fly so high. Taking a turn, the Phoenix broke the rope, saying loudly that he was surprised what fools they were, and he was no Mesco. Hearing this, Henry was shocked. Frozen in midair, the bird joyfully announced that it was a royal phoenix, while the younger vagrant loudly shouted that it was a talking phoenix. Bruno decided it was a talking blue-eyed phoenix. Apparently it was a mix between a phoenix and a sacred maena. She was acting in a way to make this situation happen. Mindy yelled to Henry that now was not the time to get excited, because this bird was so strong, and it would never come back to them now. The boy asked his sister not to worry, because he and Meat have become like inseparable, and she can't even imagine how much he loves him. Spreading his arms, the boy asked the bird to come back and rest a bit so he could fly again, but the Phoenix replied to shut up. Disgruntled, Henry decided to try again to call the bird to return to his siblings, but the bird sent him back to them. While Anthony and Mindy were laughing with the younger tramp, the Phoenix that was hovering in the sky screamed loudly for everyone to hear her. As his attention was suddenly caught by a lone bird that was flying by, the Phoenix immediately began to catch up to it, and immediately caught its attention. Slapping the innocent bird rather hard on the back, the Phoenix called it a cheapskate, the feathered one not expecting the blow from a kin. As she flew away, the Phoenix asked if he was brave for deciding to fly into his neighborhood. After all, he was facing the strongest. Bruno thought he could catch it, but it was too fast and high-flying for him to stop it in any way. He told Bars that he must have enjoyed the sight. The latter laughed that he didn't even have the right words. I wondered if the heir had decided to let the Phoenix go like that, for he must be sorry to let such a bird go, but Bruno thought otherwise. He said that once everyone had admired this miracle, they could leave. The head of the secret society was surprised at the heir's behavior. After a little while, they resumed their seats in the carriage and set off further on their journey, at which time a thin voice came from the carriage. Phoenix, who was eventually caught by Bruno, said that it was the scent he smelled that night. That's when he decided everything. Now he was his new master. Henry grudgingly asked how he could have cut the rope and flown so far away. Surely it must have made his brother angry. But the bird replied that he didn't understand. While the Phoenix was saying that it was attached to its master, Bruno was surprised to think that this bird smelled the scent of the technique of 1,000 scents. Then asked if he was its new owner, so he had the old one. He wondered what had happened to it. In a calm tone, the bird stated that her past owner had died, but she realized that her new owner was interested in the details. After his death, the Phoenix still flew for a while over the gorge where its master had died, but it was a pointless waste of time. Then he met his first adversary, but that spider was no match for him. He taunted him, and then the bird killed him. But on this, his luck turned away from him. He became entangled in the web of this nasty spider, after which he called for help for a long time. Then he pretended he couldn't talk, and that's how he ended up here, the whole story emphasized by his acting. At this time, sitting on the roof, Gunther asked uncertainly if they were now definitely on their way to the great heavenly library. He then yelled that there was a cliff ahead, but Henry and Mindy calmly told him to just accept his fate and gather his will in his fist. The faction heir couldn't believe that they would all die such a ridiculous death, whereupon he covered his head with his hands, screaming loudly. In that same second, the ground beneath the horses' and wagons' feet disappeared, and Gunther resigned himself to the fact that there was no way they could escape. He dazedly began to look around, seeing the ground beneath his feet and various buildings around him that shouldn't have been here. At the same moment, Bruno's relatives came out of the building, very excited about the return of his older brother and grandson. Eugene asked why there were faction heirs among his subordinates, and Ben was shocked to see the phoenix in front of him. Excitedly, the old man asked the child what adventures had happened to him. Bruno decided to narrate the details later. As they were about to enter the house, the eldest heir was beckoned over by Mindy, whom the boy had also invited to come in. But the one stated that she would like to leave the Heaven Squad for a while to train separately, after which she thanked him for everything. Smiling, Bruno realized that after that night in the Namgung faction, she must have realized what skills she lacked. Henry asked sadly if his little sister was leaving. After all, she was already strong, but wanted to become even stronger. The girl was surprised at this behavior of the boy. Anthony had decided to tease that her spot on the squad could now be given to someone else, while Gunther thanked her for her studies. Looking at his friends chatting amongst themselves, the eldest heir decided to call the girl over to him to say a few words to her. However, he decided not to be verbose, smiling and saying that they would definitely see each other again in the near future. Mindy was overjoyed at these words, agreeing and waving back at the heir, confident that this meeting would happen very soon. When night fell, Bruno and the phoenix decided to take a walk in the forest. The bird was happy that his master had decided to spend time with him. She asked why he decided to go out so late, to which she got the answer that it was time for them to get to know each other better. Phoenix also wanted to get to know his master better. He was willing to listen to everything, but the guy asked to stop circling him. The bird was not very pleased with such a request, but obediently sat on the shoulder of the eldest heir, but the latter asked to sit in front of it. The guy asked if he knew where their connection was interrupted. The bird replied that when he left it was interrupted, when he came it was resumed. Bruno decided to use this as a signal. If the phoenix breaks the ORV connection 7 times and re-establishes it the 8th time, it means he's calling him. After checking the signal in action, the eldest heir decided to ask what else he could do, asking him to tell him if there was anything he didn't know. Phoenix replied that he's a fine fighter, but he knows that from the story of there, how he killed a mountain spider, and the example of that hawk. Leaning over the bird, the heir glared menacingly at it, saying that if he ever lost in battle, he wouldn't let it go. Then he decided to find out if he was telling the truth by asking to fly farther away to test how well he would see him. Looking up into the sky, Bruno thought that he must have already flown a kilometer away, for his connection had broken after reaching the limit. Then he noticed noticeable flashes in the sky, realizing they were being left behind by the phoenix, noticing that he had remembered the signal correctly. Now he wanted to test how good his eyesight and hearing were, whispering that if he could hear him, let him try to guess what he would do. Phoenix announced that he had just dug into the ground and pulled an ant out of it, which meant he could see that ant from a mile away. When the bird returned, Bruno asked if that was all he could do. Then in what capacity he would be more useful, he replied that he could tell tales. But in the next second, he asked his host to look more closely, after which he began to slowly become transparent. And he also demonstrated imitation of other people's voices. Bruno laughed, realizing that he had gained a very valuable subordinate. The next morning, Henry burst into the heir's chambers, shouting loudly that Misko had disappeared. He was with him when he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he was gone. Bruno replied that it couldn't have happened, asking him to look harder. No one can sneak into the Celestial Library unnoticed. Getting out is also not possible. After receiving an unsatisfactory answer, the boy ran out of the office in tears. Toward evening, Henry returned being scratched and covered with leaves, saying that he had found Meath, who had changed the color of his feathers. After returning it to the heir, the boy said he would look for it even more carefully next time, to which the phoenix replied that he was a fool. Bruno told him to fly even farther away, and if he could maintain his disguise for so long this time, he'd last even longer next time. Hearing such a statement, the phoenix asked his master in surprise, wondering if he too wanted to be the next Harry. After all, his previous master wanted to surpass Harry, but he felt funny about it because he was fat as a pig and looked down on everyone. Seeing the heir's reaction, the phoenix asked his master what was the matter, to which he received the reply that he had never understood anything in all this time. Upon hearing the rather detailed comments about himself, the heir to the library smiled evilly, stating that he was hairy. Upon hearing this news, the phoenix opened its beak in fright, darting its eyes at the heir, trying to comprehend the information it had heard. Taking it as a joke, the phoenix laughed and flew up and lightly slapped his master on the back, saying that sometimes he was very funny. Bruno replied that no matter how it was, one must always improve one's skills in Marima. A little later, he would tell him how dangerous it was to live here. The boy said he would now throw the dagger. Let the phoenix fly to where it would be safe, but it must not fly away from that place. As he flew up, the bird declared that there was certainly no danger to him in the sky, and in reply, he heard his master's voice saying he was throwing about 3. While the countdown was going on, the phoenix thought his master was worried about him since he asked him not to fly off the ground, and at altitude, the dagger wouldn't get him. The feathered one was sure that his master's strength was not enough to get the dagger to the height he was headed for. He was sure he could dodge it even with his eyes closed, but as soon as the start was heard, the dagger immediately flew within an inch of the bird. When the feathered one returned, the owner asked him why he had suddenly lost the power of speech, and the night was warm, and he was shivering. Suddenly, they heard 5 beats on the gong. This signal signifies approach and threats. At the same second, Eugene ran towards him. He said that some brigands had shown up, calling themselves the Heaven Squad and asking to be let in to meet the heir. Bruno asked that they introduce themselves as the Heaven Squad. His brother immediately replied that those said they were twins from Musan. They call themselves heroes but look like complete criminals, but they had enough sense to pretend to be warriors of the Heaven Squad. Elder brother interrupted Eugene's speech, awkwardly stating that these were his subordinates. Hearing this, younger brother calmed down a bit. When the eldest heir returned to the library, he was immediately greeted by the twins, asking how he had been doing all this time. He replied that it was quite good, but judging by the fact that they were the only ones who showed up here, things had not gone according to plan, and that was what they wanted to talk about. They hesitantly reported that young Mr. Chad had been taken hostage, and so had his assistant. This information dumbfounded Bruno. It seems that the limitless assassins are fleeing from the Death Squad and have asked for support from the Suyo faction, deciding to go without killing this time. Chad answered in the negative because he wants his friend to be able to sleep in peace, so they must exterminate the limitless killers. However, they had the Suyo faction coming to their aid, who must have paid him handsomely, but his interlocutor didn't know what he was talking about. The aide asked Chad what they should do with all their wealth. If the Suyo faction got paid by the mercenaries, maybe they should just pay them more. They decided to try to negotiate, but the first stage of the negotiations was thwarted, for the man declared that they would not be able to buy it. The second time, even when the amount was increased, again failed, although there was an incredible amount of gold in front of the man. The man stated that Chad thinks like everything in this world can be solved with a sword and money, but in order to solve a problem, it's important to have a dialogue. Taking Chad hostage, he asked for the heir to the Great Heavenly Library to be summoned here, and that's how the story was relayed by the twins from Musan. Raising his hand, Bruno decided to ask if they were talking about the very Suyo faction that was considered the most powerful in Shanxi province. Those confirmed his speculation, whereupon the guy concluded that they had obviously called him out on something they hadn't decided to agree on after all. Thinking about it, the eldest heir said that the Suyo faction couldn't have abruptly fallen into Buddhism. Apparently, the assassins had promised them more than just treasure. The twins immediately agreed with the leader's speculation, while asking in passing what they would do to rescue Mr. Chad. With a sly smile, the heir to the library declared that they would come, they would see, they would win. Such a statement caused the brothers to laugh. But now Bruno needed to talk it over with the head librarian. We would begin preparations for departure, and the two of them could rest for now. A little while later, Sonia was pouring Bruno hot tea, telling him to drink with gusto, giving her voice a caring tone. The eldest heir noticed that the girl was in a good mood today, and she replied that she felt good with him both inside and outside the walls of the library. She's happy just to have the opportunity to follow him. Sonia hoped he would take her with him. However, the guy stated that this time she would stay here. This phrase made the girl stiffen, looking at the Lord with blank eyes. He added that she was so sick of the wagons, even her butt was getting square, but the girl said it wasn't a problem, and she would take a pillow with her. She tied a white bandage on her forehead, saying she would run this time because running is good for your health, but Bruno declared that she was slow. Then Sonia cried and buried her face in the table, saying that she was his shadow, so she should always be there for him no matter what. Smiling and pointing his fingers at the girl, The older heir declared that she would now be his light, not his shadow, but the girl only burst into tears harder. Though he says so, in reality the new journey will be very dangerous, so he tells her to stay here. She knows that Mr. Day it won't stop any stronger. However, worries that she won't be there for him at the big moment. She must wish him back safe and sound. Pressing her lips together, she told the Lord to be careful, then waved her arms and shouted that it would be a gift to her to have him back, for he was the dearest thing they had. Seeing such a violent reaction, the eldest heir smiled and waved back at her, and the rest of the celestial squad did the same. Running through the forest, Bruno reminded the phoenix of what he had told him yesterday. From now on, it was as if he didn't exist in this world. Agreeing to his instruction, the bird flew high into the air, in passing camouflaging himself so that none of his enemies could spot him. Death Squad. Since their goal is to take out the limitless killers, originally recruited 150 people. This was done primarily for the sake of quickly accomplishing the goal without a hitch, and as the number of assassins was reduced, the number of Death Squad members was reduced. In the end, there were only 4 left in the Death Squad, who were now side by side with the Gorge Warriors and Jack. The singer, the Complaint Warrior, was singing loudly about what a wonderful day it was, not bothered by the fact that everyone was already bored with his songs. The 8th warrior of the Nanim gang, Disgruntled Brave, whimpered unhappily and said that if they were captured, the Heaven Squad wouldn't come. Soul Sword, Sensible Ear, simply remained silent as he looked around at his allies who were clearly disturbed by their current situation. The Free Warrior King menacingly sent this troop of heaven to hell, not realizing what would change if they did come. Suddenly, the sound of a flute was heard. Turning his head, the man saw 4 people, one of whom said that he thought he heard a delirium from here. The man responded by saying that there was no room for the Heaven Squad here. Not only did they have to wait for them, but their plan might not work. The Gorge Warrior replied that they might as well not wait then, as suddenly, the Soul Sword sensed that someone was approaching them very quickly. Everyone immediately turned around, seeing the twins from Musan, the 2 vagabonds, and the heir to the great heavenly library in front of them. Jack was the first to speak up, laughing and telling the leader that it had been a long time since they had seen each other and that they were glad to see him. The others were also happy to greet Bruno, who waved his hand in greeting. From these, he was glad to see them all again. As he watched Gunther get acquainted with the rest of the squad, at the same time he felt someone watching them. He spotted 4 of the Death Squad, however there are 3 more, but he couldn't determine where exactly they were. It was strange. 2 of them were ghost warriors of the Suyo faction, but there was no way he could recognize the 3rd one. Either way, he would need to learn their positions. But one thing was certain, all 3 should be excellent warriors. One of the twins immediately decided to introduce the leader to the Death Squad. The Grievance Warrior didn't like him right away, and the other poor guy just informed the rank. The Free Warrior King said that he was glad to meet him but looked like a wild beast. The Soul Sword also greeted the heir. However, Bruno was not unaware of the fact that he was not a boy, judging by the long eyelashes and plump lips. The twin leaned over to the leader and whispered that she was pretending to be a man. Everyone knows she's a girl, though they don't tell her that. Bruno replied that it was nice to meet you. He was honored to finally meet members of the Death Squad, but decided not to linger. Everyone immediately agreed with him, deciding to move forward. At the same instant, the eldest heir felt the tracking stop. Looking around the Death Squad, the guy thought to himself that if it wasn't him they were interested in, then this man was following one of them. The first to fall under suspicion was the Sword of Soul, who right now had spotted a restaurant with almost no customers. Smiling relieved, Bruno concluded that this someone was following her, though she certainly didn't look like the daughter of a distinguished family. When they arrived at the establishment, everyone wanted to hear the plan that the heir had brought with him, but he replied that he hadn't thought about it yet. The Free Warrior King angrily asked what that meant, and why he had come here without a single thought in his head. He knew they were trying to save Chad's son and his assistant from the hands of the limitless assassins that the Suyo faction was now behind, and he hadn't even come up with a plan. Getting personal, he asked what kind of genius Bruno was after that. Henry entered the fray, asking him not to yell like that or he would die. Bruno added that this faction was not part of the alliance of the most powerful families of Murim, but strong enough to keep everyone in fear. They need to do what the faction wants them to do, but saving Chad, his assistant, can be left to him, and they'll deal with the faction themselves. In response, the Free Warrior King laughed loudly, not believing that this was all the library heir could come up with. He then asked if the Heaven Squad would go with them, to which the entire squad responded by unanimously declaring their participation in the plan. The man laughed, saying that they could have defeated the Suyo faction and even the limitless ones with their own strength, but here they come and talk nonsense. Slamming the table loudly, he shouted that they couldn't all go there, neither the leader of the Heaven Squad nor the squad itself, who was only good at talking. Placing the cup on the table, the eldest heir said that apparently the Free Warrior King had misunderstood him. After all, one word from him and the man would immediately be cut to ribbons. That should be enough to put fear in his heart. Bruno assumed that the man was overconfident, and if that was the case, he was very much mistaken in jumping to such hasty conclusions. The grievance warrior cares about saving the helper because they're friends. The disgruntled brave only gets to breed cows, so he's here for the money. Sensible Ear is a cross-dressed girl in general, so she won't fight like a man. At this time, the one dumbfounded thought that he had figured her out. The heir also added that the entire death squad does not support them, and therefore there is no way they can manage without him. The Free Warrior King thought that everyone around him was saying that this milksop was a genius and the heir to the library, but he seemed to have completely lost his fear. Disgruntled by such talk, the man grabbed the hilt of his sword, deciding to slaughter him on the spot so he wouldn't have to listen to any more reproaches against him. Without hesitation, he pulled out his sword and swung it at the eldest heir, who continued to drink tea nonchalantly. For a second, the warrior was glad he was too easy a target, and before he brought his blade down on him, he noticed Bruno smirking. In the next second, the man realized why this guy didn't even lift a finger to come back, because the entire Heaven Squad had come to his rescue. After they surrounded him, one of the twins kicked him in the groin with his foot and ordered him to sit on his knees, asking him how dare he act like that. The impact made his legs go under, and on top of that, a heavy hand fell on his shoulder, causing him to fall to his knees. Bruno that he looks cheesy, assuring that he can handle the limitless, yet he can't even handle these guys. The king replied that he was too presumptuous. The heir said he was glad to hear that, so he would put him to sleep. The man agreed, asking what questions he would pepper him with, for he was ready to answer anything. But Bruno said he again did not understand. Smiling amicably, the library heir said he would backfill him literally, but his interlocutor didn't understand what he meant. After a little while, they literally buried him. And Anthony wondered if they had leveled the ground enough so no one would notice anything. A sensitive ear looking at this, shocked, thought, what did this even mean? Could you just bury people alive like that? When they settled the matter, the eldest heir stated that he would be traveling to the Suyu faction tomorrow, so he decided to ask the two to escort him there. The next day they reached the faction, and the elder heir smilingly thought that it had been 20 years. He had been waiting for this meeting with the two spirits. The last time he had been here was at the funeral of a former faction leader. He had come to him as an elder. He had only called a few people that then. When Bruno arrived at the faction leader's office, he spoke in an uncertain voice that his faction was one of the strongest in the province. He was glad to hear that they were able to capture the limitless assassins. Moon Spirit asked in response what it all meant. The senior heir said that they definitely couldn't escape from the faction, and he felt like it was even better than just executing them. The man laughed, saying that he was still very young, but he already understood many things. Assistant Manu and Master Chad should take an example from him. So the library heir would like to give him a gift and ask him for a favor. Moon Spirit wondered what he was up to. But first, he asked to take off that mask so he could have a normal conversation, for he knew what a library heir should be like. In an instant, Bruno removed the uncertainty and stammering, deciding it was time to stop acting. Said man was indeed wise. Bowing, he added that he had underestimated him. It was just that he had come up with this silly idea to show the sincerity of his intentions this way. Now the faction leader was ready to start the conversation. Bruno said he would be sure to give him a worthwhile gift someday. This one he prepared quickly. This is the king of free warriors. He tried to convince him to attack the Suyo faction, but since it would hurt them, he decided to kill him. The man replied that the guy had initially misunderstood them, for he thought the free warrior king would bring the wrath of the faction upon them. But the faction doesn't care about people like him, so his side was in vain. However, he understands his desire and accepts this gift. Bruno then moved to a favor, saying that many thoughts came to him when he learned that they had made an alliance with the Limitless. As soon as they have their support, they immediately become stronger. The situation becomes unsafe. He thinks they will behave differently now. The faction's embrace is very wide, and there is room for the Celestial Library, in which case they will also become bigger and stronger, and the faction. That was why he wanted to suggest that they bring the Suyo faction out of the shadows. His interlocutor laughed resoundingly after noticing how smoothly the guy spoke. They thought long, and the man agreed, saying that Suyo was now a friend of the Great Heavenly Library. The heir replied that he was honored. The leader pointed Bruno to a scroll lying on the table, inviting him to sign a treaty to cement their new alliance. The guy stared at the man in shock, asking himself what he had just offered him, then thought about just tearing up the contract. Smiling, the leader said that once the contract was signed, he would immediately be able to meet with Master Chad and his assistant. The heir decided that saving these two was more important than anything else. He would have to make concessions. And towards evening, he brought the two men to the restaurant. The Heaven Squad and Death Squad were already waiting for them there, loudly offering them a drink, happy that they were perfectly fine. Meanwhile, outside, Chad was telling Bruno that they were taken hostage, which means we need to find allies and take down the Suyo faction before it's too late. The guy stated that he couldn't end it like that. Although he was sorry, he couldn't deal with everything personally. Bruno thought he was being sincere. This guy could have committed suicide too. There was a strange friendship between these guys. He decided to ask Chad who started it all. The guy wasn't sure if he answered that he did, but the older heir opposite pointed to himself. Looking at his best friend, the boy tried to answer something, but could not find the words. Bruno said that he understood everything himself. After which, the library heir turned around and smiled, saying that he had saved his life. This was how he wanted to cheer up his comrade. At first, Chad was surprised by this statement, then laughed awkwardly, agreeing with his friend's words, for it was silly to argue with it. Even as children, they had promised to fulfill one wish for each other, whatever it was, a memory they have kept to this day. Bruno then clarified that the wish had to be special. They had to promise to fulfill it, even if they had to risk their lives. Inspired, Chad immediately agreed, and Bruno offered to come up with a password word since he and Chad often text each other. Once they settled the matter, the library heir stated that he already had a wish. The friend immediately began to listen intently. Suddenly, a grown and gaunt Bruno appeared in front of Chad, begging his friend to kill him on his last breath. The eldest heir asked his companion in surprise what he was thinking about, for his face expressed fear for a moment. Chad shuddered and thought that if he honored his request, he would die with him, whereupon tears involuntarily came from his eyes. He covered his face with a fan, but the eldest heir figured him out anyway, suggesting he go back to the others. He called out to his best friend again, smiling and thanking him for everything, adding that he wouldn't be in debt. He could ask him for anything he wanted, because that's what they'd agreed on with Bruno, and Harry would be responsible for it. It was a really fun time in the restaurant. Everyone was drinking, enjoying their food, and loudly sharing their stories. Only an empathetic ear sat on the sidelines. Suddenly, someone called out to her, but with a quick glance, she could not find who the voice belonged to. She slowly rose from her seat, deciding to walk around a bit and look for whoever had decided to summon her in this manner. After a little while, Henry noticed that his little sister had returned. She replied that she was just going out for some fresh air. Bruno thought with a smile that she had escaped like a warrior of complaints and disgruntled braves, but the girl gave a negative answer. The guy figured she'd leave tomorrow, but she coughed and said she wanted to gain experience by traveling around Murim. Plus, she had a request. Since the Death Squad was disbanded, she would like to join the Heaven Squad. Such a request surprised the library heir. Laughing, the heir asked if there was someone in the squad she had a crush on. Like him or Gunther, he advised her to make the right choice. Taking everything at face value, the girl clumsily thanked Bruno for allowing her to join them. The eldest heir felt that the Suyo faction had withdrawn their spies. It wasn't surprising considering they were now quite far away. He drew the attention of the Heaven Squad, thankful if they remembered what he had told them on the first day they all came together. He decided to remind them about dissipation, manifestation, pretending, dissipation, and manifestation. Then he called for them to pick up what they left behind in the faction. A little later, a sensitive ear asked Gunther what such a thing they should return to the faction for, but the lad replied that he didn't know himself. The girl asked in surprise why he didn't know that, because he should have asked. He said he couldn't ask him such questions. Soul Sword said that he was the famous heir of the Namgung faction in all of Murim, which gave him the right to ask questions. Smiling, the guy replied that he wasn't that outstanding. He just goes where the heir goes and stops at his command. At this time, the phoenix revealed its disguise, flying into the resting place of the eldest heir, who was sitting on the floor and meditating. The boy asked if he had delivered his message. The feathered man replied that he had given the library everything he had asked for, leaving nothing out. Bruno that he had done a good job, after which he asked to listen to this fragrance, this incense, and one of the members of the Suyo faction. He needs to overhear everything he will say, staying alert and cautious and periodically changing the color of his plumage. While the eldest heir was telling him to go to the faction tomorrow morning, a sleepy Henry entered the room, who heard Meat's voice. Lying in bed in the next room, sensitive ears listened to the beggar and phoenix conversing loudly behind the wall. While the boy asked if he would be flying somewhere tomorrow, and asked to sleep with him tonight. The girl slowly got out of bed. Bruno immediately sensed it and smiled. Thinking that she had gone to meet that person again, he immediately decided to follow her. Soul Sword still couldn't understand her admiration for this heir. The interlocutor was sad that she felt nothing of the sort. A sensitive ear replied that his actions are impossible to predict. He buries people alive and talks about everything without proper seriousness. The girl agreed that he was a bit odd, the sword of the soul hesitantly asking to initiate her mentor into what she was missing. The priestess of Tian Shan looked at the girl with a caring gaze, saying that much escaped Ani's gaze, for he had already shown her enough. But she need not grieve if she cannot see it yet. She must wait a little longer, and everything will appear to her. The woman thought that she wouldn't learn anything by just hearing the answer to her question. But when the time came, she would learn everything and be very surprised. The heir to the Celestial Library is truly an astounding person, if you judge solely by who he interacts with. They are of the same sex, weird and wonderful people who communicate quite freely with each other, but treat the heir with respect. And judging by the way he made concessions with the head of the Suyo faction, he's not hostage to his pride, so he's someone who's willing to bow his head. Plus, he didn't hesitate to bury alive the free warrior king who openly expressed his disdain for the heir. The priestess wondered if he was asking her anything. Anya immediately replied that she didn't understand that either. That's the thing, he doesn't ask any questions and he's not curious about anything about her. The woman said that's why he's so smart. Then she added that it was all because he was not interested in Anya, but in her, whereupon she turned her head and asked the heir if she was telling the truth. Standing on a thick branch, the guy headed down, thinking that it was the priestess of Mount Tianshan, and that's why Anya looked so painful. Her skin is pale because she was trained among the mountain forests. But judging by the fact that she and her teacher both came out of the mountains, it's time to learn about the world at large. He was very lucky, as her first experience would be fighting against Suyo's factions. It would be easier for him if it was the priestess who joined the battle. After the greeting, the woman cheerfully stated that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a very mysterious man. A dumbfounded Anya looked at these two and thought that not only did the heir appear suddenly, she also felt like they knew each other. When asked if the heir could defeat the faction, the latter replied that it was unlikely, because it was like throwing eggs at a rock. But if the eggs are not really eggs, then the outcome of the battle will be different if the eggs are made of steel, and friends have such, then victory is quite possible. The priestess immediately realized that these friends were apparently her, why she asked what he would do if she didn't help him. The library heir smiled and spread her arms. She replies that it doesn't matter, it's just that her help would make the battle a little easier. She hadn't expected him to be so cocky, saying that if he wanted her to fight alongside him, then he must know about spirit warriors. The guy knew about them, mind, spirit, and fire spirit. The woman thought he only knew about them by rumor, but it turns out he knows their names too. She said he's not that simple, so he has a plan. Bruno replied that he's going to shake them down first, and after that he'll make a plan. The priestess then asked what the real reason for his desire to fight the faction was, as well as what treasure the faction had received from the leader of the Undying. Clenching his hand into a fist, the eldest heir confidently stated that no matter if it was jewelry or something less tangible, he would get his hands on it. Woman thought that this treasure was not a jewel. She decided that the reasons were only due to a desire for revenge against the Limitless, but that was not the case. She smiled sweetly and said she would help him. Bruno immediately thanked her and also wanted to ask her for one favor. They can't continue. If Anya keeps walking like this, she should give up her disguise. The priestess immediately asked to grant it to her. For a while afterward, Henry laughed out loud, declaring that Anya looked like a beggar, after which he remarked that she wasn't pretending to be a man now. The girl was embarrassed, but she stoically endured the tramp's teasing while Gunther, standing off to the side, watched them. After that, he went to his chambers, examining himself in the mirror, trying to consider what was embarrassing him. Looking at his calm reflection, the Namgung faction heir thought that he was also drawing unnecessary attention to himself. Without thinking long, he decided to cut off his hair, the length of which he felt was too garish, after which he picked up a sword. Looking at the Namgung family sigil, Gunther realized that it was also too conspicuous, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to get rid of it. With a wave of his hand, he began to peel off the mark that was visible on the scabbard, which was a rather conspicuous place to be recognized. The next day, they arrived at the Happy Road restaurant, where they were immediately greeted by the manager. He stated that both food and wine, they had enough for all 17 people. Bruno asked if they could pay first. The man immediately agreed. He put one gold coin into the manager's hands, to which the latter replied that the dear guest seemed to have counted wrongly. The guy smiled, asking to tell the owner that the heir to the great heavenly library wanted to feed 17 people for 1 coin. When the guy broke the news, the restaurant owner immediately asked how to feed 17 people on 1 dime, then asked what they were up to. The manager replied that they said he was the heir to the heavenly library, and very young, and apparently he was determined. Hearing that it is about the heir to the library, the owner of the restaurant immediately decided to fulfill the wish of a dear customer. Bruno asked the owner if there were any problems, to which he replied that he looked better in person than in the picture. But anyway, he is after all a friend of the leader of Howe's secret society, so they will do anything for him. Bruno asked if he knew who the faction leader valued most. The man replied that it was about his chief apprentice, Patrick. He likes to hang around with women, but not with just one. He hasn't been longer than 3 months, and he's killed particularly clingy ones. After learning the name of his current passport, the eldest heir said that this information was enough for him to know whose importance would tip the scales. That same night, the girl stood alone on the street and smilingly waited for the man, wondering when he would finally come to her. Suddenly, she saw 2 men who called out to her. It did not escape her gaze that they were dragging something resembling a man behind them. One of them asked that she was not only beautiful but fearless, yet she kept her gaze fixed on what they were dragging. The twin came up to her and asked if she wasn't afraid of running into some bad people at night, since she didn't know who to be wary of. Kicking the man he was dragging with his foot, he told her to look closely at this guy because you should shun people like him. When the body turned over, the girl immediately recognized the one she had been waiting for so long. Patrick's face was disfigured and battered. The next day, she cried out that she had seen, with her own eyes at night, how 2 brigands dragged Patrick, beaten to a bloody pulp. One of the warriors replied that he would immediately relay this to the Lord and send men to search for the criminals, so she need not worry. When the girl left, the other warrior asked if he believed her. The guy said he didn't because she wasn't the first to come here with such words. After all, no one would dare to do such a thing to the apprentice of the faction leaders. But the main thing was that the leader wouldn't hear about it all. Watching from the sidelines, Anya told Gunther that they really didn't believe her, to which the guy replied that that was why they were sent here. The girl grimaced and said that they didn't even care that they were staring at them so openly, though she expected it to be more fun somehow. Namgung, the faction leader's son, replied that they looked like beggars, and thus there was no need to pay attention to them. Hearing this, she asked why the leader of the Heaven Squad was like this, although her mentor had taught her to tolerate any inconvenience. But this was too much. But the guy thought she looked better now than she ever had. Anya noticed that he was starting to sound more and more like the heir to the library. She then asked why he cut his hair, to which he replied that he didn't want to draw attention to himself by being near the leader. He thought that one day he would be kicked out of the squad because of it, but he decided to follow her example and change his appearance. After this conversation, he said it was time to fulfill the task given by the leader. Anya asked what the message said. Having received a message that Patrick was being held hostage, the assembled men, including the faction leader, were deciding how they would rescue the boy. The man thought Bruno came to them and bowed his head, signed the contract, pretended to check out, but immediately returned after doing such an act. To make matters worse, the library has dealt with the Samoon clan, and as a result, the clan leader and his son are dead, and many of his squad members look like lunatics. Everyone shouted that if he was worried about the treasure of the Limitless, they could subject their leader to torture to find out where their hiding place was. The faction had heard all the opinions, saying that they were overestimating their opponent. After all, he couldn't kill his disciple so easily. There is no act more foolish than going against an entire faction. They should not fall for a provocation from the library. Since he is an experienced warrior, he is not going to allow such a precedent, after which he showed his hand for all to see the Buddhist rosary beads. The faction leader thought there was still something they could do, so he suggested waiting for the next letter. While the men were discussing the details of their scheme, a bird was watching them from outside, perched inconspicuously on a branch and eavesdropping on every word. After a while, Heaven Squad said that the faction leader had ditched his disciple, who should be considered practically a son to him. Patrick, who was with them, screamed in a panic that it shouldn't be like this, and he must have gotten the timing wrong. Anthony confirmed that he had been ditched. Henry asked how much of a treasure the leader of the Limitless had that he had even given up his apprentice, but Anthony doubted his brother's words. When Gunther approached the hostage, he hysterically asked if they were really going to kill him because then the war would start. However, the faction leader's son Namgung only obeyed the heir's orders without thinking about what the consequences would be afterward. When they had disposed of the guy, Bruno ordered Gunther to go to the cargo protection companies and then come to the designated location. The eldest heir thought that Moon Spirit had abandoned the leader of the Boundless and abandoned his own disciple, not realizing what the mercenary had promised him. Suddenly, a priestess approached Bruno, asking if he was prepared for the fact that the great library of heaven might now be in danger. The boy replied that for security reasons the library was already closed, strangers would not be able to pass through without permission, and the library warriors were ready for defense. She hadn't expected otherwise, but she asked what he was going to do now, since he had shaken up the faction, but they sang a strange song. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner, who had a friendly relationship with Hao's secret community, was sleeping peacefully. Quietly creeping up, Master Jack brought the golden flute closer to his ear, letting some air into the instrument so that the high sound awakened the man. Jumping up and shouting, the owner of the establishment grabbed the troublemaker by the chest, asking what kind of lunatic dared to make such a joke. When he saw the face of the intruder, he immediately recognized his teacher, who, looking at the man's fist, said he had a message. Closing his eyes, the old man relayed that Patrick was dead and they were leaving soon, but the man didn't expect that they had really killed him. He asked if it was that serious, to which the master replied that he wanted the man to help him with a few things. After a little more time, the leader of the Suyu faction came out into the courtyard where a bunch of people were piled up, asking what it was and from whom. A box was placed before him, and he was informed that the sender was the heir to the library. He said he was returning what was rightfully his. Also, the message said that there was nothing of real value in the package, but the item was still important to him. Leaning over, the guy smelled a pleasant scent from the cargo, which he had heard for the first time, but even from just a breath it felt good. The moon spirit immediately ordered the box to be opened. When the subordinate lifted the lid, a horrible picture appeared before them. Some even screamed as the faction leader stared dumbfoundedly at the lifeless body of his chief disciple. An hour later, the man called upon the 4 great guardians to send a message to all their allies and to seek out the heir to the library. He acted recklessly and boldly, so he's obviously not far away. We need to search everything and find him because now he's definitely not going to turn away. Since they can't rule out the fact that he may have escaped, you need to look for him outside the faction as well as capture the library itself. Moon Spirit demanded to request the support of the strongest families, namely the Highway clan and the Chen Cho clan. Their powers could help them considerably and should be enough to make the eldest heir bow down to them. After all, the consequences of his actions will be harsh, and what he has done should not go unpunished and forgotten. A short time later, the aide to the head of the caucus said they had gotten responses from the families, but something confused him. Almost all of the families had taken the Heavenly Dragon Oath, and thus such strong families swore allegiance to the great Heavenly Library. The servant also told the Lord that news had come from those who had gone to the Celestial Library, saying that a magic trap had been set at the entrance. She caused half of the warriors to get hurt trying to get inside. They were unable to capture anyone since no one was leaving the library grounds. Virtually all the clans of Anhui province and even the Soman clan unquestioningly sided with the library. Moreover, rumors of their faction have spread throughout Murim, being talked about on the street, in restaurants, and in gambling houses. It was probably set up on purpose by the library's heir to turn everyone against the Suyu faction. They need to do something about it immediately, because this way things can go far off track and the heir will get away with it. Many people even said that faction leader Suyo was covering for the mercenary criminal organization, though that wasn't entirely true. The subordinates asked the faction leader how come they only made the heir an enemy, but ended up being enemies of all of Murim. Realizing this fact, Moon Spirit tried to calm the trembling in his hands, thinking only of how such a thing was even possible. That very night, a small patch of land began to move. The loose soil began to give way under the force. Breaking free, the free warrior king began to gulp in air with his mouth, loudly announcing that he had survived. He didn't know how he still had internal energy left in him. After all, it was all the Heaven Squad leader's fault. At this second, someone approached him. The man, who was the owner of the restaurant, with a flashlight and jug in hand, noticed the man climbing out, suggesting that he wet his throat first. He should have gotten out around this time, which is why he was waiting for him, but he didn't think he'd actually be able to get out. The man thought that by chance his energy was left in him, but it turned out that it was all set up by the squad leader. The free warriors asked if he was also from the Heaven Squad, but the man replied that he had only come to deliver a message from the leader. Bruno thanked him because he did a great job as a bait, because if you want to catch big fish, the bait has to be big. The owner of the establishment passed everything word for word, and the guy asked who he was going to catch, to which he heard the answer that the Suyo faction. The free warrior king wondered loudly why all the most interesting things had happened without him. He wondered what the outcome was and if the battle had already begun. He also asked where the rest of the Heaven Squad were. to which the man replied that they had all escaped, though that was faintly believable. At the same time, the Heaven Squad was trudging through the sea on a ship. 3 of the crew were still awake, sitting on board. Trying to catch a fish, Anthony declared that just a bite, he would eat it raw, for he would soon starve to death. Anya declared that the point of fishing was patience. Henry remembered that his sister had said it was the first time she was going out to sea, for she had lived in the mountains before. The girl confirmed it. Then the boy rudely asked her to shut up, for he too was hoping for something to eat, and her speeches were spoiling all mood and hope. Sitting in his quarters, the Shadow Clan leader asked Bruno if he would stay here for a month, for by then the Suyo faction would fall on its own. It was a good idea, but the guy didn't know if the faction would dare to go to these islands, the head of an experienced man. It wasn't a given that he would fall into a trap, that he expects to receive a message from him in 5 or 6 days. His interlocutor smiled and said he would like him to stay with them longer. The eldest heir replied that he loved it here, would definitely visit them again someday. The man took him at his word. However, he wanted to ask the heir something regarding the Suyo faction to see if he had the right understanding of the situation. The head of the Suyo faction ordered someone's assassination from the Limitless Assassins, and now the mercenary leader is manipulating the faction head. Perhaps the treasure is a contract or evidence that proves a murder ordered in the past, as the matter of the life and death of the chapter depends on it. Bruno smiled and nodded, confirming his interlocutor's thoughts, thinking that just as he thought, being the clan leader, he understood everything at once. Suddenly, a priestess raised her voice, stating that she too had her own guesses. The 2 men immediately turned their attention to her. She said that surely the leader of the Limitless Assassins had prepared for his own death, especially if he would die within a short time. His outside aides or his subordinates will send out letters with evidence of the assassination ordered. This was a good point, for if letters with such content were sent out all over Murim, the faction would be wiped out. Now I was wondering if what exactly was in their pact that the faction leader was so hesitant, and the clan leader seemed to think Bruno knew the answer. The eldest heir replied that they overestimated him, especially since he was already so afraid of the faction head that he obeyed him unconditionally. Before telling them anything, he wanted to check things out himself first. After all, the former faction head had 3 disciples. Moon Spirit was different, though he was very outgoing, able to find common ground with everyone, and had many loyal friends. Peaceful Spirit surpassed Moon Spirit in martial arts, so everyone thought that he would be the next head of the faction, but there was a problem. On a single day, 3 families were killed within the walls of the faction at once. Among them was the Peaceful Spirit family, who took the loss hard. Shaken by grief, he succumbed to sorrow. Trapped in despair, he tried in vain to find the culprits. The Fire Spirit decided to share the burden with the Peaceful Spirit. While they were on their wanderings, the title of heir passed to the Moon Spirit. No one suspected him. It didn't occur to anyone. After all, these 3 had grown up and studied together since they were children. Everyone thought it was a coincidence. But things were different now. When the leader of the Boundless Assassins was under the protection of the Moon Spirit, he realized exactly what had happened then. It was roughly clear how carefully and rigorously this plan had been thought out in order to capture the faction head's seat. Perhaps 3 families were killed then, just to ward off suspicion. It was a very calculated and bloody plan. Thinking about the Peaceful and Fire Spirits, the heir to the library decided it was time to put things back on track. At this time, the faction leader was told that everything around him was talking as if there was a long-standing connection between the faction and Limitless and the Assassins. They decided that they did not need to voice all the details, for he himself understood everything as the head, but it was simply impossible to change their minds. They're the only one in the know on everything after all. But the important thing is that the faction trusts them and unites under a common goal, but they wanted the head's answer. Moon Spirit replied that it was now impossible to hide it, even if late. But he would tell them the reason why he was protecting the leader of the Limitless. The true reason is because of the treasure he lost. Everyone immediately stirred up, guessing what that treasure was. The head continued, saying that the mercenary leader had taken possession of a lost secret text on which his life depended. If he can't return this text, he won't be able to meet his ancestors even after death. Everyone was immediately touched by this story. The men rose unanimously, shouting that the heir to the library had disrespected the chapter and dragged them into his games, for which he must pay. After a little while, someone said that it was good that the leader told them everything because he had suffered so much all this time. It's okay that they misunderstood him, but he can't help but think that his place is not in the faction leader's seat. The Moon Spirit turned to the Peaceful Spirit, saying that he would like him to be the one to be the heir, as the latter would do an excellent job. After all, He himself is not good enough to be fooled by a 20-year-old library heir. And on top of that, he lost his apprentice. Because this heir is indeed an unusual person, it seemed to the faction head that the two of them would have to engage in battle. He still had them under control because he was afraid they would wander around Murim forever looking for criminals. He realized that such pain was impossible to forget, but now they would be able to control their feelings. Those confirmed his words. But now the man is determined to set them free, for it is time for them to go farther for the prosperity of their great faction. A little while later, the phoenix watched from a tree branch as the moon spirit stared silently at the man sitting on the floor for a long time. Grabbing his head with his wings, the feathered man asked himself why they were talking out loud, since it was obvious from their faces that they were communicating. He asked them to speak with their mouths, but it had no effect, for neither of the two men heard him. The bird wanted to rest a bit too. Its master was already waiting, and he missed that beggar a bit too. In the same second, the phoenix stiffened, dumbfounded. Hearing the question if he was trying to scare him now, the feathered one immediately perked up his ears. The old man told Moon Spirit that he was funny for making up such a smarmy story, but he forgot who really had the power here. He asked what would happen if the peaceful and fire spirits found out that he was the one who ordered the assassination back then. Then no one would listen to him. The agreed-upon date will come very soon, and that won't change. Until then, he must deal with the Celestial Library and its heir. The phoenix immediately took flight, landing on Bruno's arm a short while later, relaying verbatim all the information it had heard. Smiling and stroking the bird, he thought that now all the facts were confirmed. It could be said that everything was over, because the faction had dug itself a hole. The next day, someone in the Chencho clan laughed and said that the Heavenly Library and its heir were under their protection. It was said in the Highway clan that if the heir came out against the Suyu faction, then she really deserved it. At this time, Fire Spirit didn't understand why all the clansmen as one would trust the Heavenly Library heir so blindly. The Peaceful Spirit replied that that left only the Shan clan, who had yet to respond to their message. But it was likely that the response would be the same. When they returned, an important message had arrived from the heir to the Great Heavenly Library. Bruno knew they were busy searching for him. However, all this turns into a serious situation, but he is not going to continue wasting his time. He decided to turn to the Peaceful Spirit. The heir asked the Peaceful Spirit to fight him, and if he could win, the faction issue would be unconditionally resolved. The Moon Spirit thought he was crazy, then asked his brother if he could accept his challenge. The latter answered in the affirmative. The man knows he's stronger than him, but he sure knows how to play with words. Peaceful Spirit realized Bruno is a trickster who has enlisted his support. The faction head asked him to be careful when he met with him, and whatever the heir said, it was not worth listening to. The Fire Spirit wanted to go with him, but the guy stopped him, saying he had made a promise to fight an even match. By agreeing, he had made a promise, and this was already a matter of honor for the Suyu faction. So Peaceful Spirit decided to go there alone to finish things off. When it was time for the duel to take place, the Peaceful Spirit rushed with high jumps to the top of the mountain to meet the heir. He decided to use a wave of mountain energy to detect his opponent in case he decided to attack stealthily. Bruno didn't hide, however, smugly watching Suyo's new technique that managed to impress him a bit. He was happy to see Peaceful Spirit. He looks better than in the past. Now he seems really happy. Once they came to Harry, saying that they had come to say goodbye, for they had decided to stop wandering and become spirits of the Suyo faction. For today, he would die at the hands of the heir to the library. Seeing his opponent, Bruno said he had come after all. The spirit thought he was speaking to him on a first-name basis, and really, why observe etiquette when their battle would be a matter of life and death? However, even now that they were facing each other, and when she attacked him with a wave of mountain energy, he was unshaken. The eldest heir asked why the Peaceful Spirit had come here alone. The latter replied with surprise that he too had come alone. Bruno said he had seen someone grow up in that faction, free from the ways of the fetters. He had always only gotten his way, never looking back at anything. The guy didn't understand how he could see the one growing. He was trying to understand the thought process of this mysterious man all this time. At the same instant, the puzzled guy heard a woman's ringing laughter, after which the woman said that she was very happy to meet the Peaceful Spirit. He asked the priestess of the mountain what she was doing here, and she laughed, saying that his memory was good since he recognized her. However, it didn't end there. Starting to panic, the guy could hear various people laughing from all directions. As soon as he saw the entire heaven squad that stood before him, the Peaceful Spirit and realized that he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. He shouted at Bruno that he had acted despicably. Even Marima has its own laws, and he promised to settle the disagreement with a one-on-one duel. The Heaven Squad immediately laughed. And one of the twins said that Murim had been a treacherous and sneaky place since ancient times. It was strange that he didn't know that. The other twin said there's no reason to take the hard way and worry about what others around you will think of you if you can take the easy way. The peaceful spirit asked himself why the mountain priestess, the Namgung faction heir, and the Shan clan leader were not at all embarrassed by such a despicable act. Meanwhile, Gunther, you said he can't believe he wrote the oath himself and then broke it himself, now accusing them of dishonesty. The Heaven Squad kept teasing Peaceful Spirit, saying that he was like a heron, thus destroying his morale. Anthony even switched to profanity, choosing not to restrain himself in his comments to hurt the Peaceful Spirit as much as possible. They also said that the guy told the one who killed his entire family before he left to not blame the faction leader because he's doing everything right. It wasn't surprising that Moon Spirit had taken away his faction head title because the guy trusted people too blindly. After listening to no more comments, the Sky Squad's banter decided to interrupt their leader, asking for silence. When there was silence, the eldest heir declared that this was the end of their study and it was time to end it. After hearing the horrible speeches against him, Peaceful Spirit became incandescent, thinking that he could not die like this. Now it would be decided who would die and who would live. He concentrated his energy, deciding to direct it directly at the heir, wanting to carry him along with him. Seeing his determination, Bruno smiled, thought he had decided to go all the way, then began to concentrate energy himself. Putting his shield in front of him, the heir mentally wondered if he only became dangerous when he was pissed off. Attempting to strike, the spirit's palm hit the library heir's shield, which was able to immobilize him thanks to the viscosity. He didn't realize what it was about the technique that looked too dangerous, however. He couldn't wrench his arm and step back. The next second, he felt something hit him in the back. The pain traveled all over his body, but the guy stayed on his feet. He had no sooner recovered than the next moment, he felt the blade of a sword pass along his rib, cleaving through his flesh. One of the twins walked over to the trembling spirit, asking with a caustic smile where his fighting spirit had gone. However, the guy wasn't going to give up. He got into a fighting stance and grinned, stuttering orders to attack him. It wasn't worth repeating twice. For the next instant, the twin was rushing into battle, dodging the peaceful spirit's attacks. The man inflicted multiple stab wounds on his opponent, which he tried to stoically endure without showing any signs of pain. However, such injuries took their toll, causing the lad to fall flat on the ground while the twin called for the elder heir. Bruno slowly approached his opponent, grabbing him firmly by the throat and lifting him above him. He walked some distance with him. A moment later, the library heir stood on the edge of the cliff, holding the trembling spirit body in front of him, which was unable to resist. Looking into his opponent's eyes, the library heir bid him farewell, showing by his calmness that he would accomplish what he intended, trying to get some air in his chest. The spirit asked if that was how he was going to kill him, in response to which he heard a brief agreement that didn't have a hint of doubt in it. Before he died, the guy asked the heir to answer one question: whether it was true that his family was ordered to be killed by a moon spirit. Bruno only smiled in response, then unclenched his hand, releasing the peaceful spirit into free flight from the high cliff. The guy didn't expect to die like this, but even more important to him was the answer to a question that had been bothering him for years. While in flight, he was able to hear the calm voice of the heir who said that he, the peaceful spirit, had done it. He didn't believe it was his doing. The library heir had spoken utter nonsense before killing him, for such a thing was simply impossible. It all seems like a dream, but he's awake. The mountain priestess, the Shan clan leader, the Heaven Squad, the Chen Shou and Highway clans all sided with the heir. Before the spirit landed on the ground, there was only one question swirling in his mind: how on earth he had managed to convince them all. Through the dream, he heard someone say he was in critical condition but alive. Someone ordered to give him an elixir and take him to the heir. He heard a voice that belonged to someone from the Heaven Squad, but it was even more important to realize why he was even alive. Suddenly, he found himself in a vast clearing where all the members of the Heaven Squad were seated in a semicircle in front of him. The peaceful spirit immediately realized it was a dream. He could hear the phrases the squad had said to him during the battle, trying to make him angry. However, now their faces did not express sneer or anger. On the contrary, they were calm, even though they were saying unpleasant things. Everyone was obliged to put a word in, trying to get the spirit to go through again what had just recently happened. Their voices sounded very excited, their pace picking up more and more, causing them to become confused with each other. It was then that the lad realized what it was they wanted to convey to him. Then he noticed the blurred figure of the eldest heir, who was the only one silent. Sitting next to the peaceful spirit, Henry asked the phoenix what he was muttering. The phoenix replied that his master told him to repeat it so he wouldn't forget anything. At this time, the spirit dreamed a dialogue overheard by the phoenix between the old man and the moon spirit, who had forgotten who had the power here. Then the old man asked what would happen if the spirits found out that he was the one who had ordered the murder then, but the man asked not to talk about it anymore. The peaceful spirit heard verbatim everything the phoenix overheard, while Henry excitedly said as if he heard the voice of the moon spirit himself. Then the guy in the dream watched from the side as the library heir threw him off a cliff. That's when it got to him. It wasn't Moon Spirit who did all this. It was him who just didn't want to admit it, after which he voluntarily jumped off the cliff. Feeling this, Bruno, who was sitting next to the body, smiled, happy that true insight had come to the guy. But with that, he met his death. Just for a second, his body grunted in pain, but then it quickly calmed down. After finishing this, the eldest heir left the body lying by the fire, ordering the heavenly squad to move out, for there was a new head in the Suyo faction. The guy opened his eyes from someone asking him if he was awake. Turning his head, Peaceful Spirit saw a familiar person. It was Fire Spirit who asked him to forgive him, but there was no word from his brother, so he went in search of him. He immediately decided to ask what had happened to him. The guy didn't answer right away, listening to the crackling of the fire that was still burning. Why did he say that the library heir's goal was not to capture the leader of the Boundless and not solve the Moon Spirit's crimes, but the Fire Spirit? His brother immediately asked who he was, and if they knew him, but the guy didn't know who he was or why he did it. But one thing was for sure. He shouted that this young man was too arrogant. His arrogance had no limit. He thought he had the right to decide who should live and who should die. He didn't think he'd ever meet such a fucked up creep. Fire Spirit was surprised at this outburst of emotion from his brother. His companion laughed that he was right. He was no doubt a scoundrel, but the Peaceful Spirit had something else to add. He also smiled and said that the library heir is a grateful person. His brother confirmed that he was right about that too. When asked where the grateful man had gone, Peaceful Spirit said that the man had said that he was going to the Chencho clan. Fire Spirit said that they had underestimated him. For while he was in ambush and watching from afar, he heard his brother's voice. Amongst all the voices of the Heaven Squad members, he heard the muttering of a peaceful spirit who was raving in fever. Even though he was quite far away, he was still noticed by the heir of the great heavenly library glancing clearly at him. Then he stood up and walked in his direction, while Phoenix and Henry asked where he'd gotten off his seat so suddenly. Staying where he was, the spirit heard that Bruno had decided to head to Chencho, but was immediately asked how the man was. The eldest heir replied ambiguously that he would find out about everything soon. At the same time, he glanced at the place where the spirit was standing. The guy was sure he had seen him, so first they need to get back to the faction quickly so they don't waste any time. When they arrived, Moon Spirit shouted to his brother what kind of labor it had cost him. After all, it had been a few days. He already looked so exhausted. Peaceful Spirit asked the faction leaders why he was crying. After all, it was over now, after all. They had not shed blood for nothing. Wiping away a tear, the man said he was just glad he was here. Every time he sees him, tears come to his eyes. The Peaceful Spirit mutually thanked his brother while he thought he was really no different from the loyal watchdogs. The next day, Peaceful Spirit told everything at a meeting where everyone but the faction head himself was present. And tonight he wants to expose the sins of the Moon Spirit and execute him. If there are those among them who lie you to oppose their will, they will perish with him. And not just them, he and his brother will destroy the entire faction if need be. They will destroy anyone not worthy of life. Fire Spirit asked why he spoke with such bitterness, since everyone here remembered who the past faction leader had appointed as his successor. Now everyone realizes that no one other than Moon Spirit could have committed such a crime. Peaceful Spirit replied that he was counting on them. A question was heard from outside the door, that they had decided to rebel against the faction leaders, and that the truth believed the spirit's words. A little later, the two brothers came to the old man with whom the earlier dialogue with the Moon Spirit took place. He asked what happened this time. He thought the faction leader had come to see him again, but when he looked up, he was surprised by visitors he hadn't expected to see. The Peaceful Spirit in front of everyone said he didn't think it would be so close, and after all, he had been looking for it for so long. He then ordered this criminal to be captured. The war cronies immediately agreed with a shout and swooped down on the old man. The faction leader has been informed that things are not going according to plan. It is said as if the spirits want to slander him and overthrow him tonight. They took into custody the elders who didn't believe them, as well as the leader of the limitless killers. They really are out of their minds. The man smirked. He thought it was unexpected. It meant they were acting out a play earlier, but the lie had come to an end. The faction leader's word is law. and this time, these two should be given the tighter restrictions they deserve. That same night, huge bells rang out calling people to a general meeting that the faction leader had organized. The moon spirit, who was standing in front of the people, asked loudly where the peaceful and fire spirits were, followed by a brief pause. The two brothers then began to head towards the faction head, surrounded by the close warriors who accompanied them. Moon Spirit stated that the two of them had said outrageous things, forgetting what punishment awaited them for their betrayal. Suddenly, someone loudly asked Suyu's disciples to recite the faction laws that everyone had to know by heart. Everyone said in unison that one must not stray from the path of Suyo, and the path this evening, it lies on 1,000 roads, but the path of the heart is only one. And the faction leader's word is law. After these words, Moon Spirit asked the faction disciples to bow down to their leader. Everyone immediately began to kneel down, no one present to challenge the current faction leader's seat. The fire spirit also knelt down, obeying the laws he had never turned his back on in his entire life. The moon spirit was smiling widely and was satisfied that everyone was flawlessly obeying only him, as he suddenly froze. Shaking his head and lowering his hand, he noticed that the faces of those who knelt down were not turned in his direction. The man noticed that only the peaceful spirit was on his feet, while everyone else bowed their heads just before him. The guy, who was an order of magnitude taller than the others, kept his gaze on the moon spirit, watching his reaction. The man turned his head towards the time spirit, panicking to ask how this was possible, but the man didn't even turn his head in his direction. He only addressed the warriors loudly, stating that it was time to right the wrongs of the past. Everyone was in unanimous agreement with him. Then Peaceful Spirit spoke up, saying it was time for them to get off the wrong path they had been on for 20 years. The fire spirit rose from his knees and, pointing at the moon spirit, declared that the one who shamed Suyo would not be able to escape death. The man asked if they couldn't see who the leader of the faction was, but Peaceful Spirit said that today, everyone would see the one who was supposed to hold the seat. Guy pointed his finger at the moon spirit, giving the order to execute him, but the man kept saying to the last that only he had the power. The last words he uttered were that only his word is law, after which several swords were thrust into him. Bruno read the letter that said that as soon as he returned to the Suyo faction, he wondered what would happen if he killed the moon spirit with a sword. He thought to show the strength and bravery of the faction in a month, and thus present the faction with a new leader. Anthony noticed that everything in Suyo's faction was back to normal. It was a beautiful finale, and the twin was sad that they all missed out. The priestess found it amusing, for with this long letter, it was as if the peaceful spirit was asking if he had done well, counting on Bruno's praise. The woman said that in that case they should go to the Suyo faction, if only to pick up the leader of the limitless assassins. They expected the heir to agree, but here only waved his hand, saying that he would stay here and they could all go. Everyone immediately froze in shock as the priestess awkwardly asked what the heir was saying, for they were counting on his company. Bruno thought the spirits had done just fine at all, and in all events it was in the letter, so there was no point in going there. The twin tried to convince him, saying that otherwise Peaceful Spirit would be very upset, and Henry looked at him with puppy dog eyes. Bruno replied that he couldn't go there because he had almost finished him off himself, so he figured the man wouldn't be happy. Meanwhile, in the forest, a man asked if it would end like this, to which the Free Warrior King replied that it was necessary not to smash the faction. It was easy enough to get rid of her leader. The Gorge warriors immediately began to ask that he quickly rose from the dead and recovered. Calling them idiots, the king declared that he heir to the warband. There was not a single normal warrior in the squad, which meant he needed someone new. Showing embarrassment, he added painfully that he was just thinking of leaving the Death Squad and joining the Heaven Squad. They then got into an altercation, while Anya told Gunther that he wasn't very happy with the outcome of what had happened. The guy replied that he had too many thoughts on the matter, but looking at the heir, he was beginning to come to terms with the way things had turned out. Smiling, the guy walked on while the girl ran up to the priestess, asking her if she could join the Heaven Squad. When night fell, the eldest heir was in his chambers and meditated, trying not to miss a single night. This training was a necessary part of his life, and at that second, as if showing the fruits of his labors, his sword began to come out of its sheath. The bright light of the blade, which reflected the moonlight, caught the attention of the heir, who felt the energy near him. A second later, the sword flew to his hand on its own. Grabbing it, Bruno praised Ryan for coming to him on his own. Rejoicing at this progress, the boy announced to himself that he could now begin his long-awaited sword training. Upon arriving at the Chencho clan, the eldest heir was met by young Master William, whom they had met not too long ago. He was worried that the library heir felt lonely, so he was with him in his spare time. but he had a different goal in mind. He wanted to join the Heaven Squad. He had realized this back at the Heaven Dragon competition, but after the rebellion in the Suyu faction, his desire became even stronger. Bruno's power extends to the Healer's Fortress, the families involved in the competition, and the main forces of Northern Anhui. By all means, he's obliged to learn all that is possible of an heir. And so he has announced to his father that he wishes to join the Heaven Squad. The man immediately replied that it was a fine idea, but he noticed that the heir was focused on his own development. So he asked his son when he was going to tell him about it. There was an awkward pause, for William had not expected such a question. Meanwhile, the phoenix, who was watching the sword itself fly into its master's hand, looked very frightened. Thoth agreed. I think they had been sneaked in by bandits. The guy praised him for taking the long way to the library. Feathered relayed his message, adding that his grandfather was very worried, but he assured him that they had sorted out the faction, and he immediately cheered up. Bruno said that he was getting more wonderful every day, as suddenly the bird shuddered, saying that this sword made a sound. Today, a connection had finally been established between him and the sword he had received as a gift from the squad captain after the ritual he had performed. When he was the head of the Marima Alliance, the spirits of his favorite swords also came themselves, announcing that they would now serve him. No time to be surprised yet. This is just the beginning. You could say these are his first baby steps, but now he can report to it on command. Phoenix thought that the master possessed such incredible power. A sword spirit even appeared to him by itself. He couldn't wait to see it. Throwing his sword away from him, the eldest heir decided to demonstrate his new ability by asking Ryan to return to him. While the sword was in the air, they both looked forward to the result, but the weapon fell lifelessly to the floor, rattling. The dumbfounded Phoenix couldn't believe his eyes that his master's order didn't work, even though he had just had his sword flying at him. Turning his head toward the heir to the library, the feathered man was even more horrified, for the boy was as dumbfounded as he was. He couldn't get back to him, but after all, this had never happened to any of his swords before, as Ryan suddenly moved slightly. Unable to bear such defiance, the eldest heir stood menacingly over the weapon, asking him what he was doing and what he was up to. After all, first it flew to him faster than light, then it crawled away, but it was clear he wasn't going to answer either. Realizing that the sword wouldn't answer him, the boy doomedly grabbed his chest and shuddered, trying to contain the surge of emotion within him. Leaving the weapon on the floor, Bruno decided to go for a walk. Calling the Phoenix with him, he flew after it, agreeing with his master. The sword, which had been lying motionless on the floor at first, began to shake and vibrate again, after which it spun around, rising into the air. After 3 days, Ryong still hasn't responded, but it still can't be rushed. Bruno decided to wait for things to happen on their own. Through continuous training of the 1,000 Flavors summoning technique, he possessed an intermediate level of proficiency and advanced to the highest level. There were more methods of using this technique, and Magnus had already had to find information on how to grow a poisonous plant than feed a snake. While in his chambers, the eldest heir once again indulged in meditation, practicing the summoning of 1,000 scents. Just as suddenly he heard a voice in the distance asking if he should ask his master to meet him. William replied to the Phoenix that he should ask for it himself, but from what he heard, the bird understood that, but his master was slightly upset with his friend. The surprised guy asked if the Phoenix had a friend. He replied in the affirmative and added that it was a secret, which made the clan master even more curious. Meanwhile, the mountain priestess noticed that the faction head was nervous. The guy replied with a smile that she was very observant. He is a little uncomfortable with the fact that he's about to meet the man who threw him off the cliff, even if it was for the greater good. The woman replied that the heir would be surprised to see him as well. He clearly didn't expect him to personally come to see him. Anthony, who was walking behind them, commented that it wasn't easy to surprise their leader, but he was only heard by the members of the Sky Squad. The Warrior King said he didn't think he'd be surprised by the man he'd thrown off the cliff. It was unlikely he'd like the suggestion. When they reached the Chencho clan, the entire Celestial Squad froze in shock when they saw the unimaginable scene in front of them. The peaceful spirit who had become the head of the Suyu faction, paired with his brother, bowed their heads and expressed their gratitude to the heavenly library heir. The eldest heir smiled, thinking that he had finally seen it, because he had wanted to see this moment for 20 years. Seeing the smiling peace spirit in front of him, Bruno was glad that the Suyo faction finally had a leader like him. The heir to the library decided to remember a past life, and briefly go back 20 years to when he was the head of the Alliance. He held out his hand just as Harry would have done if he were alive, but before he would have seen the sad faces of his brothers. But now they were smiling. Walking up to the smiling guy, Harry stated that he was honored to shake hands with the new leader of the Suyo faction. As soon as evening came, they threw a party. Anthony A decided to toast the fact that such wonderful people had all come together. He appreciated the wine, saying that drinking and fighting was the heart of Merim. He also couldn't think they would have such a binge. Henry supported his brother and said that he liked the Suyo faction because there he could go to the sea and catch fish. As he drank, the peaceful spirit thought that when he met the heir, he wanted to ask why he went to such lengths for him. It was as if no one cared, however, and no one gave much thought to how hard he was trying or what was driving him. It's as if it matters to them whether what's in front of their eyes is laughter and booze, and for that alone, they go after the heir. Just this once, he wouldn't be the only one to abstain from the festivities, and so the boy smiled and took another sip. And then he approached the heir, saying he had an empty shot glass, asking her in passing to let him fill it. Flying up to the head of the faction, the Phoenix stated that he wanted a drink too. Bruno noticed that the feathered man was using his voice. The peaceful spirit planted his hand on his arm and agreed. The Phoenix, he spoke in the voice of the heir, that he was honored. When the feast was over and night had fallen, William, shaken by his failure, sat on his knees, almost sobbing. He wanted to tell the heir that he wanted to join the Heaven Squad, but all these martial artists have surrounded him and he can't even say a word to him. Besides, he'll be leaving tomorrow morning, so he'll be busy. At this rate, you can assume he really is cursed. Suddenly, someone called out to him. William noticed Gunther and asked why he was awake, to which he received the answer that he was hot and had decided to get some fresh air. After a short conversation, the son of the faction leader apologized for not being able to help. As he was a beginner himself, the young master understood that. Gunther said that William doesn't understand much about the Heaven Squad, but it's not just smiles and conversation. There are some not-so-good things going on. It's not easy to get used to. If a leader tells someone to chop off their head, they must follow the order, even if it is the first time they see that person. For him, it's just a way to kill time, but it could also be that it's part of a plan that only he knows. He can also give incomprehensible orders, but William confidently stated that he could do any order the heir gave. Gunther asked why, to which he heard the answer that it was because he had to follow orders. Such an answer was a surprise to the lad. He wished the master to do his best and went to bed, but he asked him if he could give him any advice. Turning around, the faction leader's son remembered what he wanted to say to William. The leader told him to get ready to leave tomorrow. After congratulating the boy, Gunther retired to his chambers, leaving the young master in a stupor as he tried to comprehend what he had just heard. After a few seconds, William blushed and smiled, trying to verify that his wish had come true after all. Meanwhile, Bruno slowly picked up the glass of tea from the table, showing his calmness and equanimity with all his appearance. Taking a seat on the chair, he took a small sip with a menacing look, glaring at the man who now sat before him on his knees. That person was the leader of the limitless assassins he left alive, wishing to deal with him personally. Limitless assassins believe that the pact remains unbreakable until the very end. The heir wondered what kind of man their head was. But it wasn't that impressive. Since the peaceful spirit had handed it to him, something would have to be done about it. Suddenly, the old man began to loudly address the library heir, asking him to spare his life. The guy was surprised by such a request. Over the years, he has amassed a huge amount of treasure. He has mountains of chests of gold, and he is willing to give it all to him. Beginning to bang his head against the floor, he shouted that he was speaking sincerely. He hid some of the treasure under the floor of the place where he was staying. But only he can open the cache. He will show where the treasure is kept. What belonged to him will now belong to the heir. While the Sky Squad was trying to convey that there was no point in listening to him, Bruno excitedly asked if he was lying. The old man thought he was saved, saying that if he lied to him rather than kill him on the spot, and he didn't want that. The heir agreed, and if there was treasure there, he would spare it, whereupon he said he was done, asking to be led away. Suddenly, the king of the free warriors approached him, telling the leader that he needed to speak to him urgently. But he wondered if he could join the Heaven Squad, putting his hand on his heart, asking to be allowed to join. The eldest heir looked at the boy incredulously, sternly asking if he had a good reason to do so. That one replied that what happened in the Suyu faction had impressed him a lot, so he was very much inspired. But the heir replied that those events were to his credit, and he asked what his personal reason was. With a guilty look at the guy, Bruno said he was a little embarrassed that he suddenly thought they were friends, but it wasn't like that at all between them. The king asked why he didn't just take him into the squad, since he was willing to do whatever he asked. He'll even consider him a big brother because he's ready for anything, Bruno interjected, asking if he'd really do whatever he was told to do. The lad confidently agreed, whereupon the elder heir ordered him to bark. the latter not understanding the order at first. Putting his foot on his leg, Bruno caustically ordered the King of Free to bark like a dog. He clearly wasn't expecting to hear that. Suddenly, the King of Free laughed. This reaction slightly surprised the heir, however, he didn't give any sign of it. It went on like that for a few more seconds until the guy changed his face, barking furiously like an angry dog. That didn't seem enough for him, whereupon he got on all fours, continuing to bark, after which he began rolling around on his back. Bruno expected the guy to oppose, however observed complete obedience, after which stated he was accepted. The next day, they headed to the base of the Limitless, Bruno telling William that he was up to the task. At this time, the young master was dragging the leader of the Boundless on his back, unable to believe that he had been given such an assignment simply because he was a rookie. Maybe it would have been better if they had taken turns carrying him, because when he had performed for the Heaven Squad, he hadn't signed up for such a thing. The old man asked if they could rest a little, for he thought it would be better to recover in order to run with renewed vigor. The guy marveled at the fact that he was worried about him now. He couldn't believe he really cared. The second he did, he tripped over a rock. Due to their high running speed, they bounced off the ground several times, landing painfully on different parts of their bodies. Lying on the ground, William declared he couldn't take it anymore, the old man interjected, divorced from telling him to take a break. The guy stated that he was lucky, and in the Suyo faction he survived, and that Librarian didn't kill him. The old man mentally emphasized the Librarian, and then replied that just like the man said, he was really lucky. He was even riding comfortably on his back. Then he asked the young master what was the point of torturing himself, so the yearning at his back, if the library heir had spared him as it was. He doesn't want to be bothered carrying it either, so why not unlock his internal energy points? William nervously turned away that he was talking nonsense, wondering in passing if he took him for a naive fool. Looking up at the sky, the leader of the Unbounded replied that since he didn't believe him, it couldn't be helped. In the end, his plan failed. But he thought to himself that he had already been through all this, and people like him are snapped like seeds. They think they have willpower, but immediately break down. Besides, he has already expressed his displeasure with the Heaven Squad. His weakness is immediately noticeable if only because of how respectfully he speaks to the enemy. After thinking for a bit, the young master hesitantly asked if he could trust him, deciding to take the old man at his word. The leader of the Endless immediately smiled, for that was exactly what he wanted, knowing that the boy would show leniency. The old man replied that his ears were completely humbled. All he wanted to do was go deep into the forest on the mountain and spend the rest of his life there. William decided to unblock his internal energy points, and the man thought that once he did, he was finished. A second later, the guy was surprised, for he had no way to unlock them. The old man had asked him not to joke around like that, after which he said he didn't expect this, but it was too much. After which he asked if he was having so much fun bullying him, but it wasn't the guy's fault. He didn't know what to do, because the librarian's point-blocking technique is so strange that his family's technique doesn't work. The man realized it was time to slow down and calm down, and then apologize for misunderstanding him. But William cursed loudly and asked that the man slandered him because of a misunderstanding, then asked him to apologize immediately. The old man stated that it was a misunderstanding. He didn't know that his talents and skills were so weak. After all, he thought that all the warriors in the squad were good. This made the young master even angrier, and he hit the old man, saying that he would kill him. The man began to provoke him to lay hands on him, but added that the heir would not let him go unpunished. Pushing the man away and shuddering, the guy said that he had behaved too harshly. The old man also decided to apologize for expressing himself too harshly. At the old man's back, he asked him not to tell the squad leader about this conversation, to which the latter replied that it did not adorn him as a man. William turned his head, giving the man an intimidating look, asking if he was amused, but the man decided to tactically remain silent. The leader of the Limitless then asked why they were standing, for they should hurry, to which the young master replied that he would not go. Throwing the old man off his back, the guy loudly announced again that he wasn't going, while the man tried to even out his breathing after hitting the ground. Pulling out his sword, William asked that his weak skills made him feel safe, adding how dare he tell him that. The man stammered an apology, saying that he hadn't meant it at all, then offered to calm down and continue on his way. Clutching his head, the guy said he was confused and didn't mean to do it at all, adding that he has a temper because of the whole situation. In the Heaven Squad, he's not considered, no one is interested in him, no one pays attention to him, and it all weighs heavily on him. The old man replied that it was wrong, but there was nothing strange about it. Anyone looking at this situation would have answered the same thing. But William once again bulged his eyes at the leader of the Limitless, for once again he did not like the answer that hurt his self-esteem. With a swing of his sword, the guy asked how dare he pretend like he knew better how to feel, after which he plunged his sword into the old man's chest. The dazed man shuddered and looked at the blade of which was covered in his blood and sticking out of his ribcage. He shockingly said that when the leader of the Heaven Squad found out what he had done, he would definitely punish him, but the guy stated that he would praise him. Pulling out his sword, William smiled, asking who he thought dug this hole. Then it came to the man's attention that it was all set up by the heir. Suddenly, a phoenix approached William from the sky, saying that the master and everyone else had already descended into the valley, so we should go faster. The guy agreed, after which he asked the head of the Limitless what was wrong with his face. He found it hard to believe such an ignominious death. However, this is how a mercenary should die. After saying that, the young master raised his sword again, pointing it at the man's body. When William reached the hiding place, the king of the free stated that here he was again, for he thought he would never come back here at all. Looking at him, the Gorge Warrior said that if it wasn't for all this mess with the head of the Limitless, he wouldn't have even thought of joining the Heaven Squad. Then the king of the free approached the leader, showing him a portion of the floor under which the treasure was to be hidden. One of the twins remembered the old man saying that only he could open his stash, whether they could do it themselves. No longer maintaining a serious look, the eldest heir smiled, confidently stating that there was another reliable way. The head of the Limitless assassin said that only he could open the stash, but it was all a lie for the sake of his salvation. The geocache mechanism is clearly supposed to make a sound. It's just a great way to let everyone in the world know that there's something noteworthy here. He ordered the Sky Squad to start tapping the floor, looking for a place where the thud would come from. Everyone immediately got to work. After a little while, one of the twins found the place, announcing it to the heir. The latter only nodded in response. The eldest heir walked over to the stove and took a seat, holding out his hand in front of him and test the validity of the man's words. He began to concentrate the energy to destroy the floor. The wind for this hiding place didn't need any mechanism. When Bruno finished, in front of them was a staircase that led deep underground, hiding in the darkness. As they began to descend, they noticed that it was quite dark underground, yet they could all see clearly in front of them. The king of the free stated to Roger that if he let go of his hand, it would be the end. Perhaps he would even die. The man shouted back that he was squeezing his hand so hard that he would rather die because of it. Someone remarked that they had managed to become friends. The Gorge Warrior asked everyone to look at the huge door, that behind this wall is the treasury. All in one voice announced to the leader that they would open the door, but the guy asked everyone to put down their blades for they wouldn't need them. The priestess who was with them remarked that if he didn't want to open her up, there was a special mechanism here. There were two huge bricks sticking out of the wall, one of the two opening the treasure room, the top one looking like it had been scratched by someone's hands. The peaceful spirit asked what the library heir thought about it. The latter, in turn, activated his enhanced vision. He noticed that the marks on the top brick were artificially made. The prints on the bottom one must have been left by the head of the Limitless. The guy pressed the bottom brick with confidence, contrary to what everyone else had advised him to press the top brick, after which everyone turned their heads in surprise as they watched the massive door open. Bruno only smiled. Upon entering the rather huge room, everyone as one made an enthusiastic sound, as there were indeed treasures inside. Just as the library heir had said, they would divide the gold equally, for there was so much of it here that there would be enough for everyone. The senior heir announced that this box of gold would go to the Shan clan. The clan leader dumbfoundedly looked at the gift, then stated that he couldn't accept it because he hadn't done anything. To him, it was just an outing with good buddies. Bruno replied that he would still ask him for help in the future, so let him consider it in advance, so he should accept them. He then asked the Suyo faction and the priestess to also accept their share, for the treasure is not the jewelry, but these people. He pointed at the two boxes, said it was for Hao's secret society. Shocked, Roger couldn't believe his eyes. He asked if the guy here was afraid he'd just run off with the gold, but the guy just laughed, saying he could do what he wanted with it. He then added that neither he nor the Heaven Squad would pursue him, but he was worried that he would be pursued by the secret society. The man agreed with him, and the heir asked the King of the Free to escort Roger so he wouldn't get lost on the way. Of the remaining chests, a few need to be sent to Chad, asking the three Gorge Warriors to complete this task. He also said that it could happen that his best friend would refuse to accept the gift because of pride. Well, then they would just have to leave the chests and go, even against Chad's refusals and persuasions. Those immediately agreed. Jack asked what they would do with the remaining chests, but Bruno already had thoughts on that as well. They will spend this money to establish the headquarters of the Heaven Squad. Anthony clarified that beggars like them will appear a house. Bruno asked Jack to look out for a good house in the south of Shen province. The remaining money they would send to the Heaven Squad Fund for equipment. He ordered to go to the new headquarters after running errands, and he returns to the Celestial Library. After returning to the library, Bruno thanked the North Anhui clan for their support in the conflict with the Suyo faction. He then met with the leaders of different clans, discussing various matters. One of them even wanted to introduce him to a beautiful woman. A few days later, she and Sonia were returning from another meeting. For a second, the girl stopped to stretch her arms. Then she said that expressing her gratitude was not easy. The guy noticed that she was very tired. The two men who were seated on the second floor of the restaurant noticed the library heir, trying to get a closer look at him. Mick from the Ogu Society suggested that he had dealt with him before. Now he was unlikely to forget what he looked like. There was a look of interest on the boy's face as to what Derek had sought him out for. But the man took his time answering, taking a sip of his tea. He then replied briefly that it was none of his business, while watching Bruno smile at his subordinate. When they reached the forest area, the heir asked Sonia to go without him. Suddenly, one person wanted to meet him and talk to him. Without asking any unnecessary questions, the girl understood everything, so she headed towards the library alone. After a while, Bruno entered the restaurant, asking for wine and light appetizers to be prepared. He would also need 2 glasses. When everything was prepared, the eldest heir sat at the table, slowly sipping his wine, waiting for the person who had just arrived. Without saying hello, Derek sat down across from the guy, taking his time to show polite manners, but Bruno didn't bother. He thought that men were not that easy, besides he already knew him. And so he calmly asked what he could do to help him. Laughing, Derek said he hadn't thought he'd be able to talk so freely in private with a genius, then asked him to decipher one text. In return, he would get whatever he wanted, money, fame, or martial arts they could safely teach him. Assuming a head for a cup of wine, the heir thought it would be a tempting offer for anyone. However, if such a thing is offered in Marima, it means you will be killed after doing your job, and so he wanted to know something. Bruno asked who this text would go to after transcription, and where this text originally came from, and also who they meant by we. When Derek started answering questions, the eldest heir immediately realized that it was all lies and he could not be listened to. The most important thing in this whole story was that this man is only a guide, which means there is someone above him. Bruno asked for a day to think. Whatever conclusion he came to, they would meet tomorrow at noon on Hueson Street. Derek immediately agreed, and as the library heir wanted to head for the exit, he placed a golden cup on the table. He asked the library heir to accept this gift from him. The boy looked at the cup with an indifferent look. Then he walked outside, looking at the gift in disbelief as the man waved him goodbye, watching after him. Turning around and heading back, Derek thought that the library heir would have to come with him tomorrow at noon. That night, the Phoenix flew incredibly fast toward the library to deliver the information it had heard to the heir. He noticed Sonia sitting at the window, who was cheerfully asking the gentleman who he was going to see in such an outfit. Landing on the windowsill, the feathered one thought he was drunk out of his mind, but the guy confidently put on his black robes and called the bird with him. Phoenix let out a melodious exclamation, looking at his master with delight and saying that black looked good on him. The eldest heir smiled, replying that he would show him something better, for these weren't the final changes yet. Stroking the Phoenix, he said he was about to change his appearance, so maybe he would be scared. In response, the feathered man proudly declared that he was a brave bird and not afraid of anything. Bruno laughed, asking to watch. Taking a couple steps back, the library heir began to tap the points on his body with his thumb. The boy shuddered and bent down while the Phoenix began to call out to its master with terror in its eyes and concern. Bruno paid no attention to him, however, as his body began to completely deform, twisting his bones and tendons. Such a picture dumbfounded the bird, who, in spite of his courage, watched his master's metamorphosis with horror. Feathered tried to call out to the heir, who was crouched on the floor, showing no signs of life. As Bruno suddenly raised his head, he said in a nasty voice that it was a special bone transformation technique. Seeing the terrifying face of his master before him, and the Phoenix covered his head with his wings as he came closer and closer to him. A couple seconds later, the feathered man heard a crunch, then looked up to see that his master had regained his former appearance. He was surprised at how cool the heir was, but asked him not to do it again because it looked really scary. The boy changed his appearance a few more times before deciding to move on his way, calling the Phoenix with him. At this time, Derek slept peacefully in his chambers, confident that tomorrow at noon he would meet the heir again. In his sleep, however, he did not notice that a man had crept into his room and slowly extended his hand toward him. The stranger then asked how long he was going to sleep, hearing the unfamiliar voice. The man immediately opened his eyes. Throwing back the blanket, Derek jerked out of bed, asking who he was. First, that he didn't recognize the library heir. The hunchback replied that he was a good man, so he would say the guy called himself Stephen the Cobbler, biting his thumb. The man had never heard of such a person, so he asked what he wanted from him because no one breaks into someone else's house without a reason. Thoth replied that he had heard that he had met the heir to the library, and they had had a very interesting conversation. Angry at this response, Derek said the vile monster decided to satisfy his worthless curiosity. The man stated that if he decided to kill him, he would not have a chance to do so, and therefore he should not have woken him up. But the hunchback only smiled, not making any unnecessary movements, and it is said that the latter never understood anything. And then he ordered the man to stop. At that very second, Derek froze in the position he was about to attack the hunchback. He could only move his eyes and mouth. Thinks his body stopped moving when he told him to stop. Looking at the man contentedly, the heir ordered him to kneel down. The man immediately obeyed. With a disgruntled look, Derek asked again who he was, to which the hunchback stated that the man was an arrogant idiot. Betting from his seat, the hunchback headed toward the man, quoting what the man had said to the iron bloody sword. It was to rip his heart out and eat it. Derek was horrified when he heard this. He didn't think they were being watched. Then he ripped out his heart, ate it, and died. Everything this monster said really happened recently. Standing over the man, the hunchback asked not to be forced to tell him the same thing. Shivering, the man agreed. Bruno clarified his name, then told him he was smart because he was going to rip his right arm off if he answered yes. He then asked who had sent him. The man had no choice but to give away all the information. He replied that the Sun Sug Alliance. This answer dumbfounded the heir, for he had not expected that it could be sent by old man Sun Sug, whom he would never have thought of. He was one of Jungwon's 3 old men, and as it turned out, he was more influential than he thought. The hunchback said that the old man was clearly not interested in the encrypted document, then asked what he really wanted. Derek replied that the encrypted document gives the location of the mountain. It's all about some plant or mythical creature. The text had already been deciphered by Jean from the Celestial Golden Library. He wanted to give the document to Bruno to redecipher. The Heavenly Gold Library is one of the top 3 major libraries, and since he was competing in the competition, those decided to approach Jin. This guy is also a very talented person. He also thought that if he deciphered the whole document, he would be killed. In that case, he must have figured out the chief on purpose made a mistake. Bruno asked what had happened to him. Silence ensued, the eldest heir keeping his eyes on Derek, watching his reaction in trembling hands. Instead of a man answering his own question, the heir answered that he had been killed, realizing that there was no point in asking it. Lowering his head, the man agreed, thus confirming his speculation about killing those deciphering the texts. He then grabbed Derek by the neck and asked if anyone had gone to the academy, but he started to deny everything, asking to be spared. After letting the man go, the hunchback said he would spare him, but in return he must fulfill one request for him. He needs to leave the Heavenly Library heir alone, and in the meantime he has some writing to do, but that's not all. He also asked him to tell old Sansug something, namely that Stephen the shoemaker would be coming to see him soon. The eldest heir has decided to change his robes to light-colored ones when he's in his usual guise, and darker ones when he is a hunchback. The next day, the joyful Sonia announced to the master that a letter had arrived from young Master Magnus. Bruno immediately shared his joy with the girl, holding out his hand to read the letter from the academy as soon as possible. Magnus asked how he was doing, writing that he had asked him about what to feed the snake and how to grow poisonous plants. And he finally found the answer to one of the questions, namely what the hexagonal serpent feeds on. This information was hard to find. However, while he was writing this letter, he was overcome with many thoughts. He did not know whether he should write that he had found the answer or not. The hexagonal snake feeds on an elixir made from the milk of the stone. Newborn snakes can only reach the stage of maturity by feeding on it. Grabbing his head, Bruno wondered aloud what this nonsense about an elixir from the milk of the stone was all about. Sonia didn't understand what he was talking about. The heir cried out that the elixir made from the milk of the stone couldn't just be bought in the market, and not even a single province specialized in extracting it. Magnus wondered how much this news would break his heart, for he was sorry to break it to him. Sonia, looking awkwardly at the heir, thought that whatever it was, there was no way she could aid with it. There, a phoenix suddenly flew up to him, asking if he was interested in the elixir from the milk of stone. He grimaced in agreement. The feathered one made a serious face and held up a large feather like an index finger, declaring that he knew something about him. Bruno immediately changed his face, happily asking if what the phoenix said was true, but he only glared proudly, then said he was sure he heard someone fighting for possession of the elixir from the milk of stone. The eldest heir asked where the place was, To which the bird replied with a serious look that it did not know the name of the mountain. Meanwhile, the janitor decided to clean up the guest room. New business inside noticed a man lying on the floor. He yelled that a man died here, but Derek, drooling, replied that he wasn't dead. This scared the janitor even more. After a couple hours, the Phoenix stated that he didn't know the name of the game, but he knew where it was, as he's a very savvy bird. While in that very spot, Bruno looked up at the cliff, thinking that there was an elixir made from the milk of stone in that cave. Feathered said he should have brought a rope with him so his master could climb down, but the man replied that he didn't need a rope. After these words, he jumped down under the dumbfounded gaze of the bird, who had not expected something like this. Flying up to his master, the Phoenix asked what he would do, since he had no wings, but the guy told him not to worry. Thinking that the eldest heir would not be able to survive this fall, the feathered one let a tear fall for his master. Still in the air, Bruno spotted a cave that must be the very one where the milk of stone might be. He stretched his arm out in front of him and began to concentrate energy to prevent himself from falling. The guy used the viscous shield as a platform, thanks to which he was able to lower himself without any damage. Phoenix was surprised to see the host floating in the air. Bruno replied that it was just a hovering platform. He then motioned for his companion to enter the cave before they tried to gaze into the darkness for a few seconds. They wandered around the cave for a while, the Phoenix flying ahead, scouting the situation, as it suddenly shrieked loudly. He noticed two skeletons lying nearby, one of which had a rather unusual dagger embedded in its neck. Judging from their posture, they died fighting each other. Bruno told the Phoenix that he heard the two fighting then asked if he could remember anything else of this situation. The bird showed with all his appearance that he remembered. The man then asked how he could do that to him, to which the other replied that if he wanted to blame someone, let him blame his own stupidity. Well, that man really needs the elixir of the milk of the stone in his life, so he decided to reach his peak. The interlocutor decided to simply offer him the elixir to dispense with the extra blood and part in peace. However, the man with the sword in his hands was not satisfied with such a turn of events because it would not change anything. He needed to take his life. Bruno concluded that Master Yin Yang refused to back down, but in the end, none of them could get their hands on the elixir. Walking up to the skeleton, the guy said he clearly regretted everything when the blade ended up in his throat. He immediately recognized that knife with the unusual guard. It was a silent dragon stream, a ghostly weapon that the guy had decided to take with him. Hiding the blade in his sleeve, he thought he'd have to give this to the dead man's significant other, since he'd know where to find him. Noticing the look on his master's face, the Phoenix apologized, thinking he was disappointed. The latter only looked at the bird questioningly. The library heir then realized that this elixir was not here. However, from what they were saying, they both knew where it was. One lured the other here with an elixir to betray, but that doesn't mean they didn't stumble upon a clue in their search. Bruno turned to the Phoenix, the latter fearfully thinking that now his master was going to do something to him for false information. But contrary to his expectations, the guy smiled, saying that he was the best such a feathered man could not expect, and therefore rejoiced. Obviously, the elixir was around here somewhere. The eldest heir was firmly convinced he could find it. They headed further into the depths of the cave, stepping outside as the heir suddenly detected streams of energy. Reaching out, he touched some sort of barrier which immediately reacted to his touch. His mind immediately conjured up images of the path he needed to follow to reach the cherished spring. Eyes wide, he thought he had found it. Then he raced forward sharply, the Phoenix trying to keep up with him. When he was hairy, he had the chance to see this elixir once, so he knows its flavor very well. When they entered this cave, that scent was incredibly strong, and then he was sure they were close to the target. Suddenly, the guy felt someone alive in the depths of the cave. It made him stop briefly. When they go in, one should be ready to face any opponent, but he kept feeling something strange. After all, he didn't feel the presence of humans, causing his mind to think of only two possible options. Either this someone is much more experienced than him, can't hide his energy, or it's not a person at all. He decided to test this carefully, let their threads of energy throughout the cave, trying to fully encompass the space within. Then one of the threads noticed life looking behind the stone. The guy noticed a golden toad, causing him to be greatly surprised. He asked the Phoenix if he knew the toad by chance, but the latter replied that it was the first time he himself had seen it, and was just as surprised. In the same second, the golden beast began to concentrate an incredible amount of energy near its mouth. The entire cave immediately began to be covered in a purple mist that was obviously poisonous. This caused the company to retreat for a while. After hugging his master, the Phoenix asked if he wanted to go on, but he dumbfoundedly replied that he didn't say that. But then the guy realized what he had to do, becoming to create an orb. He said, "This toad is pretty funny." The sphere immediately absorbed all the mist, and the heir said that the air in the cave was now completely clear. Toad tried to poison Bruno again, but Bruno waved her off, saying that if she did it again, he would kill her. Flying up to the toad, the phoenix began to ask loudly how dare she poison them, in response to which he received only a quack. Then the bird thoughtfully replied that all was right. You can't trust every person, but this time he was wrong. The eldest heir was surprised that they were talking amongst themselves, whereupon he asked the feathered one what the toad was saying. Phoenix replied that she couldn't give them the elixir because of the hexagonal serpent, which she didn't seem to like. It's probably because the elixir lures the hexagonal snakes because he's not a simple animal, he's a special mythical creature. Bruno turned to the golden toad, asked that since it understands what the phoenix says, it will be able to understand his speech. So quacked. With a chagrined look, the guy said that one could no longer worry about the elixir from the milk of the stone. The phoenix didn't understand why he was saying that. Instead of a verbal response, the heir reached out and grabbed the toad firmly, giving it no chance to escape. He then stated for her to worry about herself, for now she had fallen into his hands. The phoenix was delighted at the idea of a master. At this time, the toad squawked fearfully, realizing that its life is now in serious danger, but it does not want to die. The animal began to quack desperately. When asked by Bruno what she was saying, the phoenix replied that she was asking to be spared because she was not tasty at all. But the boy only licked the toad, saying that he would eat it not for the taste, but because it was useful, and it squawked even more. Feathered added that she said that if she took one drop of the elixir in her mouth and bit into it, it would be even more useful. The guy felt that just one drop would be too little, so he would eat it just like that. The toad turned pale with fright. Phoenix told her that if she didn't want to die, let her think hard. The toad began to ponder and quack. Then the phoenix said that her bite would make wounds heal faster. Bruno appreciated this amazing effect. But he said aloud that it was such a so-so effect for a mythical creature. It was surprising that she thought it was a real talent. The dazed animal stared at the guy, while the feathered man told her to be glad she was at least alive. Meanwhile, the eldest heir approached the stone, whose recess contained the very elixir from the milk of the stone. It is a condensate of the energy of heaven and earth that has been concentrated in one place for hundreds and even thousands of years. However, this amount would be enough to cover the bottom of the shot glass, but he decided to ask the toad to drink some of the elixir instead. Phoenix relayed that as soon as she bit him, a strong discharge would come through his body as if he was being struck by lightning, but he couldn't do it otherwise. She asked not to be angry and not to kill her for it, but the guy rushed to calm her down, whereupon the toad hopped onto the rock. In an instant, she had her long tongue out, scooping up a single drop with it, gathering her tongue back up. Then, with a deft movement, she leapt onto the shoulder of the library heir, who was watching her actions intently. Wasting no time, she bit into Bruno's neck, expecting the guy to feel unbearable pain now. The toad felt the power of the three energy sources, which instantly reacted to the bite with a seasoned drop of elixir. Bouncing off his shoulder, the animal fell to the ground. Looking at her, the phoenix wondered if she was all right or dead. The one lying on her back only squawked blissfully, the feathered one noticing that she was alive and that a pleasant scent was emanating from her host. The guy said he had to go to the Heaven Squad but didn't give a reason, just said they needed to come here. You should also ask Master Jack to take some small jade vials with you. The phoenix obediently flew away. He then turned to the golden toad, who had already assumed a sitting position and was listening attentively to the senior heir. Sitting down in a meditative pose, Bruno asked her to just hang around and not bother him. She quacked in surprise. She watched as the guy began to concentrate the energy around him, trying to test the new effects. The first thing he noticed was that this time the effect was even greater than the poison bug, which was very impressive. At this time, the dazed toad swiveled its head, watching as the small stones that were previously lying on the ground began to rise into the air. At this time, the Heaven Squad was roasting meat, and Henry was asking if everyone had heard the news, and if anyone had seen it with their own eyes. However, everyone else bowed their heads, for no one had anything to say, which made the boy a little upset. Anthony said he'd heard it was similar in color to milk, but he'd probably confuse it with washed rice water. However, the leader seemed to know what he looked like. After all, he knows everything in the world. Even the most inexperienced warrior can't help but know about the elixir from the milk of stone. The Gorge warrior said that this rumor was kind of spread by old man Sansug, which spread in one day. They also mentioned 2 dead warriors. Anya said that the rumors about the elixir said that it was in the south of Shen, on Mount Buk, so the exact location was known. Anthony chimed in that that was where the strongest warriors gathered, so why don't they go there? Jack said that this rumor was a trap, and besides, as members of the Heaven Squad, they should wait for their leader's orders. William I suggested we go to the Sky Library and tell everything to the leader. He wanted to see the library with his own eyes anyway. Suddenly, from somewhere above, a loud, high voice asked why they should go to the heavenly library, for he had flown in. Looking up, everyone noticed the phoenix descending on Henry's head, announcing that the host was summoning the Heaven Squad. Meanwhile, Bruno continued to meditate, causing the rocks around him to levitate and file to the ground. Putting his hand out in front of him, he began to conjure 6 illusions that weren't much of a problem for him. Then above him, he created a 7th, smiling and thinking that only his consciousness was enough to manifest it. Suddenly, he was called out by a toad who was sitting in front of a leaf on which various fruits were spread. Bruno realized that the one wanted him to eat it, after which he asked that she cared about him because she wanted to join him. Toad immediately nodded. Not taking his eyes off the guy, he sighed and smiled in return, understanding the answer without words. He reached out and took one of the fruits, while the animal watched his actions intently. Taking a bite of the fruit, the lad appreciated the freshness of the nectars the toad had brought him, noting that they tasted wonderful. Then he offered the remaining piece to the animal, suggesting that he too eat, for he too had done hard work. Happy to be shared, the toad began hopping around Bruno, who thought it enjoyed the stench of the hexagonal serpent. In the same second, he heard the familiar voice of the phoenix announcing that he was back. Along with him came the Heaven Squad. They immediately started asking a bunch of questions about whether he had heard rumors, what the golden toad was, and what the place was. Smiling, the eldest heir replied that here was the elixir from the milk of the stone. He had called them to share it with them. Everyone immediately cackled in shock that the rumors said he was elsewhere, which meant that the rumors were false. Afterwards, everyone immediately began to thank the library heir for choosing to give them such a gift. Thanking and praising him, Bruno blinked and suggested that they start by calming down a bit and talking quietly. Before he divides the elixir between them, they should meet that golden toad that was sitting on Henry's head. After a while, Bruno asked about the rumors of this elixir in Marima. Jack said that was why they were so surprised. Rumors said that Sonsug knew the exact location of the elixir, and it was Mount Bucky, but not this one by any means. The heir said it was strange that this rumor was spread by Sonsug, and the old man asked if he knew the man. Bruno replied that he was looking for it, not personally, with the help of his subordinate, but that was not the reason he was looking for this place. He doesn't have any exact information about Sonsug, but when he came here, he realized that he and he had the same goal. The heir then asked Jack if he knew the hermit warrior. The latter replied that it seemed to be Sonsug's younger brother. The boy confirmed his words, thinking that Sonsug was his older brother, and the coded text as it pertained to his younger brother. Apparently, Sonsug wanted to know where his little brother was, not the elixir, which is why he called some people from the libraries. On Everything Changed, a rumor began to circulate in Murima about an elixir that someone had unleashed on behalf of an old warrior. It was unknown who knew about what and what not. Even Sonsug's right-hand man, Derek, who only blindly follows instructions, knew about. However, only one person had access to the encrypted text, and that was Jin from the Heavenly Golden Library. And the chance that he survived is very great, and therefore it is worth directing all efforts to find him and possible support. Bruno announced to everyone that Sonsug did it to find his little brother. Anthony replied that just like the leader said, it was just a manipulation. The target was not only Sonsug, all of Marim had fallen for the rumor. The question remained as to what the person who had set it all up was up to. The heir agreed. However, he didn't think Jin could do it alone. He had to have accomplices. Jack asked how he was going to find out who it was, to which the man replied that they would start by getting information on Sonsug, Mount Chonu, and Mount Buka. He will try to find out something about Sonsuga and Master Jack, the 3 Gorge warriors, and William will go to Mount Buck and keep a careful eye on things. The rest, led by the Musan twins, will monitor the situation around Mount Chonu, doing the same as the first group. Once a day, they will exchange information. If suddenly the situation changes somehow, they will be able to react to it quickly. When everyone had all to the exit, the leader asked everyone not to overdo it. These looked at him in surprise, trying to know the clarification. The eldest heir smiled, saying that the elixir was already in their hands. In response, everyone laughed that the leader had already handled everything. The guy then looked at the golden toad, who was listening intently to their conversation, saying that it was time for them to finish their work as well. The phoenix was just incredibly enamored with its master as he pulled out the vials and the toad infused the elixir with its venom. Meanwhile, Derek was tied up near the forest. With a languid smile, he regarded the multitude of people who were in front of him. He didn't think he would one day be so famous, yet now he was clearly being held captive by people he didn't know. He thought he could finally exhale in peace, But he hadn't expected this turn of events, and he didn't understand why everyone wanted to find out from him where the elixir was. People who normally don't even pay attention to him have become data fucks because of this elixir. At least they aren't attacking him in droves. However, there are exceptions like this. Suddenly, one of those present said some strange word, the meaning of which the man did not understand. Max asked if they necessarily had to put up a beating here. Why don't they team up to search for the elixir first and have the battle for it later? Simon laughed out loud in response, saying that he had been thinking about it all along, but the bald man beat him to it. One of the four sinners, I said they agreed with Max's words. They should capture Sunsug and then deal with their rivals on Mount Bucky. Everyone immediately rejoiced that they had formed an alliance, while Derek thought that while Harry was alive, they wouldn't show their noses. Simon gave a discreet signal to Max, who immediately understood, for now was the perfect moment to start their plan. Without removing the smile from his face, the bald man let a few marbles out of his hands, breaking the agreement in the first few seconds. The four sinners did not expect such a frontal attack, so they did not have time to do anything to dodge. Those who were still on their feet tried to prepare for a counterattack, but noticed that a huge energy fist was flying at them. They tried to run away but didn't make it in time, causing a fist to blow their heads off while Max wished them a good rebirth. Simon smiled, turning to the others to ask if they would be leaving these ones alive, to which the bald man replied that he was seriously considering it right now. Smiling, Max looked at his blood-soaked rosary and said that with blood, his soul began to rage and still would not subside. While he and Simon were deciding to each take half of it, the rest of the people present were in shock, thinking they had decided to kill them all here. Suddenly, a dumbfounded Derek raised his voice, stating that they had already captured him. Ask why kill the others, you could just let them go. At the same second, Simon walked over to the man, telling him not to be mistaken, for they only wanted his mouth and ears, and they didn't need anything else. Even if they tear out his eyes, cut off his legs and arms, he'll still be able to talk to them. Not all that's left is to find out where the old man is now. Derek couldn't find anything to say to that, only turned his head away doomfully, trying to resign himself to his fate, which was already sealed. Simon added to bite his tongue and keep them on their toes. Meanwhile, Max reminded his comrade that it was time to spill blood. Suddenly, they heard a nasty and unfamiliar voice telling them to wait. The two men immediately flinched. They began to shake their heads, trying to find the source of the voice, but they couldn't figure out where it was coming from or who its owner was. The voice that flew around them like the wind replied that he was their terrible dream that would make them want to wake up soon. He is their death that has been waiting for the moment to catch up with them, just when they least expect it. He is the one they fear the most, the one who makes their blood run cold, their hearts sink into their heels, and their body go into paralysis. As he jumped out of the shadows and began to land, he added that he was someone they could never forget again. Upon seeing the ugly man, almost all men shrieked with fear, calling him a monster when they saw his face. Derek was most surprised at the man's appearance, calling him Shoemaker Stephen. Simon was surprised that the man knew him. Sitting on top of the rock, Bruno gave the man a thumbs up, then told him that here they were, meeting again. He had heard that Max and Simon had offered to form an alliance with them, but the men were particularly reluctant to have a conversation with this monster. Trying to make a friendly face, the hunchback stated that he too wanted to join and therefore asked for their permission. The men, answering nothing, looked among themselves while Bruno asked why they weren't saying anything and why they didn't want to take him in. Simon stated that he had never heard of him before and didn't know who he was at all, so they couldn't trust him like that and take him into their alliance. Enraged, the hunchback asked loudly if they thought he trusted them, then lifted his foot and stomped on the ground with force. The stomping was so strong that the ground beneath their feet shook, and Bruno was saying that he did not believe them, and therefore they must accept it. The guy then touched his face and asked that maybe it was all because of his looks, so they were embarrassed to take him in. Simon was surprised at such thoughts, replying that looks had nothing to do with it, but the disguised heir said that looks were very important, after which he added that all the girls are crazy about him. At the mere sight of him, girls line up for him. Simon decided he really was crazy, while Max asked in a friendly way if the cobbler had a mirror. He received a negative answer, but the hunchback added that he saw his reflection in the lake, and that reflection was divine. Everyone present looked at the monster dumbfounded, while Max laughed after hearing such a story. Looking at Simon, Bruno menacingly asked why he wasn't laughing. A moment later, the man burst into laughter. The heir watched the two laughing men as they tried to discreetly concentrate their energy to everyone but him. Bruno thought that he had also, as he did now, laughed in front of the four sinners and then killed them, but it seemed too late. As he looked at Max, he remembered how he had told him in a past life that if he ever heard from him again or caught sight of him, he would kill him. In particular, since he was hairy, he had spared Max rather than kill him, but now it was a completely different situation, and the man himself had decided to attack him. When the rosary was already flying towards the hunchback, the boy thought that he could not break his promise, but he had to do it properly. Then he loudly ordered him not to move, much to the surprise of Max, who saw that his rosary was obeying the hunchback's order. The next second, some shadow lunged at the bald man, but the man didn't have time to defend himself in any way. That shadow turned out to be Bruno himself, who declared to the man that he had told him never to be seen again. Squinting, Max asked what he was carrying, since he was seeing him for the first time today, and hadn't even heard anything about him before. In response to the hunchback ordering him to shut up, for he was about to die, the bald man trembled and laughed nervously. Simon, who was behind him, flew up to the air and swung his fist. He thought that Stephen would be the one who would die today. Derek called out to the air in time to react to the attack from behind, but as it turned out, he didn't have to. Bruno chose not to react at all, letting Simon stab him in the back and not even flinch from its force. Happy with the easy result, the white-haired man thought he'd hit the bullseye, and the man didn't even deign to dodge. However, what I was actually doing was that the blow that Simon threw went through Bruno's body, and all the momentum reached the ground, and Max, the heir who was holding the bald man by the throat, felt his head explode as the momentum reached her. Simon, who had no way of seeing what was happening up ahead, asked himself why he had grabbed Max by the throat. Turning around, the hunchback stated that he looked quite confused. He could feel his heart beating fast, after which he pierced his chest with his hand. The dazed Simon couldn't believe the speed with which the blow had been made, for he hadn't expected it. Crushing his heart with his hand, Bruno took a quiet step away from Simon, who knelt lifelessly. All the people present watched this picture in shock, and because of the fright, no one dared to even move. All they could think about was that he would kill them all too, but they didn't want to die, belatedly realizing that they shouldn't have come here. Looking at the frightened faces of the people, Bruno thought those were the faces he wanted to see, awake and regretful. Now their silence means disappointment in themselves, enchanted by the elixir, flocking here like moths to a flame. In a time of realizing that the more valuable the prize, the closer to death, however, if they survive now, their desire to get their hands on the elixir will come alive again. And if they give in to that desire, there is a high probability that they will come face to face with death again. So he decided to make the fear imprinted in them so that they would remember it for the rest of their lives. They must feel the blood run cold in their veins, lest they henceforth throw their lives away for something unworthy of exchange. The heir wondered if this fear would be enough for them, because if they overdo it, they might go crazy. Then he asked everyone to listen, for he had been worried lately. They had seen for themselves how strong he was, for they had seen everything with their own eyes. One of the men, who was scared to death, tried to suck up to him, agreeing that he was very strong. Bruno continued by saying that unfortunately people just see him as a hunchback. Everyone here was thinking the same thing. But like he said, his reflection in the lake was beautiful. He doesn't make them do it. They just line up on their own. It's because he's a good and strong, confident man. That's what he really wants to be for other people. Because he's powerful and influential, but he's not a killer. So he doesn't kill everyone for glory. Listening to his speeches, no one could understand what he was talking about. The hunchback also noticed that they had uncomprehending faces, causing those present to flinch involuntarily, not knowing what would follow those words. But Bruno said he likes to be praised because he is the best, then asked why people don't worship him. When asked what the problem was, the young guy hesitantly raised his hand and stammered that people didn't know about him. The hunchback said that was the right answer, then asked what sect the guy was from. The guy replied that he used to follow the free warrior king. The heir was surprised at this, then said that he wants to get praise from people, but they don't know about him, so that's why he's going crazy. That's why he wants them to help him. Men immediately asked to tell him what he needs, because they are willing to do anything. Satisfied with this answer, the hunchback asked to tell the people how powerful Stephen the cobbler was, and that he had killed 2 men with 1 blow. Everyone immediately thought that this was all it took to survive, after which they confidently exclaimed that they would easily do it. Hugged 2 guys, Bruno said he really liked them all, and they seemed like nice guys too. Those immediately started talking back that he was a confident man and the best, while the hunchback enjoyed the comments. The heir then pointed at one of the guys, asked what his name was. The guy unknowingly flinched, but quickly gave his name. Bruno asked why he came here today. Bowing, he replied to find out what was going on here. The hunchback then asked if he would tell his sect about him, after which he directly ordered him to return to the sect and tell everything. It must be said that the cobbler Stephen is already on a wander, and that the elixir of the milk of stone is already his, and whoever sticks his head on Mount Bucca will die. The guy replied that he would say everything without missing a word. And then Carbon asked who the elixir belonged to. Everyone unanimously said Stephen. Satisfied with that answer, Bruno grabbed Derek by the scruff of his neck and ordered those here to praise him. He also made it clear that they should not fight each other, for they had already realized who was the strongest of them all. Those amicably agreed. At last Stephen announced that he was leaving, and then with long leaps, he left the clearing, leaving the men to digest the information. While the hunchback was in their sight, shouts came from the clearing that praised Stephen the cobbler in unison. After moving a decent distance away, Bruno untied Derek, who immediately began to question who he was. The man decided for himself that now he would be able to find out because he had too many questions that needed answers. Looking at the ugly man, Derek thought he wasn't the evil he wanted to appear. Anyone in his shoes would have noticed that. In truth, the cobbler was driven by concern from others. It was all about preventing wasted sacrifices, but such a thing is not familiar to many in Murima. In response to a question, the hunchback asked him to shut up, asking how he killed Jean from the Heavenly Golden Library. Not expecting such pressure, Derek began to hesitantly reply that he had thrown himself off a cliff, but Stephen was interested in the details. Toth replied that Jin was on edge the whole time. He repeated to him several times that he would be fine once he deciphered the document, but he didn't seem to believe it. Then he said he had deciphered the document and said to go to the peak of Mount Nevin. He jumped off of it. Stephen immediately asked if he had checked his corpse. Derek replied that his face was smashed to smithereens, but the clothes and figure were his, so he didn't even check his face. Clearly, the body wouldn't stay intact if it hit the rock a few times. However, why would he kill himself, since Jin was the only one who knew what this document said about the Milkstone elixir? Coincidentally, after Jin fell off the cliff, word of the elixir quickly spread throughout Murim. The elixir from the milk of the stone, the old man's document of its whereabouts, and Mount Buki, the whole chain was connecting into one picture. If he had an accomplice who could help stage a suicide, it wouldn't be that hard to do. The hunchback then asked where Sonsug was now, warning that if he turned his back on him, he would die. If he spoke indistinctly, he would also die. Then Derek began to go into detail about everything he knew. At that very second, Harry's soul awoke inside the hunchback. At the same time, Old Man Sonsug asked his interlocutor if he could decipher this document. The girl sitting in front of him replied that it would take her a while, but she had one question. The man was ready to answer it. Smiling sweetly, Helen asked if he thought Jin might still be alive. Then he wouldn't have to decipher anything. The old man asked in surprise that Jin had survived and that he had faked his death, for there was no way he could have imagined such a thing. The girl replied that Derek didn't even know what he was actually looking for. Besides, he had gone to Anhui for help from the Heavenly Library heir. Thus, the only one who knew the contents of the encrypted document and that it specified the location of the elixir was Jin. The guy circled him, but he only recently learned of the document's existence. 3 years ago, a gift came from his younger brother. It was a ceramic vase, but he thought it was a reconciliation gift, so he kept it carefully. Thinking about it now, his brother probably thought he'd break the vase in the spur-of-the-moment book, and then he'd get that document much sooner. Sonsug said that if the vase hadn't broken, he never would have asked Jin to decipher it, then asked what she thought of it. Frowning, Helen replied that in that case, Jean would have decided to steal the vase in the first place, but that was not the case. Such assumptions dumbfounded the man, for he would never have thought that this guy could do such a thing. Everything that had happened so far he couldn't have done alone, which meant there was definitely an entire organization behind him, and his brother might be in cahoots with him. And there is a high probability that the message was hidden in a vase for a deliberate, prearranged provocation. When the old man realized this, he involuntarily clenched his trembling hand into a fist. Then he decided that he would kill him no matter what the cost. After a while, Helen was sitting at the window looking at a document she had been working on for quite some time and which she did not want to decipher. Suddenly, a man entered her chambers. Immediately apologizing for being distracting, the girl asked her uncle what was wrong. The head of their clan chamber smilingly announced that they had special guests. Not he thought he had to inform her. As soon as the man said that the heir to the Celestial Library had come to visit them, Helen immediately jumped up from the table, throwing sheets across the room. But he said that they just had an old man, but it's unlikely that the heir knows about it. Besides, he became a savior in the Heavenly Dragon competition, so he's obliged to accept it. The girl replied that the elders said that something serious happened during the competition. She added that her uncle was right. He was indeed a special guest, and therefore she should definitely meet him in person. Sometime later, Bruno was sitting at the round table with Helen in chamber, but no one spoke a word. Not understanding anything, The clan head questioningly shifted his gaze from the heir to his niece, wondering only one thing. The girl only smiled politely and occasionally averted her gaze, trying to observe her manners, wondering in passing why he was looking at her like that. Bruno couldn't take his eyes off Helen, realizing how long it had been since he had seen her, yet the girl had no idea that Harry was in the heir's body. Unable to endure his gaze for long, she asked the eldest heir if there was or was something on her face, since he was so gawking. The guy replied that he thought he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where, then asked if they had met. Helen replied that it was unlikely. Bruno had said he'd been mistaken. He'd been rude the first time they'd met, so he apologized. Chamber replied that it was no big deal, it happens to everyone, then asked why the heir had decided to honor them with a visit. Saw that he would like to meet Old Man Sansug. The dumbfounded interlocutors simultaneously thought about how he knew the man was here. They had a bunch of questions about who besides the heir knows about it, what he wants from them, and if he wants to get his hands on the elixir from the milk of the stone. If the heir gets the answer he expects, they will let Sansug down and it will tarnish his family's reputation. But this is not a matter that is decided by counting pros and cons. According to the heavenly dragon's precept, only the path of wisdom has value. After all, you can walk on it with no regrets. Chambers replied that Sansug was currently visiting them and he would arrange for them to meet. Bruno thought they were good, because they could have asked him a lot of questions, but he couldn't believe that he didn't even hesitate. With a dejected look, the guy said he was disappointed. In fact, it wasn't even interesting that way, because it looked like they trusted him. Chamber immediately laughed. The man grimaced and sighed that it was definitely going to be fun now, but he probably thought he was going to be in trouble. The heir asked him not to worry, because what he was worried about wouldn't happen, and from now on they'd better all talk together. When they brought the old man in, and the latter saw the heir to the library, he immediately asked Chambers how such a thing was possible. The clan head started to reply something hesitantly, but Bruno asked to accept it first, then reached into his groove. He pulled out a bundle and placed it on the table. He said he found this in a cave not far from where the elixir of milk of stone was rumored to be. He could take him there later, but for now, the old man unwrapped the bundle and revealed a dagger he immediately recognized. This weapon belonged to his brother. Sansug shook and cradled it in his hands, thanking the eldest heir. The guy asked me to thank him as it wasn't his doing. A buddy of his told him about it, and he only checked to see if it was there. Even so, he was obliged to express his gratitude, so he asked her to pass these words on to his buddy. Bruno also reported that they perception had found the elixir of that very cave. The old man was just as surprised by this information. The guy said they came too late and there was no elixir left there. There was only poison, very much like an elixir. Sansug crossed his arms over his chest and assumed it was Jin's doing. The guy asked if he guessed he had survived. The old man replied that Helen had guessed it. Bruno mused that Jin had indeed survived, but he wasn't the one who had taken all the elixir. The heir thought Jin really didn't do this after all. He made it all up. He'll make up the rest as he goes along. He got to that place before Derek even contacted him. Thus, Jean at that point had not yet deciphered the text was on their side. The old man began to realize how messed up things had gotten back, and Chamber asked the heir what he would do now in such a case. Bruno replied that he would like to take a look, which was hidden in the vase, which was to make sure of everything, and then lure Jean his accomplices into the library. As sunset approached, Helen went out to the balcony where she found Sansug, telling him that he looked very worried. Then asked him to take his time, for the heir had already saved them a lot of time, but the old man was still worried about something. He thought the little guy had taken all the elixir from the milk of the stone after all, but he wondered what the girl thought about it. She asked the man how he wasn't ashamed. The man flinched and asked again what was wrong with that, since he had already thanked him. Helen replied that maybe the heir has the elixir, but maybe not. He's given them so much, he's still questioning it. Their clan had originally agreed to help him because of their friendship with his younger brother, and because Harry was close to him. Besides, he had already shown his heroics in front of everyone during the dragon competition. All the work he had done would speak volumes about how trustworthy he was. Bruno, who was sitting in the room with the windows open, heard all their dialogue, thinking it was too late for the old man to grow up. Just as he thought, the document encrypted only the location of the elixir. There is nothing else to do here. Tomorrow he will leave here. He also didn't know when he and Helen would be able to see each other again. On this night, he would like to take a walk with her. When night fell, the guy invited the girl for a walk. The girl decided to ask if it was the first time or if he was visiting their clan. He answered affirmatively, for this is a wonderful place, he thought to himself, being heir to the library. It was really his first time here. None of that mattered. for he only wanted to see her one more time as a friend. They heard laughter sounding nearby. They were several children who had put on animal masks and were playing carefree, side by side, one of them asking who he was. The boy in the fox mask has tried to do a mysterious voice and asks if he knows him, for he is very inconspicuous because he is a fox. The child then ran to his friends again, shouting that he wasn't here. The other children were silent while this one spoke. Then the boy jumped into the bushes, hiding, and from the foliage came the question of where he had run off to and where he was hiding. Bruno went over there. With a smile, the eldest heir peeked between the branches, listening to the boy who said no one could find him. He immediately plunged into the memories, seeing little Helen in front of him, who was wearing a similar fox mask. Crouching in the corner next to the wall and nightstand, the girl asked her uncle if he could see her, to which Harry thought she didn't hide very well. The man began to swivel his head naively, asking where his sweet Helen had gone, since he doesn't see anyone here but the fox. After watching him search for her, the girl took off her mask, and with a wide grin loudly announced that she had been here all along. However, Harry continued his search, asking where she had gone for just being here. For some reason, she was nowhere to be seen. While the girl screamed fearfully that she was here, Harry concluded that she wasn't, and therefore would have to look outside. Finally frightened, Helen fell on her back and began to sob, flailing her arms and legs, asking why he couldn't hear her. When she called her uncle a fat fool, he crouched down in front of her and asked if she was here, for he thought she was a fox. Enraged, Helen replied loudly that she had been here all along, then slapped the man across the face with a small fist. Remembering this moment in his life, a smile appeared on the older heir's face, which Helen noticed. She noticed that he seemed to like children, which she decided to ask. He answered affirmatively, saying he remembered his niece. The girl asked that his niece was nice. The guy replied that sometimes she was nice and sometimes she was very annoying. Especially when he eats, she talks endlessly. There is a rule. When I eat, I'm deaf and dumb, and she does not understand it. Helen laughed, said she was really nice, wouldn't want to meet her someday, and she didn't even realize it was about her. Smiling, the heir to the library replied that it wasn't that hard to arrange. Helen said she would look forward to it. As the girl stepped forward a little, the library heir felt like Harry for a second, looking sadly at his niece. He mentally told himself to look in the mirror, and there he would see his niece Helen, who was so close but couldn't recognize him. The girl asked if he minded if she asked something she was very curious to know. She replied that she could ask any questions she wanted. Helen asked if he had any special purpose for creating the Heaven Squad, because every warrior in the squad was unique in their own way. The lad replied that he was not the one who had created this squad, but that they did not call themselves the Heaven Squad and chose him as their leader. While that's not a bad thing, there are times when they annoy him. Hearing the answer, the girl laughed ringingly. Bruno added that most of them were idiots, and he himself had never taken one of them into the squad, but the girl had heard that he had personally taken Gunther into the squad. He replied that there had to be at least one adequate person in a squad with such assholes, so he took him. Lately, however, even he's been getting weirder and weirder. He started sleeping curled up outside and swearing outside, spitting. Helen laughed again, said she was even more curious now. The heir surprised that she was so interested in the Heaven Squad, but the girl replied that the point was that he was purposely trying to cheer her up, so she wondered why. Coughing awkwardly, the eldest heir said he wasn't trying to do it on purpose. Helen decided she was wrong. Although there was nothing to be ashamed of, somehow she felt like she should be ashamed after all. But she smiled anyway. The guy replied that that was it because she was wrong, that he could effortlessly cheer her up 1,000 and even 10,000 times. Helen said she felt very comfortable around him. She was even reminded of one person Bruno looked a lot like. And covering his eyes and putting his hand on his chest, the heir said that it seems that this person is very cool. These words made the girl frown for a second. Then she laughed out loud again, agreeing with the guy's words, adding that he too could have given out something like that as he was now. Helen also plunged into reminiscence for a few seconds without saying a word, for she missed her uncle very much. And after a pause, she said that, in fact, up to this point, she had been thinking of going to the North Sea. Bruno asked why there. The girl replied that it might seem ridiculous, but it also seemed as if she could meet him there. Her uncle said that the fish of the Northern Sea had an excellent taste. She thought that when she got there, they would eat smelt together. The eldest heir unconsciously pressed his lips together, thinking with annoyance that he couldn't reveal the truth to her yet. After all, the time hadn't come yet. Bruno said it was great fun. Now he too wanted to eat smelt from the North Sea, after which he suggested we go there together sometime. Of course, he'll be leaving soon and not knowing when they'll be able to see each other again. Helen replied that he was talking as if he was leaving tomorrow. The guy smiled and said that he would leave tomorrow morning because he had already finished deciphering the text. The girl was surprised because not even 24 hours had passed. The next day, Sansug urged the heir to go along. Love, he also needed to deal with Jin and his company. Seeing the old man and his new guise, the eldest heir asked if he was now in disguise. The latter proudly and confidently confirmed it. The guy thought the man had lost his mind. An said aloud that it was so out of place that he barely recognized him, but asked him to better put on his mask. The old man asked if he had done anything wrong, to which the heir suggested that he should go separately. That way he wouldn't care if he killed someone or they killed him. Then the man said he just didn't have a mask, and after a while, Helen entered the room, bringing the masks Bruno had asked for. Not recognizing Sansug, the girl asked who the man was. The heir replied that because his disguise was so good, he himself barely recognized him. The guy suggested that the man choose a mask. He would take one for himself too, because otherwise passers-by would think strangely of them. But if they're all wearing masks, passers-by will think that's the way to go, because he thinks it's better. Having chosen a certain mask, Helen, noticing this, asked the eldest heir if he would rather choose some other mask. Putting on a fox mask, Bruno replied that he liked this particular one, to the girl saying it was just poor quality and asked to choose another. The guy replied that she just didn't understand anything about art. He felt that the master had put his soul into this mask. Then he started running around Helen and asking her if she could find him, not thinking she could if she couldn't see him. Hearing the ringing maiden's laughter, the eldest heir took off his mask in satisfaction, proving to her the correctness of his choice. Bruno then turned to the old man, told him that the mask alone would not be enough for him, and he would need to change what was under the mask as well. The man didn't know how to do it, but the heir decided to help him, after which he touched his energy points with an imperceptible movement. The old man's bones and tendons immediately began to deform, and his skin began to stretch, causing Helen to be shocked and stunned. A couple seconds later, Sansug was touching his renewed face, which looked several times worse than the previous one. Bruno brought the old man a mirror while the girl asked how he was able to do it, but insistent on the poison, was able to solve the complex cipher in an instant. And now it turns out he can also change someone else's face. It was too much for one person. When evening came, Chamber and Helen bade their guests farewell, asking them to be careful on the road ahead of them. Bruno asked not to worry about him. He's good at many things, but he's especially good at escaping danger. He looked at the girl again with warmth in his eyes, thinking that they would definitely see each other again soon. As the silhouettes of the men began to recede, Helen thought wistfully, yet joyfully, that he reminded her of her uncle. When they reached the inn, the host immediately asked what he could do to help the other guests. They asked for a room. The heir also asked to call the manager of the guest house and tell him that the Heavenly Library heir wanted to meet with him. Sitting at the table, the master said that the legacy heirs were legendary in Howe's secret society, and he hoped that he could meet him. He then noticed the old man, saying that he must be stuffy in his mask, whereupon he offered to take it off. But the man replied that he was ugly. The host said in a friendly way that it was enough for a man to just be a man. The rest didn't matter, so he could take it off. Sansug did, but as soon as the host saw his face, you got scared and fell off your chair. Ask if people can even look like that. After recovering from his fright, the man stood up and asked the heir how he could help him, since he was doing anything but searching for the elixir. Bruno said that the rumor about the elixir was spread on purpose, and thinking about who could have done it, only Howe's secret community comes to mind. But they themselves are curious to know who disbanded them. They think the Soundwave School may have done it, however the heir has never heard of it. The host said that Marima is full of such dubious organizations. They appear and die off like flies, so many are there. The Soundwave School specializes in spreading and rumors. They will do anything for money. Bruno asked if he could find the Soundwave School, to which the man replied that any such gang would end up in the hands of the Howe community. The heir said that if the Heaven Squad suddenly came instead, I should be scared and tell them everything they had learned. But he knew about the Heaven Squad. The man asked if he needed anything else, to which the library heir asked for the best quality wooden stall he could get. That same night, Bruno paired up with Sansug to go to the cave where the former found the elixir from the Milk of Stone, as well as the old man's younger brother. Seeing two skeletons not far from the entrance, the man immediately knelt down, recognizing his relative, then asked why he was here. He cried, saying how bad he felt here, and he had made a mistake and was very late, and therefore tearfully asked for his forgiveness. A little while later, he put the remains in a wooden box, after which he set them on fire, taking them outside. Scattering the ashes to the wind, the old man wept and said that his brother may rest in peace and may heaven be like earth to him. They would see each other again there, but for now he asked his younger brother to rest, continuing to scatter the ashes while looking up at the starry sky. At the same time, the man was sitting on his knees in the rain when a girl under an umbrella walked towards him and caught sight of the wet man. Startled and throwing away her umbrella, she ran up to him, asking if he was okay, but he said nothing, only lowering his head. Grabbing him by the shoulders, she began to ask if he was hurting or worried about something else, but he only looked at the girl in silence. He loves the rain. He had a fever and a headache, but thought nothing would happen if he went out in the rain. However, the fever never went away. Rising to his feet, the man turned and headed away, asking her to go on her way, for he was a bad man. But the stranger was unwilling to let him go. Grabbing his hand, she said it meant he thought she was beautiful. Blushing and smiling, she said she liked him, and she would make sure that tonight he thought nothing of it and forgot who he was. Upon reaching the small cabin, after a while the guy was apologizing to himself for it being over so quickly. Looking at the girl in bed, he asked that he wasn't quite in his right mind, to which he answered himself in the affirmative. Taking a seat on the edge of the bed, the man told the girl that she needed to tidy up, so he brought her a mirror. Taking it in his hands and holding it up to her, he asked what it would say. Well, the reflection only showed a withered body that only breathed heavily. Smiling, the man remarked that he'd said she wouldn't think about anything, but it turned out that wasn't quite true. After all, her worries weren't going anywhere, at why he asked if she knew who he was, but she couldn't answer anything. The guy started heading for the exit, as soon as he noticed the body start to disintegrate, after which he claimed to be Jin. Standing in the rain, the guy mentally turned to Sansug, saying that it looked like he would have to solve that cipher. But as long as the old man is alive, he can't move freely, so you have to be extremely careful. He would want to kill him, or then get his hands on that elixir that too many rumors had been circulating lately. From every writing, from every mouth, literally it could be heard everywhere about the elixir of the milk of stone. That same night, a man was quickly heading to the top of the cliff and decided to speed up the climb with high jumps. Upon reaching his destination, Sansug noticed the library heir talking to the Musan twin about something. Turning his head and noticing the old man, Bruno said he had already arrived. Meanwhile, the twin only nodded silently. He then quickly disappeared, and the old man asked if it was the Heaven Squad and why he hadn't introduced them. Bruno replied that they would still have the opportunity. The guy smiled, offering the man a decanter, adding that unfortunately he didn't have any glasses, so we'd have to drink it that way. Taking the receptacle in his hands, the man thanked the heir, saying he would not forget this favor. The lad confirmed it. Sitting on the edge of the cliff, the old man told the heir that if he had anything to say, let him speak. He would answer all questions. Bruno, he remarked that he liked to bluff like that. The old man laughed and replied that he probably thought he could get a star out of the sky. With a sly glance at the man, the eldest heir replied that maybe not a star, but something else. Sun Sug immediately asked him to speak. Bruno stated that he wanted the old man to die by his hand. Such a statement surprised the man, who at first could not find anything to answer. Taking a sip, Sansug replied that it was his life, and he would be in charge of it, but the guy still asked if he minded. The heir said he would die tomorrow. He would still have time to be a raccoon before then. The old man asked why he would do that. The library heir replied that he was going to meet with Jin. Such an answer immediately interested the man. Bruno added that the celestial library isn't far from here, but since Jin isn't here, it means he hasn't deciphered the text yet. In such a situation, if he's already dead, Jin will have no reason to hide further, and so he will decide to show up himself. If he finds out that the heir is nearby, he will ask for help from him. Just as he came to him for help, Jin will come to the heir for help. The guy also added that this was where this elixir was, then asked if he would like to check it out. The old man replied that he trusted him. Bruno was satisfied with this answer, and so reached for his groove, which could not escape Sunsug's gaze. The eldest heir took out a small vial and showed it to the old man. He said it was an elixir, but the man remembered that it had been switched for poison. Smiling, the guy confirmed this, adding that the person who committed this atrocity was him. These words dumbfounded the man. The heir said that his brother was looking for the elixir, thanking him he found it, and now he is giving it to the old man as a memory of his brother. He also added that the guy will die tomorrow anyway, and for now they'll say goodbye on that. As the guy started to leave, Sunsug asked him to wait. Catching up with the heir, the man decided to talk, for he was curious about too many things, such as whether the Heaven Squad knew about this elixir. He also asked if he noticed that strange birds were flying above them the whole time, as if they were watching them, at which second Bruno ordered them to come down. A moment later, a phoenix landed on the heir's hand with a golden toad sitting on it. This picture dumbfounded the old man. The next morning on Mount Buck, a tired moneylender who was leading a cow demanded money but for his work. His customer immediately placed a tied thread in his hand on which several dozen coins were worn. The man grudgingly stated that there wasn't enough here, but William asked for the price to be lowered. The moneylender said he had personally brought him a cow. The guy replied that the cow didn't get any bigger from the fact that he personally brought her here, and asked that the lack of payment be put down to his family. The man continued to express his displeasure, but William invited him to join their meal. The moneylender immediately changed in his face. After a while, the men enjoyed roasted meat that was cooked on rocks in the open sun. Jack looked at the head of the Murim Alliance branch, Gregory, with surprise, and asked what the man was thinking so hard about. For it looked like he had learned something else. Taking a serious look, the man calmly replied that there was something more important than that. One of the Gorge warriors asked loudly if he recognized where the elixir of the milk of stone was, but that was not what the man meant. He said there were twins, one boy and one girl. Everyone froze at first, trying to figure out what he was talking about. After a couple of seconds, everyone began to laugh and cheer, congratulating him on the addition, because twins are always a good thing. He smiled back. One of the twins asked if he could be here because anything could happen. Gregory replied that the main thing for him was not to meet the cobbler. Chandler added that he hadn't believed at first that the cobbler had been able to finish off Max and Simon, then asked if the man was sure he existed. Jack coughed. I think it's all fiction, because he knows what kind of people are like in Marima. Chandler rejoiced that he was right. The very second the ground beneath them shook and everyone present started asking what was collapsing there, thought it was a landslide, as suddenly a fellow came running to them from the woods, loudly declaring that there was trouble, for Stephen the cobbler had come. Meanwhile, Bruno, who had taken the form of a hunchback, sent Sonsug into the rock with force, shattering it and crippling the man. Dropping to the ground, he shudderingly tried to raise his head and even out his breathing, tearfully asking the man to stop. The older heir began to come closer and closer to him, asking why he had to stop and who needed it. Heading towards where the guy pointed, one of the Gorge warriors ordered everyone to stop. The others immediately obeyed. The man looked at the unfolding picture with surprise, thinking that although he knew that the cobbler was the leader, but whether it was definitely him. For now the hunchback in front of him had a firm grip on the throat of Sonsug, who was already shaking convulsively, and Bruno was about to finish him off. The heir then said that if he wanted the man to stop, he shouldn't have done so, asking why he had spread promises before. After asking him why he had eaten it and why he had pissed him off, the hunchback began pounding the old man with his fists, pounding out answers. The moneylender asked in horror what such an old man had eaten, that he had done this to him, and asked to stop him, but was told to forget it and run away. After all, if he did something wrong, everyone would die. To which the man replied that this was too cruel, for the old man was already on the verge of death. The hunchback paused for a second, staring at Sonsug, his hands red with blood, but he was unwilling to let go of the man. Seeing that the man had collapsed lifelessly, the heir asked what was wrong with him. Realizing that there was no point in beating him, the dumbfounded moneylender stared fearfully at the hunchback, realizing that he had just killed a man in front of him. As if confirming his words, Bruno stated that he had died. It was all because he had devoured the elixir from the milk of the stone. Then the angry hunchback asked loudly why he had died and what he should do now, after which he stomped loudly on the ground. Everyone present once again felt the earthquake and struggled to keep their balance while the heir asked how to proceed. He then looked around at everyone present, asking them if there was anyone among them who knew how to pluck a stomach. Everyone immediately thought with horror that he had really decided to take the elixir he drank from within, because it sounded barbaric. The hunchback turned to the free warrior king, noticing he had a knife with him, asking if he could open his stomach. The man replied that it was for decoration. Then Bruno said he would have to take it to the water and cut it open himself. Then he turned around sadly, saying that he was giving them half a day to get out of here, and once the time was up, he would kill everyone in sight. Most of the men immediately began to run for their lives, not forgetting to scream in fear, wanting to save their lives. Only the Heaven Squad remained in the clearing, who were actually a bit scared as well, but everyone decided to breathe a sigh of relief. Bruno then turned to the man, stating that he too had done a good job, and it looked as believable as possible. Sonsug looked at him menacingly, for he had not yet fully recovered from the blows the heir had bestowed upon him. Bruno, who still hadn't regained his former appearance, looked guiltily at the old man, trying to adopt the most pitiful look possible. At the inn, Chandler told the heir that he should also see this cobbler. The latter replied that he had heard of him. With a shudder, the man said that he really was crazy. Better be careful not to run into him. He then asked what the raccoon was, pointing to Sonsug sitting on the bed. Bruno replied that it was his new friend. He's a freak, so he wears a mask. As soon as Chandelier saw his face, he asked if the cobbler had done this to him, noting that he looked quite handsome. He then asked what the heir was interested in knowing. The latter replied that he would like to know the name of old Mana. The one said that was the old man's name. I don't know if he should have another name, but Bruno knew there was nothing in Marima that the one didn't know about. Immersed in his thoughts, Chandler couldn't think of anything like that. But if he said why he was interested, he would remember something. The library heir concluded that he remembered his name after all, and so again asked politely for his name. But the man wasn't going to back down and ask for a reason. But Bruno wasn't going to give up either, demanding a name. They had an altercation of 2 words, reason and name, watched silently by an old man in a raccoon mask. Unable to stand it, Sansug suggested they just play rock, paper, scissors. Bruno immediately asked if it was to 3 or 2 wins. They agreed that the information would be given out by the one who would win 3 victories. Chandler was serious, so he wasn't going to give in. In the same instant, the heir decided to cheat, using enhanced vision to give himself a slight speed advantage. When they put their hands out in front of them, it appeared that Chandler chose the scissors while Bruno preferred the rock, thus winning. However, this was only the first round. In the second round, the man decided to use paper, but lost again, succumbing to scissors. On the third time, he decided to try his luck with a rock. However, he was immediately overridden by the paper. It was a clean win for the heir. Bruno once again demanded a name. Crouching on the floor, Chandler decided to keep his promise since he had lost. Sansug, who was watching them, listened attentively, for it was important for him too to know Mana's real name. 200 years earlier, when the Golden Library was on the verge of destruction, she realized that knowledge had no power before the sword, and decided to change. Those who lived in the light of day took up brush and book to glorify the geniuses of their family without arousing suspicion. And those that belonged to the night survived in the darkness with the demonic energy they fed off of other people. Golden Library, who had absolutely no martial arts skills, realized this and began to accumulate dark energy and become stronger. It was easy to accumulate dark energy because all women carry dark yin energy, but demonic energy always has side effects. In the case of dark energy absorption, it was femininity and disharmony, which was an inherent part of yin. And while feminine energy could be stopped through rituals, stopping dark energy pollution due to disharmony was more difficult. Old Man said that he had decided to master demonic energy so that he could learn martial arts faster. But to avoid side effects, it was enough to drink an elixir made from the milk of the stone that had been accumulating for thousands of years. My uncle said he was able to find the elixir 3 years ago, but then contact was lost. It was clear something had gone wrong, and then he began to think about Sansuga's younger brother. Being a hermit warrior, he had to be prepared for any situation after all. Just as Jin thought, he had left Sunsug's older brother a letter, but he still couldn't decipher it no matter how hard he tried. Day by day, he felt that he was converging, but luck smiled on him. These said that the heavenly library heir was nearby. The guy told the Lord that it didn't seem like a coincidence, because as soon as the news of Sansug's death broke, the heir also appeared. Jin asked that he was so close to him on purpose, to which the guy replied that he was the heir to the great heavenly library after all. The one confirmed that he was very talented, and had surprised more than once recently. But could anyone have known that he knew where the elixir was? Who didn't want to say anything else, but Jin stopped him. He doesn't have time to be cautious, and there's no reason to be, and the heir is a loser. When he finishes deciphering the message, he will already be able to defeat his dark arrow. He will die, just as Jin had planned. His subordinate immediately turned pale as soon as he heard about the dark arrow, then hurriedly left the room. Suddenly, another man approached Jin, asking how many days it would take for the heir to decipher. The man said 3 or 4. The man then said that the celebration could be rescheduled, while Jin asked if Stephen the cobbler would interrupt them. Clutching the fan tightly, the interlocutor replied that there was no way that would happen, for they would be ready for him. And this event is far more important than the elixir. So Ghost Song, Sunny was confident that they would make it work. As he continued to stare out the window with his arms crossed over his chest, Jin also thought about the celebration he couldn't wait for. Slamming his cup loudly on the table, Derek insulted the cobbler, for he didn't know it would be like this and questioned how it was possible. The man didn't understand how he could be so cruel to his master, who had done nothing wrong, yet still died. While Derek ordered more wine, Sansug and Bruno sat at a nearby table. They were wearing masks, so no one recognized them. The old man said that Derek was the only one mourning him, and then he asked how the heir knew he would be here. The man replied that he had keen hearing, But he actually tracked him thanks to the summoning of 1,000 cents, the same second Derek asked if they wanted to get out of here. In a tearful voice, he turned to the men in animal masks, asking them to stop staring at people and look at their plates. He's in a nasty mood today. He feels like he's really going to kill someone today. The old man asked him to change his face and leave. At that second, Derek jumped up, turning to Wheel and Raccoon that they had decided not to listen to what people were telling them at all. He noticed that only the man in the raccoon mask remained seated at the table. The man couldn't figure out where the fox had gone. Once behind his back, Bruno punched him in the point and said they would take him with them. He would be safer with them. When they returned, the King of the Free reported that he had tried to know something about the Soundwave School at once, but everything was somehow strange. He was told that it had ceased to exist. The eldest heir was surprised by this information, but said nothing. He only pondered that if the school had disappeared, then it was no longer needed. It had only spread rumors of the elixir and disappeared. You who have been reached by these rumors have come to the mountain or tried to contact Derek and the old man, but if you exclude the two of them, that leaves only the mountain. The question then remained open as to what purpose they had in Mount Bookie, besides extracting the elixir from the milk of the stone. The King of the Free asked what he was going to do next, but the heir didn't know what to answer to that question himself. Suddenly, the girls entered the room and prepared many delicious things for the gentleman, offering to entertain him. The next day, Jean stood in the middle of the crowded street, thinking about how it had been a long time since he had gone for a walk like this without needing to worry about the old man. Some man noticed that again this student had come, clarifying that he was from the Great Heavenly Library. The men then concluded that they would have to go somewhere else today, then said that this time he came to Quantum Street. Overhearing them, Jin smiled. For now, one had to deal with enough important information that he could use it. After a while, Bruno would tell Jean that he was very pleased to see the young master of the Golden Library within these walls. He wondered how the man knew he was here. The guest replied that there was talk everywhere about who had taken possession of all the brothels in the county. The eldest heir noticed that he wasn't the only one at the center of the conversations right now. There were rumors about shoemaker Steven, Sansug, and the elixir as well. The old man in the raccoon mask stared dumbfounded at the guy, realizing that it was definitely Jean, and he looked completely different from the last time they met. Bruno said that he didn't seem to have studied any martial arts, to which the guest replied that he only wished he could comprehend science. It would also have been difficult for him to notice it if it wasn't for the three sources that reacted to the dark energy within him. However, this level of yin could not be achieved through poisonous plants or poisonous insects. He wondered how many women he had ruined. The guy said he was embarrassed to come to him like that today, but he'd like to use it to test himself and his abilities. After all, if he turns out to be inferior to him, the one who comprehends both science and martial arts, today's meeting will serve as a lesson to him. He got straight to the point, and now the heir guessed why he needed the elixir. He was determined to get it by all means. Bruno would then be able to expose his flaws, and then asked how he wanted to test himself. Standing over a sheet of parchment, Jin was introducing his brush across it, while the heir thought he was still trying to pull off his tricks. He didn't write down the entire contents of the encrypted message, but put the task in front of him. It was the second half of the cipher. It is the one that contains information about the location of the elixir. Apparently this part he was unable to decipher. Taking a piece of paper, the eldest heir asked him to give some time to try and solve the problem. As soon as Bruno picked up the brush, Jean's eyes immediately snapped to it, and he watched the lad's manipulations intently. He was writing out various symbols in large and small handwriting. Jin could make out that he needed to go north where the Green Mountains were. He immediately realized that it was about Mount Chonu, but that wasn't all the information, and he waited for Bruno to unpack it. He then indicated the number 12.7, which signified the order of the mountaintops, namely the cave that was to be the entrance. Jin summarized that this was the 12th peak of Mount Chonu in the north, the 7th cave, which meant that he had found the elixir of the milk of stone. Bruno held out the answer to him, the correct solution, embarrassed that he had even given him such a simple task, figuring it was a warm-up. Feigning awkwardness, Jin replied that it was right, and he surprised him so much that he was even out of breath. He wanted to ask how he came to the decision. As the eldest heir gave his answer, the guest mentally told him that he was bringing his own death closer. Once he got the answer to his question, he extended his hand, saying it was an honor to meet him. After shaking hands with his guest, Bruno smiled, saying that he was flattered by him because he didn't think he had done anything special. During the handshake, the library heir openly felt the dark energy that lurked within Jin. The smiling lad left the room, listening to someone ask the heir if he would go back to the courtesans. but Jean wasn't interested. He thought only of the fact that Bruno had immediately deciphered this text without a second thought. He is not a man. He is a genius with whom no one in the world can compare. However, he didn't understand what the point of it all was. Coming to the establishment, he mentally turned to the head of the Dark Doom. He asked to check back in half an hour to see if he was dead. The guy immediately realized that the senior heir had deciphered the document. However, he can't be sure. Suddenly, the one used some hidden trick and tricked him, so he needs to make sure he's dead. Because of the handshake, after half an hour, the yin energy would penetrate inside his energy points and his body would rupture, and then the energy would disappear. Now that Harry, who wielded the delayed attack technique, is dead, this is how only those who wield yin energy can get rid of people. I wish he could get rid of Sunsug like that, but he's too smart and would recognize what he's trying to do right away. But he's going to die soon anyway. And he was lucky enough to decipher the text thanks to the heir to the library. But the question remained as to who this cobbler Stephen was. However, he also appeared suddenly, and therefore he was worried or what? True, and was this cipher that he had gotten so easily? When night fell, Sunny said he was right. It would be a shame if his talents were not put to use. Jin replied that the elixir would be his starting point as the heir of his uncle, who goes by the nickname Old Man. And it will also be an occasion for the strong union of the Celestial Golden Library and the Ghost Song, who make a wonderful duo. Looking at his companion, Sunny only smirked slightly as he glanced at the two scribbled sheets that lay on the table. At the same time, two birds flew out from the roof and flew in different directions while the golden toad sitting on a lotus watched them. Meanwhile, the Dark Doom guy had been watching the library heir for hours. His expression was worried and shocked. He didn't understand anything because it had been more than half an hour and he was still alive. Bruno himself was smiling sweetly, drinking tea surrounded by courtesans who were trying their best to get the guy to pay attention to them.